Summer is gone. It is late autumn, and the leaves are falling. There were uninvited guests in Qingyan Border City. They were the two groups of Wu clan that had invaded Qingyan County, as well as the many Wu clan masters who were in the Shuntian Witch Formation that day. That's Li Dalong from the Li family. The autumn wind was bleak, and the genius of the Guifang clan, Yu Baiyin, the chief priest of the Guifang clan, and many priests and chieftains stood far away from the border city, looking up at Li Dalong's resolute figure on the wall, and the old men holding their spears and standing upright. Even though the two sides were enemies, all of these Wu clan members were shocked and showed admiration on their faces. They knew clearly that the Li family attempted to plunder their Shuntian witchcraft formation that day. These days, their clansmen came to Qingyan County and were killed on the spot by Li Dalong. They came here to avenge their tribesmen, but when they saw Li Dalong standing on the wall, wearing cloth clothes and holding only a spear, they did not take any action. He just stared blankly at Li Dalong on the wall and the old men behind him. There are enemies. Go beat the drums and prepare for battle. The Li family is invincible. There were clearly only 100 people, and they looked so pitiful standing on the wall of Qingyan Border City. However, these old men in heavy armor still prepared themselves as quickly as possible. Their old faces and turbid eyes became murderous in an instant. Bang! 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 The old man is beating the drum. They are so few in number, and their bodies are so weak that people even feel they can hardly withstand the cool autumn breeze. But they are fearless and ready to fight at any time. When he heard the drum beats, Yu Baiyin, who was shirtless, with inscriptions all over his body and a totem on his back, was stunned for a moment. He had heard of the Li family stories and how Li Kuang to rush to Lingyafang alone, sounding the clarion call for Qingyan County's counterattack. He had also heard of the Li family's madness in the battle between the two sides, but that only existed in stories. It was not until today that he knew what the real Li family was. Li Dalong just stood in the center of the city, tightly holding an ordinary spear, his cheeks clenched tightly, and the cool autumn breeze blew his long hair. This guy who looked like a farmer held up the entire blue sky behind Qingyan County. High priest, all the priests. Yu Baiyin took a deep breath and felt his body trembling. Let's go. Don't set foot in Qingyan County. No, never set foot in Qingyan County. I don't want to provoke such an enemy. The Guifang chief priest frowned and looked deeply at Li Dalong on the wall. Li Dalong's sharp eyes were staring at him. He let out a long breath and nodded slightly. Baiyin, high priest. Why? Why are we leaving? That's Li Dalong, the ancestor of the Li family. Whether we catch him or kill him, we can avenge Ling Yufang, which represents honor. A priest looked back unwillingly at Li Dalong, who was standing on the wall. But before he could finish his words, the Guifang high priest slapped him in the face with a loud, crisp sound. The priest's cheeks were still flushed, and he was still gazing at Li Dalong with gritted teeth. The high priest's faint voice came to his ears. Do you want to kill him? Do you want us to be on guard against the Li family coming to us to avenge Li Dalong? Do you know what kind of family this is? Can you guarantee that, apart from Li Kuang-tu and Li Dalong, there are no such people in the Li family? And the old men in Merit City, they also have children. They are so old but still not afraid of death. Can you ensure that their descendants will not be such fearless warriors in the future? We can afford to offend the Qing dynasty. They have no backbone, but I can't afford to offend the Li family. The continuous questioning stunned the priest, and his eyes gradually became filled with fear as he looked at Li Dalong. The unwillingness in his expression gradually disappeared, and in the end, only a long sigh was left, and he left with his tribesmen. Behind them, the old men from Merit City stood in their positions again, picked up their weapons again, and were alert to the enemies coming from the endless forest. Li Dalong, who was above the city gate, loosened his grip on the spear slightly, but his eyes were still sharp and vigilant. Under the city gate, a figure lazily leaned against the wall. She looked at the back of the Wu clan member leaving, raised her eyebrows slightly, and said with some disappointment, "Gone? I thought I could relax a little." Time passed slowly, from early autumn to late autumn. Weeds grew under the border city, and dead leaves fell in the endless forest, making rustling sounds. 3 months have passed since the arrival of the Guifang troops. More and more Wu people have come to Qingyan County, but without exception, they have not entered Qingyan County from the border city. They have chosen to stay outside the border city. They even dare not break into Qingyan County from other directions. Li Dalong's nascent soul is searching, and any witch who dares to step into Qingyan County will die under his gun. But even so, none of the Wu clan's high priests or priests dared to attack Li Dalong. He guarded the border city alone and stopped more than 1,000,000 witches. Li Dalong has become the most majestic scenery in the border city. He is dressed in cloth, and despite the wind and rain, he still holds the spear straight in his hand, leading more than 100 old men. His figure is engraved in the hearts of every witch. It seems that with him around, no one can cross this majestic mountain. Brother Dalong, please leave. We Gui Fong wish to be friends with your Li family forever. Yes, Brother Dalong, I am the same as the beast. What is there in this Qing dynasty that is worth protecting? Please leave. What's the point of you insisting so much? The two high priests of the Wu clan floated into the air and tried to dissuade Li Dalong. They clearly had many experts among them. As long as they attacked in groups and had prepared for many days, no matter what secrets Li Dalong had, he would have nowhere to escape and they could easily kill Li Dalong. However, they had no choice but to dissuade him in a humble manner. Li Dalong said nothing. He just stared at these strong men quietly. His silence was deafening. Below the city stood the massive witch army. He suddenly remembered what happened a few months ago and the imperial edict. He could not stop the fall of Qingyan County. The Li family had to retreat, but he could not. The power of the family is growing. He once said that everyone in Gongda City should protect their homeland with their lives, but the family broke their promise under the general trend. He must stand up and protect Qingyan County until the last moment. On the day when the news of his death comes out, no one will care whether the Li family broke their promise. They will remember that he, Li Dalong, stood at the border of Qingyan County at the last moment of his life and fought for their homeland. One day, Li Dalong smiled. He was waiting for the witches below to rush in. One day my children will become stronger, and the old friends who left Qingyan County will also become stronger, and our younger generations will pass on the knowledge by word of mouth. They will know that there was a guy named Xiang in Qingyan County. He died for Qingyan County. Many sects in Qingyan County have fought for more than 30 years to protect this land. The flesh and blood of their ancestors are here. They will remember that there is a man in our Li family named Li Kuangtu. He endured humiliation for 30 years and brought us a victory. And I, Li Dalong's eyes gleamed. I stand on this wall, not afraid of millions of witches. I will die with our hometown. My descendants, the descendants of Qingyan County, will bring all their memories and, under the leadership of my Li family, return to this land, drive away all enemies, and bring about a new life. The sacrifices made by Qingyan County over the years have not been in vain. He stood in front of millions of witches. He stood on the wall, looking so thin, like a grain of sand that was about to be buried. But he is the pillar of the sky, and he is supporting the future of the entire Qingyan County. Your descendant Li Dalong will lead the elderly who stayed in Merit City to guard Qingyan Border City. He decided to sacrifice his life to become the memory of the younger generations of Qingyan County, awaken their faith in returning to their homeland, and let them aim to return to Qingyan County. Acquired trait, the last hope of Qingyan County. In the land of Qingyan County, combat power increases by 30% and reputation increases by 50%. Li Xiang in front of the screen was watching everything on the screen. Withdrawing from Qingyan County was a lie told by Li Dalong. This guy had been honest all his life, and this was the first time he deceived the children and the first time he lied to Su Tsuehua. You are already old. Why are you still so stupid? Li Xiang held the mouse in one hand and placed the mouse button on the skill. He did not try to dissuade them, because he knew it was impossible to do so. The children had grown up and become stubborn. They had their own ideas and their own persistence. Li Xiang took a deep breath and moved the screen to the far side of the border city. He whispered, Dalong, do you really think you can hide what you're going to do from me, Chuehua, and the children? You are not very smart. That's a tall tower. The cool autumn breeze blew the woman's simple clothes. The woman had a charming face and was carrying a silver coffin on her back. I don't know how long she stood on the high tower, just gazing at Li Dalong's figure on the city wall so gently. The Death Heaven coffin was indeed Li Dalong's magic treasure. It sensed Li Dalong's presence, and the coffin lid began to shake. Su Tsuehua touched the coffin board and smiled. You are angry too, right? It is true that men become bad when they become powerful. They learn to abandon their wives and children. The coffin lid shook even more violently. Let's go and settle the score with him. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Tsuehua floated into the air, with a demonic aura monstrous. All the witches outside the Qingyun border city raised their heads and looked at Su Tsuhua falling, as if they saw a fairy descending to the earth. Lady! The old men from Gongda City on the city wall were all startled and saluted Su Tsuhua in unison. Tsuehua, why are you here? Li Dalong's face changed. Su Tsuehua had appeared beside him, glaring at him angrily, making him a little panicked. What do you think? Su Tsuehua looked up at her man. She was gritting her teeth and clenching her fists, ready to hit Li Dalong. But then she slowly loosened her fists, touched Li Dalong's face, and said in a gentle voice, "Silly boy, don't even think about leaving me. We'll face everything together." She saw through her husband's thoughts early on, but she didn't expose him, and she didn't even tell the children. She came with no regrets. What Wu clan? What Qing dynasty? It doesn't matter anymore, life or death. Staying by my husband's side is just like what I have experienced over the years. Suehua. On this day, more than 100 elders in Merit City and 1 million members of the witch clan stared blankly at the couple on the top of the city wall. The autumn wind was chilly, and the couple looked at each other. In their eyes, there was no one else. Their ancestors were also watching and took a gulp of water. After all, they hadn't eaten anything, but the water tasted so sweet that it choked their throats. Your grandson's wife Su Tsuehua knew Li Dalong's idea long ago. She did not expose it, but came to die with her husband. The couple obtained the trait, unswerving until death. When a couple is united, their strength is greater than iron. When they fight together, their combat power increases by 10%, and when they practice together, their cultivation speed increases by 20%. Looking at the characteristics they had acquired, Li Xiang had a painful expression on his face. It was another day that he was treated like a dog and abused by the couple. In the picture, Li Dalong probably knew that now was not the time for love affairs, so he looked at Su Tsuehua affectionately for a long time. He frowned and said, "Tsuehua, why are you here? Where are the children?" "They don't know." Su Tsuehua looked at the countless witches below the city wall. She was not afraid at all and said softly, "But boss, you can't hide it from them. The children have grown up. Except for Yao Dai and his 7 children, I guess every one of them knows your thoughts." Li Dalong took a deep breath. He stared at the witch tribe, who could attack Qingyun County at any time. He took the death heavenly coffin handed to him by Su Tsuehua and said in a low voice, "Then I hope they can understand the significance of what I am doing and not do anything stupid. Heavenly coffin, after my husband and I die, follow our bloodline and find our child. I want you to fight for the Li family forever." As if they understood Li Dalong's words, the sky coffin of death began to shake. Inside the coffin, the sky zombies suddenly opened their eyes and knelt on one knee in the boundless sea of death. In the thunder and fire demon cave, for monks are flying on swords, they flew to the deepest abyss of the demon cave. Li Yaoqing flew out from the darkness. She frowned slightly and said, "Brother, I didn't find the master. If you don't find it, then you don't find it." Li Yaozu narrowed his eyes slightly. "It's fate. There's really no other way." Li Yaodai gritted his teeth. "What do you mean by fate? Dad lied to us secretly and risked his life. Brother, don't worry about anything. It's just the witch tribe, right? Why do you need help? Just do it." The heavenly star, sword saint who followed him was silent for a long time, watching the 3 members of the Li family talking. He finally made up his mind and coughed lightly. "Ahem, I still want to ask where Yaowen is?" These words from the heavenly star, sword saint, silenced the 3 brothers and sisters. 3 pairs of eyes stared at the heavenly star, sword saint, making his scalp numb. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "In fact, I also know a master in the spiritualization stage. His name is Master Shanshin. That senior is practicing in the Lost Abyss. Master once took me to see him. If we can invite him to come out of the mountain, with Master Shanshin's ability, he can really protect an entire county." 10 days later, deep in a mountain, there is a bottomless abyss that looks like a bloody mouth that wants to eat people, and there are only dead things around it. Li Yaozu, Li Yaoqing, and Li Yaotai stood outside the abyss. The heavenly star, sword saint, shouted, "Senior, our human race is in great trouble on the border, but the Qing dynasty is turning a blind eye. Before my master passed away, he brought me here to meet you. He said that you were the most chivalrous. The world is in chaos. In times of disaster and distress, only a hero like you can save our 12 counties from disaster. Come out, senior." As soon as you come out of the mountain, even if there are tens of millions of Wu people, they are just ants in your hands and can be destroyed with a wave of your hand. The so-called imperial master of the Qing dynasty is nothing but a speck of dust compared to you, old man. You should have come out long ago and looked down upon the court. An echo came from the bottom of the abyss. The Heavenly Star Sword Saint was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the Li family. They were staring at him. He frowned. Why are you staring at me like that? The three of them shook their heads in unison, their eyes full of surprise. If they hadn't been with the Heavenly Star Sword Saint, they would have thought that the Heavenly Star Sword Saint had been possessed. This guy's always been arrogant, and now, this flattery is loud. Li Yaozu was suddenly stunned, and sent a message to his sister and brother. It works. There is a fluctuation under the abyss. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Yaotai shouted loudly on the spot. Senior, please come out. Let's go beat those sons of bitches to death together. The emperor is no longer fit. You should establish a new emperor. Li Yaozu gritted his teeth, his cheeks flushed, and he shouted with difficulty. I've heard that you are extraordinary. As soon as I arrived, I could feel the aura of a king in your retreat. How could such a peerless talent be seen only by us? The world should also know how powerful you are. Now is the perfect opportunity. The aura beneath the abyss, with these praises, is like the beating of a revived heart. A pair of bright eyes slowly opened in the darkness. In Changyang Prefecture, a number of spirit boats were stagnant in the valley. Jinren Xinyu of Changyang Prefecture frowned as he looked at these spirit boats and the tents that were almost packed in the valley. These were all people who came from Gongda City in Qingyun County, as well as many forces of the Li family. They were originally going to the northern border, but they stayed in Changyang Prefecture for a long time and did not leave. At the beginning, Master Xinyu was afraid that the Li family would bring hidden dangers to Changyang Prefecture. After all, the Li family had a good reputation, and now he could only let out a long sigh. Inside the valley, Li Yunbing of the Li family was talking to the people from Merit City. Pigeons flew out of the valley one by one, flying to all directions of the Qing dynasty. Around the valley, the people from Merit City sat silently around the tents, wiping their weapons, checking their magic tools and talismans, with only determination in their eyes. Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to do this? The world is so big, there is no place that the Li family can't go. Jinren Xinyu was holding a letter, which was also sent from the Li family. He was sure that this letter would be transmitted to every city and every force in the Qing dynasty. Qingyun County requests for help. 30 years of wind and snow. Millions of heroes rest in eternal sleep. The words of the saints cannot extinguish our lofty aspirations, and we have no regrets about staining the sky with blood. A very simple letter asking for help. Jinren Xinyu seemed to have seen that during the 30 years of the Wu clan's invasion, the monks from the border county cities rushed towards the Wu clan one after another, and they were fighting every day. But one imperial edict. All their efforts over 30 years were in vain. And now, there was a man standing on the city wall at the border of Qingyun. The Li family of Qingyun County still hasn't given up hope. They haven't evacuated. They want to fight again. The Li family members in the valley below will return to Qingyun today. What else can I get? Resist the order of the dynasty? Master Xinyu gritted his teeth and turned his head away. In the end, the unwillingness in his expression turned into a long sigh. Who dares to help? How can we win? 10 days later, the nascent soul cultivator from Changyang Mansion was sitting in the dojo. He and his disciples looked up and saw that the spirit boats from Merit City were already floating in the air. The Li family still did not head towards the northern border, but went to Qingyun County. Even though they have sent out letters for help to the entire Qing dynasty these days and have not received a single reply, they will still fight again. Master, no one from the Li family went to the northern border. Not even their subordinates were deserters. The disciple who had been monitoring the Li family came to report, with only shock in his eyes. Before this, he even made bets with his fellow disciples on how many people from Merit City would escape. These spirit boats seem to be heading towards the underworld, but the people on them still have no regrets, and they hold their heads high. A disciple from Changyang Mansion gritted his teeth and questioned his master. So, master, for more than 30 years, we have never supported the border. Now the border is clearly advantageous, but why does the national master want to abandon them? The people of Merit City are not afraid of life and death, so can't we resist and just watch our land fall into the hands of the Wu clan? Master, what are we afraid of? As this person finished speaking, more and more disciples could no longer endure it. Yes, master, Qingyun County is right in front of us. The Li family has been blocking the Wu clan for us for more than 30 years, which prevented the war from happening in our Changyang prefecture. Do we have to sit back and watch now? The Li family has gone back. They won't have any support. Master, if they perish, they won't perish at the hands of the Wu clan, but at our hands. Have you ever thought about this? Today's Qingyan County will be my Changyang prefecture in the future. Every word seemed to strike at the heart of Master Xinyu. He took a long breath and shouted at his disciples. Shut up! How can you discuss the will of the emperor? After the words fell, the disciples dared not say anything more. 7 days later, Zhiren Xinyu of Changyang Prefecture opened his eyes from seclusion, let out a long sigh, and a storage ring flashed in his hand. He put on a mask and went to Qingyan County silently. From that day on, numerous masters of the Qing dynasty flew across the sky of the Qing dynasty, looking at the letters for help in their hands. Straight to the sky. On the way to various places in the Qing dynasty, for the first time, Li Changjing did not carry her broken pink bow, but instead carried her sleeping elder brother Li Changxing. Brother, we're here! On a plane, Li Changwei got off the flying sword, put his elder brother down from his back, and Li Changxing finally opened his eyes. Li Changjing only grumbled, just go to sleep. Who can sleep better than you? Don't think I can't hear you, stinky sister. Li Changxing rubbed his blurry eyes. His hair was a little messy. He ignored his sister and looked forward. That was the station place of the Mi family in Xingwu County. There were many powerful forces stationed around the Mi family. He grinned and said, let's go. We don't have much time left. We need to find more helpers for the family as soon as possible. After a moment, the brother and sister walked into the Mi family's tent. Li Changxing and Prince Mi Zhuanqi sat opposite each other and talked. Mi Shufeng kept blinking at Li Changyao, which made Li Changyao stunned. She always felt that she had some impression of this strange guy, but could not remember who he was. Not long after, Li Changxing and Li Changwei walked out of the temporary base camp of Xingwu County with gloomy faces. Brother, they are such cowards. Li Changwei gritted his teeth and said, we supported Xingwu County in the past, but now they have escaped and turned their backs on us. There is no doubt that they came here to ask for help, but the Mi family refused. Li Changxing smiled calmly. It's normal. We have been searching for the evacuated county kings of the 12 counties and have already passed 5 of them. Isn't it the same for everyone? Just be normal. Let's go to Qi County. I heard that they have a rare master of the divine transformation. We should try our luck. Li Changwei once again carried Li Changxing, who had fallen asleep instantly, on his back and flew away on his sword. In the tent, Mi Shufeng frowned and said, Grandpa, this is too mean of you, isn't it? The Li family helped us in the past. They brought in experts from Qingyan County. Now the entire Li family is going back to fight to the death, and we're just going to watch? They're dead. What about my Changhuai? What do you know? Mi Zhuanqi said angrily. That's a hopeless situation. Our family business has been ruined. Do you still want everyone in our family to fight for their lives? Snort! Mi Shufeng slammed the table and left, making Mi Zhuanqi so angry that he wanted to bite his tongue. When he arrived in the room, Mi Shufeng opened a letter. It was the letter Li Yunbing wrote to him when he was defeated by Li Changjing and left that day. He looked at everything in the letter, and his eyes suddenly became impulsive. There are 2 kinds of heroes. One is invincible, and the other is powerful. Late at night, Mi Shufeng tore up the letter, gritted his teeth, and led a group of experts to Qingyan County. He cursed inwardly. Old fox, you want to trick me into rebellion? I won't. I want to fight. At least in my Mi family. I am the only one with backbone. Special event. Li family seeks help. Your descendants know that the Li family alone cannot fight against the Wu clan alone. So they begin to disperse and ask for all possible help in the shortest possible time. Since Li Dalong went to Qingyan border to guard it alone, all the tribesmen have known about this. None of them stopped him. They knew Li Dalong's true thoughts. They would only support him silently from behind. They once again spread out like flowers in all directions of Qinghuang City, seeking help everywhere. They are unwilling to give up even if it is just a little help. Even on the day of the war, their requests for help were still in vain. Li Xiang stared at the screen. He knew clearly that from the moment Li Dalong returned to Qingyan County alone, this was no longer Li Dalong's future plan, but a desperate struggle for all the members of the Li family. Li Dalong misjudged his plan and even misjudged the children's determination. Heading towards the dark mass of spirit boats in Qingyan County, Li Yunbing stood on the bow of the boat, watching pigeons flying in all directions. 3 whole months had passed, but there was no reply. Originally, the Thunderfire Demon Cave, the Demon Subduing Alliance, and the Dawn that he led had a total of 2,000 spirit boats, but now only half of them are left. Even the subordinates of the Leaf family, only half of them are left. Master Demon, one of the 36 heavenly warriors of the Demon Cave, walked towards Li Yunbing, who was looking at the sky at the bow of the boat, and knelt on one knee. His expression was full of murderous intent. Another one of my 36 heavenly warriors has taken away our spiritual boat and our subordinates. Please give the order, Demon Lord, and I will immediately chase after him and bring back his head. Li Yunbing did not look back. He asked in a low voice, "We are returning to Qingyan County without any backup. We are in danger of death. Why don't you run away?" The demon cultivator grinned and said, "Since the Lord Demon asked, I will tell you directly. Over the years, I have been following the Lord Demon and fighting with the Leaf family. We demons never thought we could see the light of day again in Qingyan County. Those cultivators who claim to be righteous outside dare not fight or kill us because they know that we are all members of the Leaf family. I have been wandering around the martial arts world all my life, but I have never been so happy as I am now. Fighting in Qingyan County, supporting in Xingwu County, everyone has to call me a fellow Taoist. As long as they see me and the mark of me being a member of the Leaf family, they will know that although I am a demon cultivator, I am a real warrior, not a demon cultivator hiding behind the scenes. Master Demon, when you said we should evacuate, I was really scared for a while." The demon cultivator laughed heartily. "We demon cultivators don't have so many twists and turns. At least I have long regarded Qingyan County as my home. Why should we, who have fought for Qingyan County for more than 30 years, leave our home just because the Wu clan is here? We have spent hundreds of years to gain our current family business and status. Master Demon has brought us back. You didn't leave, and the Leaf family didn't leave. At least I am willing to sacrifice my life for everything I have fought for in Qingyan County. Only in Qingyan County will I be treated as a normal cultivator. As long as you are willing to fight for Qingyan County, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Even if I go to the underworld and meet King Yama in the 18 levels of hell, I will still respect you and the Leaf family as my master." Li Yunbing felt the strong wind blowing around the spirit boat. He held on to the mast tightly. He looked at everything behind him, which was also the land of Qingyan County. It turned out that the family had unknowingly established such a reputation in Qingyan County. Turned out to be, coming back is the best choice. At this moment, Li Yunbing's eyes lit up. He admitted that he had hesitated when he came back. He had been desperate after waiting for 3 months without receiving a reply. But now, with his magical power bursting out, Li Yunbing's shadow appeared on thousands of spirit boats. Everyone was surprised to find that thunder was rumbling in the sky. Li Yunbing looked old with fluttering white hair, and his voice was low. "If you want to leave, you can leave now. This journey will lead to death. I will not force you to stay. If you wish to stay, you can stay here temporarily and protect me. After I defeat the infant god, I will go to the Qingyan border with you and fight against the villains of the Wu clan. If it succeeds, we will be remembered in the blue sky for eternity, and our names will be remembered throughout the world. If we lose, are you willing to follow me to the azure of hell?" Boom! As Li Yunbing finished his words, he floated into the air, with thunder striking him. All the forces of the Leaf family could see Li Yunbing standing above the clouds, his figure like a god. Hundreds of thousands of people knelt on one knee in front of Li Yunbing. They roared, almost breaking the thunder tribulation above Li Yunbing's head. Their eyes were full of fighting spirit. Even if the Qingyan border city was a sure blood sea, they dared to go there. Because Li Yunbing was still leading them, the Leaf family did not retreat. War! 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 Your descendant Li Yunbing led hundreds of thousands of Leaf family members to the battlefield. He has been at the peak of the Golden Core for many years and has occasionally gained some insights. He heard what his subordinates said and saw hope from despair. In his sudden enlightenment, he was confident that he could break the 79 thunder tribulations. Your descendant Li Yunbing, representing the entire Li family, has gained the faith of all the warriors of the Li family and acquired the trait, Qingyan Overlord. He fought for Qingyan County and was blessed by the luck of Qingyan County. His training speed increased by 30% in Qingyan County. In Qingyan County, all attributes increased by 100% and combat power increased by 30%. He led the people of Qingyan County to fight for Qingyan County, and their morale increased by 50% and combat power increased by 5%. Li Yunbing has always been the hidden genius of the Li family. He even broke through to the nascent soul stage earlier than Li Tianyi. From a pure-hearted person to a tyrant, and then to a dirty schemer. Finally, at this desperate moment, he became the true overlord of Qingyun County, on the road leading from Qingyun City to the northern border. As the major forces in Qingyun County advanced, many of the nascent soul ancestors who were once powerful all stopped. There were also many cultivators from Qingyun County who looked hesitant, as if they were making some difficult decisions. There were probably more than 1 million cultivators here, but they were terribly silent, with only whispers left. Have you heard? The ancestor of the Li family, Li Daolong, has returned to the Qingyun border. He brought hundreds of elders from Merit City to guard the city wall. Until now, the millions of witches gathered outside the border city have not dared to set foot in Qingyun County. This is crazy. We have no support. Isn't he trying to commit suicide? Don't say that. They're from Merit City. Suddenly, everyone looked towards the team in the front. Leading them was the Li family, and behind them were the people of Merit City. The only Li family members present were Li Tianyi and many members of the Tian generation who were kept in the dark, as well as Li Tianyou's lineage. You've always lying to me since I was a kid. Li Tianyi muttered in a low voice. You told me that my family was poor, so I robbed tombs for many years. Now you tell me to withdraw to the northern border. Everyone is running back, and I am the only one who is kept in the dark. I am still leading the people of Merit City to the northern border. You all come to bully me for being stupid. Tianyi. Huang Xiujin descended from the sky and blocked Li Tianyi's way. He frowned and asked, Do you really want to go back? Old yellow head. Li Tianyi shrugged and said with a smile, Aren't we going back? Don't say anything. I heard from my family that you have done a lot for our Li family over the years. I have nothing to thank you for. How about this? I will give you an old senior. I will definitely go back home. If I can beat you, I will beat you. If I can't, Li Tianyi didn't say anything more. The residual soul of a senior was released. The old senior glanced at Huang Xiujing, rolled his eyes, and returned to Li Tianyi's body again. The monks from Merit City were speechless. They followed Li Tianyi closely, found the Li family's spirit boat, and jumped on it without hesitation. The spirit boat started, and they left silently, seeming so peaceful. But all the disciples of the major forces present could feel the Li family's determination. Li Tianyi was different from others. He did not ask for help and did not say much. Although he was stupid, he was sure that everyone in his family would be better prepared than him. He only needed to take those who wanted to go back at this time. The silence of Merit City was like a bolt of thunder, striking the hearts of all the cultivators in Qingyun County. Everyone was speechless, and the air seemed oppressive. After a stick of incense had passed, everyone on the prince's mansion side made way. Prince Feng Chunlin walked out slowly without saying a word. He carried a coffin on his back and boarded the spirit boat with several ancestors of the prince's mansion. They saw it. There were simple words engraved on the coffin. Prince Feng Chunlin was ready to pass away after the battle. We have tried hard to prevent disaster from befalling our homeland, but we failed. I am still proud. We are proud to be born in this era, to risk our lives for a bright future, and no matter how dark the future is, we still have hope. I am proud. I fight with the Li family. I stand behind the times. This day is a day of silence. The monks who evacuated from Qingyun County seemed to see that Li Daolong was still standing on the city wall of the border city. He did not retreat even a single step in the face of countless witches. There are still people fighting alone for their hopeless homes. Huang Xiujing's body was shaking. He looked at the departing spirit boats of the Li family and the prince's mansion, his eyes red. We belong to Yinshu Wanghai Tower. Go home! The spiritual boat engraved with the mark of Yinshu Wanghai Tower took off into the sky. Afterwards, one by one, the Yuaning ancestors and masters from all forces, big and small, boarded their spirit boats with their disciples. All the monks on the spirit boat looked at him with burning eyes. Right? They don't have much hope, but no matter how dark the future is, the Li family will stand at the forefront and fight with them. That is enough. No regrets even if I die. Ghost Eye Heaven Gate. Xuanwu Gate. Longevity Mountain. Go home. There is snow falling in the border town. Li Daolong stood on the top of the city wall, his hand stroking the coffin of death. His cloth clothes were clean and tidy when he came, but now they have turned yellow. Su Tsuehua, with her hair curled, leaned fragilely on Li Daolong's shoulder, snowflakes falling on her long eyelashes. On the wall, at the position where the soldiers used to be, stood the old man who came from Merit City. For a full 300 days, the number of witches outside the border city increased. They gathered into 6 tribes, and they became more and more restless as time went by. At this time, under the border city, countless witches were moving forward, pressing towards this lonely stone of the border city like a tide. 6 high priests of the Fong tribe were flying in the air. The man standing in front of them was strong and handsome. He was wearing a purple robe with the sun, moon, and stars engraved on it. There was a purple lightning flashing between his eyebrows. In the name of Lei Dong, the apostle of the divine bird totem, I pay tribute to the most admirable enemy of my Wu clan. Lei Dong nodded respectfully towards Li Dalong. Behind him, countless witches were pressing in like a black cloud. But there was still no fear in the eyes of Li Dalong in front of him. His gaze was still sharp, his hands were still strong, and the vitality of heaven and earth above his head was unmatched. Lei Dong is a powerful person. Above the Wu tribe, there is also the Great Wu. The Great Wu is not a certain person. Each of them believes in the totem of the Great Wu. They are divided into apostles, elders, and even higher levels. They manage all the tribes under them. Lei Dong has been to many places and met many people throughout his life. Obviously, Qingyan County had been abandoned by the Qing dynasty, but Li Dalong still chose to share life and death with Qingyan County. This alone was enough to make him, an apostle, admire him. As Lei Dong's voice fell, the chief priest of the beast tribe behind him said with regret, "Brother Dalong, please leave. It is meaningless for you and your wife to stay here. Today is the day when my Wu clan and Qing dynasty will reach an agreement. Qingyan County is already my Wu clan's territory. Now the 11 counties of Border City are also my Wu clan's territory. Qingyan County has become an isolated city. If you stay here any longer, you will be an invader. Don't you understand? Your persistence is meaningless. The Qing dynasty has never taken the 12 border counties seriously. You can just abandon them at will. You won't get any help. Even your children didn't come, right?" Lei Dong smiled. "Your Excellency has another choice. The Qing dynasty has given up on you, and the Li family is now free. You, Li Dalong, can just surrender to my Wu clan. There is an old saying among you humans that those who are not of our race must have different hearts. This is also the most fundamental reason why your Li family and the Lingyu clan fought in the past, but this is not without a solution. There are more than 100 descendants of the Li family. As long as your descendants of the Li family marry into my Wu clan and have one child, this child will have my Wu clan blood, learn my witchcraft, and believe in my divine bird totem. Then he will be a member of my Wu clan." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 6 high priests changed. These days they have felt the horror of Li Dalong. They even sent a Yuanying master to test, but in just one stick of incense, they found nothing. Li Dalong's coffin blocked all their perceptions. When the death energy in the sky dissipated, their priest stood behind Li Dalong like a puppet. Li Dalong alone was enough to scare them. But as far as they knew, Li Dalong was still not the strongest in the Li family. On that day, the strongest men from 3 branches gathered outside the Shuntian witch formation. The masters from those 3 branches said that was the closest they had ever been to death. No one knows how powerful the Li family is. If they really become part of the Wu clan, then all the Wu clan members present will have to worry about whether their totems will be taken away by the Li family. Thousands of years later, the Li family will take over the magpie's nest. But Lei Dong ignored the concerns of the high priests. He needed this minion of the Li family. He was sure that their divine bird totem could become the most fanatical belief of the Li family. Lei Dong said excitedly, "Sir, stand behind my Wu clan. I promise you that you will become the most trusted member of my divine bird totem. My divine bird totem is not the Qing dynasty. We will not abandon any of our people, and we will not give up our land like the Qing dynasty did. Your Li family will fight with us. Your glory and exploits will be engraved on the divine bird totem. Your memory will live forever." Watching Lei Dong's crazy actions, this time, Li Dalong finally reacted. He suddenly raised his head and looked around at the nascent soul masters floating in the air. He smiled at Lei Dong in a naive way. "Okay, then I have a condition. Can you give Qingyan County to me and make it the territory of my Li family? You agree?" Lei Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. "If it's just Qingyan County, then fine." Li Dalong raised the corner of his mouth with a hint of sarcasm. "Master Apostle, since Qingyan County is now the territory of our Li family, There is no need to send troops to invade. From now on, I'm a member of the Wu tribe. How about this? You go back and find hundreds of the most beautiful girls from the Wu tribe to send to me. I still have many descendants who have not married yet." Then, Lei Dong's face was completely gloomy. "Why didn't you hesitate at all? Are you kidding me? You're kidding me." The smile on Li Dalong's face disappeared, and he was expressionless again. "Even if my Li family surrendered to the Wu clan, no matter what efforts we make, we will be suspected by you Wu clan for generations. Look at them, Master Apostle. You have pushed me into a dead end." Lei Dong looked at the high priest that Li Dalong was pointing at. All the high priests looked alert. Even if Lei Dong succeeded in persuading them to surrender this time, these witches would rush into Qingyan County without hesitation and kill Li Dalong. Lei Dong choked up. He had a sudden idea, but he forgot to consider the other tribes of the Wu clan. No one would be willing to let the Li family join the Wu clan. By then, it would be hard to tell whether it was the Li family of the Wu clan or the Wu clan of the Li family. Li Dalong sighed. "Thank you for your appreciation, Apostle. It's a pity that we have a child who has already made attempts for our Li family. It is difficult for us to live on the same land. He chose to go to Lingyafang alone, to die to make his will known, to tell everyone in the Qing dynasty that our Li family is still on their side." This moment, Lei Dong and the 6 high priests will then feel the rising fighting spirit in Li Dalong. "So, take away your pity, take away your sympathy. Let's fight." Following Li Dalong's roar, the old men from Merit City who were still on the top of the city wall, faced with the endless Wu clan army, they took the lead in beating the war drums and blowing the horns. Even though there are less than 100 of them, the Wu people who were originally marching forward outside the border city actually stopped at this moment. The sound of war drums and trumpets coming from the border city was so faint, yet so clearly audible, as if the only sounds in the world were from the border city. In the snow, dozens of old men picked up their weapons and jumped down from the top of the border city. They lined up neatly. Even though they were as small as dust in front of the witch army, they still stood straight. They were old, but like the most tenacious pine trees, not afraid of wind and snow, not afraid of life and death. "Why?" Lei Dong sighed, and he led the high priests towards Li Dalong. They moved slowly, staring at Li Dalong in the distance. "Sir, after you die, I will hold the most grand funeral for you." Li Dalong ignored Lei Dong. He could feel the powerful aura of the 7 masters. He looked at Su Tsuehua tenderly. "Wife, are you afraid?" "No." Su Tsuehua's almond eyes curved like crescents. "I heard that there is Mengpa soup in the underworld. You will remember nothing after drinking it. When I see you again in the next life, you must think of me first. I want you to help me lift the red veil again. Otherwise, you will be finished." "Haha, what else do I want in this life? What else do I want in this life?" Li Dalong and Su Tsuehua floated into the air. He faced the witch clan masters with a smile on his face. One by one, the priests surrounded the couple in the sky. But Li Dalong and Su Tsuehua were not afraid at all. Li Dalong looked down at the Wu people who were pouring into the border city like a tide. He has a high voice. Every old man in Merit City can hear his voice. One day in the future, our children will step into Qingyan County again. Old guys, today we old people should set an example for our descendants and grandchildren. Charge! Then, they gripped their weapons tightly, laughed loudly, and charged forward. Charge! They are old. Qingyan County is their home, and fighting for Qingyan County is their wish. They looked so thin on the battlefield, and every warrior of the Wu clan seemed stronger than them, but they still marched forward fearlessly. Gun formation! Gun formation! They raised their heads and saw the witch magic above their heads. Thunder and fire were falling towards them, but they were still laughing and roaring wildly. Li Dalong and Su Tsuehua are also rushing forward. They were unable to defeat more than 20 nascent souls, but they were still fearless. Suddenly, everyone on the battlefield paused, and their eyes widened. On this clear day, with heavy snow all over the sky changed. The sky was blood red. The wind was blowing hard, and the falling snow turned into a strange red snow. The Wu people raised their heads and looked at the sky. There was an old man wearing a red robe, holding a cane in his hand and opening his arms. The magic power on his body attracted the vitality of heaven and earth, causing it to change color. His old voice echoed throughout the border city. "I saw it. I heard it." His voice seems magical. The ground was shaking, and vines broke out of the ground, forming a huge wall that protected the old people in Merit City. His voice is still ringing. Xiang County may become a thing of the past, but it is definitely not today. The Leaf family's fighting spirit may subside, but not today. This land will be dyed red, and the blood of your Wu clan will make Xiang County a restricted area. Leaf family's restricted area. Boom! Boom! The heaven and earth are moving. Ancient trees and stone beasts broke out of the ground, passed by the 100 old men in Merit City, and rushed to the battlefield. One by one, the hard roots pierced the bodies of the witch clan's frontline warriors. Imperial Palace. This is the magnificent palace floating in the center of the Imperial City. In the center of the palace, all the civil and military officials hold court tablets in their hands and look at the center of the court together. Standing there was Li Kuangren, who came from the Li family. There were also a dozen or so fortune tellers brought by the Li family from Xiang County. On the table were the Bagua formation plates and spiritual objects that could calculate the secrets of heaven. As the fortune tellers displayed their magical powers, a picture appeared in the eyes of all the civil and military officials in the court. That's what happened in Xiang Border City. They all saw it. On the top of the border city, there stood a couple who seemed to have just returned from farming, and there were nearly 100 old men who were in their twilight years and could die at any time. In front of the border city, even the entire city seemed so small in front of the witch army, as if the entire city would collapse as long as the witches took a step forward. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the troops to Xiang County and fight against the Wu clan. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. They had heard long ago that there was a man still standing on the city wall in Xiang County. That man was Li Dalong from the Leaf family. But hearing and seeing are different. They were all moved when they saw this scene. Who could have thought that in an abandoned territory, there was still someone guarding the border alone and resisting millions of witches with his own strength? Who could know what kind of pressure Li Dalong was under every day? On the military side, General Wang Jinhu, who was a disciple of Tianguang Cave, gritted his teeth, stood up, and knelt on one knee towards the human emperor. As he stood up, another group of generals who followed Wang Jinhu knelt down one after another. Your Majesty, please issue an order. I am willing to fight the Wu clan and take back the imperial territory. But the general's loud voice did not move the figure behind the curtain on the jade steps in the slightest. He asked loudly again. This time, even the civil officials who were concerned about the overall situation knelt on one knee. They saw that in the picture, less than 100 old men jumped down from the wall. They set up their gun array, their old bodies stood straight, they were charging, and Li Dalong was also charging. The screen turned red, and more than a dozen fortune tellers vomited blood. This scene became the final painting. No one in the court knew what would happen next. They heard that the Leaf family still wanted to fight. Perhaps every member of the Leaf family will stand at the forefront of the border, at the border city of Xiang County that was sold. Maybe it is difficult to find such an iron-blooded man or such an iron-blooded family in the dynasty. Your Majesty, please give your order. Another dozen people knelt in the court, shouting loudly. Even though they knew the deal had been reached, and if the emperor broke his promise, it would be a slap in the face of the emperor, they still wanted to plead for their lives. Li Kuangren, who was standing in the center, had red eyes. It was useful. In this cold imperial city, there were still people willing to stand up. After a moment, there was finally a movement within the curtain. The human emperor's voice was deep and powerful. Just as he opened his mouth, Li Kuangren's face turned gloomy. I already know about the border situation. But Grandmaster Lin has been fighting the Wu clan in the old northern border for 2,000 years. The national situation does not allow us to fight the Wu clan again. But I have a family as loyal as the Li family in my Qing dynasty, which comforts me. Wang Jinhu. Following the human emperor's voice, the burly bald warrior in armor clasped his fists and accepted the order. I am here. You should go to Xiang County with my order and order the Wu clan to stop the war. The empire's territory is vast, and there is an endless supply of new land in the north. The Li family can choose one of them to settle down. I will confer the title of hereditary county king on the Li family to honor the iron-blooded family of our Qing dynasty. Yes, your Majesty. Wang Jinhu had received the order and pulled the dazed Li Kuangren out of the hall. Even at high altitude, Li Kuangren was still in a trance. He looked at Wang Jinhu blankly and asked, "What the hell was that bastard sitting on the jade steps talking about?" You. Just one word made Wang Jinhu's face change drastically, and he quickly covered Li Kuangren's mouth. You little bastard, Do you want to die? Min Yuwa has spies all over the imperial city. If His Majesty hears what you said, the Li family will be completely finished. Li Kuangren had a strange look on his face, staring at Wang Jinhu so hard that his scalp tingled. He pulled Wang Jinhu's hand away, pointed at the so-called Heavenly Palace, and asked, "So General Wang, you are following this ridiculous piece of trash? Aren't you tired?" Wang Jinhu was speechless for a moment. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Let's go. I'll take you back to the Li family." Maybe. He wanted to say that maybe he could stop the war in Xiang County in time, but he still sighed. The human emperor is really talking nonsense. It would take him several days to return to Xiang County from the imperial city. Suddenly, Wang Jinhu was startled. Li Kuangren turned around again and went towards the court. The civil and military officials in the court were all shocked. They were all old foxes in the court. How could they not see the intention of the emperor? The emperor had completely abandoned the southern border and the Li family, just when they were afraid of the nonsense that Li Kuangren from Xiang County was talking about. But all he saw was Madman Li bowing towards the Jade Steps, laughing wildly at the top of his voice. "I was in such a hurry to leave, just now that I forgot to thank you. I thank your majesty for bestowing upon my Qinyun Li family the name Iron Bone Immortal Clan, and for bestowing upon me the land of Taiqing County. I dare to ask your majesty, the empire is so vast that my Li family can choose one place to live and obtain the title of a prince. Is that true?" All the ministers frowned. Imperial Master Min Yuwa angrily shouted, "How dare you? Your majesty's words are true. You can choose any place in the northern border." "Okay then." Li Kuangren's eyes gleamed with brilliance. "Then my Li family wants Qinyun County." "Asshole!" Min Yuwa said angrily. "Your majesty has already promised Qinyun County to the Wu clan. Why do you insist on taking Qinyun County again and again? Do you want your majesty to tear up the agreement and take Qinyun County?" "Ha ha!" Li Kuangren laughed loudly. Before he came here, he really thought that all the people in the court were great figures. He heard that all these people were of noble birth and held great power. Now it seems that they're all a bunch of garbage and waste. "Master, Imperial Master, what you said is right. It was I who was reckless." He narrowed his eyes and looked around at the court officials intently. He wanted to remember their indifference in his heart. His voice began to become cold. "Then I would like to ask, what if my Li family takes back Qinyun County?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the civil and military officials in the court looked at each other in surprise. No one said anything, but the amusement in their expressions said it all. Recapture Qinyun County? That's really a skill. But even with this skill, isn't it still the land of the Qing dynasty? On the Jade Steps, the human emperor said in a deep voice, "Madman Li, I've been very patient with you today. Please speak now, and do not test my patience again." "Okay then." Madman Li let out a long breath. "I want a cultivator above the nascent soul stage of the imperial dynasty. Without my Li family's consent, no one is allowed to set foot in Qinyun County. Qinyun has never levied taxes for generations, and no one kowtows in the court." The court was in uproar. How outrageous! Min Yuwa roared, but his eyes remained calm. How arrogant! They want the entire Qing dynasty to worship Qinyun County as their ancestor. But all the civil and military officials in the court knew that Li Kuangren's words were arrogant and were just a last-ditch struggle. Qinyun County was an isolated city with a small family. How could they resist the witch army? The emperor on the Jade Steps fell into a long silence, as if his anger was rising. Finally, he let out a long sigh. "I agree. Then my Li family will fight to the death for this." Li Kuangren smiled, and he bowed to the civil and military officials in the court. "I wish you all continued success, and I wish His Majesty the Emperor will be as high as the heavens. I also wish my Li family a successful start." He turned around and stepped forward. All the civil and military officials in the court were looking at his back. He wants to go back to Qinyun County. This time when he asked for help, he did not bring back the Qing dynasty army. He only saw a group of bastards who did not take Qinyun County and the Li family seriously. But at least he secured a future for the Li family, a future that does not involve associating with this group of rubbish. Wang Jinhu at the door was sweating profusely as he looked at Li Kuangren, a young man who was less than 100 years old. It is hard to imagine how Kuangren Li dared to be so arrogant in front of all the civil and military officials in the court. "General Wang, how long will it take to get back to Qinyun County from the imperial city?" Li Kuangren looked calm, without even glancing at the heavenly palace behind him. "Half a month." Wang Jinhu frowned. "Madman Li, You still want to go back to Qingyan County? Half a month, it's too late. But his dissuasion was completely useless. He found that Li Kuangren's eyes were so bright. You are wrong. Li Kuangren raised his lips. Everyone in the Qing dynasty is wrong. It's not too late for everything. What? Wang Jinhu was stunned. He didn't know where this young man got the confidence from. I saw Madman Li laughing wildly, as if he was mocking the entire Qing dynasty. My people never give up hope. Once the entire Qingyan County was an enemy of our Li family, but we still stood on the land of Qingyan County. The Wu clan invaded and they stepped into Merit City, but we still survived in despair. General Wang, please take me back. I want to celebrate with my people. Wang Jinhu did not comment. He gritted his teeth and left with Li Kuangren. At least he hoped that in such a desperate situation as Qingyan County, there could actually be a celebration, which was also the celebration that the entire Qing dynasty should have fought for more than 30 years ago. In the Heavenly Palace, everyone looked at the backs of Wang Jinhu and Li Kuangren as they left. They no longer cared about Li Kuangren's arrogance. They all turned their heads to look up at the Jade Steps and forgot about Li Kuangren's arrival. It's just the crazy words of a dying person before he dies. Min Yugua has taken the lead in kneeling before the human emperor. His voice is loud, as if ceding the 12 border counties and allowing the Li family to fight alone in Qingyan County is something worthy of praise. Your Majesty is kind-hearted and tolerant of arrogant and reckless people like Li Kuangren. This is a blessing for our dynasty and the world. His Majesty the Emperor lives as long as the heavens. All the ministers shouted in unison. Their voices seemed to spread throughout the dynasty. The Heavenly Palace is so magnificent and golden. Below the Heavenly Palace, the people in the Imperial City live and work in peace and contentment, singing and dancing in prosperity. It is a scene of peace and well-being. But is there a place in the Qing dynasty that wishes it was as sunny as the Imperial City? However, at this time, there was heavy snow in Qingyan County, and the sky of the border city had been dyed red, with red snow dancing wildly. Countless witch armies surged in like a tide, but they paused for a moment because of strange phenomena in heaven and earth. Old tree. Spikes blocked the front of the Wu clan. Stone beasts and spirit trees rose from the ground and rushed into the battlefield towards the Wu clan. Li Dalong stared at the red-robed old man with his arms open to the sky. You transformed? That's a monster. No, not just a monster, but a spirit tree transformed into a monster. Under the red cloud, the apostle Lei Dong, who was leading the priests to besiege Li Dalong, suddenly changed his expression. He had also led his tribe to fight against the demons. The demons occupied half of the land in the endless forest. In addition to their endless numbers, what was truly terrifying was their strong ones. Although it was extremely difficult for them to break through, they had innate bloodline power. Every demon king was a special existence. Some noble demon beasts broke through realms differently from humans, and they could even directly reach the peak of the demon king. Even if one reaches the same level of transformation as nascent soul, it is still the same. Especially the spiritual plants, they are more like strange things. It is extremely difficult to develop spiritual intelligence from plants. That moment also represents that they are favored by heaven and earth, transformed from spiritual plants. It is no exaggeration to say that in terms of value alone, they have surpassed dragons. The Li family sacred tree has transformed and come to rescue, which also means, for some reason, Lei Dong felt frightened. He looked at the stone beasts and tree monsters on the ground that were submerged by the witch's magic, and said coldly to the 6 high priests and many priests, "Kill them all as quickly as possible." Your family's sacred tree, the primordial blood tree, had already sensed the thunder tribulation. With the help of many family members, it engraved multiple magic arrays, broke through the 7-9 heavenly tribulations, and was able to break through the transformation stage. Obtain the bloodline inherited magic. Sky curtain, strange phenomena of heaven and earth. The more magic arrays and spells are integrated, the stronger the sky curtain. Condensing the heavenly secrets can glimpse a corner of fate and at the same time block other people's calculations. If the calculator is weak, he can fight the enemy in the calculation of the heavenly secrets. In front of the screen, Xiang was staring at everything in the picture. The mouse has moved to the skill. If he was not afraid that he could not use the skill to protect his descendants, he would have come in person long ago. He even saw it. A priest of the Wu clan actually took out a tortoiseshell and used it to measure the old tree. But the tortoiseshell moved. Puff! I saw a man in a red robe with a non-mainstream red hair draped over his shoulders. But the old tree glowed red, and he appeared beside Li Dalong in a flash. Although he did not move, the priest who was calculating spurted out a mouthful of blood. Be careful. This tree demon is very capable of fighting. Don't fall into his trap. Lei Dong instantly realized the unusualness of the original blood tree. The faces of the many priests who wanted to take out the tortoise shells changed, and they put the tortoise shells back. Old tree, why are you here? There was no joy on Li Dalong's face. The sky was originally blood red after the old tree appeared, but the thunder had already changed the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. The sky was filled with the sun, moon, and stars, and beams of light fell from the sky, instantly forming hundreds of magic arrays, each of which had the power of the 7th rank. There are 6 high priests ahead, and they have boundless magical powers. Under the magic circle formed by the sun, moon, and stars, there is the shadow of the vermilion bird. Hundreds of totems instantly formed a large formation to suppress people's magic power, and the power of thunder raged. DeLong, how could you hide your intention to fight from all of us? The original blood tree smiled faintly. He was not afraid of the special field formed by the Yuanian Yuan Qi in the sky. His old body began to change. He gradually transformed into his original form in the sky, becoming a towering red tree 1,000 meters high. His red roots actually pierced into the air, and a human face appeared on his trunk. His roots kept piercing out of the air, killing all enemies. Li Dalong and Su Tsuhua also released their magic powers and protected the primordial blood tree. Su Tsuhua's 6 tails sparkled brightly. White hair began to grow on her body, and she transformed into a giant fox, with her claws flashing cold light. The Death Heaven coffin was released, and zombies and sky zombies fell on the battlefield on the ground like a flood. A dark formation appeared under his feet. The 4 sky zombies, the bright sky zombie, the headless god Guantian, Feng Qingyang wearing an iron mask, and Bai Yu appeared. He instantly used his most powerful magic, the 4 symbols undead array. What kind of magic is this? Lei Dong, an apostle of the witch clan, became even more alert as the death sky coffin appeared and the formation began to confront his stars. He didn't expect that Li Dalong could actually resist his morning star witchcraft. I saw 4 celestial zombies in the 4 symbols and 4 spirits formation, who were already fighting against the magic power coming from all directions within the formation. Dead souls crawled out of the dead sea formed within the formation, and their power was added to Li Dalong. Even the strength of the 4 celestial zombies was integrated into Li Dalong's body. You shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have come. Li Dalong flew straight into the sky and faced the thunder. But now he was more concerned about the appearance of the old tree. The thing he feared most finally happened. The arrival of the old tree meant that his descendants were also waiting for an opportunity to move around. He looked at the ground. Although the stone beasts and tree demons summoned by the old tree were powerful and numerous, they seemed so weak in front of the surging witch army. At this time, the old tree had already used up all his magic power, but his sky began to shatter. Even if he was a tree demon, how could he fight against 6 high priests? And Suehua, her demon body could only barely dodge. These are just the 6 tribes. There are still great terrors in the endless forest. Why did you come? Li Dalong floated into the air, even though he was mumbling in a daze. Lei Dong's morning star witchcraft could not break Li Dalong's magic circle, and he and Lei Dong were getting closer and closer. The light of the morning star and the deathly energy of the Dead Sea within the 4 symbols undead array collided and exploded. If a Jinan master gets close, he would be seriously injured in an instant. In front, Lei Dong was extremely surprised at how powerful Li Dalong was. He had already overestimated Li Dalong, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated him. He also glanced at the battlefield with a serious expression. Li Dalong, I didn't expect that you have mastered such a terrible technique not long after entering the nascent soul stage. What kind of thunder tribulation did you go through? Li Dalong remained silent. In front of the screen, Li Xiang's mouth corners slightly raised. What thunder tribulation? Carrying the heavenly coffin of instant death, casting heavenly pills, and refining millions of corpses. It is a great sin. What do you think? Past information comes into view. Your descendant Li Dalong has survived the 79th Thunder Tribulation. The Thunder Tribulation suddenly revealed that Li Dalong possessed the heavenly coffin corpse driving technique and had refined all kinds of zombies. His sins were so severe that he was afflicted with a 99th thunder tribulation. Your descendant, Li Dalong, was killed in action. Your descendant, Li Dalong, spent his second life on the death pill and successfully survived the 99 thunder tribulations. Just imagine how dangerous the Li family's experience of enduring the thunder tribulation was. Even with all kinds of preparations, the 99 thunder tribulation still caught the Li family off guard. If Li Dalong had not carried the deadly elixir and had 3 lives, there would probably be no Li Dalong today. It was for this reason that the Li family members were well aware of the horror of the 99 thunder tribulations and were so cautious about Li Yaoqing's tribulation. This also represents the power of Li Dalong. After surviving the 99 thunder tribulations, his heaven and earth energy was extremely solid. The magic 4 symbols dead spirit formation gave him another 99 thunder tribulations of power. Even Gue Feng Yubain's talent was nothing compared to Li Dalong. I see. Seeing Li Dalong's silence, Lei Dong was surprised. Then his expression became serious. So you are the real genius of the Li family. If there are people who can stand beside you in my divine bird totem, there are only 5 of them. Li Dalong, I admire your character, and I respect your strength even more. It's a pity. Lei Dong let out a long sigh. The stars in the sky became more dazzling, and the vitality of heaven and earth appeared. Those morning stars actually formed purple lines, connecting countless stars together like a giant net, suppressing the death energy of Li Dalong's 4 symbols dead spirit formation. Even behind Li Dalong, a net was formed, making Li Dalong sticky, as if he was stuck in a spider web, unable to move. Lei Dong's eyes were like the vast sea of stars, and his voice roared in this strange vision of heaven and earth. It's a pity that you were born at the wrong time. The Qing dynasty cannot protect a genius like you, and my Wu clan cannot keep a genius like you either. I'm sorry, if I don't kill you, my Wu clan will not be at peace. And your Li family's ancient tree, if he comes, your Li family's descendants will be no exception. It's a pity that they shouldn't have come. Lei Dong looked around and saw many figures. There was regret and relief in his eyes. You are isolated and helpless. Every one of them will die. As soon as these words came out, Li Dalong looked up suddenly. He also felt that the children of the Li family were lying in ambush in all directions, just as he had guessed. They were rushing towards the battlefield frantically. These little bastards are still as rebellious as ever. Suddenly, Li Dalong laughed. What the hell did you say? Lei Dong was shocked. His full-strength sorcery could immobilize a peak nascent soul cultivator, but now, click, 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 the morning star magic that trapped Li Dalong was shattered into pieces. Li Dalong stretched his muscles opposite him, punched the coffin next to him, and shouted angrily, "Come out!" A small coffin actually appeared in the heavenly coffin of death. The coffin slowly rotated, and a petite figure appeared, opening her eyes that contained endless darkness. Above the sky, bells rang, and there was endless murderous intent. Xian Tianzi. The moment this little lowly zombie appeared, she suddenly raised her head and opened her rosy little mouth. The boundless Dead Sea, under the 4 symbols undead formation, was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. She was sucked into Xian Tianzi's mouth, and her breath was constantly increasing. The 4 celestial zombies were the materials for the 4 symbols undead array, and the real foundation of the array was... It was Xian Tianzi who swallowed the 6th grade spiritual object, Heavenly Ghost Evil Spirit Pearl. She collects the resentment and souls of the monks, and the Dead Sea is the culmination of all the resentment and souls. With the appearance of Xian Tianzi, Li Dalong's aura was surging like Xian Tianzi's. He could feel the children rushing into battle. He grinned and laughed at Lei Dong, which made Lei Dong's scalp tingle. You're going to kill my kids? Then I'll send you to hell first. Li Dalong picked up the death coffin and rushed out, and Xian Tianzi transformed into thousands of forms like a phantom. The kids are coming, and he can't stop them. Originally, Xian Tianzi, the GC Tian coffin, the 4 symbols undead array, and countless zombies were all left for the children. But it doesn't matter now. He was even somewhat relieved that the children had not given up on him. They were still as rebellious as ever. They knew they would die, but refused to seek life. So no matter what happened, he didn't have to hold back. Today, I will use all means to face everything with my family. In the sky, death energy was rising, and the thundering morning star witchcraft was contaminated by the death energy. He smiled happily. You still have a trump card? Great. It's worth my trip. Lei Dong's heart was trembling. After more than 1,000 years, he had almost forgotten how long it had been since he had experienced such a battle, and he didn't know how long it had been since he had encountered such an opponent. The stars reappeared, and thunder roared in the sky. He will use all his strength to send such a respectable opponent to hell. The sky at the Qingyun border changed, with the morning star appearing in broad daylight and thunder roaring. It was originally intended to suppress the death energy coming out of the four symbols undead array. However, as Li Dalong broke open the morning star spider web and summoned Xiantianzi, the souls of the four celestial zombies and the four symbols undead array transformed into the body of Xiantianzi in black light, and the battle took a turn for the better again. Even on the ground, one could feel the pressure from a powerful man descending from 30,000 feet in the sky. That's Li Dalong and Apostle Lei Dong fighting. Li Dalong of the Li family can actually fight against the Apostle? The chief priest of the beast side exclaimed in disbelief that he could sense the battle above the dark clouds with his nascent soul. He and Lei Dong were good friends, and he was the only one who knew that Lei Dong was a genius who had survived 79 heavenly tribulations and was blessed with great fortune. Lei Dong is now 1,600 years old, and his cultivation is far ahead of his friends. He has learned the power of the stars and the power of thunder from heaven and earth, and even his infant spirit has left his body. It is possible that he will reach the stage of becoming a god at the end of his life. He can even fight against the four high priests alone. But Li Dalong, whom he thought he could kill with just a little effort, is now at a disadvantage in front of the Apostle. His magic is strange and extraordinary, and that silver coffin is a magic weapon. A high priest said solemnly, "We must not let this man stay. Even if he escapes, it will be a horrible disaster for us. Come with me to suppress him and help the Apostle kill him." Good. The vital energy of heaven and earth moved instantly. The six high priests frowned at the same time. They could feel that as their infant gods entered the 30,000-foot cloud sky, Apostle Lei Dong had already conveyed his dissatisfaction. But they remained unmoved. All looked at each other, and then went straight up to the cloud sky. How could they care about the Apostle's determination to fight Li Dalong fairly? That's bullshit. Behind the Apostle is the entire sacred bird totem. But if Li Dalong grows up in the future, the six tribes will suffer. At this moment, the six high priests suddenly stopped. The sky, which was already filled with stars, thunder, and death, changed again. Rays of light appeared from nowhere and rose above the border city, and a huge Li character came into everyone's sight. This is... The chief priest of the B-side was instantly panicked. He had seen such a strange thing before. That was the sign of the Li family's counterattack when he and Ling Yufeng invaded Qingyun County together. It was also on that day that he saw the craziest side of the Li family, which was also a nightmare he could not forget to this day. He and the other high priests looked solemnly behind Qingyun Jun. One after another figures came forward, full of murderous aura. The vitality of heaven and earth moved instantly, and two dragons were roaring in the clouds. The steel dragon roared. Order 1. Protect the Li family forever. Order 2. Kill all enemies of the Li family. The wind rises, the clouds roll in, and the fog rises. Another dragon attacked frantically, and its head roared fiercely. Kill. Two dragons. Why are these two dragons so strange? A high priest's face changed. Any dragon that matures in the baptism of time is at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Their bloodline power is favored by heaven and earth, and their bodies are comparable to those of the nascent soul stage. He once heard a friend of the Wu clan who fought with the demon clan say that you should never try to subdue a dragon. They are born proud, and behind them are dragons, even real dragons. Once, a witch tried to subdue a dragon, but the dragon fought back and finally pulled out its tendons and bones, which led to the most brutal purge of the dragons. None of the 12 witch totems they believed in moved, and since then no witch dared to disrespect the dragons. And now, the Li family has two dragons, which are beyond the understanding of these high priests. One of the dragons was made entirely of gold and iron, and it actually mobilized the energy of heaven and earth when it came forward. Its scales were moving, and black holes appeared one after another. The energy of heaven and earth gathered into a ball, aiming at every high priest. The other end changed from a mist to a completely red appearance. Every time it moved forward, the space around it exploded due to its natural energy. But after a moment of panic, smiles gradually appeared on their faces. They really are here, stupid and reckless. After today, my Fong tribe will have no more worries, and my divine bird totem will have no more concerns. They saw it. On the backs of those two dragons were the Leaf family members, according to their intelligence. Some people walked with swords in hand, their eyes full of murderous intent. Some people used grass and wood as armor, holding a clean bottle in their hands. A strong man used his body as a puppet 300 feet tall. That was something they knew well, and it was rumored that it could support the entire second generation of the Leaf family. Each of them is a major concern for the Wu clan, and is also the reason why the 6 tribes of the Wu clan were kept out of the border city by Li Dalong for a whole year. And now, they thought they were brave and came to save Li Dalong, but they didn't know they were just going to die. The chief priest of the Beast Party was worried when he came, but now he is full of heroic spirit. Go, 2 people, help the apostle to suppress Li Dalong. All priests listen to my order, follow me, and destroy these so-called geniuses of the Leaf family. Good. It seems that today's Xiang border has become a trap to exterminate the Leaf family. Boom! Boom! The exploding sky dragon is moving forward, and the space around him is exploding. Xiang was wearing headphones. The sound from the headphones was roaring in his eardrums, and the images on the game screen were blooming like fireworks. His left hand was typing on the keyboard, his right hand was tightly holding the mouse, and his eyes turned white. Windows kept popping up on the computer screen. You are using skill LV.4 Family Glory. All descendants within a 100-mile radius. Combat power increased by 20%. Yuanying descendants. The rules of the heaven and earth vitality are increased by 20%. You are controlling the intermediate war puppet, the Azure Dragon. Body Energy Cannon /A. Humanoid Combat Form, Azure Dragon Hunter /S. Automatic Hunting Mode /Space. Talent and Ability. You are using Automatic Hunting Mode. At this moment, Xiang was multitasking, operating the computer while perceiving everything in the game world through the perspective of its Songqing Jiaolong. In the real world, he kept switching the screens. He even sensed the safety of the Li children through the blue dragon in the game world. Fortunately, the keyboard was specially made, otherwise he would have beaten them to pieces. Kill. In front, the high priest of the beast side was roaring. Xiang was in a heavy mood. Before, their Li family had only faced the Lingyu Fong, but now they were facing 6 Fong tribes. 6 high priests, 4 at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and 2 at the middle stage of the nascent soul stage. Behind them, there were more than 20 priests, and even 6 masters at the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, as well as several nascent soul chiefs and nascent soul masters of the Wu clan. On the other hand, they are the same. Only 2 dragons reach the peak of the nascent soul stage. As for other Yuanying masters, they are even fewer. Li Yaozu and the Tianqing Sword Saint who came to help, their own aura is only at the early and middle nascent soul stage. Their sword energy is extremely sharp, and their sword intent seems to be able to cut everything into pieces. The Mad Blood Demon Lord came forward with a big knife in his hand. Even though he had been sucking blood from the Li family for many years, his strength was only at the middle stage of the nascent soul. These are all the nascent soul masters of the Li family. Even if we add in Su Cihua and Benshu Shueshu, who had been fighting for a long time and were covered in wounds, and Li Dalong, who had used all the celestial zombies in the sky, they still only had 7 nascent soul masters. They were silent. Facing the 6 Wu clans with a total of more than 30 nascent souls, they were still charging forward. Their heaven and earth Yuan Shi were colliding, and they were retreating step by step, but none of them said a word, and none of them retreated. It's just a fight of life and death. The others are Li Yaoqing, Li Yaotai, Li Yunlin, Li Tianyue, Li Tianchuan. All of these children of the Li family are gifted. They almost occupied all the luck of Qingyun County for more than 100 years, but their cultivation was short-lived, and they were still in the Jinan realm. They didn't even look at the battle between the Yuanying powerhouses in the sky, and silently went onto the clouds. That's their battlefield. You are worthy of being the Leaf family, worthy of being the Qingyun war clan. I admire your courage. You dare to come here when you are isolated and helpless with only the strength of your clan. The chief priest of the Beast Party laughed loudly. He was delighted and extremely relieved. The murderous aura of the Leaf family was so strong. His laughter gradually became gloomy as the Leaf family got closer and closer. I will erect a monument for you in your Merit City. Still, no one responded from the Leaf family members who rushed forward. In midair, facing the bombardment of the heaven and earth's vitality, the primordial blood tree, which had been using the blood technique blood realm formation to resist for a long time and had become a spent force, smiled jokingly. I said that Xiang County would be a forbidden area for the Leaf family. You don't seem to take my words seriously? Mystification. The high priest of the B-side was still laughing. His nascent soul could sense everything within 1,000 miles. The Leaf family had no help. He was sure that the people of the Qing dynasty would not disobey the decree of the human emperor. Today is the day when the Leaf family will be exterminated. But Benshu Shueshu sighed continuously, and his voice echoed throughout the entire border city, causing all the witches to change their expressions. The high priest of the B-side was also terrified. Apostle Lei Dong, who was already 30,000 feet in the sky, sent a message with a solemn tone. The 6 witch tribes prepare to fight. What? The Beast chief priest was stunned for a moment. He saw that the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth formed after the arrival of the primordial blood tree gradually disappeared as the primordial blood tree fell into the end of its strength. The 6-tailed demon fox that turned into a fox shape and spun wildly around the primordial blood tree, with a lot of fox shadows, also gradually appeared in human form as its magic power quickly disappeared. No! A trace of panic flashed across the face of the beast-side high priest, and he suddenly realized that the heaven and earth yuan qi of these 2 guys was being consumed too quickly, and the heaven and earth yuan qi consumed around the entire Xiang County was abnormal. There were also members of the Leaf family who had rushed over frantically and were already fighting with them, all with a sarcastic smile on their faces. The energy of the battlefield formed strong winds, wave after wave, slapping his face madly. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and his nascent soul sensed everything around him. Then he roared anxiously, "Defense! Defense!" At the same time, a throne appeared in the sky, and on it sat a lazy old man, like a king playing with his prey. His voice was calm, as if he would remain calm even if the witch clan increased 100 times. Qingyun belongs to it. Today, let these barbarian witches be stained with blood. How is it possible? How is it possible? The high priest of the beast side looked pale. The ground was shaking, and all the members of the Wu clan were shrinking in fear following the roar of the beast clan's high priest. The witches who were rushing in the front were killed by the overwhelming magic weapons, spiritual weapons, talismans, as well as the spells and magic power of the strong, and were reduced to ashes in an instant. Boom! 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 Woo-woo! Kill! That was the sound of war drums and horns coming from Xiang County. The chief priest of the beast tribe was still staring blankly at Xiang County. As the primordial blood tree grew weaker, one could see spirit boats lined up neatly in the sky above the territory of Xiang County in the border city of Qingyun. On these spirit boats, densely packed cultivators were using their true qi to attack the Wu clan army. Various talismans and magic tools were falling from above, and the sky was even covered with magic arrays of Xiang County cultivators. One by one, the cultivators from Xiang County flew on their swords, and in a place where the attacks against the Wu clan could not reach, they flew towards the Wu clan army, which was in a moment of panic. There were also countless Xiang County monks on the ground, rushing out from the gate of Xiang County City, shouting and charging. They formed an orderly arc and surrounded the witch clan. Judging from the battle formation alone, Xiang County was in an advantageous position. No. Is this an illusion? Although the witch clan had been asked to prepare in the shortest possible time, the chief priest of the beast clan still couldn't believe what he saw. Not only him, but all the witch clan masters couldn't believe what they saw. It was clear that all the cultivators in Xiang County had already evacuated. But why did they come back? There are so many witch priests and high priests present, and their nascent souls can detect thousands of miles away. Why didn't they notice anything when these masters from Xiang County came? Everything that happened today was so unreal and so weird that the high priest of the beast side felt like he was in a nightmare. What on earth did you do? The beast high priest's eyes were red as he rushed towards the man sitting on the throne above the border city. He recognized him as Li Yunbing from the Leaf family. That guy was still laughing teasingly, as if he was mocking his incompetence or watching a clown's play, which made him want to tear his mouth apart. Li Yunbing still did not move. That smile was making the beast chief priest agitated little by little. The oldest ancestor from the Feng family had already stopped the beast chief priest. The battle between the heaven and earth vital energy of both sides lasted for half an incense stick. Suddenly, the chief priest of the beast side stared angrily at Su Tsuehua, who had retreated to the border city due to injuries and was sitting cross-legged to recover, and the original blood tree that had transformed into a human form. It's you! It's you two despicable monsters! Hearing this, Su Tsuehua and Lao Shu were still sitting cross-legged, but the faint sound from their noses revealed everything. Haha, he's worthy of being our old fox. He's fooling these witches around. Li Kuanghua used all her strength to cultivate her body. She was originally petite, but her muscles bulged all over her body. She stood upright like a wild bull and fell into a state of madness. Now that she had reached the golden elixir stage, she was not so crazy that she could not distinguish between friend and foe. She rushed into the crowd with the cultivators, and she was laughing wildly. She remembered that when she was in the Thunderfire Demon Cave, Second Master Li Yunbing was not only scheming in the Thunderfire Demon Cave. She remembered that she could see all the books in the world on Second Master's desk. At that time, she asked Second Master if he wanted to cultivate his literary talent. But Second Master said that reading books does not necessarily mean cultivating one's literary talent. If one has an empty head, he will not be able to control those evil cultivators and righteous cultivators in the Thunderfire Demon Cave. He needs to have literary talent. And today, it's time for these witches to take a look at the stinking ink in Second Master's stomach. Behind Li Kuanghua, on the magic Buddha lotus pedestal sat Li Kuangshi and Li Kuangsai. These two were also people who were not afraid of anything, but when they heard what Li Kuanghua said, their faces changed. They looked back and saw that the Second Master didn't notice them, so they breathed a sigh of relief. While killing the Wu clan, they whispered, "Kuanghua, don't be reckless, or you will be offended by the Second Master's narrow-mindedness." The two of them had stayed in the Thunder and Fire Demon Cave the longest, and they knew best how insidious and cunning the Second Master was. Li Xiang, whose eyes were white in front of the screen, happened to change the picture. Seeing the three children's complaints, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The past is clearly visible on the event column. Your descendant Li Yunbing will lead the Li family forces back to Qingyan County. Your descendant Li Yunbing was waiting on the road, waiting for Li Tianyi to lead the tribe back. They continued to wait, and waited for the return of the Li clan members and the breakthrough of the Yuanying stage to the primordial blood tree. Special event: fighting the Wu clan. Your descendant Li Yunbing did not rashly bring the Qingyan County monks back to Qingyan County. He knew very well that even if Qingyan County reunited, with the help of the prince's mansion and many righteous men coming from all directions, such as Mi Shufeng of the Mi family and Tao Xinyu of Changyang Mansion, they were still many times weaker than the 6 witch tribes. He decided to win with a surprise attack. A surprise attack is the key to success. The plan has already begun since the arrival of the primordial blood tree. Li Xiang sneered at the hysterical and still confused high priest of the beast party in the sky. After the original blood tree broke through the nascent soul stage, it was gifted with magic, sky curtain, condensing heaven's secret. It can be integrated into magic and can block the calculations of others. And before that, the primordial blood tree even had the magic skill, blood realm formation. From the moment the primordial blood tree appeared, snow fell from the sky, and the entire Qingyan border city turned blood red. This was the beginning of Li Yunbing's plan. Otherwise, the primordial blood tree had spent years of accumulated blood to make the sky full of snow in Jian Town. So how could it spend so much of its savings again in the border of Qingyan County? Even when he came out, he was pretending, and everything was just to paralyze the witch clan, making the priests and high priests of the witch clan who already felt they had won think that he was playing tricks. Paralysis, paralysis again. It is also for this reason that the primordial blood tree consumed a large amount of the energy of heaven and earth. What followed was Su Tsuehua's magic. She originally had the evil words that could confuse people's minds. After becoming the 1,000 charming fox, her charm became even stronger, and the 1,000 princesses' 100 paths allowed her to influence people's hearts at any time. The heavenly fox coming to earth technique transformed her into a fox demon, and could even block the perception of others. When the battle started, she had already used the 1,000 layers of phantom to frantically block attacks for the primordial blood tree. Her purpose was not to protect the primordial blood tree, but to block its aura together with the primordial blood tree. Then, the army came to Qingyan County quietly and caught the witch clan off guard, using their preparedness to defeat the unprepared and making up for the lack of combat power. At this time, The cultivators who rushed out from Xiang County were already fighting with the witch clan. The sky and the ground were full of fluctuations caused by the collision of magic and witchcraft. The power of the five elements spread over an area of more than 1,000 miles. One by one, the forces that had evacuated Xiang County have returned to their homeland. They returned with all the capable warriors in Xiang County and set foot on their homeland again. Although their numbers were far less than those of the 6 factions of the witch clan, no one was afraid. "We have been on the run. We have been going to the north." Veins popped out of the county prince Feng Chunlin, and he rushed towards a priest carrying the coffin prepared for him. Just as his fake father had taught him, he had been fighting for Xiang County all his life. His voice rang in the ears of the monks of Xiang County. "But we still cannot abandon our homeland. I, Feng Chunlin, swear in the name of the county prince that I will never retreat an inch in my life. You damned northern territory. Screw the fleeing of 8 generations of ancestors. You bastards of the Wu clan. I, the sky turtle, am back again. The blue sky will not fall. The Holy Spirit will protect you. The clouds will turn into heavenly soldiers and fall. The disciples of the Sky I Go sect are forming a formation. Today we will open the gate to the underworld and fight until the last man standing." At this moment, all the cultivators in Xiang County are charging forward. Each of them is fighting, risking their lives. Everything they had experienced 130,000 years ago seems to be happening again. Xiang got its name 130,000 years ago. Today, 130,000 years later, they, the inheritors, have not betrayed the expectations of their ancestors. Even though they don't know what the future holds, they still have to fight. This moment, under Li Yunbing's strategy, they formed the sharpest spikes and dispersed the endless waves formed by the witch clan. Despicable Xiang County monk. The chief priest of the beast tribe looked at his clansmen who had not yet reorganized their formation. He fought angrily with the ancestor of the Feng family, while glaring at Li Yunbing, who was still sitting calmly. That guy didn't even look at him, but he was affecting his mind all the time. He shouted angrily, "Do you really think that this kind of petty conspiracy can save Xiang County from its decline? You have been defeated. The Qing dynasty has given up on you. Even if you come up with all kinds of tricks, it's nothing more than a last-ditch struggle. Even if the 6 tribes of mine retreat today, more tribes will come tomorrow. Xiang County has been ceded to my Wu clan. In my Wu clan territory, we have not fought with the Qing dynasty. Once the god transformation comes out, you will be like a lamb to be slaughtered. Let's see how long you can be so rampant." As soon as these words came out, Li Yunbing finally frowned slightly and said impatiently, "You are so impatient. Are you a waste worthy of talking nonsense in my ear? You." Just one word, coupled with the disdain in Li Yunbing's expression, made the high priest of the beast side lose his mind again. The exploding sky dragon laughed wildly and suddenly rushed towards the witchcraft of all beasts formed by the high priest of the beast side with the essence of heaven and earth. The phantoms of monsters in front were dispersed by the exploding sky dragon. This side failed in the fight, and the high priest of the beast side spurted out a mouthful of blood. The chief priest of the beast party did not dare to say any more. He no longer had the strength to fight with the exploding sky dragon, and suddenly retreated. Just when he was about to find another high priest to fight against the exploding sky dragon, his face changed. A chieftain of the beast tribe rushed out of the endless forest. He had already exhausted a lot of his magic power, and his soul was already on the verge of collapse. The chieftain did not join the battle upon entering the battlefield, but simply rushed towards a priest who was fighting. Even though he was accidentally injured by the heaven and earth energy, he still screamed miserably, "Master priest, high priest, quick, go back, our Feng tribe is ruined." "Who? What happened?" The chief priest of the beast tribe flashed away and grabbed the chief's shoulder tightly, but the chief died instantly. The beast chief priest stiffened his head and turned his head with difficulty to look at Li Yunbing, who was in a leisurely posture. His expression was full of hatred. "It's you?" On the battlefield, all the Li family members heard the roar of the beast-side high priest and stared at Li Yunbing. The Iron Gate 7 sons and many children who had been persecuted by Li Yunbing all felt their scalps tingling. The monks who came out of the Thunderfire Demon Cave shuddered and took a breath of cold air. Then look at Li Yunbing, who looks nonchalant and as if everything is under control. I thought to myself, this evil guy must have done something unscrupulous again. But they didn't know that Li Yunbing maintained his previous expression and was making the biggest decision of his life in his heart. Although I don't know what happened, if I continue to maintain this majestic attitude, I will definitely make the younger generations bow down to me. Excellent. Over the endless forest, a group of experts were looking at everything outside the Qingyun border city. At this moment, the six-party witch tribe had already fallen into decline. Aren't these the ghost troops whose Shuntian witchcraft formation was almost taken away by the Li family? At this moment, they were looking solemnly at the Qingyun monk in the border city. A priest said in a serious tone, "By Yin, the six parties have fallen into a trap. The layers of schemes have put them in a state of decline. But as long as our Gui party joins the battlefield, we can turn the tide." Yu Baiyin and the Guifeng high priest frowned. What the priest said was undoubtedly true. Right now, the Guifeng tribesmen were in the endless forest. It would only take a cup of tea for a master to rescue them quickly. Whether they were masters or ordinary Wu clan warriors, they could turn the tide of the battle in an instant. The Guifeng high priest narrowed his eyes. "In my opinion, you should accept the challenge. Baiyin, whether it is Li Dalong or Li Yaoqing of the Li family, their qualifications are comparable to yours, to you. Eliminating them can also be regarded as eliminating future enemies for you. This time it is up to you to decide. My lifespan is not much, and this Guifeng will be handed over to you in the end." All the Guifeng people were staring at Yu Baiyin, with some anticipation in their eyes, as the Wu people loved war the most. What they didn't expect was that Yu Baiyin still shook his head and said, "Go back." Speaking of, he turned around and walked away first. He let out a long breath, then raised his head to look at the sky. He also wanted to fight. He also wanted to eradicate the Li family. Can't. He always felt that there was a pair of eyes in the sky staring at him, making his heart tremble. It took hundreds or even thousands of years for the Li family's geniuses to grow. Time will change many things. Even if we win this battle, our Guifeng won't gain much. If we lose, it will damage our Guifeng's strength and provoke a powerful enemy like the Li family. His voice reached the ears of all the clan members. Besides, there is no need for us to intervene. Qingyun County no longer has the protection of the dynasty. Apostle Lei Dong has already taken action, and strong men above the level of incarnation can also take action. Let the Li family enjoy this short-lived victory. The good days will only last for a short time. Hearing this, the Guifeng people all raised their eyebrows, secretly thinking that it was worthy of their efforts to cultivate this genius Yu Baiyin. It's bad. A big fire broke out in our tribe, and the chief guarding the tribe was assassinated. Our people are on the run. No, I want to go home. We can't destroy our tribe just for Qingyun County. The news only reached the ears of the chief priest of the Beast tribe, but he was just thinking of fighting to the death and had his people rush into Qingyun County and kill all the monks in Qingyun County, when witches from the witch tribe jumped out from nowhere one after another, shouting the information that a fire had broken out in the rear of the witch tribe. The witch clan began to panic. Who doesn't have a family? Who wants to lose their real home when they invade a place? Chaos was spreading like a plague, and the witches began to flee to the rear. You can't run away. This is a despicable plot by the Qingyun people. Let's see who dares to do it. Who dares? The leaders of the Six Direction Witch clan were roaring, but their roars were ineffective. The high priest of the Beast tribe even killed a witch who was fleeing with a totem, but failed to create a deterrent effect. He grabbed another Wu tribe member who was shouting, but as he sensed the aura of the other person, his blood began to boil. Qingyun people? Qingyun people who sneaked into my Wu tribe? But even after knowing the truth, he turned around with a pale face. It was useless. Too many people had fled. Even if he told the truth, these panicked tribesmen would not care whether what he said was true or false until they were sure that their rear was safe. Retreat, retreat! The situation was already declining, and the thunderous roar of the apostles could be heard from the sky. What a bunch of rubbish! You can't even control your own people. Retreat! In just 1 hour, the already chaotic Wu clan was killed and fled in panic by the Qingyun monks who were far fewer in number than them. Outside the Qingyun border city, the monks did not pursue. This time, all the monks who returned to Qingyun County City stood tall outside the city wall, which was only a ruin. In front of them was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They returned to their homeland and drove these Wu people out of Qingyun County again. Above the city, the masters of Qingyun County gathered together. Each of them was covered in wounds. Many once famous masters were forever buried in the border city of Qingyun. But at this moment, they still had endless fighting spirit. Opposite them was Lei Dong, as well as the 6 chief priests of the Wu clan and many Wu clan masters. During this brief lull, There is still a lingering edge in their eyes. It seems that we have lost this battle. Lei Dong stared at Li Dalong, who was standing opposite him. At this moment, he looked completely unharmed, just like when he came to Qingyan County. He faced Li Dalong directly, but there was no trace of reluctance after the defeat in his eyes. Instead, there was a bit of sympathy and pity. But Brother Dalong, this is just the beginning. You shouldn't continue to stay in Qingyan County, and the cultivators of Qingyan County shouldn't come back. At this time, Li Dalong's cloth clothes were torn into pieces, and his half-naked body was covered with scars. He frowned when he heard Lei Dong's words. Yes, he shouldn't be standing on the wall, and the monks from Qingyan County shouldn't come back. He looked at the endless forest in the distance. This war was just the beginning. Qingyan County had been abandoned by the Qing dynasty. It was a forgotten land, but Li Dalong looked back at the monks from Qingyan County behind him. He saw the children of the Li family. This war had left each of them covered in wounds. Everyone was looking at him, with some dissatisfaction in their eyes because he, as an elder, had concealed the fact from the children that he had to defend the city alone. Behind him, there are many old acquaintances, including the Prince Feng Chunlin, who was good at hiding his shortcomings, the old man Tianqing, who was once blocked by him in Qingyan Pavilion and dared not move, the senior Taoist Tiange, who has helped the Li family for many years, the Qi sect, who is friends with the Li family, the evil cultivators of the Thunderfire Demon Cave, the demon-subduing alliance. These old friends of the Li family were not afraid when they heard Lei Dong's words. They must have known that the road ahead was full of difficulties, but none of them was afraid. Then, what is there for him to fear? Above the sea of blood and corpses and dust, heavy snow was falling in the sky. Li Dalong suddenly laughed, and his laughter made the witches on the opposite side frown. Brothers, did you hear that? Our enemy said that we should not come back. This man is called Lei Dong, and he is an apostle of the Wu clan. I believe him. Lei Dong on the opposite side raised his lips slightly when he heard this. Although he wanted to eliminate Li Dalong for the Wu clan in this battle, he was honored to have made friends with Li Dalong. Li Dalong continued. He said we shouldn't stay. Then, what we will face next will be even worse than today. Feng Qingyang once said that he would use the lives of all the forces in Qingyun County to exchange for a brilliant future for him. But we didn't lose. Snowflakes fluttered and landed on everyone's shoulders, and everyone's eyes were firm and unwavering. Only Feng Chunlin's mouth twitched. Li Dalong's voice replaced the warm sunshine that was missing today. More than 30 years ago, the Wu clan first set foot on our land. We retreated, but we never gave up hope. Today, 30 years later, this place is once again filled with corpses of the Wu clan. But we, the people of Qingyan County, are still standing on our homeland and looking down upon the Wu clan. I, Li Dalong, am not some good person, and I don't believe in serving the country with loyalty. I am not worthy of being the backbone of Qingyan County, but I know that this place contains the memories of us Qingyun people and everything we are familiar with. Help me tell him, are we scared? Li Dalong's voice is resounding. Huh? Feng Chunlin had been a gentleman all his life. Now, with wounds all over his body, he spat out a mouthful of blood foam on the ground. Brother Dalong, why should we be afraid of him? I can fight again right now. Yes, it's just life and death. Ifadi, evildi in my olmatuven. Old man Tianqing pulled out a few strands of his white beard viciously and glared at the priest who had just injured him. You despicable barbarian, you dared to attack me just now. Do you dare to fight again? All the Qingyan people were roaring, and the group of righteous men standing at the back of them, who were wearing masks and came from all over the Qing dynasty, wanted to take off their masks and smash them on the faces of the Wu people. Everyone in Qingyan County is clamoring. The 6 Wu clan masters were furious, but were stopped by Lei Dong, who was still smiling faintly in front of them. Brother Dalong, the Wu clan will never give up their land. We still have many clan members behind us. Then come. Li Dalong looked indifferent. Lei Dong still shook his head. There are still elders above me. Even among the apostles, I am just a weakling. This time, Li Dalong took a deep breath but still said the same words. Then come. Then, I wish you good luck, Brother Dalong. Lei Dong sighed. He saw a group of stubborn donkeys. Then he left with the 6 powerful witches. In the distance, they soared above the defeated witch army. The B-side's high priest said dissatisfiedly, Master Apostle, we can still fight, aye. But before he could finish his words, Lei Dong slapped him in the face. The chief priest of the B-side was originally furious, but his expression quickly changed. He just listened. Puff! Lei Dong spat out a mouthful of blood. If there hadn't been a strong man beside him to catch him, I'm afraid that the apostle of the divine bird totem would have fallen from the sky. Master Apostle, Lei Dong shook his head at the priest and looked fiercely at the pale-faced chief priest of the beast party. Do you think I don't want to fight? Do you think I don't want to kill them at the border of Qingyun? He seemed to be unharmed when he was in Qingyun border city. But now, all the strong men understand that Lei Dong is seriously injured. No one can stop Li Dalong. If they fight again, they will be defeated by Li Dalong one by one. Why? Lei Dong sighed and said, I lost. Fortunately, I was smart and kept my energy level stable, and I was able to intimidate the people of Qingyun County. Everyone gasped. It seemed that it was a good thing that we had the apostle. Otherwise, they will all die. Outside, Qingyun border city. Brother Dalong, what's wrong with you? The strong men in Qingyun were all panicked. The Wu people have been gone for a long time. Li Dalong went into the border city with them to discuss future countermeasures. As soon as he stepped into the spirit weapon cave, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath became chaotic. Hurry, Yao Qing, heal Daddy's wounds. How did you hold on for so long? If you were hurt, you should have told me earlier. Brother Dalong, luckily you managed to hold on. Otherwise, Lei Dong would have defeated us one by one. On the bed, the seriously injured Li Dalong is being treated by Li Yaoqing. He looked at the powerful men who filled the room, blinked, grinned, and revealed a mouthful of bloody teeth, and gave them a thumbs up as if to brag. Look at me. I'm so smart. Call. In the room, Li Xiang had taken off his headphones. He had returned to reality from the consciousness of commanding the Songqing Jiaolong and could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. This war was bigger than any other he had faced. Fighting on the battlefield was basically a king versus a king. Having reached the Golden Core stage, they not only had to look for opponents, but also had to find ways to use their magic power to attack the enemy's weak cultivators. At the same time, they also had to be on guard against the enemy's strong men attacking their weak cultivators. In addition, there are various magic arrays, totems, spiritual tools, and the like that need to be prepared at any time. However, weak cultivators should not be underestimated. The blue dragon was slightly injured by thousands of witches who used powerful witchcraft through a totem. After breathing a sigh of relief, he looked at the event column. You used the skill Ancestors Send Warmth to collectively heal your tribesmen. You used the skill Ancestors Rage. During this war, his mouse and keyboard were almost broken. One piece of news after another came into view. Your descendant Li Yaotai was killing enemies on the battlefield. He saw the spiritual power of the blue dragon, and that the blue dragon could transform twice, and its body could seize the vitality of heaven and earth. He had some ideas. The exploding sky dragon kept exploding while killing enemies. He could feel the powerful power of thunder and fire and gained a lot of insights. Acquired trait, the art of explosion. He is very interested in explosions and feels that it is the violence of a man. When studying the explosion of the heaven and earth energy, his comprehension increases by 10%. Your descendant Li Tianyi gathered the power of many predecessors, played the piano on the battlefield, felt the murderous aura on the battlefield, and successfully composed the piano piece, Qingyun Battle Song, which was comparable to the Xin level magic and was recognized by the luck of Qingyun County. When Qingyun Battle Song is played in Qingyun County, the recovery speed of the heaven and earth vitality of Qingyun monks will increase by 20%, and the strength of heaven and earth vitality will increase by 5%. Your descendants have successfully composed a mysterious level of magic and are professional musicians promoted to battle music master. He is more inclined to compose war songs. When playing war songs, the effectiveness increases by 10%. Obtain trait, slacking off. He found that he could be more useful to the war by playing music in the rear of the battlefield. After a lifetime of hard work, a strange idea appeared in his mind. Your descendant Li Tianyue, under the order of the second master, commanded the Qingyun County monks to form a square formation on the battlefield at the beginning of the war, commanding the monks to use formations to defend against the enemy. Under the collision of formations and witchcraft, her 8th grade formation profession broke through to a 7th grade formation master. Your descendant Li Tianyue was fearless in such a large-scale war and led the monks to change the situation many times. He was always able to find the opponent's weaknesses on the battlefield. He obtained the trait, Li's female general. Wisdom is improved, prestige is improved when facing monks, and morale is improved when leading monks. Congratulations, your family led Qingyun County to victory in the war to return to Qingyun County. They defeated the 6 tribes of the Wu clan and killed hundreds of thousands of Wu clan members. During the war, your ancestral spirit tablet protected every member of your family. Although 2 members and the wife of 1 member died, your members can still feel the personal protection of their ancestors. Gained family will 20. Current family will 42. Did any of our tribe members die? Xiang was stunned for a moment. There were many members in the Li family now, and he had tried his best to protect everyone. But this was a battlefield after all. Even if his mouse was smoking, there were still moments of delay. They are the descendants of Li Tianyo. Your descendant, Li Kuangmong, bravely advanced on the battlefield. The Wu clan cultivators attempted to use totems to summon Jinan beast souls to attack the Qingyun County formation. Li Kuangmong, who was in the middle stage of foundation building, was not afraid of life and death. He found many magic tools from a dead cultivator of his own side and charged forward desperately. At the last moment of his life, he activated his own magic tool to self-destruct. Your descendant Li Changqiu blocked a fatal blow for his brother Li Changfeng, who was preparing a magic circle. Before he died, he begged his brother Li Changfeng to take good care of his pregnant wife. Li Tianyo's wife, Ming Xue, was the first time she did not stand beside her husband on the battlefield. She sat on the Demon King given by Li Tianshuang and stopped the witch army that rushed from the sky to where her husband and many sisters were fighting. She died in battle. At this time, Li Dalong in the picture was barely able to get out of bed and walk. A month had passed since the war. The Qingyun monks outside the border city were cleaning up the battlefield under the command of the strong men and carrying the intact bodies of the monks. Each of them had a nameplate with their name on it, or their name was engraved on their body. This was also the first-hand preparation made by each monk before the battle. They all knew clearly that everyone could die on this battlefield, but everyone also had many hopes when they came. Hope to be alive. I hope their bodies can be intact, found by their companions, and buried in their homeland with honor and praise from future generations. Hope. Qingyun County will always be their Qingyun County. There is a mausoleum beside the road from the border city to Qingyun County. Today, a large number of Qingyun monks have come to the mausoleum. The Yuanying strongmen built a simple tomb with the vitality of heaven and earth. A large number of plants and trees floated into the air and formed coffins under the power of the Yuanying monks. Many monks who died in the war found their destination. A small number of the surviving strong men of Qingyun County had arrived. They were all quietly looking at the neatly arranged tombstones. They were silent, some were sobbing, but more people raised their heads. They were proud. Everyone in Qingyun County was a comrade in arms. They were proud of their comrades in arms. Facing countless witches on the battlefield, no one retreated. Not long. The bodies of the monks were buried one by one, and their names were engraved on the tombstones. Some of the monks were lucky enough to have their bodies found by their friends, and their tombstones would record their lives. But everyone present believed that even those monks without names or epitaphs would not be sad, because their empty tombstones were respected by everyone in Qingyun County. In the future, perhaps the people standing here will die for this, and they will be like these monks, dying with no regrets. Grandpa, I want to leave for 2 days and take Ming Xue and the children home. Li Tianyo and his wives and children were crying. Their branch was the largest in the family, and every day they would quarrel over trivial matters in life. But at this moment, there was no more open or secret fighting between them. In this mausoleum are the cenotaphs of Li Tianyo's wife and 2 children. They fought for Qingyun County, and they should also erect a monument here to guard their homeland forever in Qingyun Border City. Li Dalong let out a long sigh. As the grave was covered with dust, everyone in front of the Yuan mausoleum raised their heads. Hold head high. A group of eastern geese returning home in late winter flew across the sky and headed towards Qingyun County. They were just like the Qingyun monks who died in battle. They were also returning home, and they would also rest in Qingyun forever. Perhaps this is the meaning of us going home and fighting for Qingyun. Su Tsehua hugged Li Dalong's arm. She was dazed. Boss, let's go. We still have a lot of battles to fight for Qingyun County. Wars like this, it starts suddenly, but it is always difficult to end as expected. But even if they are not in Qingyun County, there are still people from the Li family fighting for Qingyun County. Li Xiang looked at the endless tombstones, finally sighed, and switched the screen. It was an endless forest. Veterinary. The fire engulfed the beast's camp, burned the sky red, and melted the snow. The beast man has returned. On top of a high mountain, Li Yaowen was standing on the top, and Li Tianming was standing beside her. They watched quietly as the masters flew back to the Beast clan one by one. The old, weak, women and children of the Witch clan did not die, but knelt outside the sea of fire wailing and crying. Li Yaowen said in a deep voice, "They invaded our homeland, but lost their homes. However, they are lucky. The endless forest is huge, and they have many places to retreat to. We in Xiang County are different. We are still in our homeland, but have no way to retreat." The last time Li Yaowen was fighting for the fortune of the Li family, she began to transform into a charming woman again. Now she looks older and her hair is gray. Fourth aunt, you should let me kill all the old, weak women and children. Kill them all. Won't the beast masters be desperate when they come back? Li Tianming held his hands behind his head, holding a dogtail grass in his mouth, but he couldn't bear to hear Li Yaowen's preaching. Old man, have you been quiet for too long and read too many books? Do you really believe in those weird theories in the books of saints? Just setting a fire and sending some spies you once arranged in the Witch clan to spread rumors is too boring. Hearing this, Li Yaowen still had a kind face and smiled gently. Killing cannot solve everything. This is what I have learned in the past 100 years. Think about it carefully. If we kill them all, will they still escape back? This made Li Tianming stunned. No, they are probably desperate and are fighting desperately in the border city. If we really do this, can you and I escape from the Witch clan? I don't think so. That would require someone in the spiritual transformation stage to appear. Will they let my Li family go? Even a fool could have guessed that it was us who did it. Li Tianming scratched his head in a simple manner. Fourth aunt is still the one who thinks things through. But fourth aunt, although our family is one now, they may continue to attack at any time, even masters of the spiritualization stage. What should we do? Grandfather's qualifications have been exposed, and there is also second aunt's qualifications. These are 299 heavenly tribulations. Grandfather can even fight against Apostle Lei Dong. I guess they can't wait to wipe out our Li family. Facing 6 masters is far from being a hopeless situation. This is it. This time, Li Yaowen had no other choice. She just smiled faintly and said, "We have already borrowed a lot of luck. How to overcome the calamity depends on fate. The original blood tree has also transformed. It can bring guidance to the tribesmen. As for us, there are still many things to do. If we want to truly survive this calamity, the endless fighting on the battlefield is far from enough to solve the problem. This should have been a war between the Qing dynasty, so let them continue the war that was supposed to continue. I want to see how many people they can betray for this." She looked into the depths of the endless forest. The Witch clan has 12 major witch tribes and 12 totems, far more than just the divine bird totem, and that is Moon Dragon Totem. Li Tianming's eyes lit up. Fourth Annie wants. They walk in the shadows. They're not on the battlefield, and no one will know what they have done, but they are still running around and fighting for their family. Your descendants Li Yaowen and Li Tianming are rushing to the location of the Moon Dragon Totem of the 12 great wizarding tribes. Your descendant Li Tianming came out of the Shuntian witchcraft formation. His undercover plan failed, and he was depressed for 6 months. Now he is following the fourth aunt to carry out the mission secretly. He finally feels the joy of being a human being and obtains the trait, the fourth aunt's follower. Unconditionally execute the orders of the fourth aunt. Wisdom increased by 20%. P.S. Sorry, I was stuck in traffic and just finished writing when I got home. I wish you all a happy new year, and we'll make up for it today. The Witch clan was retreating, but they soon began to station outside the endless forest, and more Witch clan members continued to gather in all directions of the endless forest. In the starry night, Lei Dong was still seriously injured. Even with a lot of medicinal herbs, it might take 3 or 2 years to recover from such injuries and remove the death aura from his body. At this time, he was kneeling in front of the campfire. Behind him were many high priests and sacrifices of the Wu tribe, and the totems of these tribes stood around him. As everyone chanted the spell, the swaying flames gradually formed a pattern of a firebird. The firebird was lifelike, soaring and chirping towards the night sky. After soaring in a circle in the sky, it formed a formation that swirled in the air. Your Excellency, Lei Dong knelt on one knee, lowering his head in guilt. In the Battle of Qingyun, I was defeated. I underestimated Xiang County and the Qingyun Li family. Hey, the words haven't finished yet. There was a flash of fire on the diagram, heading towards Lei Dong. He did not dare to resist at all. Dust rose from his chest, and another mouthful of blood spurted out. This time it would take at least 4 or 5 years to recover. Lei Dong ignored his injuries and struggled to get up. The high priests and priests around him were trembling with fear. He knelt down and said, "Elder, the people need help. The Qingyun Li family is extraordinary. They have a daughter, Li Yaoqing, whose infant god wants to break the 99 Thunder Tribulation. The ancestor of the Li family has just entered the nascent soul. His name is Li Dalong. He practices the way of dead air and controls the dead souls of zombies. He is also a peerless genius who can pass the 99 infant gods." This time, the array did not use punishment. Lei Dong looked solemn. These two are gifted. If we let them leave their bodies and become gods, they will be a great threat to our divine bird totem in the future. Now Qingyun County is the land of our Wu clan. It will not attract the strong men of the Qing dynasty. Please send an elder to eliminate them. After a moment, Lei Dong stood on the ancient tree, looking at the morning star in the vast sea, and sighed. The elder is so cautious about the Li family. To deal with a small clan, the elder also sent 3 people. "Brother Dalong, I respect heroes, but you always ignore my advice. Please forgive me for being mean once. I can't fight you fairly again." Half a month passed in a flash. At this time, almost all the counties in the southern border of the Qing dynasty have been occupied by the Wu clan. The Wu clan began to change the land of these counties, some of which had even started a year ago, and it was difficult to see the traces of the Qing dynasty anymore. However, on the southern border of the Qing dynasty, some of the Qingyun County that used to be there was still preserved, which was so conspicuous. Every day, there are still cultivators flying in the sky of Qingyun County. If they're independent cultivators, they're not afraid of being recognized. If they have a master and are righteous, they will wear masks. Even if they are recognized, they will pretend to be, so as not to give people a reason to talk and cause trouble for the sect or family. Each of them had read Li Yunbing's letter for help. The Qing dynasty ceded territory to seek peace and lost its backbone. Qingyun County was the last backbone of the Qing dynasty. They were willing to fight for Qingyun County and contribute a little bit of strength. If they won the battle, maybe they could make the emperor wake up. Of course, there were also those who fought just for the sake of fighting. Fighting the Wu clan with the Qingyun monks also meant that there was a possibility of gaining benefits from the Wu clan. Qingyun County. At this time, 2 people were flying towards Qingyun on swords. One of them was a young man with an ordinary appearance, while the other was wearing armor and was extremely burly. As soon as the burly man entered Qingyun territory, he was stunned. Is it saved? Who else could this person be but the ever-victorious General Wang Jinhu, who brought Li Quangren here from the imperial city? Coincidentally, a cultivator rode a tiger and came up from underground. He must have practiced some magic such as wind-hearing hearing. He looked up and shouted, "Dao Yu, where are you from? Didn't you hear? Qingyun County has won a great victory." Madman Li's eyes were filled with joy. He clenched his fists in his sleeves and let out a long breath, as if speaking to himself. "General Wang, you should have believed me. There is still hope for my Li family, and my people will not lose." The Golden Tiger King had already flashed down in an instant, startling the monk riding the tiger, whose eyes were shining brightly. "Tell me in detail." Wang Jinhu looked up at the sky and shouted, "Quangren Li, don't you want to know the news about your family?" "Humph! I know that my Li family will win, so why should I be curious?" 10 minutes later, Wang Jinhu looked at Li Quangren slapping his thighs wildly and shouted with tears in his eyes, "Good, good, good, all the forces are back. My second master has a brilliant plan. I will lead my people to kill the Wu tribe." "Ha ha ha!" Wang Jinhu waved his hand, letting the monk leave, and then looked at Li Quangren solemnly. "Your second master has a brilliant plan. You said before that the conditions you proposed to the emperor and the court were also taught by your great-grandfather Li Dalong. It seems that he is not a simple man either. Your great-grandfather is very resourceful. This time the Li family is saved." At this time in the border city, all major forces in Qingyun County were negotiating in the space opened by Li Yunlin. The war is far from over. Apostle Lei Dong made it clear that the entire Qing dynasty is weak in front of the Wu clan, let alone Qingyun County. They are facing a behemoth. Everyone sat on mats in the center and talked. But they could not see that in the Tianli Palace, there was a being that was free from space and time, staring at a pile of scrap metal in the corner. Those were all spoils of war obtained from the Witch clan. You have used the skill Ancestor moment. It is detected that your strength has reached the nascent soul stage. The annual consumption of family willpower is 1. Possessing the vitality of heaven and earth. You can move freely within 100 meters of the ancestral tablet and can instantly appear next to the ancestral tablet owned by your descendants. You can move freely within the station and use skills. Congratulations, your family has won a great victory and obtained a lot of spoils. Wild Beast Tribe, 10,000 Beast Totems. Sacrificial Witch Bones 3. Various types of witchcraft. Wu Clan Corpse. Xiang entered the gaming world early, and he decided to be a hard-working ancestor. At this time, this pile of things from the Witch Clan caught his attention. The Witch Clan's cultivation system was different from that of the human race, and the things they used were also related to the power of blood, such as these totems. Wild Beast Tribe, 10,000 Beast Totems. Level: 7th grade magical weapon. Using the blood of the Witch Clan, you can pass on your faith to the totem, activate the totems of all beasts, and summon the phantoms of all beasts. You can contain the souls of beasts and activate them to fight for the totem. Sacrificial Witch Bones. Level: Nascent Soul. The bones of the Witch Tribe sacrifices, which can enhance the power of blood when integrated into the body, and inherit the secret method of Yuaniing sacrifice witchcraft. The mortality rate below Yuaniing. The success rate of the human race. There was a large pile of things, but for the people in Xiang County, only the herbs obtained from them and the corpses of the Witch Clan were useful. It is no wonder that the cultivators of the Qing dynasty are too lazy to fight with the Witch Clan. There is not much benefit in fighting with them. It is better to trade with them. But the 7 sons of the Iron Gate can use these things. Xiang looked at the witch bones on the ground, thoughtful. Today, Li Yundo has the blood of the Witch Clan and is even practicing magic. At this moment, the 7 sons of Taimen are standing in the corner of Tianli Temple. After Li Yundo experienced many deaths and merged with the witch bones, the pair of flesh wings behind him became a little bigger. It is probably because he has the blood of humans, witches, and demons, which has caused unknown mutations. Yundo has merged with Wu Gu and advanced to the Jindan stage. The 7 sons of Taimen should also try more. The family is united, so their bloodline doesn't matter. They're all my descendants anyway. Xiang secretly made up his mind and planned to use the ancestral tablets to ask for their opinions later, and then went to the place where everyone was discussing. At this moment, the Yuaniing ancestors of Xiang County were talking about the war in Xiang County. After just listening to a few words, Xiang was already focused. This great victory is just the beginning of the crisis. A light blue pop-up window appeared in front of me. Special event, Lonely City. The news from the Imperial City came back that your descendant Li Kuangrun was unable to change the decree of the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor is the supreme of the Qing dynasty, and his words are as good as gold. But Li Kuangrun also obtained a promise from the Human Emperor in the court that if the masters of the Qing dynasty want to enter Qingyun County, they must get the consent of the Li family. Qingyun County has become an independent and unique existence outside the imperial dynasty. This is the meaning of never levying taxes and the Li family members not bowing in the court. In other words, the current Qingyun County is equivalent to a small country that does not have to pay tribute. It is surrounded by the Qing dynasty and the Wu clan. Because of the agreement between the madman and the Human Emperor, as long as the Li family does not mess around, according to the Human Emperor's character of keeping his word, the Qing dynasty cannot send people above the nascent soul to interfere in the affairs of Qingyun County, at least on the surface. Xiang's eyes suddenly brightened. At the same time, Li Dalong smiled and said to the many monks, "Everyone, we will have more help in the future." Everyone looked at this seemingly simple and honest guy. A year ago, I asked the madman to go to the court. Even after my death, I asked for a promise. Those who enter Qingyun County must report to the emperor. Qingyun County will never impose taxes. Members of the Li family will not kowtow in the court, and they will also have the title of county king. Everyone was puzzled. Li Dalong looked amused. No one paid attention to the first half, because never pay taxes, never kowtow in court, and the title of prince were greedy enough, but the condition that people cared least about was the most important. Think about it, everyone. A cultivator above the nascent soul stage must report to the emperor before entering the Azure Cloud realm. At least the imperial dynasty cannot send anyone here openly. What does this mean? Li Dalong let out a long breath. Guess what, everyone? Every year there are many traitors in the Qing dynasty who are hunted down by the righteous, the court, and the major forces of the Qing dynasty. But once they enter Qingyun County, the Qing dynasty cannot send anyone to rescue them. This Many powerful men in Xiang County gradually showed joy on their faces. Feng Chunlin slapped his thigh and said, "From now on, if there are people who have committed crimes like this, they will come to Xiang County. At least in Xiang County, they still have a glimmer of hope. They don't have to flee anymore and can choose a place to practice. They're our source of soldiers." Li Dalong's expression was gloomy. At the same time, it will also embolden some people in the Qing dynasty. As long as our Li family is still in Xiang County, people in the Qing dynasty who have grudges against others may not dare to act recklessly in the past due to the power and face of the dynasty. But now they dare to do so. We will have more strong men. If we are given enough time, we will be able to resist the Wu people who are many times stronger than they were half a month ago. Everyone gasped. They didn't expect that Li Dalong, a seemingly stupid guy, had already paved the way a year ago. Li Dalong didn't even know whether the major forces would come back this time. He didn't even know whether he could survive. But he was thinking very far ahead. Which of those fugitives doesn't have some skills? After they arrive in Xiang County, they will all work for the Li family and will try their best to protect the Li family. Only when the Li family is there can the agreement between the Li family and the human emperor take effect. Perhaps there are masters in the god transformation stage or even above who are on their way to Xiang County. Li Xiang silently looked at the characteristics of Li Dalong. At some point, a trait appeared in him. Trait: great wisdom appears foolish. From now on, Xiang County will be the city of sin. Li Dalong suddenly looked at the leaders of many forces apologetically and said with a wry smile, "I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't expect you to come back and protect Xiang County with me, and I didn't expect that I could defend Xiang County this time. I thought I was going to die, but I was just paving the way for the future of my Li family, but I didn't expect this day." Hearing this, Feng Chunlin smiled helplessly and said, "This is a good thing. These cultivators will enter Qingyun and fight for this piece of pure land. But in addition to guarding Qingyun, we also have to talk to the disciples and clansmen. There will be many powerful people whose backgrounds and pasts we don't know coming to Xiang County in the future. Let them keep a low profile when they go out, so as not to really end up with someone they shouldn't mess with." Clear. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Even without being told, they knew what to do. After all, they had encountered these perverts from the Li family a long time ago. Elder Tianqing of Qingyun Pavilion's eyes lit up. Everyone, in order to get these strong men to fight for Qingyun, why not exaggerate a little? Just say that we got a secret treasure from the Wu clan, or that someone in the Wu clan attained enlightenment overnight. This way, these brave cultivators will dare to break into the Wu clan and fight with us. Wu Shou Tianshir's face was calm. The Wu clan is killing people from Xiang County. This time, we can borrow the name of the legendary Tianji Pavilion and use our luck to make some moves. A hoarse voice came from the old ancestor Tianai of the sky, I Ghost Gate. Have you heard of refining human pills? Using humans as furnaces? Such a method can spread throughout Qingyun. Before he finished speaking, many ancestors of Xiang County had already glared at him and left. If this method were to be spread out, Xiang County would become an evil place thousands or tens of thousands of years later, and they, the ancestors, would be captured and tortured. Many old foxes were having secret talks in Tianli Palace. Li Xiang had really broadened his horizons. In the eyes of other cultivators, each of them was high and mighty, and anyone who saw them would have to call them masters. Even before this, when the Li family met them, they had always praised them highly. But when we were standing on the same warship, we realized that we were not serious people. It was like two strangers who were a little reserved when they first met, and the other person looked polite. But after they became friends, they would get up in the middle of the night and complain, "What a psychopath." Perhaps there is no distinction between good and evil in this world. It just depends on whether everyone has the same values and aspirations. Li Xiang shook his head and smiled. At least when the Witch clan came, the Qing dynasty, which was in charge of everything, did not come to help Xiang County. Instead, these bad-looking guys firmly guarded this land together with the Li family. Even on the battlefield, the magic cultivators brought by Li Yunbing were at the forefront. 2 days passed quickly. Li Xiang switched around the descendants of the Li family at will, and also met friends who came from all over the Qing dynasty to help Xiang County. These were indeed righteous men. Most of them wore masks. I don't know who taught them, but they all embroidered a weight on their chests and told everyone they were members of the Tianji Pavilion. They even have tokens. Your descendant Li Tianyue colluded with the old tree, and created a new force in the border city by using the method of condensing the heavenly secrets, Tianji Pavilion, fake. Royals from all over the Qing dynasty joined the Tianji Pavilion, fake, to fight for Qingyun County. Current number of people, 2,185. After looking at the event column, Xiang was silent for a moment. The murderer was found, and it turned out to be a family member. At this moment, above the original blood tree, members of the Li family were standing with their swords. It was a valley filled with corpses of witches, and blood was flowing. The original blood tree had turned into a 10-meter-old tree. Its roots even floated above the blood, sucking the stinking blood like a water pipe. The primordial blood tree asks you if you would like to spend the large amount of blood essence he has stored to peek into the future for your descendants. Feasible. Xiang nodded slightly. This time, all the clan members in the border city gathered together, and they all had solemn expressions. Many years had passed, and if it had not been a crisis that could not be resolved, they would not have come to the original blood tree for predictions. They had seen many glimpses of the future before, and they were not good. Many times, they saw the death of their tribesmen, their own death, or a tragic future, and it was difficult to change. After experiencing it again and again, no one would doubt the ability of the old tree anymore. Old tree, the Qing dynasty is abandoning us, and the Wu clan will not let us go either. Li Dalong's face was calm. My 99 Thunder Tribulation's aptitude has been exposed, and Yao Qing's aptitude has also been known to others. I'm afraid the Wu clan is getting impatient. I have no solution. The crisis is getting closer and closer. They will send strong men to kill us. I can sense this. After hearing Li Dalong's words, a human face appeared on the trunk of the original blood tree. The entire valley was filled with blood like mist. The old human face of the original blood tree looked around at everyone in the Li family. His branches and leaves were swaying, and everyone could feel his joy. I saw it. I heard it. The entire valley was filled with the excited voice of the primordial blood tree. I've already said that Qingyun County will be a forbidden area for the Li family. Tonight, the Li clan is under the red moon, and the sky is covered with red snow. Everyone in Qingyun County will see that this is Qingyun County that belongs to the Li family. The dignitaries of the entire Qing dynasty will regret abandoning Qingyun County. This is a protracted war. We will stand firm in Qingyun County. Everything has just begun. Everyone in the Li family left the valley with gloomy faces. The signs of the primordial blood tree were always so vague, but they saw hope in the signs of the primordial blood tree. Everything has just begun. They still have many opportunities, and they are still standing in Qingyun County, and that is enough. Maybe someone will die under the red moon tonight, but if death can lift the family up to the sky, so be it. Xiang also narrowed his eyes. The words of the primordial blood tree have many meanings. He has deduced many scenarios through these words. As he was thinking about it, Xiang's mouth twitched, only to see Lao Jenner, who had transformed into a 10-meter-long dragon, coming with Li Kuanghua. Lao Jenner frowned and said, "Lao Shu, you saw Hong Shui again. The last time you saw her, it was still." The old tree was stunned for a moment. DeLong asked me for a solution. I peeked into the future and only saw them standing in the sky. Lao Jin was stunned. Li Kuanghua, who was riding on its back, scratched his head and said, "Then what about the red snow you mentioned?" The old tree transformed into an old man and blinked at the man and the dragon. "I want to go too. Last time, after I used the energy of heaven and earth to form the blood boundary formation, Yunbing told me that he hoped that next time he showed up, I would use this innate magic immediately. He would descend from under the red moon, and red snow would fall where he was." Li Xiang's face turned dark for a long time, thinking that Li Yaotai and the 7 sons of Taimen had fed the old tree a lot of things that it shouldn't have. When he instantly moved to Li Yunbing's side, Li Xiang's face became even darker. The Qingyun overlord who had intimidated the Wu clan outside the Qingyun border city half a month ago and defeated the Wu clan with a clever trick is now sitting on the throne, grinning foolishly at the big bronze mirror, like a person with Alzheimer's disease. As night falls, the sky is indeed filled with red clouds. Even the full moon is dyed red. Above the border sky, the Li family gathered. In the darkness, there are strong men everywhere spying on everything in Qingyun County. That was in the clouds. Have you noticed? Or have you received the news? Lei Dong originally came to give his opponent Li Dalong a final farewell, but he didn't expect that all the Li family members would gather together. But after mumbling, he sneered, Even if we receive the news, what does it matter? The elders are here, and many tribes are surrounding us from the endless forest, the former Xingwu County, and Qi County. Qingyan County is in a desperate situation. Everyone in Qingyan County saw it. Under the red moon, Li Dalong's figure carrying the heavenly coffin of death was so clearly visible, and Su Tsuiwa's 6 tails were swaying beside him. Behind him are Li Yaozu flying in the air with a sword, Li Yaoqing with a gentle light, and Li Yaotai with a body of gold and iron. Li Yunlin holding the Tianli Palace, Li Yunbing sitting on the throne, Li Tianyi with many seniors behind him, many descendants of the Li family. 2 dragons were soaring under the red moon, and the red-robed old man's robe was rustling in the air. Every time the Li family gathers together, they are like the most trustworthy guardian angels. The blood-red night that portended evil was surprisingly peaceful. At least that's the case in Qingyan County. Then, that is, a terrifying aura came from the endless forest, and pressure descended. At this moment, all the masters of Qingyan County flew into the air again. They felt the pressure of the spirit transformation stage, and not just one. The Li family members burst into breath, and they looked at everything in front of them calmly. At this time, in a forest in the border city, Li Kuangren and Wang Jinhu were roasting rabbits. As the night changed color, Li Kuangren saw the figures of his tribesmen standing under the red moon. He ignored them and flew into the sky. But just when he reached halfway in the air, his shoulder was pushed down. A terrifying pressure rose from Wang Jinhu. Wang Jinhu, who was wearing armor, lowered his head. A helmet appeared in his hand. He slowly put it on. A pair of gilded hammers appeared in his hands. He showed a ferocious and crazy laugh. "Back off, you villains of the Wu clan. Now that I have encountered you, I will make you die in Qingyan County." The border between Qingyan County and Changyang Prefecture. Li Tianqi had just stepped into the territory of Qingyan County. Looking at the red moon in the sky and the pressure spreading across the night sky of Qingyan County, he widened his eyes and said, "Senior Shanshan, I have said before that these witch tribes don't take you seriously at all. I have long wanted to use your name to intimidate these witch tribes. They all said they don't know an unknown person like you. A hero like you should teach them a lesson. How can a firefly compete with the bright moon?" As Li Tianqi's flattering words fell, beside him, a thin man wearing a loose robe, with his face covered by the brim of his robe, suddenly looked up. His face was flushed, and his eyes were full of satisfaction and pride under Li Tianqi's flattery. His voice was arrogant. "Well said, Junior. How can a firefly compete with the bright moon?" Watching the Taoist Shanshan transform into a black light and move forward in the night sky, Li Tianqi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and murmured, "It's worth it that I flattered him for half a year and used up all my life's learning." In the dark, Fong Linglong looked at Li Yaoqing, who was looking solemn among the gathered Li family members. She puffed her lips and muttered, "Sure enough, you forgot about your master. It's been half a month. I've been secretly following you, a traitor, for half a month, and you haven't mentioned me, your master, once." As she spoke, she let out a long breath of frustration. Then he looked back and saw 2 pretty good auras coming towards him, which made Fong Linglong raise her eyebrows. It seems that the Li family is not unable to find a backer. Then here, you won't need me anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, Fong Linglong disappeared into the night sky. In an instant, he appeared at the place where Lei Dong communicated with the witch clan that day and placed one hand on the totem. The divine bird totem reappears and a sky formation appears. As if sensing Fong Linglong's breath, the diagram formation was trembling. Fong Linglong smiled slightly. "So, what's the point of bullying a bunch of kids?" Under the blood moon, the sky is covered with red snow. At this moment, all the strong men above the Jindan level in the border city were startled, suddenly floated up into the air, and looked towards the direction of the endless forest. God transformation? Feng Chunlin and the 5 ancestors of the Feng family took the family's most important weapons and flew into the sky. The eyes of these 6 people were full of coldness. The oldest ancestor of the Feng family felt the spiritual energy of the world around him. He actually felt like he had fallen into a quagmire. Cold sweat ran down his forehead, and he couldn't help but tremble. But there was only anger on his face. "If you give me another 100 years, I will try to break through the infant realm even if it costs my life. How can I let the Wu clan bully me? Qingyan Wuhua God." Immediately, the 6 Yuanying of the Feng family looked at each other and continued to fly towards the sky. Then, one by one, The Yuanying masters and Jinan masters of Qingyun County took off into the air, shining like stars in the red night. In the Tianji Pavilion, where cultivators from all over the border of the Qing dynasty gathered, there were also many experienced cultivators. They were different from the strong men in Qingyun County. If they fought with cultivators of the same realm, they could still fight desperately. But when they really felt the pressure of the god transformation stage, they were left with only fear and trembling. Coming here as a spirit is already against the mundane world. Are you really not afraid of committing a sin? A nascent soul cultivator gnashed his teeth and said, "This is too much. Do you dare to go with me?" An old man wearing a mask smiled up to the sky. Under this pervasive pressure, many monks looked at this old man. Although everyone was wearing a mask, some people still knew each other's identities. This person was the Taoist Xinyu of Changyang Prefecture. Above a county is a prefecture. Qingyun County is also under the jurisdiction of Changyang Prefecture. Most of the people here are righteous men from Changyang Prefecture, and Taoist Xinyu has the highest prestige. As soon as he opened his mouth, someone shouted, "Why not?" And the cultivators looked determined. "Then follow me. Let's see if those Wu clan apostles and elders dare to take our lives while we are blocking Qingyun County. Do you dare to do such a thing as bullying the weak?" As he spoke, Taoist Xinyu had already risen into the air. He simply took off the mask on his face. His purple robe rustled, and his white-haired and youthful face looked more unrestrained. The same was true for the monks who came with him. All of them were determined and happy to die heroically. In an instant, originally there were only the strong men of Li family in the sky, but slowly their numbers gathered into a large number. There were constantly masters floating in the air above the border city of Qingyun County, from dozens to hundreds under the red moon, and even in the end, a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage also flew behind the strong men on his sword, facing the pressure of the gods coming from the endless forest. Originally, they looked nervous, but under the red snow, their expressions became extremely calm. That night, the bronze bell from the city of Merit rang 9 times. Bright lights lit up one after another under the Qingyun border city, and everyone held up torches, almost lighting up the night sky. The monks gathered in the border city. They were not even able to sense the pressure of the god transformation stage below the golden core stage, but when they saw the strong men floating in the air, they probably knew that the crisis was coming. It's just a battle, no matter if the enemy is strong or we are weak. Everyone, under the red moon, Li Dalong looked at the people gathered around him. He wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say a word. He had said enough before the half moon. After the death heaven coffin was taken off, he hugged Su Zehua and looked into the distance in the direction of the endless forest. Everyone in the Li family also took out their weapons silently. As the pressure from the powerful god transformation stage warrior got closer and closer, all the powerful men from Qingyun County in the sky saw the enemy coming. 3 people. They were wearing white robes with firebirds printed on them. It was unknown what material the pattern was made of, but it shone brightly in this bloody night. They are the 3 elders who came from the sacred bird totem. One of the women was named by you. She was wearing a long robe that reached her calves. It was like a long skirt. The robe was so wide that it probably covered up her curvy figure. She was very pure, with long black hair and no makeup. She looked weak. She was looking at the monks gathered in the sky and frowned. Her voice was as clear as an oriole, but she felt half dead. There is so many trash. This is troublesome. Her cold voice made the winter night even colder. Perhaps it was the crescent moon behind Elder Baiyu that almost froze the surrounding space that was causing trouble. The elder of the divine bird totem, the moon god Baiyu. Perhaps he saw the embarrassment in Baiyu's expression. Taoist Xinyu from Changyang Prefecture flew in front of all the cultivators and sent a message to everyone. You know me? How could the sound transmission of Taoist Xinyu be hidden from Baiyu's spiritual power? However, he did not get angry because of this. Instead, he smiled at Taoist Xinyu playfully, as if he had heard a child mention her name on the side of the road. Of course I know. Taoist Xinyu was not afraid either, and simply stopped transmitting his voice and spoke directly. Many years ago, Changyang Prefecture came to the aid of Jinling Prefecture and fought against your Wu clan. Master Yueshin also fought that time. My sect still records everything about that war, and I dare not forget it. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Even when facing a powerful, God-transforming warrior, everyone in Qingyun County still listened carefully. At this time, Li Xiang was also in the crowd, ready to descend into the game world and participate in the battle. Taoist Xinyu said, 30,000 years ago, Lord Moon God participated in the war between the Qing dynasty and the Wu clan in Jinling Prefecture. You used witchcraft and the rules of the moon to cause strange phenomena in the world. The companion artifact Ice Moon Wheel behind you helped to freeze Jinling Prefecture for 100 miles. During that battle, you were only in the early stage of the God Transformation realm, but you killed a strong man in the God Transformation realm of my Qing dynasty. Now that I think about it, Lord Moon God should be even more powerful. Baiyu smiled faintly. I didn't expect that something that happened 30,000 years ago would be remembered by someone, given the short lifespan of your human race. I thought that all of you Qing dynasty rubbish had forgotten me. When these words were spoken, everyone was even more shocked. The Wu people are protected by nature, and their lifespan is more than 10 times longer than that of humans. The lifespan of humans who become gods is only 10,000 years, but Baiyu became a god 30,000 years ago, and now, I am afraid he is even more powerful. Taoist Xinyu snorted coldly. Lord Moon God, I not only remember you, I also remember the battle 30,000 years ago when you froze 100 miles of land and committed murder. You were seriously injured by the disciple of Tianguang Cave. If it weren't for the truce between the Wu clan and our dynasty, and your promise not to set foot on the land of the Qing dynasty, I'm afraid you would have died long ago. Now, why are you breaking your promise? As soon as these words came out, click, 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 Baiyu's face suddenly turned cold, and frost formed in the space above the sky. The other two elders sneered as if they had seen a dead person. Taoist Xinyu, who had just spoken, had already used his magic power, but somehow frost also formed on his body. The moon goddess Baiwe was filled with murderous intent, and her face was as cold as ice. She was already enraged by Taoist Xinyu. Tianguang Cave, 30,000 years have passed, and I'm still alive. Where is the person who seriously injured me? Junior, I wanted to spare your life, but you insisted on seeking death. Senior Xinyu, Qingyan County's face changed greatly. They had already seen that Taoist Xinyu had used all his energy to resist Baiyu's aura, but they felt Baiyu's power even more. They didn't know what kind of witchcraft this woman used, and how powerful the crescent moon behind her was. Taoist Xinyu was in the middle stage of the nascent soul, but he couldn't move. I'm afraid that in a moment, Taoist Xinyu's divine infant will be frozen. The Taoist Xinyu was about to be frozen, but he laughed loudly. Moon God, you try to kill me. The disciple of Tianguang Cave once seriously injured you. My sect also has a backer. I am the sect master. If you dare to touch me, my sect's Taishang will join the battle. Hearing this, the other two elders frowned. They saw that both Taoist Xinyu and the cultivators standing at the front like Taoist Xinyu all had the same expression as Taoist Xinyu. From the beginning, Taoist Xinyu wanted to anger Baiyu and make his sect's supreme leader join the battle. These guys all knew that Qingyan County was ceded to the Wu clan, but they still wanted to use death as a reason to attack the forces behind them. Moon God, don't be impulsive. Just when everyone in Qingyan County was about to take action and 3 powerful men from the Wu clan wanted to dissuade them, something strange happened. The strong men from Qingyan County looked behind them in surprise. Under this red moon, a ray of golden light came from faraway Qingyan County, getting closer and closer. Boom! The fluctuations formed by the magic power were more like rules, spreading out like ripples. The frost and snow that had originally frozen around the space shattered into pieces, and the ice and frost frozen on Taoist Xinyu's body also melted as if encountering warm wind. In the center of the 3 powerful Wu clan masters who had reached the state of God transformation, and the people from Qingyan County, golden light flickered. That is a gilded hammer emitting the power of rules, like the scorching summer sun. What a joke, what a joke. 30,000 years ago, my senior from Tianguang Cave was able to hurt you, and tonight I, a junior, am here to see how much progress you, the so-called moon god, have made in the past 30,000 years, and see if your so-called 30,000 years of life is worthy of your pride, or is it the beginning of your shame? There is wild laughter under the red moon. Taoist Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief, but soon became as confused as everyone else in Qingyan County. Only the Li family members had smiles on their faces. Li Xiang in the crowd raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Your descendant, Li Kuangren, has returned from the imperial city, bringing back a new disciple from Tianguang Cave, Wang Jinhu, the ever-victorious general of the dynasty. Who? At the sight of the gilded hammer, Baiyu took a step back unconsciously. She clenched her slender hands, and her calmness and disdain for the younger generation were completely gone. Feeling the incoming breath, the memories of 30,000 years ago flooded into her heart, making her want to escape from Xiang border city. Seeing Baiyu's condition, a handsome young man who was also wearing a white robe, but with one sleeve empty, snorted coldly. Moon God, what are you afraid of? 30,000 years have passed. The man who hurt you is dead, and you have become stronger. So what is there to be afraid of? Besides, the Wu clan elder shouted loudly towards the powerful aura in the distance. Sir, the emperor has ceded Qingyun County. You must be from Tianguan Cave, right? As far as I know, disciples of Tianguan Cave have served as generals in the Qing dynasty for generations. You have violated the order of the emperor, and I am afraid you will not be able to go back and give an account. Baiyu heard this, but still stared at the gilded hammer. Everyone in Qingyun County looked at the Li family. As expected, the Li family members were not surprised at all. In fact, each of them had a smile on their face. Okay, no wonder the Li family had been waiting above the border city so early. It turned out they were well prepared. Just a moment. A ray of golden light passed by, and everyone saw a burly figure in armor. He stood in the center of the people from Qingyun County and casually stretched out his hand. The gilded hammer fell into his hand as easily as his own arm. 2 gilded hammers were carried on his shoulders. Wang Jinhu, the ever-victorious general who came from the imperial city and a direct disciple of Tianguan Cave, raised his head with disdain and squinted at Baiyu and the other 2 elders with the stubble on his chin. What do you mean by disobeying the imperial order? You are indeed barbarians. I am the ever-victorious general Wang Jinhu. Haven't you heard a saying? What? The witch elder frowned. When a general is away from home, he may not obey the emperor's orders. As the 2 elders changed their expressions, Moon God Baiyu took a step back. Wang Jinhu raised the gilded hammer in his right hand towards Baiyu. And you, my predecessor, severely injured you 30,000 years ago. Today, I will make you remember the pain of that year. Boom! In an instant, a golden light flashed. The court general who was ordered to persuade the Li family to leave Qingyun County did not say a word of advice. Instead, he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the 3 elders of the Wu clan. The battle started instantly. This moment, the strong men from Qingyun County also changed color, and they all used their magic weapons and spiritual weapons to resist the power of rules that was instantly generated by the collision between Wang Jinhu and the elders of the Wu clan. Fortunately, Wang Jinhu used some magic, and a thin curtain of golden light pushed them back. Otherwise, they would have suffered casualties. General Wang Jinhu is very brave. Feng Chunlin looked at Wang Jinhu, who rushed out of the light curtain with his own strength and fought with 3 Wu clan elders in the sky. He wiped the cold sweat from his head. The word reckless came to his mouth, but he couldn't say it. Then, feeling the atmosphere outside the Qingyun border city, he breathed a sigh of relief and said to Li Dalong, who was frowning, My dear, how did you invite General Wang Jinhu to come here? When he was young, he had followed Feng Qingyang into the imperial court and had seen many powerful men in the court. Naturally, he had heard of the famous, ever-victorious general Wang Jinhu. It was rumored that this disciple of Tianguan Cave had even followed Grand Master Lingzhou to fight against the sea monsters in the East China Sea. I don't know. Li Dalong shook his head, still staring at the battlefield ahead with a serious expression. The battle between the powerful men in the spirit transformation realm made everyone in the Li family extremely focused. It was also the first time for them to see such terrifying power. Seeing that Li Dalong pretended not to know, Feng Chunlin rolled his eyes. He naturally didn't believe it, but he didn't ask any more questions. He always felt that the Li family must have made a lot of preparations when they returned to Qingyun County this time. Standing next to the Li family, Feng Chunlin felt inexplicably at ease. It seemed that this family never fought a battle without preparation. But what he didn't know was that it was useless for him to ask Li Dalong about this matter. At this time, Li Xiang in the crowd was stunned when he saw Wang Jinhu take action. Although he knew that Wang Jinhu was brought by Li Kuangren and even knew that Wang Jinhu would take action, he didn't expect that this guy had just come and said a few words and rushed up without thinking. Good fellow, you didn't prepare at all. You didn't even know the strength of the 3 elders, but you rushed forward to fight 1 against 3. Li Xiang couldn't help but laugh. You are a victorious general. Did you win by charging forward like this? As he laughed, Li Xiang looked to the side and breathed a sigh of relief. Just see, Li Kuangren, who came back with Wang Jinhu, had quietly returned to the Li family's team. He nodded to Li Tianyue and Li Yunbing, and the three of them all had relieved smiles on their faces. Immediately afterwards, Li Tianyue walked into the team of Tianji Pavilion. Some real members of the Tianji Pavilion have infiltrated this fake Tianji Pavilion. As soon as Li Tianyue arrived, a masked man in front of her took off his mask and said, "I have tried my best to help you. You owe me a big favor." This person was none other than the one who had kidnapped Li Tianyue, the new leader of the Tianji Pavilion in Qingyan County, Qin Qing Tian. Mr. Qin used the power of Tianji Pavilion to help my Li family get to know General Wang and save Qingyan from danger. I will definitely thank you for this favor. Li Tianyue bowed slightly. Li Xiang glanced at the panel in front of him. Your descendant Li Dalong guards Qingyan County alone, and your descendant tries every means to seek help for Qingyan County. Your descendant Li Tianyue conspires with Li Yunbing, and when Li Dalong orders Li Kuangren to go to the Imperial City to ask for orders, he uses the power of Tianji Pavilion to select help for Qingyan County. The most righteous and victorious General Wang Jinhu becomes one of the family's target candidates. The reason why Kuangren Li could go to the court was because of the support of Tianji Pavilion behind the scenes. Even when Wang Jinhu asked for his permission, it was also the support of Tianji Pavilion. After making preparations one after another, it's a pity that the family's success rate in seeking support from the strong is not high. That day in the court, many people spoke up for the Li family and were all targets of the Li family. In the end, only Wang Jinhu was ordered by the emperor to bring back Li Kuangren. I don't pay attention to these things. Li Xiang slowly appeared in the center of the Li family. While many powerful men were looking at the battle in the sky and were shocked by the fight between these powerful gods, the people of the Li family had already silently taken out their ancestral tablets from their arms. The human-shaped old man transformed from the original blood tree walked up to Li Dalong. The old tree looked solemn. "Dalong, I'm ready." "Oh." Li Dalong nodded slightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Then let the Wu clan see the foundation of my Li family over the years. May our ancestors bless you." At this time, all the Li clan members lowered their heads, looking at the flickering spirit tablets in their hands, and smiled faintly. "Ancestor, bless us." Under the border city, the people who had left Merit City, regardless of gender, age, or status, had all returned and stood in a neat row under the border city. The members of the Li family were also like this. All of them looked up at the sky and waited quietly. The masters of Border City were looking at the battle in the sky. They were using magic weapons and spiritual weapons to resist the pressure from the sky. But Wang Jinhu is fighting 1 against 3, and the 3 elders he is facing are not easy to deal with. The moon goddess Bai Yu, with the moon behind her shining brightly, was like frost, carrying ice crystals of the ice system and attacking Wang Jinhu continuously. Under her body, ice crystals formed a field, which was beautiful, but also carried angry, murderous intent. Even in this vast sky, she had the ability to freeze hundreds or even thousands of miles, and there were also roaring ice dragons under the ice field formed in the sky. Beside her, the elder who looked like a young man from the Wu clan was clearly also in the state of transformation, and could have regenerated his limbs long ago, but his left arm was empty. As he fought with Wang Jinhu, a totem appeared beside him. He stretched out his right arm, put 2 fingers together, and kept drawing in the void. Every time he drew a strange pattern, the pattern would be engraved on the totem. The powerful witchcraft formed by these diagrams was madly pouring the vitality of heaven and earth towards Wang Jinhu. Moreover, as the more diagrams he carved, the stronger the vitality of heaven and earth became, and the bigger the totem became. Various rules appeared in the sky, forming barriers that were trapping Wang Jinhu. Bai Yu's icicles should be restrained by Wang Jinhu, and they couldn't even penetrate his armor. The ice dragons were easily smashed by Wang Jinhu's gilded hammer. Wang Jinhu was more like a physical cultivator, smashing with a pair of hammers. If it weren't for the increasingly strong pressure of the one-armed elder's formation, which would always stop him from moving forward, I'm afraid he would have hammered Bai Yu to death. This made Wang Jinhu very anxious. He angrily asked, "Who are you? What kind of witchcraft do you practice? It's so weird." The one-armed young man just continued to engrave the formation, but ignored Wang Jinhu. He looked at the useless Bai Yu and the old man who had not made any move and still put his hands in his wide sleeves, and said in a deep voice, "Moon God, Lord Soul, Leave this to me. You continue to complete the task. Kill all the cultivators above the nascent soul stage in the Leaf family and Xiang County. Remember not to touch those cultivators who have backers in Xiang County, and don't cause unnecessary trouble for my divine bird totem. Yes. The moon goddess gritted her teeth and looked at Wang Jinhu. She wanted to kill the heir of Tianguan Cave on the spot and wipe out the shame of being defeated by the people of Tianguan Cave that year. But she could only give up. Then she went down with the Soul Lord who had been resting with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Wang Jinhu wanted to chase him out, but was blocked by the one-armed young man's array. The array became a barrier, which became stronger and stronger. When Wang Jinhu was anxious, he suddenly froze and looked towards the Qinyan border city. A figure blocked the Leaf family again, which made him feel relieved. The Leaf family still has a master? That's good. The young man also frowned. He thought that the task of eliminating the masters of Qinyan County would be simple, but he did not expect to run into obstacles everywhere. He took a deep breath and felt that Wang Jinhu seemed to be serious, so he had to face the enemy with peace of mind. So, you are the leader of the two of them? Wang Jinhu also saw that this one-armed young man was not simple. This time the one-armed youth finally responded. He said in a serious tone, "My name is Luo Xing, General Wang. We are only here to complete the mission. Qinyan County is already the land of my divine bird totem. You should not be my enemy. Now, you leave me no choice." You are talking nonsense. The whole world belongs to the emperor. Qinyan County is the land of my Qing dynasty. Wang Jinhu laughed. I am a general of the dynasty. His Majesty made a wrong decision, and as a subject, I am here to correct his mistake. I have a choice. I choose to kill all of you witches to show my dynasty's determination to resist the enemy. Golden light gathered in his eyes, and his two hammers collided. His aura was several times stronger than before, and he attacked suddenly. When the two hammers rang, he was like the god of war. The other side, Lord Hunling still looked calm and composed. The moon was swirling behind Baiyu, and ice crystals fell with her, heading towards the people of Qinyan County under the sky. This ice crystal, carrying the power of rules, broke the magic circle that the strong men of Qinyan County originally used to isolate the pressure from the sky. Just as everyone in Qinyan County changed their expressions, and everyone in the Leaf family frowned as they picked up the spirit tablet. The soul that had been resting with its eyes closed suddenly opened its cloudy eyes. Boom! The ground was cracking, and a stone wall 10 miles long appeared out of nowhere at the border of Qinyan County, blocking Baiyu's ice. The shouts of young people were heard in the sky. That's them, senior. They're the ones who bully our Leaf family. I've said long ago that you are our Leaf family's backer. Look at what they're doing. Isn't this a slap in your face? The ice crystals in the sky collided with the high walls, and regular ripples spread between heaven and earth, forming a transparent wall at the border of Qinyan County and in the center of the endless forest. Looking at this scene, coupled with the calm expressions of the Leaf family, all the strong men in Qinyan County looked at the silent guys from the Leaf family. Good. They are not ostentatious in their daily lives, and they have many backers. Who is it? Who is stopping me? Why you could no longer remain calm. This guy who suddenly appeared stopped her again, and she felt that this guy was also restraining her. Lord Hunling shook his head towards Baiyu. Moon God, don't be anxious. Continue to complete the task. That's all. He headed towards the place where the magical power was fluctuating from where he had just used his supernatural power. Baiyu climbed over the high wall and stared at everyone in Qinyan County. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Who can save you now?" As soon as she finished speaking, ice crystals fell towards Qinyan County again. When everyone in Qinyan County was frantically using magic to fight against the ice crystals, Li Dalong shouted coldly, "Old tree, help the ancestor use the ancestral spirit formation diagram." This night, the original blood tree revealed its true form, 100 feet tall. 30 years ago, the Leaf family had been blessed by their ancestors with an ancestor spiritual array map that could gather the power of the entire village, but it had never been used. More than 100 years later, the village had become a town, and then a city. Tonight is a bloody night, and the Leaf family's ancestral spiritual formation appears. In the eyes of everyone in Qinyan County, the roots of the original blood tree fell from the sky like spider silk, landing on all the descendants of the Leaf family, as well as all the people in the Merit City on the ground and the strong men of the Leaf family's forces. This moment, there was light flashing on the bodies of these people, and without exception, One word was lit up on their bodies, Li. What is that? Bai Yu, who was controlling the ice crystals in midair, looked dazed. She felt a strange figure appear in front of the primordial blood tree. Not only her, but also Wang Jinhu and Xinghua, who were in battle, as well as Han Linggong and Shanshan Taoist, who had just collided with each other with rules. All looked towards the original blood tree. The ancestral tablets of the Li clan members floated strangely in front of the original blood tree. The ancestral tablet formed a 10-foot-high tablet. The roots of the original blood tree were connected to the back of the tablet. In front of the tablet, a black mist-like figure appeared. He was standing on the yin-yang fish pattern, holding a silver spear in his hand, and two rays of light, one black and one white, were flashing above his head. The spear was swung. The countless icicles used by Yu shattered, flashing enchanting rays of light in this bloody night. Then the tip of the gun flashed with a cold light, and disappeared from the spot in an instant, taking Yu's head directly. Don't hold back. Channel your mana with me. Li Dalong was roaring. The vitality of heaven and earth in his body was boiling, and it was transmitted to the roots of the original blood tree. The vitality of heaven and earth was constantly being consumed, including his strength. The physical strength of all the descendants of the Li family is exploding, and all the subjects of Merit City. The word Li tattooed on their bodies exploded, and along with Li Dalong's roar, all of them raised their heads to the sky, grasping the roots extending from the primordial blood tree without the slightest hesitation, and not sparing their strength. For more than 100 years, everyone who joined Merit City and pledged allegiance to the Li family had the word Li tattooed on their bodies. The heritage of more than 100 years has never been elixirs or magic tools, but the ancestral spiritual formation map. They all knew that this tattoo not only allowed them to go out and get the protection of the Li family, but also served as the real trump card of the Li family in the face of life and death. And today, on this bloody night, they knew the true meaning of this tattoo. The roots of the primordial blood tree drained the strength of all the people in the city of Merit. The body was empty and the strength was disappearing, but everyone in Merit City was looking at the sky, their eyes filled with excitement. Maybe they are still weak, but each of them participated in the battle tonight and at least contributed their strength. What is that? Huh? The Li family still has a trump card. How dare the Wu clan bully me? Qingyan will washin. Kill, kill, kill. That night, everyone living in Qingyan border was looking at this strange scene in shock. High in the sky, the incarnation of the original blood tree was 100 feet tall, and its roots suddenly extended in the sky, densely extending to the body of every person in the city of Merit, like a bridge, and this bridge absorbed the strength of everyone. In this bloody night, everyone whose strength is absorbed by the roots is emitting an enchanting red light. In front of the primordial blood tree, the ancestral spirit tablet of the Li family was infinitely enlarged, and a black fog man appeared on the yin-yang fish diagram. As the roots of the primordial blood tree pierced into the ancestral spirit tablet, the strength of the black fog that appeared continued to increase. Then, it was the cold light from the tip of the gun. That night, under the red moon, there was no color between heaven and earth. It seemed that there was only that stunning shot piercing the moon goddess Yu. With one thrust of the spear, only white light remained in the sky, and the moon goddess retreated madly. Ice walls kept appearing in front of her, but that shot was unstoppable. The ice walls were shattering one by one, and the shattered ice crystals became the most beautiful scenery under the red moon. And now, the ice walls were still shattering, and the speed of shattering was getting faster and faster, as if the night sky was being scratched by a huge crack by that peerless shot. What a terrible shot! The Li family's ancestral spirit formation appeared, and the strange scene of the roots of the primordial blood tree spreading made Wang Jinhu's scalp tingle for a moment. However, with the appearance of the black fog, his anxious heart that Yu would attack the Li family was relieved. No one knew how complicated his mood was during those few brief moments, and now he was shocked by the shot of the black fog man. The power of the black fog man continued to increase. From the early stage of nascent soul to the middle stage, and then to the peak, what is truly terrifying is the special ability of that shot to break through all laws and the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, the 4 seasons of heaven and earth, the power of mountains, rivers, and lakes gathered on the tip of the gun. The most terrifying thing is the chaotic power of the collision and mutual generation of yin and yang. That heavy power seems to contain all the contradictions of time and can destroy everything. It is also the beginning of the birth of everything. If I face this sudden shot, Wang Jinhu sucked in a breath of cold air, but suddenly looked up. He felt the chaos of Luoxing's aura. At this moment, Luoxing was also looking at Yueshin, who was constantly retreating to survive under the devastating shot, and Luoxing was trying to take back the formation diagram that trapped him and go to rescue him. Wang Jinhu's body was shining with golden light, and his gilded hammers collided with each other, making a roar. Above his head, golden light fell, emitting the most solid rules in the world, forming golden walls to block Luoxing's way of support. He grinned at Luoxing, who had been calm just now, but now had a flash of anxiety in his eyes. Just now you try to stop me. Now, you grandson, don't even think about going anywhere. At this time, the taciturn old man, Hunling Gong, was floating under the red moon, floating opposite to the hooded Taoist Shanshan, less than 100 meters away from each other. The two masters who had reached the state of transformation were motionless, staring at each other. The aura of the two of them is as restrained as that of ordinary people. But in fact, the souls of these two people have already been fighting in a world of nothingness. This is a broken world, and it is also the domain of Lord Soul. He can pull the soul of any opponent into this world, and he can use the rules of heaven and earth that he controls in this soul world. In the entire Qing dynasty, and even in the monster race, there are very few strong people who know Lord Soul, because those who have seen him have all died in his soul world. Now in this spiritual world, there are mountains that are spinning wildly. In this broken world, these mountains are fighting against the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, lava, thunder, and countless souls. Taoist Shanshan, who had been hiding his figure, also revealed his face. The legendary Taoist Shanshan actually looks like a young man. He must have suffered a lot in the domain of the Soul Lord. At this moment, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the Soul Lord, who was anxious and wanted to withdraw from the Yuanshan realm. He snorted stubbornly. I didn't expect to meet a master like you. I almost fell into your evil ways. Now, don't be distracted. Use your skills to fight me, and don't even think about leaving. Use the skill Fight, dear ancestor. It is detected that your strength has reached the nascent soul stage, consuming 10 family will. Your clansmen are gathering the spiritual energy of the world from the descendants of the Li family and everyone in Merit City through the magic array, ancestral spiritual array diagram, on the body of the primordial blood tree. Your strength is temporarily increasing. Laugh! The spear moves forward with the power to pierce through everything. Li Xiang's power is constantly increasing. He is at the peak of nascent soul and is still increasing. The ancestral spirit formation diagram is constantly increasing his power. What the hell is this? What the hell are you? Baiyu no longer had the arrogance she had before. She was retreating madly, and she was constantly building an ice wall in front of her. However, her ice wall in the middle stage of the spiritualization realm could not stop the Tianshu Jinling spear that could break all laws. She was scared, and her eyes pierced the body of the black fogman in front of her, but the other party was still stabbing at her frantically. The power of this strange black fogman was also increasing. Or even, puff, puff, puff. She could even feel that the man in black mist in front of her should be weak. The enhanced strength was causing his tendons, bones, and nascent soul to break, but he was still stabbing. Until now the black mist man's aura has reached the level of a god. You can't bear such power. Aren't you afraid of death? Stop now. I am the elder of the divine bird totem. I have great power. I can sign an agreement with your Qingyan County. I can guarantee that our divine bird totem will not invade Qingyan County again within 10,000 years. Don't come over here again. The wheel behind Baiyu was spinning wildly, and the power of moonlight entered her body. The power of moonlight and ice crystals was even stronger than when she faced Wang Jinhu's attack and fought against Taoist Shanshan. But this time, she didn't even dare to attack. The attack of the black fog man in front of her came too suddenly, and the long spear that could break through all laws was too strange. Now in Baiyu's eyes, there was only the tip of the Tianshu Jinling spear. She didn't dare to attack anymore. The speed of the black fog man was getting faster and faster, and the opponent's strength was getting stronger and stronger. She could only continue to use the vitality of heaven and earth to form an ice wall and retreat as fast as possible. Baiyu didn't even know how much spiritual energy of heaven and earth she had consumed. She just wanted to escape from this spear and escape from this damn Qingyan County. Stop it, you bastard. Stop it, can't you hear me? The ice wall was shattering. The rules of heaven and earth were being broken. Bai Yu was roaring, using all the strength in her body. She could no longer notice that her breath was decreasing, and she could not even notice that the moon wheel behind her was constantly shattering. But what she didn't know was that Xiang in front of her couldn't stop either. Xiang said nothing. Bai Yu was right. He couldn't bear such power at this moment. No one knew what kind of torture his body was enduring, even though he wouldn't die, but could feel the pain. Such power was expanding, and his body couldn't bear it. This was a more terrible pain than being torn apart by 5 horses, being pierced by thousands of arrows, or even being tortured to death. His black mist body was shattered into pieces due to the expansion of power, including his body. But he still rushed forward, and in his eyes there was only the tip of the Tianshu Jinling spear and the white moon in front of him. No matter what, this guy must die. The death of a master in the spiritualization stage can establish the Li family's position in Qingyun County. His family also has the qualifications to negotiate with the Wu clan. Even in the imperial dynasty, the Li family with only Yuanying stage masters may not be valued by the Qing dynasty, but the Li family with a master in the spiritualization stage, who can even kill a spiritualization master, has the bargaining chip to be valued. From now on, more and more powerful people will come to Qingyun County to work for the Li family. Compared with these, the pain was nothing. What he had to do now was to kill Bai Yu before his body could no longer support him. Stop it now! Don't come over here! On this day, under the torn blood-red night, all the cultivators in Qingyun County heard the moon goddess's cry for mercy. Everyone saw that the power of the Li family was disappearing under the red moon. 1 breath, 2 breaths. The torn red night is expanding. Until the end of the ice crystal cracks appeared, the original blood tree showed its original form. All the Li family members fell to the ground exhausted. The huge Li family ancestral tablet shattered into pieces and disappeared, and the stunning spear in the sky and the mysterious black fog man disappeared. The same thing disappeared. There is also the breath of the moon goddess Bai Yu. The Li clan members were lying on the ground. They looked at the spirit tablets that were floating up again beside them and flashing with light, and all of them smiled. May our ancestors bless you. The red moon disappeared. Luo Xing, who was fighting with Wang Jinhu at this moment, had a drastic change of expression. He felt that the moon goddess had actually burned her soul and life. But now, the moon goddess's breath has disappeared forever, and along with it, the black fog man who could no longer bear the physical force has also disappeared. How could this be? How could this be? A trace of disbelief flashed across Luo Xing's numb face. The 3 of them had experienced many wars, and originally thought that this time when they came to Qingyun County, they would face these weaklings with an easy slaughter. Even when they met Wang Jinhu and Shanshan Taoist, they did not feel the slightest bit of urgency. But he never expected that Yu Shun would die in Qingyun County. Seeing Wang Jinhu attacking again, his eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness, and he said dully, "General of the Qing dynasty, you are very good. I look forward to fighting with you next time." "What do you mean by next fight?" "Fight me to the death, right now." Wang Jinhu's eyes widened. He had already felt the disappearance of the moon god's aura, and also felt the disappearance of the Li family's ancestor. He even understood that the Li family's ancestor, who was the trump card, had perished together with the moon god. The Li family's ancestor had such determination, so why should he, as a general of the dynasty, be afraid of a life-and-death battle with Luo Xing? But Luo Xing just shook his head and ignored Wang Jinhu, only murmured, "Lord Hunling, we should not fight here anymore, or something unexpected might happen. Take me away. Don't even think about escaping." Wang Jinhu glared. The power of rules became even sharper, and the sky and the earth were all covered with golden spikes. In the distance, the Soul Lord, who was still fighting with Shan Chun Taoist in the Yuanshan realm and had beaten Shan Chun Taoist to a pulp, sighed, "It can only be done this way, but it will cost me 100 years of cultivation." As he finished speaking, the souls of many powerful people in the Yuanshan world actually floated out of his body, and these souls actually spread out and turned into black mist. In an instant, the souls of all the people in Qingyun County flashed a moment of trance. Even Wang Jinhu was stunned for a moment. But in just a blink of an eye, when Wang Jinhu recovered, only Luo Xing was left around him to block his formation. The auras of Luo Xing and the Soul Lord had already gone far away in the direction of the endless forest. Another breath appeared beside him. It was from Shanshan Taoist. Shanshan Taoist floated beside Wang Jinhu, only reaching the height of Wang Jinhu's ribs. Perhaps he was seriously injured. Shanshan Taoist looked pale. The tall and short man looked far away in the direction of the endless forest with solemn expressions. Only the two of them knew how powerful Na Luoxing and Han Linggong from the endless forest were. Are you a general from the dynasty? Do you know their background? I have practiced for a lifetime, but I have never suffered such a big loss. Taoist Shanshan looked a little ugly. No matter how arrogant he was, he had to admit that Lord Hunling was very strong. Hearing this, Wang Jinhu shook his head, as if relieved. I don't know anything about these two people. The lifespan of the Wu clan is much longer than that of us humans. After the establishment of the dynasty, we have been fighting with the Wu clan. To be honest, this is my second time fighting with the Wu clan. The opponent I met last time was only in the early stage of the Wu clan. The Wu clan masters I heard from my elders are far from being this powerful. I suspect, in the hundreds of thousands of years that the dynasty has been fighting with the Wu clan has not yet revealed its true strength. While the two were talking, cheers from the Qingyun monks could be heard from the border city of Qingyun, but they were both still in a heavy mood. Those monks began to take care of the monks in Merit City and took out pills to help them recover. One after another, figures helped the Li family members into the air. Thank you, General Wang, and thank you, Senior Shanshan. Li Dalong was supported by Feng Chunlin. His face was pale, but he still bowed to the two masters. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid that the disaster in Qingyun County today would be difficult to eliminate. You're welcome. Are you Li Dalong from the Li family? Wang Jinhu put away his hammers and looked around at the many members of the Li family. Seeing Li Dalong nod, he admired him and said, I have heard about your story a long time ago. If the dynasty had more people like you, why would we be afraid of not being able to defeat the Wu clan? If the dynasty had more powerful forces like the Qingyun Li family and Qingyun, why would we worry about the dynasty not prospering? Taoist Shanshan held his head high, as if he had defeated the Soul Lord, and said proudly, They are just a tribe of witches. If we meet them, we will just drive them away. If they hadn't run fast, they would have died tonight without a burial place. Everyone in the Li family was extremely grateful. Li Yunbing and Li Tianyue have already started a long talk with Wang Jinhu. They are very sincere, and their words are full of the frankness of the Li family. Li Tianqi has brought his eldest brother Li Tianyi and the brothers and sisters of the Tian generation who have been working outside for many years and have all kinds of skills to surround Shanshan Taoist. Everyone is talking to him. It is unknown what they are talking to Shanshan Taoist. Anyway, Shanshan Taoist, who was pale due to the injury, gradually has a red face and the corners of his mouth can't help but rise. The group negotiated as they headed towards the border city. At the edge of the endless forest outside the border city, the remaining energy of the incarnation rules was still pervasive, and there was a terrifying aura of yin and yang power around, which seemed to be able to tear everything apart. There was a crack about 100 meters wide in the endless forest, flattening all the grass and trees, as if tearing a scar on the edge of the endless forest. The scar was several meters deep, and there were many ice chips falling on the ground. Not long, the Li family and many powerful men from the border city walked to the end of the crack, and saw a woman lying on the ground in the distance. Moon Goddess Baiyu. The crowd approached and gazed down at this powerful existence that had previously been high and mighty and looked down upon everything in Qingyun County. Why? Wang Jinhu felt the aura that had frightened him before, but unfortunately the black mist-like figure had disappeared. He glanced at the expressionless Li family members and sighed. Don't be too sad, Li family members. Your ancestor sacrificed his life for this, but it was all worth it. Your ancestor spirit in heaven would also be proud of this, because he died together with the Wu clan's incarnation. Taoist Shanshan also consoled him solemnly. I have rarely admired others in my life, but I have to say I admire the ancestor of your Li family. Although he was fighting with Lord Soul, he could also feel that the Li family ancestor was only at the nascent soul stage. With such strength and no external protection, he was forced to accept the power of more than 100,000 people, including many nascent souls, and even the power of the peak nascent soul. The final result could only be death. Now that the body of the Li family ancestor could not be seen, he was afraid that he had turned to ashes. Hearing this, everyone in the Li family looked at each other. Finally, the 7 sons of the Iron Gate gritted their teeth, suddenly knelt on the ground and dug the soil. The sound of their sad wails made those who heard it sad. My dear ancestor, we, your unfilial descendants, are so sorry for you. Everyone in the Li family also lowered their heads and stroked the ancestral tablets in their arms. Their sadness made everyone who saw them cry. Why? The two great gods and many masters of Qingyun County sighed continuously. At this moment, beside them, Xiang finally came to his senses and appeared in a state of nothingness again. I'm still fucking alive. After complaining with a dark face, he grinned and left it at that. He thought to himself that sometimes people are alive but already dead. Congratulations. You used the ancestral spirit formation diagram to lead your people to kill the Wu clan elders in the god transformation stage and drive away 2 Wu clan elders. The entire Qingyun border city was shocked by your amazing shot, and your death was spectacular. Your descendants are excited for you, and they express their endless respect for you. Gain family will, 15. Currently has family will, 45. Congratulations, your family has obtained the spoils. The dying elder of the Wu clan, moon goddess by you, and everything on his body that will soon become a relic. Now, Bai Yu was lying on the ground, with ice crystals formed by rules beneath her, but she had no power of the rules in her body. No one knew what she was going through when she was dodging that shot. She was running away, frantically, burning everything she had until she had consumed all the strength in her body, even her life and soul. The red moon in the sky began to disappear. The cold winter was over. The long night disappeared, and a flash of pale white appeared in the sky. So, this is my calamity, and the price I pay for breaking my promise. Bai Yu, lying on the ground, looked at all this and thought of what happened 30,000 years ago. That time, she was defeated by the disciple of Tianguang Cave in Qingyun Dynasty. Just like this time, she begged for mercy from the disciple of Tianguang Cave. She also shouted and was terrified. Fortunately, the disciple of Tianguang Cave spared her life. 30,000 years had passed, and she had forgotten her original oath, but now that oath was surprisingly being recalled again. She said that if she set foot on the land of Qing Dynasty again in this life, she would not have a good end, her soul would be destroyed, and she would not be able to reincarnate in this life. What if I didn't break my oath? With a final sigh, Bai Yu closed her eyes with a sense of relief. At this time, she was completely dead. Everyone in the Li family had come to the side of the moon goddess and silently took away the broken moon wheel behind her. The 2 masters of the transformation stage looked at the death of the moon goddess. They saw that there was not even a trace of injury on the moon goddess body, but she died like this. There was a flash of shock in their eyes. Under the shot from the Li family ancestor, she didn't dare to fight back. She could only defend herself, because if she fought back and left even the slightest opportunity, she would be killed by the Li family ancestor. Wang Jinhu is indeed an expert. He saw the clues immediately. She can only escape. The Li family ancestor didn't even touch her. She used all her strength on defense and escape. Even her soul was exhausted. As he said this, even he felt a little scared. He couldn't imagine how scared the moon goddess was at that time by that shot, that she ran away without even realizing that her strength and spirit were exhausted. Gurgle. Taoist Shanshan swallowed deeply. He had never thought that there would be such a frustrating way to die, running away until his strength was exhausted. But this also meant that the shot must have been so powerful that the moon goddess could not resist it, which resulted in such a result. Just as everyone was collecting the body of the moon goddess, everyone was suddenly startled and looked towards the depths of the endless forest, which was the direction of the divine bird totem, as the sun gradually rises. Bang! A firebird ignited fireworks and appeared in the sky, replacing the sun, singing in the sky with a somewhat shrill voice. Under the raging flames, a dark column of light broke through the clouds and rippled in all directions above the sky. Everyone was looking at this scene in shock. The sky was shrouded in darkness, as if it was about to swallow up the world. This terrifying scene lasted for an incense stick of time. Finally, the sky of the endless forest returned to light, and the firebird disappeared. No one knew what had happened. It's the master's aura. Looking at this almost earth-destroying scene, Li Yaoqing murmured, and everyone in the Li family looked at each other. Everyone in the Li family knew that Li Yaoqing's master was the demon lord of the Thunder Fire Demon Cave. No one knew how long the demon lord Feng Linglong had been hiding in the demon cave and how long he had been healing his injuries. Li Yaoqing has been treating the demon lord for hundreds of years, but with little success. No one knows what the demon lord's strength is. Li Yaoqing once roughly guessed that he was in the god transformation realm. Over the years, the Li family has been collecting materials to help the Demon Lord and repay the Demon Lord for helping the Li family. This time, they wanted to ask the Demon Lord for help, but they never saw the Demon Lord. Just when the Li family was wondering why there was such a scene in the endless forest and whether it was related to the Demon Lord, a streak of black light flashed across the sky and landed not far from them. A little bit. The figure of Demon Lord Fong Linglong came into view. She smiled and walked towards the Li family step by step. Seeing the stunned look on the Li family's faces, she looked at Li Yaoqing and said in a feigned anger, "Why are you still standing there when you see Master? Why don't you come over and salute?" Everyone in the Li family looked at each other again. At this time, Li Yaoqing had already walked towards Fong Linglong. Just when everyone in the Li family was sure that Fong Linglong was also fighting in the endless forest and was probably helping the Li family in other ways, they immediately bowed to express their gratitude to Fong Linglong. When Li Yaoqing was about to kowtow to his master, everyone bent down and looked up. How did the world spin? Wrong? Master, are you okay? Why did you fall? Master Demon? Hurry, Yaoqing. Take your master back to heal his wounds. 3 days passed in a flash. After the 3 elders of the Wu clan invaded Xiang County, and after the devastating scene that appeared at the place where the Endless Forest Divine Bird Totem was located, the masters of the Wu clan seemed to have disappeared. Even after the death of the Moon Goddess, the Wu clan did not go crazy and cause trouble for Xiang County as imagined. However, the Witch clan is still gathering at the edge of the Endless Forest. The 6 tribes of the Witch clan led by Lei Dong have not left. The cultivators of Xiang County have not slacked off either, and are constantly building magic arrays and traps on the border. After Fong Linglong fell into a coma, she woke up briefly once and said to Li Yaoqing, the Li family no longer has to worry about strong people above the spirit transformation realm. Then she fell into a coma again and was taken back to Merit City by Li Yaoqing. However, the Li family members could guess that it was Fong Linglong who helped the Li family a lot this time. However, Li Yaoqing said that if they wanted to help the Demon Lord recover, apart from her heavenly punishment plant magic and those heaven-defying treasures, ordinary methods would have mediocre effects. This also made the Li family members unsure of how to repay Fong Linglong's kindness. At this time, everyone in the Li family gathered together and knelt down in front of the ancestral tablet, expressing their gratitude to the ancestor Li Xiang for killing the moon god and saving the family again. At this moment, Li Xiang was sitting on the altar, proudly raising his head and waving his hands casually. "It's just a small matter, it's just a small matter." It was as if he was not the one who was stunned for a whole day due to the severe pain after using fight dear ancestors on the bloody night 3 days ago. "Grandfather, I acted recklessly this time and caused our family to be dragged into a war with the witch tribe. Please punish me." Li Dalong kowtowed guiltily. Seeing this, Li Xiang was not angry. In fact, the entire Li family knew that Li Dalong came to the border city with the intention of dying to plan for the future of the family. But whether it was the ancestor Li Xiang or the children of the Li family, they would not give up anyone in the family, and everyone would face everything together. Immediately, Li Xiang used the skill Ancestor's Caress, and Lao Jin, who had transformed into a mist dragon, also appeared in front of the memorial tablet, repeating the words that Li Xiang had written on the translucent panel in front of him. The master said that things have already happened, and the right thing to do is to face it bravely. "Thank you for your forgiveness, Ancestor." Li Dalong kowtowed and thanked him repeatedly, thinking that the ancestors really loved him the most. Immediately, the Li family discussed the future plans for Xiang County in the Ancestral Hall. Just as Li Xiang said, since they have all returned, neither the Qing dynasty nor the Wu clan can seize the Li family's land. They will use all means to let everyone know that Xiang County belongs to the Li family. "Grandfather, the madman obtained the title of the prince and the promise of the emperor from the emperor according to my instructions. This identity can allow us to control many powerful people and forces. I think the title of the prince should be given to the madman." As Li Dalong's voice fell, Li Kuang-run, who was quietly listening to the instructions of his elders, was stunned. "Grandfather, I want to be a prince? With so many elders, it shouldn't be his turn." Li Dalong smiled and said, "The Feng family already has a county king. Even if the relationship between our two families is good, there will inevitably be conflicts between the two county kings. But you are different. Feng Chunlin is your elder brother-in-law. You have the identity of a Feng family member. He is so happy. Besides, Lao Shu never makes mistakes. He said you will sit on the throne, so you can sit boldly. I understand, kid. Madman Li nodded solemnly, and the old tree beside him, which had already taken on a human form and was resting with its eyes closed, raised its head proudly. Afterwards, Li Kuangren took out many things from the ring, including the jade slip of imperial decree, the jade carving belonging to the prince, and a dragon robe. He slowly walked out of the room, and at the nods of everyone in the Li family, he took a deep breath and carved his name on the jade slip of imperial decree. Immediately, a formation diagram fell from the sky above the entire Qingyun County. The energy of heaven and earth formed a column of light that enveloped Li Kuangren's body, and a throne appeared in the sky. Everyone in Qingyun Border City looked at the light column in surprise. I saw Li Kuangren floating up in the air with a beam of light and landing on the throne. His voice echoed in the sky. Today, Li Kuangren of the Qingyun Li family has received the decree of the human emperor and has been appointed as the prince of Qingyun County. The vital energy of heaven and earth gathered from the diagram and converged on Li Kuangren. His aura continued to rise. At this time, in the imperial city, the court meeting was held every 18 days. The officials in the court were making a lot of noise. News came from the Qingyun border. All the cultivators who evacuated Qingyun County have returned. Under the leadership of Li Yunbing of the Li family, they fought a beautiful ambush and killed 430,000 enemies. I didn't expect that none of them would obey the order to retreat. A mere county town actually resisted 6 Fang tribes. The Qingyun Li family is not simple either. Li Dalong survived the 99 Thunder Tribulations and resisted the Wu clan apostles alone. According to intelligence, there is a Qingyun Li family member named Li Yaoqing who is about to survive the 99 Thunder Tribulations. I heard that this time, even the elders of the Wu clan were dispatched. The last time was 30,000 years ago. The Li family used their trump card to kill the moon god. Hiss! They could not help but be shocked. In the last court meeting, in the eyes of these officials, Qingyun County had been abandoned. But this time when they gathered again, Qingyun County was saved beyond everyone's expectations. Some people were even secretly happy about this. The session of 12 border counties made many high-ranking officials present feel humiliated. How could they not be excited by such a great victory? But among all these ministers, the one with the ugliest expression was undoubtedly the national teacher Min Yugua. The great victory of the Li family did not make him, the imperial master, feel happy at all. For him, ceding 12 counties in exchange for 10,000 years of peace was a very worthwhile deal, and in his plan it would also be a commendable achievement. However, the Li family defended the border, which disrupted all his plans and even made his ministers question his decision. The fact that an abandoned county town and family survived was like a loud slap in the face, telling everyone of his stupidity. His Majesty, Min Yugua bowed to the emperor behind the curtain and said with a frown, General Wang Jinhu, who always wins, disobeyed your Majesty's orders and fought with the elders of the Wu tribe in Qingyun County. This is undoubtedly destroying the alliance between your Majesty and the Wu tribe. This is a crime of deceiving the king. Your Majesty, please give an order, and I will immediately send someone to bring Wang Jinhu back for questioning. As soon as these words were spoken, the military generals began to curse angrily, and for a while the court was filled with the saliva of civil officials and military generals. Many generals requested to lead troops from all sides to help Qingyun. Some generals even asked strong men who had been in seclusion for many years to lead the troops to follow the example of Grand Master Lingzhou and march to the northern border to incorporate the land of the southern barbarian Wu tribe into the territory of Qingyuan. Even some stubborn old civil officials in the court supported this. As if noticing that more and more court officials were coming to ask for orders, the emperor spoke. We will discuss this matter after the Grand Master returns to the court. These words silenced all the court officials. Grand Tutor Lingzhou had been fighting in the northern border for thousands of years. When he returned to the court, Qingyun County was filled with the totems of the Wu people. National Master. Hearing the emperor calling his name, Min Yugua quickly bowed. I am here. Pass on my order. Tell Wang Jinhu to return to the court immediately. The corner of Min Yugua's mouth was just rising. Before the emperor finished speaking, everyone felt a token coming from outside the court. It was the prince's order. All titles and official posts in the Qing dynasty were approved by the destiny of heaven and earth and were conferred by the human emperor, but this prince order was engraved with the name of Li Kuangren from the Li family. As the Qingyun County prince's order appeared above the hall, everyone's expression changed. The emperor's intention just now was to give up Qingyun County and the Li family. But when Li Kuangren left that day, everyone, including the emperor, believed that Qingyun would perish and the Li family would fall. So the emperor promised Li Kuangren the title of the king of Qingyun County. Now, with the appearance of this token, if the emperor of humanity agrees, then the Qingyun Li family will reoccupy Qingyun County. Does this mean that he has torn up the covenant of the Wu clan? If not, does that mean that he, the emperor of humanity, has broken his promise? What a courage! Min Yogui's eyes were wide open with rage. The Qingyun Li family's move during the court discussion was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the human emperor. That madman Li didn't come earlier or later, but had to come when all the civil and military officials gathered in the court. Qingyun border. Everyone was looking at the scene in the sky. The situation in Qingyun County was surging, and the luck of heaven and earth was blessing them. This was the time when the title of the county king was bestowed. Few people could see this scene. They looked expectant. The Li family led them to fight against the Wu clan, and they must hope that the Li family could ascend to the position of prince so that they would be legitimate. But soon everyone looked anxious, as the luck of heaven and earth had not blessed Li Kuangren for a long time. Everyone in the Li family frowned. On the contrary, the madman Li on the throne had a calm expression. He had learned from Feng Chunlin everything about the blessings of the position of the county king. I guess the county king's token has arrived in the hall now, right? Suddenly, he grinned and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, please fulfill your promise in the court that day and grant me the title of Qingyun County Prince of the Li family madman." As his voice fell, all the cultivators in the entire Qingyun border shouted to the sky, "Please, Emperor, fulfill your promise." The voices grew louder and louder, and they believed that their voices would definitely reach the ears of the human emperor. He shouted the first time and the second time, but there was still no response. The shouting of the Qingyun monk became more and more frantic. Then, after the war with the Witch clan, before they had time to celebrate, all the Qingyun monks fell silent. Even though the sky was bright, they still had gloomy faces. The human emperor's gift did not descend. The diagram in the sky disappeared again, and the beam of light falling from the sky disappeared. Only Li Kuangren was still sitting calmly on the throne in midair. The bastard who sat on the throne and was blessed by God did not fulfill his promise and did not grant Li Kuangren the title of county king. His words were like shit, and he once again fooled the people of Qingyun County, just when everyone in Qingyun County had nowhere to vent their anger. Madman Li's voice rang out in the sky. "It seems that His Majesty the Emperor doesn't recognize me. But what if I don't have the title of prince?" When these words were spoken, everyone in Qingyun County was stunned. Yes, if the human emperor does not approve, does that mean the madman from the Li family is no longer a prince? The 12 counties of the border town have been ceded. Qingyun is no longer the territory of the empire. Can't we cultivators fight back what belongs to us? Today, we are still standing on the land that belongs to us. We are fighting against the Wu clan. 30 years ago, it was like this. Now, so too. As Li Kuangren's voice echoed again, everyone in the border city stared. Feng Chunlin and the 5 old ancestors looked at Li Kuangren. He suddenly laughed. His voice was emanated with the energy of heaven and earth and fell into the ears of everyone. "The Emperor of Man does not approve, but I, the Prince of the County, do. What do you think of Qingyun County?" "Ha ha ha, Prince Li Kuangren." Kuangren Li, the Prince of the County. The entire border city was once again filled with the loud shouts of the Qingyun people. Fuck the human emperor. He didn't help during the war, and now he's just calling himself a king. Why do I need his approval? You little brat, are you rebelling? In the crowd, Xiang murmured, "The children at home are all very cruel." As soon as he finished speaking, the light blue panel in front of him was so dazzling. Your descendant, Li Kuangren, deliberately requested to be made a prince on the day of the imperial court meeting. He was sure that the emperor had no reason to punish the Li family, and deliberately made the emperor lose face. He was still resentful of the emperor's betrayal in the court that day, and decided to weaken the emperor's prestige little by little, causing dissatisfaction with the emperor among the Qingyun people, and even the people of the Qing dynasty. Acquired trait, rebellious heart. He is gradually becoming a traitor. The success rate of subversion increases by 20%, the psychological damage to the emperor increases by 20%, and the real damage increases by 10%. Xiang stared at Li Kuangren, who had a faint smile on his face, and listened to the cheers of the cultivators around him. He was afraid that at this moment, All the cultivators would dare to follow Li Kuangren to break into the heavenly palace as long as Li Kuangren gave the order. Then he scratched his head blankly. It's useless. This child has the potential to kill all his clans. After a full half-day, the voice of Qingyan County calling for County Prince Li Kuangren finally stopped, although the human emperor did not acknowledge it. In the territory of Qingyan County, Li Kuangren was already a de facto prince. Tianli Temple, you little bastard, are you trying to rebel? Who taught you to do this? Do you know what you are doing? You little bastard. Li Dalong was grabbing Li Kuangren and beating him so hard that he ran away with his head in his hands. The feeling of being beaten when he was exposed for having an affair with Mir came back to him. He shouted in pain, "Grandpa, please stop beating me. What are you afraid of? Those bastards in the heavenly palace are nothing. What's wrong with us not obeying them? Besides, I'm trying to rally people's hearts. Anyway, the emperor never thought that our Li family could really become princes. How dare you talk back?" Li Dalong beat him even harder. "Even if you want to rebel, you should do it quietly. Why are you making such a fuss? I let you get wild, and you've grown wings, and you've become wild to no limit. All right, boss, stop fighting. There is no real evidence of rebellion. Besides, what the madman did is nothing when we are fighting the witch tribe here." Su Tsuehua stopped Li Dalong and said with a smile, "It's just a rebellion. It's not a big deal. There's no need to be so angry that you actually hurt the child." Li Yaotai also advised, "Yes, Dad, just be careful not to make it public in the future." Li Yunbing stroked his beard and looked at Li Kuangren, who was kneeling on the ground with his head in his hands, with admiration. "Good boy." Li Xiang, who had been looking at the Li family, had drooped his eyelids. It seemed that Li Dalong was the only normal person in the family, and the other guys were all eager to try. "Why?" Li Xiang and Li Dalong sighed at the same time. Li Dalong just shook his head and said, forget it. Remember this. Slander is terrible. Don't let others use you as an excuse. We are in danger right now, so why would we even think about usurping the throne?" "Clear." Everyone focused and responded. Seeing how well-behaved his fellow tribesmen were, Li Xiang felt relieved. In fact, these guys were very smart. Apart from Li Yaotai and the 7 sons of Tai men who might cause trouble, it was unlikely that anyone else present would be caught. Soon the Li family started to get busy again. They were all involved in border defense affairs in this border city. Those strong men who came to support Qingyan County had no intention of leaving. They all began to practice in the Tianji Pavilion in the border city. Righteous men of status who came from all directions of the Qing Huang dynasty joined them. They even used magic power to create a mountain around the border city and opened a cave on it. Taoist Shanshan, who came from Qinyuan, made the greatest contribution and opened a cave in the most conspicuous place in the mountain. Many cultivators came here to wait for this supreme master in the god transformation stage to give a lecture. Even if the cultivators below the nascent soul stage could get just a few words of guidance, they would benefit immeasurably. At this moment, Li Xiang was in the cave of Taoist Shanshan. Taoist Shanshan was meditating. All around him were members of the Li family. Li Xiang was stealing Taoist skills. Your descendant Li Tianqi received the guidance of Taoist Shanshan and understood the virtues of the earth element. Li Tianyue was instructed by Taoist Shanshan and acquired a mysterious technique suitable for himself, the Lianyue Luojun technique. The technique has 3 levels. It can make the power of mountains bless thousands or even tens of thousands of people, and can also make the power of thousands or tens of thousands of people enter his body and turn into mountains to defend against the enemy. Li Yunlin had never known how to truly use the Tianli Palace, so he asked Taoist Shanshan. Seeing the strangeness of the Tianli Palace, Taoist Shanshan recalled the battle with Lord Hunling that day, and said that there were countless stars in the Tianli Palace, which could be transformed into phantoms of stars, but not solid. He could try to incorporate mountains, rivers, grass, and trees into the Tianli Palace to form a world of its own. Your descendant Li Yunlin suddenly realized that a strange object like the Tianli Palace might have the potential to be transformed into a small world. The children of the Li family have always practiced very hard. At this moment, there were also members of the Li family asking Wang Jinhu for advice. Your descendant Li Yaotai saw that Wang Jinhu's hammer technique was extraordinary. So he came to ask for advice and learned a mysterious hammer technique called Ascension Hammer. Are you a weapon refiner? Or a 7th grade weapon refiner? Wang Jinhu was looking up and down at Li Yaotai at this moment. Seeing that this kid's limbs were all medium-grade spiritual weapons, he was amazed. I have seen many powerful weapon refiners in the Imperial City, but I have never seen a freak like you. You cut off your own limbs and replace them with spiritual weapons. You are really an outlier among weapon refiners. What are you thinking? Li Yaodai would not tell others that he learned this cultivation method from the war puppets sent by his ancestors. He grinned and said, "Of course, I saw that those puppets were strong. I don't have time to train my body to be as strong as the puppets, so I just turned myself into a puppet." General Wang is knowledgeable, and I heard that there are some good weapon refiners and puppeteers in Tianguan Cave. You're talking about this? My Tianguan Cave has a long tradition. I've been practicing for thousands of years, and I've practiced for a while. Wang Jinhu saw through Li Yaoye's thoughts and said with a smile, "I can't tell you some secrets, but considering that your Li family's ancestor died fighting for my Qing dynasty border town, I can tell you some. At least I can let you absorb your magic power into your limbs." "Thank you, senior." Wang Jinhu taught for more than half a month. Tianguan Cave was indeed an ancient sect in the imperial city that was valued even by the human emperor. Li Yaotai was fascinated by what he said. Your descendant Li Yaotai has been taught by Wang Jinhu about weapon refining and puppetry, which is making up for his deficiencies in cultivation. He suddenly had an epiphany. He understood the shackles that had prevented him from infusing his magic power into the spirit puppet for many years, and even learned some methods to infuse the vitality of heaven and earth into the puppet. Get rich! Li Xiang couldn't help but feel happy. Li Yaodai was already at the peak of the golden core stage. He had been unable to make any progress in recent years. It was nothing more than the scarcity of knowledge. Once Li Yaotai had mastered the knowledge, the Li family would be able to mass-produce 7th-grade golden core stage spiritual puppets as long as they had enough materials. Even 6th-grade Yuanying stage spiritual puppets were not impossible. Haha. Thank you, General Wang, for your guidance. I understand. I understand. Ha ha ha. Li Yaodai ran out of Wang Jinhu's residence like crazy. The 2-meter-tall man ran wildly in the border city and finally ran to Li Dalong. He grabbed Li Dalong's arm and frightened Li Dalong so much that he spilled his tea on him. In front of Li Dalong's confused expression, he shouted, "Dad, I understand. I want to go home and make iron. These spirit puppets are all yours. You can bring the children to grab more materials in the future. No matter who it is, grab them all. I want to make iron. Huh?" Li Yaotai handed the ring to Li Dalong and ran out of the hall. Li Dalong glanced at the storage ring in his hand, which contained more than 2,000 spirit puppets. He finally came to his senses and looked at the hall. At this time, the hall was full of people, all of whom were the leaders of the major forces in Qingyun County. At this moment, they also reacted, staring at Li Dalong vigilantly and tightly holding the rings in their hands. Obviously, these guys listened to Li Yaoye's words carefully and were afraid that the Li family would snatch them away. Ahem. Li Dalong suppressed the urge to chase after the third brother and beat him half to death. He forced a smile to the vigilant crowd and said, "The third brother of my family recently injured his head in a battle with the Wu clan. Don't take it seriously. Let's continue. It's more important to resist the Wu clan and find more helpers." As he spoke, Li Dalong looked at the rings in the hands of these strong men, his eyes rolling. He was thinking about how many precious materials the spiritual stones that the Li family had robbed over the years could buy. If he couldn't buy them, he would go to Yunbing to find a solution. Everyone in Qingyun border was united in purpose, and within half a month, Li Xiang received good news. Your descendants Li Chongsheng and Li Chongwei report to you that after more than a year of lobbying, they finally persuaded the king of Xingwu County, Mi Zhuanxi, and all the people of Xingwu County are gathering in Qingyun County. Found helpers? Looking at the information, Li Xiang, who was learning from Taoist Shanshan, raised his eyebrows immediately. He quickly checked the past information. Your descendant Li Chongsheng tried to persuade Mi Zhuanxi many times, but to no avail. Seeing that Mi Zhuanxi was ready to take everyone from Xingwu County to settle down in Tianshu Mansion, he used the Qinxi forces hidden in Tianshu Mansion to spread rumors that Yi Xiao of Wanfa sect was about to break through to the God Transformation realm, and that Prince Mi Zhuanxi was ambitious. As a result, all forces in Tianshu Mansion were on guard, and the Mi family was frustrated at every turn. Your descendant Li Chongsheng obtains the trait, Dark Side. At this time, the power of intelligence and the power of the people are revealed. Li Xiang's scalp tingled. He could even imagine that once the people from Xingwu County arrived at Tianshu Prefecture, the local forces would unite and treat these outsiders from Xingwu County as people who had occupied their home. Really, Li Xiang's shadow instantly moved to where Li Chongsheng was, and saw many spirit boats heading towards Qingyun County. The cultivators from Xingwu County all had grim expressions, as if they had suffered some great injustice. At this moment, Li Changsheng was lying on the edge of the cabin and sleeping, while Li Changjing was gently rubbing her broken pink bow. "Brother, isn't it wrong for us to do this?" Li Changjing had a normal expression on her face as she sent a message to Li Changsheng. Although her brother had fallen asleep, she was sure that he could still hear her. As expected, Li Changsheng's lazy voice rang in his mind. "There's nothing wrong with that. Even if I don't do this, they will be treated as outsiders sooner or later, just like what we have heard about our family's struggles in Qingyun County. Now I am just letting them face the reality in advance. It is their choice to go back with us now." "Brother, I understand." "What do you understand?" "It turns out that lazy people have good brains. They don't work every day, but think of despicable and shameless things." At this time, at the bow of the boat, Prince Mi Zhuanqi and Yi Xiao from the Wanfa sect stood together. Mi Zhuanqi glanced at Li Changsheng with a strange expression. Yi Xiao beside him clenched his fists. "Damn Tianshu Mansion, they said we were southern barbarians. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have beaten them all. I told you a long time ago, don't run away. Why bother going to Tianshu Mansion to embarrass yourself? We are not as smart as your grandson. It is better to die standing than to live on our knees." As if they had heard Yi Xiao's words, the masters of Xingwu County all opened their eyes wide with anger. Only Mi Zhuanqi smiled faintly. "There's a villain in the old Li family." The wind in the cabin blew Li Changsheng's hair. The boy snored against the wind and slept peacefully. No one noticed the slightly raised corners of his mouth. For a whole month, Li Xiang spent time in the border city to learn from Shan Daorun and Wang Jinhu, and the Wu clan did not dare to act rashly. Many members of the Li family and the strong men of Qingyun County are rebuilding the border city. The Taoist of Shanxing used his tremendous magic power to cast a spell at the border last time, forming a 10-mile-long mountain, which is still outside the Qingyun border. It has helped the defense of Qingyun County. Now the people of Qingyun County are planning to use this as a basis to use magic power to form a 100-meter-high, at least a 1,000-mile-long wall outside the Qingyun border to resist the Witch Clan. The cultivators in Qingyun County simply formed an army, and the Feng family had an army before this. These armies in the cultivation world all practiced military-type formations, just like the Hu family spear formation technique that the Li family obtained from Thailand Town many years ago, which was also similar to the military formation technique. Li Xiang also learned about it in his spare time and was amazed. All forces have decided to establish the Qingyun army. Your descendant Li Yunbing, because of his victory in the last battle against the Wu clan, was recommended and given a new identity, the Qingyun commander. After seeing this information, Li Xiang instantly appeared beside Li Yunbing. At this moment, Li Yunbing was on the city wall, conducting the power transfer of the Li family. Behind Li Yunbing at this time were most of the level masters from the Thunderfire Demon Cave, the Demon Subduing Alliance, and Dawn. They were all at least strong men above the False Pill realm, and the successive battles had reduced their numbers to less than 100. But after many wars, those who remained were absolutely loyal to the Li family. From today on, you will all be included in my Li family's Tianli Hall. My Li family's Tianli Hall has two departments, the Bright Department and the Dark Department. The Bright Department does treasure business in various places, and the Dark Department carries out dangerous missions. Now I will lead the Qingyun army. Your next leader will be back soon, and they will make arrangements for you. Hearing this, many subordinates looked at each other, and their eyes were a little wary, but they still responded to Li Yunbing with a yes. The three forces of your family have been integrated to form a new force, the Tianlatang Ambu, and your descendant Li Changxing has acquired a new identity, the Lord of the Tianlatang Ambu. Changxing will be busy now. Li Xiang Shmila playfully. Among all the children of the Li family, Li Changxing was not the smartest. His strength had even regressed to the 8th level of qi refining, and he had not yet shown his talent. The people of Qingyun County only knew Li Changhuai of the Li family. Even the children of the Chang generation born by Li Tianyo had some reputations, but no one knew the name of Li Changxing. But Li Xiang knew clearly that all the eldest children in the Li family added together were not enough for Li Changxing to play with alone. As for the Ming department of Tianlatang, that is the open force, and its master has always been Su Tsuehua. It is specifically for earning spirit stones. Occasionally, if there are outstanding children of the Li family, they will be sent to the Ming department for training so that they can suffer a little loss in the business world and learn a lesson by spending spirit stones. At the same time, Su Tsuehua will also examine whether this clan member is reliable. The reason why things developed like this was because Li Tianyo had many children, and his children began to reproduce wildly. As many subordinates left, Li Tianyue, who had been standing behind Li Yunbing, frowned. Second uncle, although these guys are loyal to our family, they are all struggling everywhere, usually with their own evil intentions, and are lawless. Changsheng is still young. Can he really suppress these guys? Originally, I wanted you to be the leader of the Umbu, but you refused and insisted on joining the army. Now I have no choice but to hand it over to Changsheng. I just hope he can control the Umbu. Li Yunbing Siga. Seeing Li Yunbing's helpless look, Li Xiang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Li Yaoqing was helping Fong Linglong recover, and Li Yaodai, while continuing to beat his iron, was already a big help. Li Yunlin was going to lead the Litian sect, and now Juyo Taoist was still missing. If the soul lamp was not still burning, Li Xiang would have thought that this old friend had died. As for the 7 Iron Gates, your descendants, the 7 sons of the Iron Gate, have begun to integrate into the infant bones of the Witch Clan and practice witchcraft with the Mad Blood Demon Lord. At this moment, these 8 guys are in Li Yunlin's Tianli Palace. Otherwise, they would probably be clamoring to go to the Endless Forest to explore. The Tian generation. Li Xiang saw Li Tianyi and Li Tianqi sneaking into the Endless Forest. Li Tianming was not there at the moment, so these 2 guys took the beast tamer Li Tianshuang to the Endless Forest, forming a new iron triangle. They have been hiding in a witch tribe for more than a month and have not found a chance to launch a sneak attack. Apart from Li Changsheng, no one else is reliable. Li Xiang also took a quick look at the children born to Li Tianyo. There were some good ones in the Kuang and Chang generations, but compared with other members of the Li family, they were just mediocre or were still growing up. However, the reason why Li Yunbing let go of the Umbu and let Li Changsheng take charge was because both Li Yunbing and Li Tianyue saw greater benefits in the Qingyan army. Li Tianyue said in a serious tone, "Uncle, it's not easy to lead the Qingyan army. They come from all sides of Qingyan County, and there are also soldiers from the Feng family. The army is full of good and bad people, and no one is willing to submit to anyone else. We'll be busy from now on." I was able to suppress all forces in the Thunderfire Demon Cave back then, and now, as long as you give me enough time, I can make this Qingyan army become the Li family army. Li Yunbing laughed heartily. With the blessing of our ancestors, only by letting our family take control of everything can we live up to our ancestors' cultivation. Looking at the serious expressions of Li Yunbing and Li Tianyue when they took out the ancestral tablets, Li Xiang's face turned dark, and he always felt like a big pot was put on his head. A few days later, Li Changsheng returned with the cultivators from Xingwu County. After discussing with Feng Chunlin, the county king Mi Zhuanxi decided to recover the land of Xingwu County bit by bit. Now the cultivators from Xingwu County are stationed at the border between Xingwu County and Qingyan County, helping each other with the cultivators from Qingyan County. With the return of the cultivators from Xingwu County, the Wu clan retreated dozens of miles. My brother and I completed the mission, and we brought back helpers. Li Changjing happily told the clan members in the ancestral hall what had happened, causing everyone to look at Li Changsheng, who was still sleeping, with some surprise. Then Li Changsheng was placed in the center of the ancestral hall. It was clear that everything was Li Changsheng's achievement, but this kid was still sleeping and didn't ask for any credit. However, Li Changsheng, who was sleeping at this time, felt something was wrong. When he opened his eyes, all the elders were staring at him and congratulating him. "Congratulations, Changsheng. From now on you are the master of our Tianli Hall's Umbu." Li Changsheng was stunned for a long time, not wanting to accept the reality that his family had assigned him another difficult task. Then he glanced at his hands and feet. "My elders, can we talk it out? Tianli Hall is Tianli Hall, and I won't run away. If you tie me up like this, people who don't know would think you're going to roast me." But soon he panicked. The elders of the same generation carried him up and took him to a blind date. General Wang Jinhu, from the Imperial City, was also busy. This guy was determined to follow the principle of a general is not subject to military orders when he is away from home. The imperial edict of the imperial court came 3 times to urge him to go, but he simply told the imperial court that he was seriously injured and dying, and he had to recuperate in Qingyan County. But the strong men in the entire Qingyan County knew that General Wang Jinhu was in good health, and he did not leave because he was wary of the elders of the Wu clan. It is said that he has a skill that he can know instantly if the elders of the Wu clan step into Qingyan County. The entire Qingyan County was in full swing of recuperation, but the Li family was slowly beginning to become quiet. In the border city, only Li Yunbing, Li Yunlin, Li Tianyue, and Li Guangren, as well as the younger members who came to practice and gain experience, could be seen. But it was not a big problem. After Xingwu County came, Qingyuan County was qualified to start a counterattack. The four masters of the spiritualization stage who fought that night, their souls were competing with each other in the sky, and no one dared to move. As for Apostle Lei Dong, his old friendly Dalong was not on the battlefield. Instead, Yi Xiu from the Wanfa sect of Xingwu County appeared and was able to fight back and forth with Lei Dong. Special event, fair battle. There were casualties within the Wu clan. After the battle of the Qingyuan County Divine Transformation Monk, Lord Hunling and Luoxing asked for help from the Divine Bird Totem, but were told that they would not provide any assistance. Seeing this, Li Xiang could probably guess that it was still related to the transaction between Fong Linglong and the Witch clan. Once upon a time, the Li family had to survive against the Wu clan, but now the Wu clan seems to be in the same situation as the Li family. On this day, Li Xiang opened his eyes in Taoist Shanshan's temple. In the starry night, a chieftain of the Guifang came to the Li family. As soon as he arrived, he trembled and knelt down in front of the confused Li family members. Friends of the Li family, I am here on the orders of the high priest to make a deal with your Li family. This deal? What good deal can there be between my Li family and you Guifang? Li Dalong said casually, but he soon became interested and heard the chief of the Wu tribe say, "We are willing to help you build the Shuntian Wushu formation. This is the formation diagram sent by our high priest. Of course it's not free. Yu Baiyin's gift, the Shuntian witchcraft diagram. As the opening time of the Shuntian witch array gets closer, Yu Baiyin can feel that there are members of the Li family waiting for an opportunity to move around the Shuntian witch array. In order to ensure the smooth completion of the Shuntian witch array, he is willing to give the Shuntian witch array to the Li family, hoping that the Li family will stop staring at him." Inside the Shuntian witch formation, the Guifang high priest was reprimanding Yu Baiyin. "Baiyin, how could you collude with the Li family and give the Shuntian witch formation diagram to the Li family?" But Yu Baiyin looked calm. "High priest, this Shuntian witchcraft formation requires the high priest of our witch clan to set up the formation, requires the corpses of 1,000,000 people, and requires spiritual veins. No matter which of these the Li family cannot achieve. I am giving them face so that they will give up their thoughts about me. People are like this. As long as they see the slightest hope, they will not take risks. After today, I can sit back and wait for the breakthrough without any worries." The high priest thought about it and thought, "Is that so?" As for asking the high priest to set up the formation, the Li family couldn't do it. At this moment, Li Xiang also received the message. "Your descendants Li Tianyi and Li Tianqi report to you that they have set their sights on the Shuntian witchcraft formation, and the surrounding defenses are more thorough and cautious than before. Although they cannot obtain it, they have a rough plan and can pay a certain price to make Yu Baiyin fail in his tribulation." No one of Yu Baiyin was scared. It turns out you guys are targeting him. Li Xiang suddenly realized and accepted Yu Baiyin's gift with peace of mind. He suddenly laughed. "Haha, you don't think we can't make the Shuntian witchcraft formation, right? Great. 1,000,000 corpses, high priest, whoever breaks through the nascent soul in the future will be in danger. Use this trick." After Li Yaodai got the blueprint, he excitedly ran to the place where Li Yaoqing was refining medicine. He was overjoyed. "Second sister, you were saved. That's great. You were saved." This time, the Li family got a long chance to catch their breath, but they did not dare to waste time. All the members of the Li family were practicing hard. For the Li family, 10 years seemed to have slipped through their fingers. The Qingyuan border also underwent tremendous changes during the war. Just as they had originally planned, they built a 1,000-mile Great Wall between the border and the center of the endless forest, which posed a huge obstacle to the Wu clan's attack and also reduced the border pressure on Qingyuan County. There have been few major wars in the past 10 years, and most of them involved less than 10,000 people. In addition, most of the time, it was the Qingyuan army that was fighting. Both sides tacitly knew when to stop, just like they were training. On this day, Li Xiang also woke up from the retreat where he was comprehending the laws beside Taoist Shanshan. This time, he did not feel lonely as before. He had gradually gotten used to this feeling. It seemed that after reaching the nascent soul stage, 10 years had passed like only half a year. During this period, he woke up only once during the family festival. He also went back to the human world and sent some things back and also got a lot of treasures. However, in recent years, Li Yunbing has gained some family will by commanding wars and completing several special events, and Li Xiang's family will has only been consumed a little. Family will. 42. Congratulations, you have been practicing with Taoist Shanshan for 10 years. You have gained a lot of spiritual energy and comprehended some of the rules of the mountain soil. The powerful power of the rules will enable your nascent soul to break out of the divine fetus and transform into a primordial spirit. Xiang's consciousness sank into the abdomen, and he saw a baby sitting cross-legged in meditation in his dantian. After the nascent soul is formed, it looks like a baby. During this period, it not only absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also absorbs the rules of heaven and earth as nutrients into the nascent soul. Finally, when the nascent soul is exactly the same as itself, it can become a primordial spirit. The difficulty of cultivating the Yuan Shan lies in integrating the rules into the body, which is why countless cultivators in the world stop at the Yuan Shan. Of course, there are also some people who have the opportunity to find some blessed places or other methods to force the rules into the body, which can also break the transformation of the Shen. However, it is very difficult to break the God transformation in Xiang County. Xiang felt that there were very few rules of heaven and earth that could be incorporated into the body of Xiang County, so he had not made much progress in 10 years of practice. It's just a matter of time. Xiang had no other choice. He had never dared to think that he could break through to the nascent soul stage before. Now he had already begun to seek an opportunity to break through to the divine transformation stage. He could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. Xiang also began to check on the situation of the Li family members. I was looking at Li Dalong and his wife. Xiang's face turned dark. Your descendant Li Dalong tried to break through the 5th level in the straight death heaven coffin, but to no avail. He practiced dual cultivation with Su Tsuehua in the straight death heaven coffin for 10 years. During this time, he came out of the straight death heaven coffin to participate in the grand sacrifice. He saw that Qingyun had no concern for the battle that was dangerous to his life. Except for the children who had questions to ask, he rarely came out of the straight death heaven coffin. Xiang guessed that the couple probably felt the same as he did. As their lifespans grew longer, they paid less attention to the concept of time. They even ignored the birth of a new child in the Li family. It was no wonder that many powerful people were indifferent to worldly affairs. Then Xiang checked the children of the Yao generation. 10 years have passed, and Li Yaozu is still hanging out with Tianqing Sword Saint. Your descendant Li Yaozu and the Heavenly Star Sword Saint travel the world together, looking for opportunities to comprehend the sword's meaning. They said they were traveling around the world, but in fact they were just running around Xiang County. Instead, when they saw some children who liked to practice sword in Xiang County, they would leave some inheritance so that when they grew up, they could join the Qingyun army on the border to fight against the Witch clan and defend their homeland. Your descendant Li Yaozu obtains the trait, Sword Heir. He told the story of the battle with the Wu clan everywhere in Xiang County, and the story of the battle with the Wu clan without fear of life and death spread among the Qingyun monks. There is a 0.1% chance of getting enlightenment every year. Back then he was a sword snatcher. Now he's a sword passer. I am amazed at how different each stage of life is. The Heavenly Star Sword Saint beside Li Yaozu had grown a beard in the past 10 years and looked extremely old. He murmured to Li Yaozu as if out of habit, "Brother Yaozu, I still want to ask, where is Yaowen?" I simply ignored these two strange guys and turned to Li Yaowen. After 10 years, this guy became an old lady again. Li Tianming, who had been Li Yaowen's follower back then, was still the same as before, following behind Li Yaowen with a simple and honest look. These two guys were selling animal meat on the street in what was obviously a witch tribe. Moon Dragon Totem, Night Dragon Tribe. At this moment, Li Tianming seemed to have just returned. He walked to Li Yaowen with a happy face and helped Li Yaowen sell meat. Then he murmured in a low voice, "Fourth aunt, we have been squatting here for 10 years, and we still haven't got the opportunity. I miss my elder brother. Your descendant, Li Tianming, has been selling animal meat with his 4th aunt at the Moon Dragon Totem for 10 years. He can only choose people to kill for fun every day. Acquired trait, 1 kill a day. If you don't kill anyone for a day, you will feel uncomfortable. If you keep killing people, you will be no different from ordinary people. Every time you miss a daily killing task, your psychology will become darker by 1%. After hearing what Li Tianming said, Li Yaowen smiled calmly and said, "Don't be impatient. 10 years is too little, and 100 years is too little. You will always find an opportunity. Tianming, you should kill fewer people. If you kill too much, you will suffer many disasters after you reach the nascent soul stage." While talking, Li Yaowen sold another piece of meat to a member of the Wu clan. Just when Li Xiang thought the meat was ordinary, he was stunned. Your descendant Li Yaowen sold a piece of beast meat and gained a small amount of Wu clan luck. Looking at her past information, it is full of information about selling animal meat. As for what luck is, Li Xiang seemed to understand when it came to the other children in the Li family. Your descendant Li Tianyi spent 10 years digging up the ancient tomb of the witch clan and obtained 3 witch bones and a large amount of witchcraft and sent them back to the family. Your descendants, the 7 sons of the Iron Gate, have all merged their witch bones and become a single body of human, witch, and demon. Their cultivation has all reached the peak of the golden core. The 7 sons of the Iron Gate began to practice witchcraft with the help of the crazy blood demon lord, who is very sensitive to witchcraft. Their physical strength has increased, and they have acquired the trait, demonic witch. Increases the speed of casting spells and witchcraft by 20%. While your descendant Li Tianqi was adventuring outside, he found a place where a 7th grade spiritual vein still remained. Your family gathered the corpses of millions of Wu clan members, and the crazy blood demon lord and the 7 sons of Iron Gate served as the Wu clan's high priests and sacrifices, praying together for the bloodline faith and establishing a Shuntian Wushu formation on the spiritual vein. Your descendant Li Yaoqing, protected by the family's small amount of heaven and earth luck, paid the price of serious injury, broke through the 99 heavenly tribulations, obtained a single wood spirit root, and obtained the body of heavenly wood. This seemed to be luck. After Li Yaowen borrowed the luck, the Li family's predicament was gradually eliminated, and it seemed that from then on, the Li family's luck became better. Li Xiang even suspected that the 2 masters of the spiritualization stage came to help, and the smooth development of Qingyun County in recent years were also related to the luck brought back by Li Yaowen. At this moment, Li Yaoqing, who had broken through the nascent soul stage, was secretly healing Fong Ling Long in Merit City. And there is Li Yaotai. At this moment, the Li family's forging pavilion was bustling with people, and the weapon refiners were all forging iron here. Li Yaotai was forging like a madman in a place with raging flames that looked like a volcano crater, trying to forge a 6th grade iron tool. Your descendant Li Yaotai, after receiving guidance from Wang Jinhu, has been able to inject mana into the 7th grade spirit puppet after 10 years of forging. After observing the explosion of the exploding sky dragon and the heaven and earth Yuanqi bomb of the blue dragon, he understood the mystery of the explosion. He created a spirit puppet that can use mana and a spirit puppet that can self-destruct. Now the Li family spirit puppets are very scary. Just imagine 100 Jindan stage self-destruction. The other kids are good too. Your descendant Li Yunlin is about to break through the 8th and 9th heavenly tribulation of the nascent soul stage. He is looking for spiritual objects in the mountains, rivers, plants, and trees to make Tianli Palace a small world to resist the heavenly tribulation. Acquired trait, collector of spiritual objects. Each time you obtain a spiritual object, your strength will increase by 20%. Your descendant Li Yunbing, through the gift of the ancestors, the key points of the Immortal Cultivator Militia examination, was inspired on how to train the army. The army training speed increased by 20% and currently has 50,000 Immortal Cultivators. Li Xiang took a quick look and found that this army had beaten the Wu clan to a pulp during the battle and had enforced discipline. Many of their tactics and formations even surprised General Wang Jinhu. Your descendant Li Changsheng, after 10 years of hard work, has finally been able to stop the infighting in the Tianli Hall and the Umbu after reducing the number of people in the Tianli Hall by 10%. Obtained trait, Trouble Solver. Sure enough, how difficult is it to be the master of a dark force? Anyway, Li Xiang saw that the lazy man Li Changsheng was tossing and turning. As for Li Changsheng's father, Li Quangren, this guy has a hard time too. Your descendant, Li Quangren, is the Dark Lord of Qingyun County. As more and more fugitives come to Qingyun County from all directions, he needs to meet every fugitive every day, arrange accommodation for each of them, and intrigue with every desperado. Li Xiang felt that both the father and son were destined to hard work. Look, Li Quangren was sitting on the throne, and a well-mannered Confucian scholar was walking down from below. The Confucian scholar was talking about his past experiences, which was what every fugitive needed to explain to him. The Confucian scholar said that he fled to Qingyun County because he had offended the powerful. Li Quangren's face darkened, and he slammed the table. I have seen fugitives for 10 years. What kind of people have I not seen? As soon as you move your breath, I know you are lying. Why don't you tell the truth? The scholar's face turned pale, and he quickly confessed, Sir, I used to be a retainer in the imperial city. My master had more than a dozen concubines, and I raped one of them. I see. It's not a serious crime. You can join the front line of Qingyan army. Before Madman Li finished speaking, Li Tianyo passed by the door. This boy was still as handsome as he was back then, and now he had 43 wives. He happened to hear what the scholar said, and he rushed in, looking at him as if he were an enemy. Madman, listen to your uncle. This kind of person cannot be kept. He dared to abuse a dozen wives, and the one with dozens would be unable to sleep or eat well. You can't empathize with him. This kind of person should be tortured to death. Li Kuangren's face turned even darker, and he ordered his uncle and the scholar to be dragged away. Your descendant, Longnyo, gave birth to 22 more children for the family. Your Kuang generation member gave birth to 42 Chang generation children for your family. Your family has grown to the 7th generation. Please give a name. Li Xiang was clicking on this 7th generation child and thought he would appear in Merit City, but unexpectedly, he appeared in a small fishing village. In front of you, Beihai City, Linyu Village. In a tavern, a handsome young man was hugging an ordinary-looking girl on the couch, and in the girl's arms was a boy who couldn't even open his eyes. A very beautiful woman, wearing an ordinary apron, looked at the family of 3 with a gentle face. Crazy, did you see that? We have a grandson. Outside the pub, a dirty old beggar was pitifully shaking out the meager coins from a broken bowl and shouting at passers-by who were smelling of fish. Please have pity on an old man like me. 3 years and 3 years have passed, and I have gained nothing. There are so many liars in this world. Grandfather, Chang'an has given birth to a son for our family. Please give the child a name. There is also a small ancestral hall in the small fishing village. At night, Qingyu went to the ancestral hall and knelt down to worship Li Xiang. Li Xiang was watching in the ancestral hall. In fact, when he was practicing over the years, he would occasionally visit this fishing village. Although Qingyu took Li Chang'an away from the family to live an ordinary life, the annual ancestor worship is still a tradition. It's just that so many years have passed, and Li Chang'an still doesn't know his identity as a member of the Li family. Give me a name? Li Xiang thought for a moment, and the ancestral tablet in the ancestral hall floated up into the air, leaving 3 words in the air. Li Xingqian. Thank you, ancestor, for the name. Qingyu was overjoyed, tears welling up in her eyes. She had lived an ordinary life in the small fishing village these years, and the ancestor was still protecting her and her child. She knew clearly that if the family wanted to stop them, they could find them at any time with their current power. This time Li Xiang stayed here for several days. He watched the life of this family, which was very ordinary yet warm. At this moment, Li Chang'an was holding his child happily in the room, and his wife was lying on the bed, looking at the father and son tenderly. Little Xingqian, you now have a name. In the future, you will become the best fisherman in this area like your daddy, okay? Li Chang'an grinned at the child in his arms. Li Xiang looked at the boy's past experiences. He was a good boy with dual spiritual roots. Qingyu was also very smart. She educated Li Chang'an very well and helped him practice magic and martial arts, but she never showed it to others. Now he is at the 6th level of Qi refining. He was very honest, because he was the best fisherman in the area. When he was only 15 years old, matchmakers from all over the area almost broke down the threshold of the small fishing village. But Li Chang'an is devoted to Lu Xiaofang from the Lu family, who lives 2 lanes away from his home, and now they are happily married. Although Lu Xiaofang looks ordinary, she has a very good personality and can't do needlework like the women of rich families. But she is a very kind and gentle girl, and she even saves some injured animals in the small fishing village. Just as he was secretly blessing the family and was about to go back to his clan to continue his practice, Li Xiang stopped. Li Chang'an, wearing a cloth shirt and with his sleeves rolled up, walked out of the tavern. He looked very calm, just like Qingyu. He walked to the door of the tavern, squatted in front of the drunkard who was begging, and handed him a wine gourd filled with wine, as usual. The drunkard thanked him with a smile, but the next moment his expression froze slightly. Li Chang'an said, Old senior, you were already at the door when Chang'an was still a child. Chang'an has grown up, and there is no one of your age in the village, but you are still as vigorous as a dragon and a tiger. A pot of wine a day has never made a difference. Good wine, good wine. The drunkard just drank heavily and pretended to be crazy and drunk. Li Chang'an still had a calm expression. I have encountered danger since I was a child, but with you around, I was always able to turn danger into safety. The village was threatened by bandits a few years ago, and I led the men in the village to fight. When we arrived the next day, the bandit village was completely destroyed. I asked around, and the people in the village said that you had also been away for a while. There is no help without reason in the world. At least I don't believe it. I have been practicing since I was a child, and my mother also has magic and martial arts that are so precious that others dare not even think about it. I can feel that my mother is hiding something from me. And you were too. When I was little, I would ask why I never met my father, and she would never say anything. Now that I'm older, I want to know. What is my last name? Li Chang'an was asking. Qingyu in the tavern frowned and looked down. No matter how low Li Chang'an's voice was, it could not escape the ears of Qingyu, who had now cultivated to the middle stage of the golden core. The drunkard downstairs was still pretending to be crazy under Li Chang'an's puzzled expression. But they didn't notice that on a street not far away, a man carrying a coffin was hugging a beautiful woman and standing there for a long time. Master, just stay a few more days. Su Tsuehua's eyes were gentle. Don't disturb their family. Let them live in peace. They have everything they need here. Li Dalong smiled and nodded. Maybe ordinary is the truth. We have no choice, but I hope they can live without worries forever. People were coming and going on the street as if they didn't exist. That night, the drunkard squatting at the street corner was stunned. He saw the couple in the dark and was so excited that he almost spit out the wine he had drunk in the past few days. It's been almost 20 years. Do you know how I got through these years? This night, Qingyu in the tavern also flew up with Li Xingxian in her arms, looking for something in the darkness, but she did not find Li Dalong and his wife. She only picked up a storage ring from the ground, which was filled with resources and treasures that could drive a nascent soul force crazy, and a note. Live a good life. Qingyu knelt down towards the southern border of the Qing dynasty and cried loudly. After a few days, the old beggar squatting outside the tavern left. There was a heavy thunderstorm in the sea near Linyu village, which surprised the people of the entire Linyu village. Not long after, the dirty old beggar who had disappeared for a few days returned to beg again. Unlike the children of Li Guangtu's lineage in this small fishing village, there is an endless war in Qingyun County. More than a decade later, fighting is still going on at the border. This kid Li Yunbing already has the bearing of a great commander. At this moment, he is sitting in the main seat in the border city, with white hair and a youthful face, wearing a domineering black armor, and giving orders. Another great battle broke out outside the border city that day. Li Tianyue led the Qingyun County's Qingyun army to pursue the Wu clan outside the city, and even seized a section of the Wu clan's territory. At this moment, many cultivators were plundering resources in the Wu clan's territory. Just one glance, and Li Xiang felt relieved. Your descendant, Li Tianyue, is a heroine general. She led the Qingyun army to fight against the Wu clan at the border between the Wu clan and Qingyun County, and never lost a single battle. The Wu clan was terrified when they heard of her name. In addition, the Wu clan members inquired about her past and learned that Li Tianyue had been in the Lu family in Qingyun County. She was called the blood-clothed widowed, because every time he fights, he slaughters the witches indiscriminately and gains the trait, witch slaughter. When facing the Wu clan, the pressure will increase by 100%. Can be protected by the luck of the heaven and earth in Qingyun County. For every 10,000 Wu clan killed, the golden elixir can be broken by 1%, and the progress is 12%. Kill. At this time, Li Tianyue was holding two swords and flying, her red lips wide open, her face ferocious, and her two swords pointed directly at a small Wu tribe. With her roar, tens of thousands of Qingyun army monks behind her flew their swords to form a sword formation. The spiritual energy they formed almost covered the sky and the sun, and it was unstoppable. Seeing the battle here, Li Xiang was also stunned for a moment. It seems that Yao Wen's role in the Wu clan's borrowing of the luck of heaven and earth is getting bigger and bigger. Tian, you only needs to kill another 880,000 Wu clan members to break through to the nascent soul stage. However, with Li Yunbing and Li Tianyue around, Li Xiang felt at ease about the border. The Qingyun army is now becoming more and more powerful. Now Li Xiang has begun to get used to living like a ghost in Qingyun County. 185 years of the Li family. Congratulations, you have been with Taoist Shanshan for many years and have gained the understanding of the incarnation method and have completely understood the rules of the heavy mountain. After coming out of seclusion, Li Xiang also checked his own situation. There are shackles from the nascent soul to the spiritual transformation. Not only must one absorb a large amount of the heaven and earth's vitality, but one must also practice the laws of rules. Only in this way can the nascent soul grow up and break through the body to become a spiritual transformation. He can even see the various rules floating between heaven and earth, such as the 5 elements, wind and thunder. Fortunately, there are these rules. The nascent soul has grown up a bit. Xiang was also a little happy. The Li family had given him 2 sacrifices in these years, but it was a pity that those sacrifices could only give him too little spiritual energy. According to his calculations, if there were such natural treasures every 10 years, it would take him at least 10,000 years to reach the peak of the spirit transformation. The lifespan of a cultivator in the nascent soul stage is only 2,000 years. But fortunately, Xiang murmured and disappeared from the spot in an instant. At this time, he appeared in the Li family's residence. The Li family was now more prosperous, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was extremely rich. The spiritual veins under the ground were about to break through the 7th level, and there were many magic arrays and spiritual objects buried that could gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The primordial blood tree returned to its original place and restored its original form, reaching its current state. It was able to obtain spiritual energy from the heaven and earth. Every few years when it was in a good mood, the primordial blood tree would scatter red snow. All the monks in Merit City benefited from it, and those in the Qi refining stage with good luck could even break through the shackles on the spot. Especially tree demons like him have a long lifespan, at least hundreds of thousands of years. Now, there are 230,000 people in the entire Merit City, and after several gifts from the original blood tree, 80% of them are monks. Merit City also became the most sacred place in the entire Xiang County. As soon as he arrived at the base, Xiang raised his eyebrows. In the hall, the Li family was discussing the matter. The reason was, when did our family become so poor? Li Yaotai, the bald hunk, was sitting on the ground throwing a tantrum, hugging Li Dalong's thigh and wailing, "Dad, please, give me some materials. It will be soon. As long as I can forge a 6th grade spirit puppet, I can break through to the nascent soul stage. I'm almost 200 years old, and my hair is all white. If I don't break through, I'm going to die." The younger generations of the Li family looked up at the sky and asked, "Do you have hair, old man?" As soon as Li Yaotai finished speaking, Li Yaoqing counted on his fingers and murmured, 300 years, 500 years, another 2,000 years, and my 6th grade spiritual medicine will be able to grow in the secret realm in the north. By then, my 6th grade spiritual medicine will be able to be refined. Really no more. Li Dalong's face turned dark. Although he had been training in the GC Tingwan for the past 2 years, he had heard that the 2 kids were crazy about wanting materials. They had visited all the major forces in Xiang County, but they wanted materials of at least grade 7. Now the major forces were afraid of them. Not to mention Xiang County, they have also visited Xingwu County, Qi County, and the Wu clan's land on the border of Xinyan. They have taken away all the high-level materials, but they are like a bottomless pit. Especially Li Yaoqing, the natural materials and treasures used by this guy are rare, and she also used them for experiments. He simply threw the ring to the 2 children and said, "Our family is really poor. You will know after you take a look." When they opened it, both of them looked unhappy. Well, there is nothing in the storage ring except spirit stones and a large number of spirit tools. Seeing the embarrassment of the elders, the younger generations outside did not take it seriously. They had been to the treasure house at home. As long as they completed the task or accomplished something outstanding, they could get what they needed from the treasure house through the Blue Dragon. Every time you enter the treasure house, you will find that there are more and more things in the treasure house. There are arrays, magic and martial arts, elixirs, spirit puppets, talismans, everything. Just when the family was in a dilemma, Li Yunlin, who had been silent the whole time, looked gloomy. "Grandpa, aunt, and uncle, we still have Changyang Mansion behind us." When the Changyang Mansion was mentioned, everyone in the Li family fell silent, and the entire hall seemed to be filled with rising anger. Xiang also narrowed his eyes slightly. During the past 10 years of development, the Li family has accumulated many grievances with the Changyang Prefecture. In the Yintai Forest, inside the cave specially opened by Li Yaoqing, there is a Huitian Yanqi cold jade bed. This is a top-grade spiritual tool that the Li family obtained from Xingwu County King Mi Zhuanqi at the cost of a large amount of spiritual stones. It can be used to heal injuries. Even if a cultivator in the Qi refining stage was seriously injured, he could recover by lying on it for 3 to 5 days. Even a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage could recover in 3 to 2 months. At this moment, there were a man and a woman lying on it. The woman was extremely beautiful. Who else could it be but Feng Linglong, the demon lord of the demon cave? As for the other man, he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he looked arrogant even when he was lying down. Li Yaozu. This guy was shirtless with a long scar on his chest. The bloody wound didn't bleed, but emitted black air. Your descendant Li Yaozu, together with the heavenly star sword saint, stopped the Qingfeng sect's divine transformation cultivator who broke into Qingyan County. He was seriously injured by him and was rescued by Wang Jinhu and Shanshan Taoist. This was an experience 2 years ago. In the past 10 years, Qingyan County has become a special place. The fact that a cultivator in the spiritualization stage dared to come here had long been noticed by Taoist Shanshan. But the Li family was not idle either. They would find ways to find experts from all over the Qing dynasty and help Tianli Hall send back some strong men who had committed crimes outside Qingyan County to make up for the problem of insufficient manpower in Qingyan County. That is, when Li Yaozu and Tianqing Sword Saint brought back a nascent soul sect from Changyang Prefecture, the ancestor of this sect came to hunt them down. Li Yaozu and Tianqing Sword Saint were not afraid of anything and naturally would not back down. Unexpectedly, they were defeated with just one move. However, the Qingfeng sect also spared Li Yaozu's life. Otherwise, the Li family would have fought a desperate battle with the Qingfeng sect long ago. When Li Yunbing and Li Yunlin learned that their father was injured, they almost went crazy. Even a calm guy like Li Yunbing led the Qingyun army to the border and had already entered Changyang Prefecture for thousands of miles. If Li Dalong hadn't come out to stop them, and Li Yaozu hadn't woken up briefly and told the two brothers not to be impulsive, they would probably not be fighting the Wu clan at this moment, but rebelling. At this time, after discussing in the hall, all the Li family members came to the ward and looked at Li Yaozu lying on the bed. For 2 years, Li Yaoqing had been refining medicine, but he still could not dispel the knife energy on Li Yaozu's chest, and he could not recover. Grandpa, 2 years have passed. You have been looking for the Changyang government, but no one cares about this matter. The human emperor said that as long as you are in the territory of Qingyan County, you must report it if you are above the nascent soul stage. At that time, my father had already stepped into the border. Changyang Prefecture should have arrested that person, but the Qingfeng sect is still there, and that old dog of the god transformation is still at ease. Li Yunlin looked at his father on the sickbed. For more than 100 years, they didn't communicate much, but Li Yunlin still admired Li Yaozu the most. He didn't discuss family affairs in these years, but mostly stayed in Li Tianzong. In fact, it was all because of the killing of the pig demon king. This kid always felt that the family's misfortune was because of him. But now his father was injured, and he had been staying in the family for the past 2 years, waiting for Li Yaozu to recover. Now that the family had no materials, he also found an opportunity. Grandpa, you have always forbidden us to cause trouble to the dynasty, fearing that we would rebel. But you have also seen that the Qing dynasty does not regard us as their own people, and Changyang Prefecture does not regard us as their own people either. Hearing this, Li Changsheng, who was sleeping in a wheelchair and being pushed by Li Changjing, opened his eyes slightly. He muttered in a dream, Ancestor Tian, our Tianlatang has not had a good time in Changyang Prefecture these years. Changyang Prefecture has suppressed us everywhere. You gave me a lot of spirit stones, but I find it difficult to buy high-quality materials. I checked and found that Changyang Prefecture has always been wary of us. They did it on purpose. Li Kuangren also frowned. Yes, in recent years, the number of cultivators coming from Changyang Prefecture to our Qingyan County has been decreasing. The reason why Grandpa would bring people back is because Changyang Prefecture has been blocking them everywhere. They often check cultivators now, just to prevent them from coming to Qingyan County. They are going too far. I heard that a senior who had reached the god transformation stage was going to come, but they asked him to go back. Listen to the children. Li Dalong looked heavy-hearted. In fact, over the past decade, although Qingyan County had a special status, he had always wanted to ease relations with the Qing dynasty. After all, the Li family was too small for a giant like the dynasty. If the dynasty really wanted to take action against the Li family would have been gone long ago. The only reason why it could continue to exist was because Qingyan County helped the Qing dynasty to stop the Wu clan. But now, boss, Su Tsuehua smiled and said, don't hesitate any longer. The children need resources, and our family is not someone they can bully whenever they want. Seeing that the children were all looking at him, Li Dalong became angry. Do you really think I'm old? Everyone was stunned. Li Dalong continued. Tianyi and Tianqi have already gone to Changyang Mansion. The children of the Li family were stunned. No wonder they hadn't been seen for a while. It turned out that they had gone to Changyang Mansion early. Li Dalong sighed. We have already taken away all the resources of Qingyun County. I have long understood the long road of cultivation over 100 years. The road of cultivation is ruthless and everyone is fighting for it. How can our Li family let the Qing dynasty restrict us? Hearing this, everyone in the family was delighted. They had wanted to go to Changyang Prefecture for a long time. Whether it was for revenge for Li Yaozu or for resources, they had to compete with Changyang Prefecture, the richest place in the south. Led by Li Dalong, they headed towards the ancestral hall. As soon as they left, Li Yaozu opened his eyes on the sickbed. He looked at his scar, and a trace of shame and anger flashed across his face. I'm almost 200 years old, and I've been lying down for 2 years because of a knife attack. How shameful! Just as he was struggling to get up, he caught a glimpse of Fong Linglong lying beside him and was stunned. Fong Linglong was sleeping at this time, especially the white chest of this old witch who had lived for who knows how many years, which made Li Yaozu frown, thinking that his second sister was too careless to put him and Fong Linglong on the same bed. At least it would be good to cover Fong Linglong's delicate body. He just took out a piece of animal skin to cover Fong Linglong's chest. What are you looking at? Li Yaozu's expression froze. His pair of crescent-shaped eyes opened, and the murderous aura in the ward was a bit heavy. For some reason, a feeling of embarrassment that I hadn't felt for over 100 years suddenly came over me, and I thought about it for just a moment. Puff! Li Yaozu spat out a mouthful of blood and closed his eyes. Well, everything will be fine after waking up. Fong Linglong glanced at the animal skin covering her body, then looked at Li Yaozu. Well, this boy is handsome, so forget it. Then he fell asleep again. At this time, everyone in the Li family had already arrived at the ancestral temple and were kneeling in front of Li Xiang's spirit tablet. Grandfather, my family has made a name for itself today. Please protect me. Allow. Li Xiang used the ancestral tablet to send a message. He had also seen the Qing dynasty's oppression of Qingyun County over the years. He knew more. Li Yaowen, who was far away in the Yuelong tribe, had reported to him that the Qing dynasty had not only not helped over the years, but people from the lineage of the national teacher Min Yugua had even sent messages to the Wu clan many times, and their words were all asking the Wu clan to take Qingyun County away as soon as possible, saying that the Qing dynasty had never intended to defend Qingyun County. Those guys in the Qing dynasty also knew the potential of the Li family. In recent years, Changyang Prefecture has restricted the development of Qingyun County and prevented Qingyun County from buying and selling resources in Changyang Prefecture in order to suppress the growth of the Li family. If Qingyun County had not been fighting with the Wu clan, and there was justice in the world, it was said that the Taisher lineage far away in the north would have secretly protected it and prevented Min Yugua from taking action against the Li family. I am afraid that the Li family would have fled now. We must kill him. In an instant, as Li Xiang agreed, the entire Li family held the ancestral tablets and began to make preparations one by one. The elders of the Li family, who had experienced many disasters, looked as usual. Only the grown-up descendants of Li Tianyou's lineage were left, following their legendary elders with excitement on their faces. Special event, Beast out of the cage. With a lack of resources and Li Yaozu seriously injured, your people can no longer tolerate the oppression of the Qing dynasty and Changyang Prefecture. Under the leadership of Li Dalong, your people decided not to tolerate the humiliation of the Qing dynasty anymore and began to fight back against the Qing dynasty from Changyang Prefecture. With the emergence of this special event, Li Xiang's vision also followed the tribesmen. They were not reckless. The Li family's affiliated force, Chensi, has been sending spies to various places in the Qing dynasty for decades. In the past 10 years, Li Changxing has focused on sending the Tianli Hall's secret department to investigate various forces in Changyang Prefecture and plant spies in various forces. Now, Li Changxing is the first to leave Qingyun County and escape the investigation of the monks sent by Changyang Prefecture outside Qingyun County. Brother, do I need to go there in person? Li Changwei has also matured, and the Shushu Fenfengong behind her is becoming more and more powerful, emitting the aura of a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, as she gets older, she rarely bullies the younger generation of Qingyun County, and instead becomes like Li Changxing's nanny. Grandpa Yunbing and Grandma Tianyue are both fighting the Wu clan at the border. The elders in our family are too reckless. We should go there. Li Changxing still had his eyes closed. How long will it take? Li Changxing looked back reluctantly. She had already cultivated well, and when she was young, she had beaten all the younger peers in Qingyun County. She originally wanted to beat her seniors again so that her eldest brother would praise her, and then she would become famous in the Li family. She even thought of her own nickname, Qingyan Yazihua. Who knew that before I had a chance to fight, my brother would go out? Remember the Fenghuang Palace in the past? Li Changxing grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Remember, the dead grandpa was awful. Li Shangwei Fronat. My grandfather is actually a rare hero in the world. To be honest, I admire him very much. He spent hundreds of years planning Qingyan County, but failed. I want to learn from him, do better than him, and do bigger things than him. Li Shangxing smilat briguli. Li Changwei stared at his brother in feigned anger. Don't follow his example and sell me out for marriage, or I'll let my dad beat you up. It depends on how much it sells for. Do you believe I can push you into the ditch? Half a month later, Li Changsheng, wearing a scholar's outfit, opened his pure eyes and said in a low voice, Changwei, what I will do next may be cruel. Far more cruel than today. If you can't accept it, then go back to Qingyan County as soon as possible. Li Changjing glanced behind him. It was a small family belonging to a county town in Changyang Prefecture. The word Li family was engraved on the family's door plaque. A killer from Tianlatang left from the top of the wall of this family. It's okay, brother. You've been protecting me since I was little. Now I'll protect you. Li Changyao chuckled. Everyone in the family said that my brother was very bad, and the name of the master of the Tianli Hall's dark department had spread throughout Qingyan County. Since my brother could stop a child from crying, he must be the biggest villain. But only Li Changwei knew that no matter what others said about her brother, or no matter what he did, it was always right. After all, there is no other brother in the world who has been silently protecting her since she was a child. That's fine. Li Changxing asked Li Changjing to squat down beside his wheelchair. It was autumn. Li Changxing touched Li Changhuai's head. Li Changhuai smiled foolishly, and then the two of them went into Changyang Mansion. Your descendant Li Changxing believes that acting under the identity of the Qingyan Li family will anger the court, so he decides to follow Feng Qingyang's example, disguise himself, support a puppet, act for the Li family, and plan Changyang Mansion step by step. He wiped out the Li family, a century-old family in Mianing County, Changyang Prefecture, and disguised himself as a descendant of the Changyang Li family together with Li Changyao, and went to the main branch of the Changyang Prefecture's 10,000-year-old Li family to recognize his relatives. Obtained traits. Chess player. Li Xiang in Merit City was stunned when he saw the information in front of him. After a long while, he murmured, enhanced version of Feng Qingyang? This kid was cheated of all his resources by Madman and his gang. I thought he would become someone like Li Yaodai. The path of human growth is really incredible. Li Changxing and Li Changwei have already infiltrated the Li family of Changyang Prefecture. This guy has even prepared proof of bloodline and identity. There are even people near that small family who can prove that the two of them are members of the Changyang Li family. Seeing that the two of them successfully returned to their roots, Li Xiang also felt that Li Changxing's methods were extraordinary. He could only say that he was indeed a good child with some of Feng Qingyang's genes. In the following time, Li Xiang also followed the two of them to stroll around Changyang Prefecture. The Changyang Li family is located in the central provincial capital of Changyang. If you really compare them, it's no wonder that everyone says Qingyan County is a barbarian land. The Qing dynasty governed a total of 18 states, with 7 to 12 counties under its jurisdiction. Changyang Prefecture originally had 8 county towns under its jurisdiction, but now Qingyan, Xingwu, and Qi were ceded to the Wu clan, leaving only 5 county towns, which had little impact on Changyang Prefecture. The other 5 county towns and the surrounding provincial capital are known as the Land of the Dragons of the south of the Yangtze River. Since ancient times, Changyang Prefecture has had many secret realms and ancient ruins. There are even many places with explicit regulations that prohibit the wanton development of spiritual veins and the random picking of spiritual mountains. What is emphasized is sustainable development. They also attach great importance to morality, and before a fight, they have to argue about who is right and who is wrong. This also makes Changyang Prefecture have many scholars and musicians, and there are schools and private schools everywhere, and the sound of reading and music can be heard. The county towns on the border are different. Anyway, in Li Xiang's memory, who cares about the continued development of Qingyan County? Just grab it first. Who cares about reason? Winning is reason. As for Wenxiu, now the most cultured place in Qingyan County is Gongda City. There is a child with the character Kuang in the generation of Li Tianyou in the Li family. His name is Li Kuangru. He also imitates Li Yaowen to study literature. The literature he studies is all about killing techniques. The first lesson for the beginner is to go to the border and follow the school to kill a member of the Wu clan. Lu Xiao also has one, and is currently trying his best to dig up the ancestral tomb of Qingfeng sect to avenge Li Yaozu. Now that I think about it, there is a reason why Qingyan County is so barren. Maybe Feng Qingyang's idea of destroying and then rebuilding was right. The key point is that more than 100,000 years have passed in Qingyan County, and the sects in Qingyan County still have such barbaric ideas. When will our Qingyan County have such a grand occasion? Li Changsheng was now sitting in the highest place of the Li family in Changyang, looking at the magnificent scenery of Changyang with Li Changjing. There were opportunities everywhere, and it was peaceful and happy everywhere. The people lived and worked happily, which made him envious. Li Changwei pursed his lips. Brother, I can't say whether they are good or not. Anyway, in my opinion, they are all a bunch of spineless people. We have been here for 2 months, and we can't see any blood in the people here. The same is true for the Changyang Li family. Their younger generations are scheming for the position of the head of the family. It's better to fight with real swords and guns. I guess if the Wu tribe comes here, they will all run away. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Li Changxing looked at the grand occasion again and said with a smile, Senior Tianxing should have arrived from Qingyan County. Next, we will start our plan step by step. The Changyang Li family was not big, having existed for only 400 years, and the family members were distributed to branches in all directions. The ancestor was only in the early stage of yuanying, and there were more than 20 elders. Every 100 years, the younger generation of the family fought for the position of the head of the family, which was all internal consumption. Soon the two met the Tianxing sword saint disguised as a groom at Li's house. Meet Senior Tianxing. In fact, the only people who came to Changyang Mansion to carry out the mission this time were Li Tianyi, Li Tianxi, and Li Guanghua. The rest were children of Li Tianyou's generation, about 40 people. As for the other members of the Li family, they were either famous or would be recognized as soon as they used their magic power outside, so it was difficult for them to act. Tianxing Jianshin came here simply because Li Yaozu was beaten seriously in front of him. This guy has been feeling guilty for almost 3 years, and he keeps shouting every day that his brother-in-law was beaten in front of him. He was very embarrassed and had to come to help Li Yaozu get revenge. My father-in-law told me that I have to follow your orders on this trip. Just tell me if I have any instructions. If you want to kill someone, just let me know. Tianxing Sword Saint smiled at Li Changsheng, then looked at the bustling street outside the back door with his eyes lost. It's a great place, but it's a pity there's no Yao in here. Without her faint smile, my heart would not beat fast. Li Changxing and Li Changjing looked at each other. Both of them had dark complexions. This old swordsman had only met Emperor Yao when twice at best, and they hadn't seen each other for more than 30 years. Look, this Heavenly Star Sword Saint has become a Heavenly Star Love Saint and can even write poetry. What a sin! Immediately, the two of them ignored Tianxing Sword Saint and silently returned to the room, took out the ancestral tablets, and reported to the ancestor. What are your plans next? Hearing Li Changxing say that he has begun to support a direct descendant of the Changyang Li family, Li Xiang used the ancestral tablet to ask Li Changxing. 3 months after the Li family came, the Li family's children were scattered all over Changyang Prefecture, disguised as ordinary people. To be honest, as Li Xiang gradually understood Changyang Mansion, he realized how complex and powerful it was. It would be almost impossible for the Li family to seize Changyang Mansion, unless they used the power of the entire Qingyan County, along with the 6 Wu clans in the Endless Forest, and the 2 elders Luoxing and Hunling Gong. There would still be some hope. See Li Xiang and ask. Li Changxing knelt on one knee and said, Grandfather, Changyang Prefecture is really big. There are countless yuanying families in this city. Changyang Prefecture is different from our Qingyan County. They are managed by the prefect and obey the orders of the emperor. I originally wanted to control their leader, and thus the entire prefecture, but now I can't do that. The entire prefecture follows the rules of the human emperor, and no one has ever dominated one area with one force or family. Even the 5 counties under its jurisdiction are the same, with many aristocratic families and sects competing with each other. It is common for one party to take the stage and another to take the stage. Listening to Li Changxing's report one by one, Li Xiang frowned slightly. Qingyan County has lasted for more than 100,000 years, and it is all the Taoist tradition of Qingyan Pavilion. The entire Qingyan County practices the magic and martial arts left by Qingyan Pavilion. Li Tianyi dug out the ancestors of Qingyan Pavilion and unified Qingyan County. In addition, Feng Qingyang's affairs and Yu Xian's various plans made Qingyan County united today. But Changyang Prefecture, let's put it this way, there are tens of thousands of various forces added up, and you want to control them? Impossible. Even if they gain temporary control, human hearts are unpredictable. After a few years, they will become disloyal and sell out the Li family. Grandfather, I hope that Grandfather Yunlin can come. I also hope that Grandfather Tianyo's children can do more for our Li family. Hearing this, Li Xiang stared into Li Chongqing's bright eyes, and he suddenly understood. Changyang Prefecture did not have a Qingyun pavilion that had lasted for 130,000 years and could command all forces. So, the Li family built a Changyang pavilion in Changyang Prefecture. They do not recognize the Taoist tradition of Qingyun pavilion. But what if Li Tianyo's children all joined various forces and became elders and clan leaders? 200 or 300 years, or even 1,000 years, the clan leader said that their inheritance came from Qingyun pavilion. Do the disciples believe it? A hint of madness flashed in Li Chongqing's eyes. As long as we succeed, our Li family can swallow up the entire Changyang mansion silently. Special event. Millennium Blood Transfusion Plan. Your descendant Li Chongqing has decided to gradually support the children of the Li family to join all the sects in Changyang Prefecture, and then change the surname of the entire Changyang Prefecture to Li. A 1,000-year plan? Li Xiang was stunned for a moment. Thinking back, then Feng Qingyang also spent hundreds of years waiting for the opportunity. Li Chongqing was even stronger and had been advancing step by step for thousands of years, but he could still endure it. Let's implement the plan. Li Xiang approved of this method, which made Li Chongqing ecstatic. That night, a plan for longevity? In Gonda City, Li Yunlin, who had an immortal look, also received the order from his ancestor. Without hesitation, he led the remaining 5,000 disciples of the Li Tian sect and headed towards Changyang Prefecture. 5,000 monks flew on their swords, cutting through the sky. Li Yunlin held the Tianli Palace in one hand and a whisk in the crook of his arm with the other. The strong wind in the night sky blew up his hair and black robe. Today, I have left the sky and emerged from the blue clouds. The Changyang Taoist tradition has returned to one sect. Who will be the Taoist patriarch in the future? I am the ancestor of Taoism. Tonight, Li Yunlin's eyes were like the bright moon in the sky, not bright enough to illuminate the world, but so ambitious. He was looking forward to the daybreak when his eyes would be like the sun in the sky, making it impossible to look directly at them. Then, let's see who dares to hurt his father and who dares to bully the Li family. At this moment, the Li Tian Palace in his hand seemed to sense his thoughts and began to flash wildly. Your descendant Li Yunlin has been worried about his master's safety since his master left, and his Taoism has been damaged. He was plotted against by Taoist Xiang, and his Taoism has been damaged. The witch tribe invaded, but he was unable to help the family resist the enemy. Seeing that all the children of the Li family have achieved something, he has always been unable to break through the nascent soul stage. He has learned all the Taoist methods of Qingyun County, but he is unable to break the inner demon. Now that his father Li Yaozu was seriously injured, he became more and more furious, and he became more and more eager for power. He knew that only a strong force could break everything, and he vowed to avenge his father. He had been carrying the Li Tian Palace for many years. The spirit of the Tianli Palace was angry because Li Yunlin broke it and gave it to the younger generation of the Li family many times and did not recognize the Lord of Li Tian. Today, he finally felt Li Yunlin's will and helped Li Yunlin break the inner demon. Obtained trait, Heavenly Heart of Taoism, acknowledged by Tianli Palace, and obtained the true usage of Tianli Palace. This item can contain all kinds of spiritual objects in the world and can protect the mind from damage. The possibility of your descendant Li Yunlin being disturbed by the inner demon is minus 99%. With Tianli Palace, the speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth with spiritual objects is increased by 30%. Your descendant Li Yunlin, the 79th heavenly tribulation, is approaching. Your descendant Li Yunlin has suppressed all his magical powers and will not survive the heavenly tribulation, but will swear to survive the 99th heavenly tribulation. Good boy. Seeing Li Yunlin's appearance, Li Xiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, among the children of the Yun generation, he was most worried about Li Yunlin. This kid was good in everything except that he always thought too much. When Li Yaozu and Chu Xiaoxiao separated, this kid always felt like a traitor. When he left Tianzong, he always thought about how to benefit the family, always afraid that he was not doing well enough. Later, the old pig died, and the boy became depressed and spent his days drinking. He felt that he was the one who killed the old pig and caused his people to become homeless. When the witch tribe came, Taoist Jiyo went to the imperial city to expose Feng Qingyang, but he disappeared in the end. The boy also thought that he was the one who killed his master. The accumulation of layer upon layer of inner demons had obscured Li Yunlin's talent, but now he had finally come out of his inner demons. This is what our children should be like. Li Xiang was very relieved. Yunlin is like this. Even if Yao Zhu is injured a few more times, it will be worth it. In Thailand Ward. That day, Li Yaozu woke up again and said, "Hey Chu." Fong Linglong, who was standing by, frowned, stretched out one of her legs, and kicked Li Yaozu, who had woken her up, off the cold jade bed. Although he didn't know why he would sneeze despite his level of cultivation, Li Yaozu rolled his eyes after being kicked down and simply fell asleep on the ground. Li Yaoqing, who was outside the door, heard the noise, ran in quickly, carried Li Yaozu back to the bed, and complained to his master. "Master, why did you kick my brother down again? This cold jade bed is so big. What's wrong with you letting him use it? Both of them are old, and they are injured and look half dead. Why are you still talking about the difference between men and women?" Fong Linglong, Li Yaozhu. Li Yunlin took the disciples of Li Tianzong out of Qingyun. This was an open action. At this time, the area in front of the original blood tree was filled with Li family members. They were all descendants of Li Tianyo, the same people who had posed in a group outside the Merit City and shouted that they wanted to become heroes like the Li family elders. Unfortunately, none of them are as famous as the elders of the Li family. Some children have also made a name for themselves in Qingyun County, but it is only between the younger generation. Besides, the people in Qingyun County are very united now. Even if they fight each other, it is called a competition. Outsiders want to bully the children of the Li family. The Tianli Hall will be the first to come, and then the Tianji Pavilion of Qingyun County will be the second. Almost all the children of the Kuang and Chang generations live in a hotbed. No one does not want to surpass the elders of the Li family, but the reality is naked. They imitate their elders, but live in the shadow of their elders. It is true that the Li family does not advocate suffering, but many times, many people can grow rapidly in suffering or fall into the swamp of suffering and become a thing of the past. Of course, there are outliers. Li Changyao is one of them, but no one among the descendants of the Li family can compare with Li Changyao. This little princess was favored since birth. She also has an elder brother, Li Changxing. Her father is the prince of Qingyun County behind the scenes, and her uncle is also a prince. After 3 generations, no one would treat the hundreds of children of the Li family well for no reason. Just like now, there are many good things in the Li family's treasury. If they want to get them, they have to prove that they are qualified. And today, each of them stood in front of the old tree. The children had burning eyes, and the elders of the family were going to assign them tasks. The stories of the family elders are circulating throughout Qingyun County, but when people in Qingyun County mention the Li Tianyo lineage, they always say that they are a fallen lineage. They are illuminated by the glory of their family, but do not want to be drowned by such brilliant light. They are not declining. They just need a chance to prove that the blood in their bodies is as hot as that of their elders, and that they can also run around the world with the spirit tablets of their ancestors in their hands, bringing the glory of the Li clan to illuminate the whole world. Li Guangxing, you are at the 2nd level of foundation building, and you still have 3 spiritual roots. You are arrogant by nature and reckless, but you are a broad-minded person. Since it is inconvenient to go to Changyang this time, you can help out at Tianli Hall in Qingyun County. You will become the shopkeeper, have friends everywhere, and have a virtuous wife. Yes, the sacred tree, Li Guangheng, peak chi refining for spiritual roots. You are a good-looking man. I saw your past. You are very calm. I know you want to be a soldier of the Qingyun army, but maybe you will have a future in Changyang Prefecture. Shinshu, you have great magical powers. Does Changyang Prefecture have an army? Have. Li Changjing, what a young man you are, with dual spiritual roots. You have a promising future. Dahe County in Changyang Prefecture has your future. Fly high in the sky and start from weaving straw sandals in Dahe County City. No wonder Grandpa said I was good at farming. The children were asking the primordial blood tree for guidance. Li Dalong and Su Tsuehua frowned. To be honest, they didn't want the children to know even a glimpse of the future. The 2 old people could not help but think of the children's repeated requests for signs. They would follow the signs of the primordial blood tree to do things. There was a possibility that the primordial blood tree was also influencing the future. It was also at that time that the children of the Tian generation experienced all kinds of hardships in the world, and some children died. Li Guangren and Li Guangtu were also affected by this. Li Dalong and Su Tsuehua wanted their children to live well under their protection in Gongda City and Qingyun County. Maybe they didn't know many of the children yet, but there is no ancestor who doesn't want their descendants to live happily. But things in the world are not that simple. Most of these children are unwilling to live an ordinary life in Qingyun County. As long as there is a chance, their ambition will grow infinitely. It is not easy for them to stop them. After all, if they stay in Xiang County, they may never achieve anything high or low in their lives, and they may not even be able to break through the golden elixir. It is really difficult to choose between living a life of peace and security or pursuing a life of immortality with great fanfare. Li Dalong sighed. I'm getting old. When I was young, I wouldn't have thought so much. If there was a spiritual stone in front of me, I would fight for it. At that time, I hoped that every one of my children would fight for the family like me. Now, I just want these descendants to be happy. Boss, why should you and I get entangled? Every child has his or her own ideas, and they make their own way. Su Tsuehua took Li Dalong's arm and said, After all, they are all members of our Li family, so it's normal for them to be unwilling to be lonely. As elders, the last thing we should do is to interfere in children's affairs. If they do something wrong, we should correct them. If they have something to pursue, we should also try our best to support them. That's right. Li Dalong gave a bitter smile. Far away, Li Tianyo stood with his wives. His group of beautiful wives, who had been making a lot of noise in Merit City all year round, now looked at their children receiving orders with complicated expressions, some of which were worry and some of which were pride. Li Tianyo held his head high and stared at the children. Over the years, he had heard from people outside that the children he fathered were no good. Bullshit. Every one of his descendants is much better than him as a father and grandfather. He knows that as an elder, he has no other advantages except being handsome. But he has a group of promising children. Children, be sure to pay attention to your own safety when you go out and protect yourself. When you become stronger, remember to send me spiritual stones and natural treasures to support me. The other children of the Tianzi generation stared at Li Tianyo speechlessly. They had also given birth to some children over the years, but could they compare to Li Tianyo? They couldn't stand up to the fact that old Nyo had many wives. As the most useless member of the Tianzi generation, this kid seemed to be the strongest one. Not to mention the children of the Tian generation. Even Li Tianyo's descendants rolled their eyes at Li Tianyo. But Li Xiang admired this boy very much. Traits: romantic, amorous, superfertility. An unknown practitioner. An unknown practitioner. He always practices hard in oblivion. His speed increases by 10% when practicing silently. This kid didn't fight or compete. He quietly gave birth to a child, quietly practiced, and now he has reached the early stage of the golden core, not hurried or slow, and his foundation is extremely solid. After more than 100 years of practice, he even created a yellow-level method, Niuzhi Jing, which is very suitable for the Li family bloodline to practice, and it is even better when paired with the beast blood fruit. Don't underestimate Li Tianyo, who is the weakest among the Tianzi generation. He has many children, and his family will reward some resources for each child he has. Every year, the family will allocate resources. He gave all of them to his children and wife. He did not keep any for himself, and relied purely on himself to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His name really suits him, like an old ox working hard in the fields without even asking for a reward. Sometimes Li Xiang even suspected that if this kid kept all the resources for himself, he might even reach the nascent soul stage. As the children of the Li family received their orders one by one, under the watchful eyes of the Li family elders, they secretly headed towards the border between Xiang County and Changyang Prefecture. This trip is a secret operation of the Li family. Most of these children are not well known. They will hide their identities when they arrive in Changyang Mansion, and naturally they cannot tell others. They will act under the identities arranged by Li Changsheng and develop their power in Changyang Mansion step by step. Even if they cannot become important figures in the big sects, they can become spies and play a key role in the future. Under the setting sun, led by the Tianlatang killers, they headed towards Changyang Prefecture from all directions. At this moment, all the children of the Li family looked back at Xiang County behind them. A trace of reluctance flashed in their eyes. They grew up in Xiang County, where everything was familiar to them. But soon they looked towards Changyang Mansion, and the reluctance in their eyes disappeared, replaced by determination. They stepped out of Xiang County and headed for a strange land. Here they would no longer have the protection of their family, and no one would spread the glory of the Li family. The road ahead was like opening up a wasteland, and endless dangers would be waiting for them. People in Xiang County said that they were a generation standing on the shoulders of giants, and without the Li family they would be nothing. No. They walked out of Xiang County. They wanted to walk out of the shadows. They wanted to clear the way for the giants and carry the giants forward. Changyang Mansion has fallen into the hands of the family. When they return, let's see who dares to say a word of dissatisfaction. This will take years and months, and I don't know when we will see each other again. Li Dalong let out a long sigh. At this time, the old tree also turned into a human form and stood beside Li Dalong. Looking at the children's backs as they left, he smiled and said, "Our children are always like this. I have seen that they live in your shadow, and they always want to jump out of the shadow. Once we leave, we will be like a group of snakes leaving the mountain, waiting for the day when we can transform into dragons and return." Li Dalong frowned. "Have you seen the future?" The old tree shook his head. His voice floated in the wind. "Isn't this the case for all members of the Li family?" "Yes, I am really old." Li Dalong sighed again, and then he brought the Li children who were still there back to the hall. Not long. Mi Xuanqi of the Mi family in Xingwu County had been negotiating with Li Dalong for a long time. The Mi family prince looked at Li Dalong happily and said, "Old Patriarch Li, are you saying that you agree to help us take back Xingwu County?" The 6 major forces from Xingwu County came to Qingyun. They had been stationed on the border between Qingyun and Xingwu in order to avoid conflicts with the people of Qingyun County. They had already started fighting for Qingyun County and against the Wu clan in order to get Qingyun County to help them drive out the Wu clan from Xingwu County. But Li Yunbing, the commander of Qingyun County, was a very sinister guy. I negotiated a lot of conditions with him, including giving the Mi family to the Li family. Now Li Dalong finally gave in. "Yes, I will order the Cloud soldiers to attack Xingwu County. I have 2 conditions. Do you agree?" Li Dalong saw Mi Xuanqi frowning and saying nothing. So he smiled and said, "First, if the Wu clan of Xingwu County is wiped out and renamed Qingyun, the 2 counties will be equal. Secondly, I hope that all the major forces in Xingwu will remember that it was our Li family that helped you regain your homeland. Our cultivators sacrificed their lives for Xingwu County and shed their blood in Xingwu County. When my Li family needs you to fight for us, I also hope that you will spare no effort." Mi Xuanqi thought about it for a long time that day and finally agreed. The major forces had no objection. What they wanted was the place where their ancestors had lived and worked for generations, and they didn't care about changing the name. Moreover, the 2 counties had been helping each other over the years and had become brothers long ago. The older generation of them almost slept in the same bed. As for the Li family's needs, would they help? Li Kuanghua was Yi Xiu's direct disciple of Wanfamin. If they didn't help, Yi Xiu would have to beat them up. As Mi Xuanqi left, Li Yunbing and Li Tianyue, dressed in armor, walked out from behind the scenes. They looked at Mi Xuanqi, who was leaving, and smiled. "Second uncle, you are still very resourceful. You propose so many excessive conditions. Now my great-grandfather has come up with 2 less harsh conditions." The old fox Mi Xuanqi finally agreed. He has no choice but to respond. Otherwise, if his conversation with Grandpa today gets out, the 6 major forces in Xingwu County will surely be dissatisfied. Then they can't blame me. Li Dalong slowly walked out of the house and looked in the direction of Changyang Mansion with a gleam in his eyes. The children went to Changyang Mansion to discuss the family's millennium plan. Then he, as an elder, "Let's build a larger Qingyun County for the children." Nearly 100 children of the Li family all went to Changyang Mansion. Changyang Mansion was very large, and they were as inconspicuous as a grain of dust. But for the sake of safety, Li Chongqing would still use the power of Tianli Hall to arrange innocent identities for them. Or he may be a lucky person who has lived a peaceful life and got a chance to practice in a small village. Or he may be an orphan left behind by a destroyed family of immortals and is striving to make progress. Or he may be a prodigal who has become a bandit but has extraordinary talent and wants to change his life. According to Li Chongqing's arrangement, these children will need to hide for at least 3 to 5 years to ensure that their identities will not be discovered. During these 3 to 5 years, all members will have to start over and practice some earthly or yellow-level magic and martial arts. Ancestor. In addition to hiding their identities, these 3 to 5 years are also a way to smooth their temperaments. Being content with being ordinary and hiding will make them more restrained. As they move forward from ordinary people, their character will also improve. This is what Li Chongqing said when Li Xiang asked, which made Li Xiang more confident in letting Li Chongqing command the mission. Only a year had passed, and these little guys that had gone out had acquired some strange traits. Your descendant Li Chongdi, who is hiding his identity and selling meat in a small county town in Changyang Prefecture, has acquired the trait pork seller. Temperament increased by 20%. Murderous aura increased by 5%, and the deterrent effect on ghosts increased by 30%. Your descendant, Li Guanglong, studied in Hanming County as a poor boy. He wrote good poems and spent his days writing poems for prostitutes and brothels to make a living. Acquired trait: white moonlight of prostitutes. Studying literature in a brothel, comprehension increased by 5%, and the favorability of brothel girls towards him increased by 50%. Your descendant Li Changming was found to have extraordinary cultivation in the martial arts hall of Baiyun County. He was thought to have ulterior motives and was hunted down. He was seriously injured on the way, lost all his cultivation, and his eyes were blinded. He refused your and your family's treatment and joined the Tiandao sect with his broken body. Acquired trait: blind swordsman. Increases sensitivity by 100% and increases awareness of crises by 50%. Looking at the current situation of these children, Li Xiang suddenly felt that these children had been overshadowed by the elders of the Li family since they were young. After they went out, they all had their own abilities. In fact, if you think about it carefully, everyone in the world is special. If you observe carefully, they all have their own extraordinary qualities. There is one place that is most unusual. It was a very powerful sect located deep in the mountains. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was even richer than that of Merit City, and there were 8 floating islands in the sky. Kinfengote. It was also the sect of the incarnation cultivator who had injured Li Yaozu. At this moment, in a most inconspicuous little cave not far from their ancestral grave, 2 people were meditating. Dust and cobwebs covered their bodies, and there were even spiders crawling on them. Your descendants Li Tianyi and Li Tianqi have been guarding Qingfeng Gate for nearly 2 years, but they have seen that the soul of the ancestors of Qingfeng Gate in the state of transformation is always alert, making it difficult for them to enter Qingfeng Gate. They will never give up and secretly decide that no matter if it takes 10 or 20 years, they will dig up the tombs of the ancestors of Qingfeng Gate and seize the treasure house of Qingfeng Gate. Acquired trait: patience. Patience increased by 5%. Brother, if Tianming were here, it would be great. That guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and we wouldn't have to wait here forever. Li Tianqi casually slapped to death a spider that was standing next to them and was being nurtured by some magic power to cultivate to the level of qi refining. In the past, Li Tianqi was very afraid of Li Tianming. That boy was a shadow in his childhood. After knowing Li Tianming's abnormal behavior, many people in the Tianzi generation slept with one eye open for a long time. But now, if Li Tianming was here, how could it be so difficult? Who knew that Changyang Prefecture was so difficult to survive in? Li Tianyi was also a little annoyed. Changyang Mansion was far more terrifying than they thought, and their cultivation system was more complete. The Qingfeng sect's defense system, such as formations and talismans, was like an impenetrable wall. He had previously taken Li Tianqi to dig up the ancestral tomb of a Yuanying family. After only 2 days of digging, they were hunted all over the county city. Li Tianqi took advantage of the chaos to go to the other party's treasury and stole the treasures on the periphery. He didn't even break the formation inside and was discovered again. Seeing that the children were moving forward steadily under Li Changxing's arrangement, and that Li Tianyi and Li Tianqi did not do anything wrong, Li Xiang went back to practice. Li Changxing may not be the smartest person in the family, but he is definitely the most stable one and the one who knows how to hide the most. This year was by no means peaceful for Qingyun County, and it was also the area that Li Xiang paid the most attention to. Special event: reclaim Xingwu County. Obviously, the cooperation between Li Daolong and Mi Zhuanqi has already begun, and Xingwu County has been preparing for more than a year. But 1 year of preparation is far from enough. After so many years, Xingwu County has long become the territory of the Wu clan. Half of the land has been turned into forest by the Wu clan, and Xingwu County is left with only ruins. Moreover, in the forest, the strength of the witches will increase. They seem to be protected by the endless forest. In the forest, their already strong recovery ability will be increased by at least 30%, and the same is true for witchcraft. According to Li Yunbing, if they want to take back Xingwu County, they must be fully prepared and push forward when the Wu people are unable to defend themselves. Starting from the original border of Xingwu County, they must push forward all the way, clearing out a ruin that is hundreds of miles long and a kilometer wide, isolating the Wu people from the protection of the endless forest, and setting fire to the forest. Only in this way can they have a chance of winning. By then, the 4 Wu tribe factions in Xingwu County will be trapped in Xingwu County, and it will take years to completely eradicate them. Brother Yunbing is a master at using troops. We will leave Xingwu County to you. In the border city of Qingyun County, Mi Zhuanqi bowed to Li Yunbing. Before, he thought that if Xingwu County was integrated into Qingyun, the Mi family's prince's mansion would no longer be able to control power arbitrarily. But in the past 2 years, he has figured it out. The strength of the Li family is irreversible. Their family is like a dragon. He can't even beat Li Yunbing, so he has nothing to fight for. Now he didn't want to think about anything. He just wanted to let the Li family control everything so that he could have some free time. They only needed to fight and take back their homeland, and the Mi family would still be the prince's mansion. While listening to Li Yunbing's battlefield arrangements, Mi Zhuanqi felt relieved when he saw that Li Yunbing did not harm them. He suddenly interrupted, "Brother Yunbing, I wonder if the Li family is interested in further improving the relationship between my Mi family and me?" Li Yunbing was stunned for a moment and glanced at the leaders of various forces around him who were looking amused. He looked at Mi Zhuanqi in confusion. "Brother Zhuanqi, are you going to marry into our Li family?" Hearing this, Mi Shufeng's eyes became as bright as bells. He, who was just listening, suddenly stood up, held his head high, and the image of the woman who had been haunting him, who defeated him with a pink longbow and made him ashamed to face people for decades, appeared in his mind. Li Yunbing thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Of course it is feasible, but because of Feng Qingyang's matter, my Li family does not allow us to deliberately sacrifice the happiness of our children for marriage. But if the two are in love, then there is no problem." Feng Chunlin on the side. "Is it fun to whip my dead father every day?" After one stick of incense, Mi Shufeng looked aggrieved. "Grandpa, why not me? Why do you want my grandchildren to go? Go and beg them." Seeing his grandson's useless appearance, Mi Zhuanqi kicked him and said viciously, "You useless thing, you didn't even dare to approach Li Changjing when you saw her, and you still want to marry her? You have married 3 women. Don't try to be affectionate with me, you cheap thing." "Why?" Mi Shufeng, who was kicked to the ground, looked up at the sky. "I have to think about it, Grandpa. Since I was defeated, I have traveled all over Qingyun County, and I have never seen anyone shoot me with a pink bow so hard that I can't raise my head. Marrying other women is just a desire, and long-term marriage is true love." Seeing that Mi Shufeng was still deeply moved, Mi Zhuanqi had people lift Mi Shufeng up and throw him into the lake to sober him up. Li Xiang was speechless. Mi Shufeng was actually a good guy, but he was such a cheap and scumbag. He must not be allowed to have any contact with Changwei again. Unlike their longhorn beetle, he truly loves every one of his daughters-in-law. "We are still preparing for war here," Li Xiang frowned. "It seems like there are some uninvited guests at home again." Outside of Merit City, a spiritual boat flew in. Most of the spiritual boats commonly seen in Qingyun County were plain and simple, and were mostly used to carry a large number of monks to prevent them from wasting their spiritual energy on long journeys. A low-grade spiritual vessel was already very good. This spiritual boat came from the direction of Changyang Mansion, but it looked very luxurious, exuding the powerful aura of a top-grade spiritual weapon. There was also a ferocious unicorn head in front, engraved with gorgeous runes. There was also a pair of wings. When the spiritual boat was flying, you could even see dots of light formed by spiritual energy. If it flew at night, it would definitely be very eye-catching. Well, it will also become the enemy's most conspicuous target of attack. A flashy fool. On the wall of Gongda City, Li Dalong had already received the message from Tao Shanshan. These people who came from Changyang Prefecture had already reported to Qingyun County where they had just entered, so Li Dalong came to greet them. After just one look, Li Dalong made a very pertinent evaluation. Although he was secretly complaining in his heart, Li Dalong still bowed and greeted. "Ha ha ha, I was wondering why I heard the chirping of an oriole in front of the door today. It turns out that you are from the Nangong family. You really make our Li family proud." Li Dalong is so passionate. But this group of 3 people floated down from the spirit boat. Everyone had a proud look on their faces and did not answer. The old man in the lead just nodded slightly. If you didn't know, you would think that the emperor was sympathizing with the people. But since these people looked arrogant, Li Dalong still led them in with a smile. Lin family of Qilin Mountain in Changyang Prefecture. Li Xiang stared at the backs of the 3 people with a teasing look on his face. Some of Li Dalong's experiences over the years appeared on the panel in front of him, some of which were related to the Lin family of Qilin Mountain. After the great victory over the Wu clan, your descendant Li Dalong welcomed the guests from Changyang Prefecture, the Lin family of Qilin Mountain. The Lin family originally thought that Qingyun County had reversed the situation, so they asked the various forces in Changyang Prefecture to write to the Emperor of Humanity, asking the Emperor of Humanity to withdraw his order and help the Li family fight against the Wu clan. The condition was to hand over the original blood tree, but Li Dalong politely refused. At that time, Qingyan County counterattacked, and the Lin family came again and put forward conditions again, asking the Li family to hand over the method of driving corpses. Li Dalong politely refused. When Xingwu County returned to Qingyan County, the Lin family came again and ordered Li Chongwei, the proud daughter of the Li family, to marry into the Lin family. Li Dalong slammed the table in anger. Not only the Lin family. In fact, after the victory of Qingyan County, many major forces in Shangyang Prefecture came to Qingyan County and approached the Li family, all for the sake of some benefits. They got nothing from the Li family. After all, the Li family would really fight to the death, and they also had Wang Jinhu and Shanshan Taoist as their backers. The Feng family was not too bad. After all, they were the family of a prince, so at least they were not bullied. But other forces suffered. The worst hit was Qingyan Pavilion. Not only was Elder Tianqing injured by a powerful force, but the sect's Xian-level technique, Qingyan Ju, and a top-grade spiritual weapon were also taken away. If Elder Tianqing had not refused to surrender, even the earth-level technique, Qingyan Budu, that was passed down to the sect master, would have been taken away. The Xuanwu sect was not much better. The entire sect relied on the 6th-grade spiritual formation and was the most powerful sect in Qingyan County. They were originally poor, and it took them thousands of years to use their skills to create a Xuanwu formation. Well, it was gone. The human emperor said that anyone above the nascent soul stage must report before entering Qingyan County, but only powerful strength can support the human emperor's empty words. A bunch of bastards. Deep in the silver iron forest, there is a house. There is no cold jade bed there. The injured old man Tianqing is recuperating. He seems to sense the presence of the people coming from Changyang Mansion. He suddenly sits up and spits out a mouthful of blood. Don't get angry if you're injured like this. Li Yaoqing noticed that the old man's breathing was disordered, and he quickly helped him up, frowning and saying, "Your true energy is broken, and you won't be able to take revenge in the future." When Elder Tianqing succeeded Qingyan Pavilion, he was blocked by the Li family in Qingyan Pavilion and dared not come out, but he was not so angry that he vomited blood. Later, he reconciled with the Li family and knew the plan of Tianji Pavilion and Feng Qingyang, but he was not so angry. When the Wu clan arrived, he risked his life to break the 59th heavenly tribulation, and he was not so injured when facing the Wu clan who broke into Qingyan County. Now, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He didn't know how angry he was, but his white-haired and youthful face was full of blood, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and his tear glands could not be suppressed, and the words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Everyone in Qingyan County is protecting this land. Every sect and every faction is standing at the forefront of Changyang Prefecture. Even the Wu clan didn't take our things away. I was injured in the battle with the Wu clan, but I am still proud. It was Changyang Mansion that came to seize our treasures and inheritance. Isn't Changyang Mansion rich enough? Many years ago, I yearned for Changyang Mansion, the land of the dragons of the south of the Yangtze River. There are many Taoist traditions, and everyone preaches loyalty, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and trustworthiness. Haha, what a great place for the Zhang and Heavenly Spirit Dragon family. Old man Tianqing's resentment almost filled the entire ward. He had just finished speaking. Li Yaoqing and Elder Tianqing were suddenly stunned. A cold female voice came to their ears. Didn't your elders tell you about Qingyan County? Li Yaoqing probably knew that it was his master's voice. Old man Tianqing looked around in surprise, wondering who could transmit the sound secretly. Even a master like him in the early nascent soul stage could not detect where the sound came from. Elder Tianqing quickly sat up and bowed to the outside of the house. I don't know who this expert is. Please give me some advice. The human race's territory is only average. The human emperor is protected by heaven and earth, so where he is, spiritual energy is naturally rich. The deeper the luck, the more opportunities there are. The further out the human race is, the less luck protects them, and it is difficult for them to produce masters. This naturally cannot stop Qingyun from becoming a god. What a pity. Feng Linglong smiled jokingly. A long time ago, Qingyun was well protected by heaven and earth. There were even battles between strong men that you can't even imagine, and there were many inheritances and ruins. But as time passed, the Qing emperor established a dynasty to dominate the human race, and Qingyan County became a border. On one hand, we have to be wary of the Wu clan, and on the other hand, the major forces in Changyang Prefecture will come to ask for resources. Your ancestors have treasures. and they will hide them secretly and not show them to others. You have to be wary of the various forces in Changyang Prefecture. Now that Qingyun has won the battle against the Wu clan, all your treasures have been revealed. How could they not want to have a piece of the spoils? Generation after generation, you have been nothing more than dowries for others. Hearing this, old man Tianqing suddenly realized, but he also knew the truth, and the anger in his heart made his body tremble. 13,000 years. 13,000 years. Old man Tianqing seemed to see that the entire Qingyun County was like a cage. They were ridiculed as barbaric by Changyang Mansion, and they were really like trapped beasts. When the Wu clan came, these beasts in Qingyun County would become cannon fodder at the forefront. When the Wu clan did not come, Changyang Mansion was waiting to be harvested. At this time, Xiang also heard all of this. If it weren't for the invasion of the Witch clan, Qingyun County would have continued to be in this situation for generations. In the most prosperous mansion in the outer city of Gongda City, the warm August breeze was blowing and maids were serving tea. Li Dalong and the Lin family from Qilin Mountain were discussing with the old man sitting in the vice seat. The man's name was Lin Yuanshan, the eighth elder of the Lin family, who was in the middle stage of the nascent soul and spoke calmly. After all, he was from Changyang Prefecture. He knew that Li Dalong could even fight against Lei Dong, the apostle of the Wu clan, but he spoke calmly. Dalong, you are still young. The Li family has only been rising for 200 years. After all, they are very powerful. Elder Yuanshan hit the nail on the head. Li Dalong smiled faintly. No matter what he said, he just agreed. It didn't matter if he lost any spirit stones. Lin Yuanshan frowned and put down his teacup gracefully. This elder has offered to help your Li family many times, but you refused every time. You are unwilling to release a tree demon, and you are unwilling to share evil magic. Do you know why the dynasty does not come to help? Li Dalong smiled and shook his head. Seeing this, Lin Yuanshan was furious and could only continue. You are not sincere, and you are arrogant. You need to be tempered. It is because our Qilin Mountain Lin family remembers your Li family's contribution in fighting against the Witch clan that we come here frequently. We have compassion and want to help Qingyun and your Li family overcome difficulties. But do you really think that Qingyun County stopped the Wu clan once and can stop them a second time? You underestimate the Wu clan. They are accumulating strength, and the next time they come, they will not only be the strong ones like last time. It is true that General Wang Jinhu and Senior Shan Shun are righteous, but without Changyang Mansion, how can Amir County resist the siege of the Wu clan? Li Dalong smiled cheerfully. Elder Lin's words are full of hidden meanings. Dalong is dull, so just speak frankly. Lin Yuanshan sighed. Alas, my Lin family has some status in Changyang Prefecture and some influence in the imperial court. There are also people in my family working under the imperial master. Recently, I heard that an elder in the Imperial Master's family has reached the end of his lifespan and needs a grand funeral. Dalong, the Imperial Master has worked hard all his life, and we should share his worries. Do you understand? Li Dalong tapped his fingers on the table. If you know Li Dalong well, you will know that he is really angry at this moment. This Lin Yuanshan is actually from Changyang Prefecture. Look how obscure his words are. Someone in the Imperial Master's family has reached the end of his life, and he wants a grand funeral to share his worries. This is his heavenly coffin of death. But Lin Yuanshan didn't know Li Dalong's temper. When he saw Li Dalong's hesitation, he had an idea in his mind. There is hope, he said quickly. Brother Dalong, if the Imperial Master is happy, a few words can help the Li family out of their predicament. The Li family can even be appreciated by the Imperial Master, and from then on, they can leap over the Dragon Gate. But he didn't finish his words. Li Dalong's teasing voice interrupted him, causing his expression to freeze. Lin Yuanshan, I have no grudge against you. Why do you treat me like a fool? As soon as these words came out, Lin Yuanshan's smile disappeared. He looked at Li Dalong stiffly. What did you say? Asshole. The two followers were the younger generations of the Lin family. One of the handsome young men slammed the table and said, Li Dalong, you dare to call the eighth elder by his name? Who do you think you are? How dare you call my father by his name? Where did you get the guts to do that? The pupils of this young Lin family member began to dilate. His mouth was still opening and closing. A shadow enveloped him, and a hand as big as a palm tightly clamped his throat, causing his feet to leave the ground and flutter subconsciously. He couldn't even use any of the magic power of the early Jindan stage. You let me go. He saw a ferocious bald man. His silver hands were cold, and he was full of murderous aura. It's Li Yaotai. How could the younger generation from the Qilin Mountain Lin family feel the murderous aura that Li Yaotai had when he was young and had grown up fighting? He had just relied on the power of the Qilin Mountain Lin family and Lin Yuanshan to challenge Li Dalong, but now he was left with only fear and instantly fell into the quagmire of murderous aura, as if he saw a million soldiers fighting. When Li Dalong raised his eyebrows and was still smiling, Lin Yuanshan frowned, but felt that Li Dalong's aura was locking on him, making him dare not move. Li Yaoye's murderous aura was still pervasive. Another young member of the Lin family had half stood up, but now sat down. Li Dalong, what do you mean? Lin Yuanshan was filled with endless anger. He had never expected that Li Dalong had been so polite to him all these years, and at most he would just slam the table. But now, Lin Yuanshan realized that he had greatly underestimated Li Dalong's endurance, and also greatly underestimated the madness of these barbarians. He felt that at this moment, there were auras from Merit City and even from the border city that were locking onto him. As long as Li Dalong gave the order, he would die without knowing how he died. These barbarians have lost their minds. What do you mean? You come here every once in a while, asking for this and that. What do you think of our Li family? Li Yaoye's eyes widened with anger. During the war, you hid in Changyang Mansion. Fine, we are still fighting. You come to ask for things. Do you think we have won too many battles? Go to your mother's Qilin Mountain Lin family. Your grandfathers dared to fight the Wu clan, so they are not afraid of fighting you. The Qilin Mountain Lin family. You. Lin Yuanshan was waiting for Li Yaotai, but he also knew Li Yaoye's reputation. He was notoriously irritable, so he simply didn't talk to Li Yaotai. He looked at Li Dalong with a gloomy face. Li Dalong, have you thought about the consequences of what you did today? If you anger my Lin family, and the people of Qingyang County are defeated by the Wu clan, your only way out is Changyang Mansion. Between words, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted up, and he glanced at the struggling child caught by Li Yaotai, and he was even a little happy in his heart. He had never found an excuse to take the Li family's things, but now he was on the moral high ground, because it was the Li family that first attacked their Qilin Mountain Lin family. His voice softened a bit. Li Dalong, you should be more rational. You don't want today's incident to spread to Changyang Mansion, so that Qingyang County will be attacked from all sides, right? I want your magic weapon. Hand it over now, and my words will still be valid. Changyang Mansion will come to relieve Qingyuan from the siege today. Call! Li Dalong let out a long breath and stared at Lin Yuanshan expressionlessly, which made Lin Yuanshan's scalp tingle. If my Qingyuan County and my Li family need a bunch of trash like you to help them out, then we will be at the end of our rope and our ancestors will be ashamed. Li Dalong had a discussion with the Lin family of Qilin Mountain, and your family received a gift from Lin Yuanshan. A top-grade spiritual boat, with 3 quasi-6-grade defensive arrays and 1 offensive array inside the boat, capable of traveling 10,000 miles a day. Obtain 3 storage rings, containing a large number of spiritual stones, 8th to 6th grade natural treasures, and talismans. The 7th grade spiritual object, the Qilin Earth Spirit Jade Pendant, is made from the remains of a Qilin. It can help the golden elixir condense mana, increase the speed of cultivation, and protect the mind. Dad, look, these are 3 stalks of the 6th grade Tianlu Lingwu grass. Qilin Mountain is really rich. My second sister has a prescription that is just missing this medicine. She can try to refine the 6th grade spiritual medicine Resurrection and Qi Stealing Powder. Li Yaotai was holding the storage rings and looking at the treasures inside. He was overjoyed. There are still many refining materials. It's enough for me to be busy for 2 or 3 months. I should really tie them up and ask Qilin Mountain to send some more things. Hearing this, Li Dalong, who had been gloomy at first, couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face, and the same was true for Li Xiang. Recovery and Qi-sucking powder 6th grade. Taking Ling San internally can make the spiritual medicine absorbed by the limbs and bones, and within half a day, it can absorb the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles and quickly recover from physical injuries. It is an excellent magical medicine when refining the divine infant at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and can also be used to restore the physical strength of the Yuanying stage cultivators. My second sister has been deducing it for more than 20 years. With her skills, she should have a chance to succeed. By then, it will be of great use whether it is sent to Yun Lin to overcome the heavenly tribulation or to heal my eldest brother. Li Yaotai was still happy. Seeing the happy look of the third brother, Li Dalong was also happy. In the past 2 years, Yun Lin took Li Tianzong to Changyang Prefecture and established a career there, but he was deeply suppressed by many forces in Changyang Prefecture. If he could survive the 99 heavenly tribulations with such a genius, there would be many ways to break the situation. And there is also the eldest son Yaozu. Although the Qingfeng sect's divine transformation cultivator spared his life, the sinister power of the rules of heaven and earth almost penetrated into the nascent soul in his abdomen. Now he dares not even use the yuan qi of heaven and earth. He can only slowly dissipate the power of the rules of heaven and earth. Otherwise, the nascent soul will be destroyed and the man will perish. But there was still some sadness on his face as he walked into the ancestral hall. Grandfather, the Lin family of Qilin Mountain has come again and again, repeatedly bullying me, trying to steal our family secrets. I thought that after more than 200 years, they would not be so easily angered, but they still created another enemy for my Li family. Li Dalong looked guilty. Nothing. Li Xiang sat on the altar, still smiling. In fact, he had already seen that as time went on, the conflict between Qingyun County and Changyang Prefecture would become more and more serious. This was inevitable. Li Dalong was not a coward, but the enemy behind them was too huge. Otherwise, according to Li Dalong's temper, he would have thrown the 3 jumping clowns of the Lin family to feed the original blood tree. Both he and Li Dalong could feel that the Lin family would never let this go. Special event, the Lin family's rage. Your descendant, Li Dalong, has taken away all valuables from Lin Yuanshan and his 2 descendants. He has disabled the teeth and tongue of the young Lin family member who spoke rudely, and has broken Lin Yuanshan's legs and thrown him out of Merit City, angering the Lin family. He who deceives others will always be deceived. Li Xiang snurtakudli. It doesn't matter if he has been provoked. When Lin Yuanshan bullied the Li family, he should have thought about today. It's just one more enemy. The border between Changyang Prefecture and Qingyun County. The 3 members of the Lin family, who had been so arrogant in Merit City just now, were now in a very embarrassed state. Lin Yuanshan's face was gloomy. He had never expected that the Li family would be so arrogant and reckless that they dared to take away everything they had, even the spiritual boat they were riding on. They even broke his legs in front of the people of Merit City. The scene at that time emerged in his mind. Those ordinary people surrounded him, pointing fingers at him as if he were an old dog on the street that could be played with at will. He didn't dare to move. He even wanted to cry out in pain. Otherwise, he could feel that Li Dalong would take his life. Having practiced for nearly 1,000 years, he had never endured such humiliation as today. He had never thought that he would suffer such a tragic scene in such a border place where his Lin family could take whatever they wanted. Even when he left Gongda City, he crawled out of the Li family step by step in front of the people of Gongda City who were lining the road to see him off. The laughter of the people of Gongda City even hovered in his mind, making him feel ashamed and angry. 8th Elder, the Li family is going too far. After going out, the younger generation of the Lin family, whose mouth and tongue had been dug out, had taken the elixir, and his mouth and tongue had been restored. He flew in the air, looking at the Merit City behind him with red eyes. He accompanied the 8th Elder to Qingyun County many times, which leader of a big force did not treat them politely and regard them as guests of honor. But now, he and the 8th Elder had just recovered after climbing out of Merit City, and they flew away from Qingyun County without even looking back. The Li family. The Li family, Lin Yuanshan's rage exploded at this moment. The sky was filled with wind and clouds, and the 2 younger generations of the Lin family turned pale with fear. It took him a long time to regain his composure, and he stared gloomily at the Li family. Today's shame will be returned 100-fold in the future. But as soon as he finished speaking, his face changed drastically, sweat dropped like raindrops, and his body trembled uncontrollably. There was a demonic energy emanating between heaven and earth. It was an evil and bloody force, and he felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire formed by blood. If the 2 juniors were petrified, and if the murderous aura they felt from Li Yaotai was like a battlefield deep inside the lava and thunder and fire, then this murderous aura would only be evil and could take their lives at any time. A figure came into their sight. This person's naked upper body was covered with inscriptions. He was handsome, carrying a big sword on his back, and came from the direction of Changyang Prefecture. Your Excellency. Lin Yuanshan's voice was stiff. He could feel that this man's strength was probably the same as his, in the middle stage of the nascent soul. But judging from the aura emanating from this man, he was afraid that if they fought, he would be dead in a moment. Why did this demon cultivator come from Changyang Prefecture? What was he doing in Qingyun County? Was he unable to stay in Changyang Prefecture and wanted to go to Qingyun County to seek refuge and fight against the Wu clan? How could a place like Qingyun County deserve the help of such a master? At this moment, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Lin Yuanshan's mind. The murderous intent made him think wildly. He subconsciously stopped the demon cultivator who was about to pass by. "Sir, please slow down." The demon cultivator paused, looking curious. In the past, others would avoid him when they saw him, and only his 7 good brothers and family members treated him as a normal person. How could an outsider stop him? Lin Yuanshan suppressed his inner fear and whispered, "Sir, judging from your itinerary, you should be going to Qingyun County?" Seeing the demon cultivator nod, Lin Yuanshan continued, "Your Excellency, you must not go to Qingyun County. That is a complete scam. The Li family cultivates demons, and they will trick cultivators into entering Qingyun County. They have a blood tree that specializes in sucking human blood. After the Li family gets the human blood, they will send the bodies of the dead to obtain the bounty wanted by other states. We just escaped from Qingyun County." He let out a long sigh and was secretly delighted. This was a good idea. He said to himself that he would spread the news everywhere after returning to the Lin family. The demon cultivator had a strange look on his face. He slowly walked forward with an interested look on his face. "Oh, have you discovered the secret of my Li family?" "Yes." Lin Yuanshan just responded casually. His face changed drastically. "What do you mean? What Li family secret?" My Li family?" Beads of cold sweat slid down his forehead. The devil cultivator was already emitting demonic energy all over his body, and a demonic shadow appeared in the sky. "Run! He is a member of the Li family, run!" Lin Yuanshan didn't have time to think, and hurriedly summoned the essence of heaven and earth to attack the demon cultivator. In an instant, the demonic energy in heaven and earth was so powerful that it even attracted the attention of 2 great gods from Qingyun County. Half a quarter of an hour later, the mad blood demon lord waved his hand, and the demonic energy between heaven and earth dissipated. He grabbed the body of the junior who had spoken ill of Li Daolong in the Li family, sheathed the blood-stained demonic knife, and looked in the direction of Changyang Mansion with dissatisfaction. "I don't know where this idiot came from, but he is quite capable, escaping from my hands." He had practiced in the Li family for many years and was supported by the Li family. Even when the Li family became powerful, they still did not regard him as an alien. This time, he was going to Changyang Prefecture on behalf of the Li family to destroy the martial arts school that dared to seriously injure Li Changming, and to teach Li Changming a few sword techniques. He did not expect to meet such a fool on the way back after completing the mission. That old thing seems to know the secret of old trees drinking human blood, and he is still making up stories here. I'm afraid he has a grudge against my Li family. The crazy blood demon lord raised his lips. He lived in the Li family and had long regarded the Li family as his own home. The Li family treated him as an ordinary person, so he would treat the Li family as a family member. Anyone who had a grudge against the Li family would be killed. Just as he was about to continue chasing, Taoist Shen from the inner mountain of Qingyun County sent a secret message, causing him to stop and frown. "Oh, do you want to spare his life? I'll go home and ask. If you lie to me, I will come to you to settle the score personally." Following the mad blood demon lord, he returned towards the direction of Merit City. In the most conspicuous cave at the foot of the mountain where the monks live in Border City, Taoist Shanshan wiped the cold sweat from his head. "My God, how did the Li family raise such a demon? Is this the legendary demon species? The purest and rarest demon in the world? I really don't know how the Li family can control these aliens, but it's better than committing murderous crimes in the world." Puff! On a mountain, Lin Yuanshan's limbs were all chopped off, and he spurted out a mouthful of black blood. There was only fear and regret in his eyes. How could it be such a coincidence? How could it be such a coincidence? Today he was really doomed to misfortune, so unlucky that he was desperate. The Li family chased him out of Merit City like a dog, and robbed him of all his belongings like a clown, and he escaped from Qingyun County. But he didn't expect that when he was on the road, he used a little trickery and found that the demon cultivator was a member of the Li family. If he hadn't spent half his life using the Qilin Mountains Qilin escape technique, he would have died on the spot. "Eighth Elder, are you okay? You were attacked by evil spirits, and your nascent soul was shattered. The remaining young Lin family member was panicked, but when he thought about how he almost died at the hands of the evil cultivator, he gritted his teeth and said, "Why did you provoke him instead of just going home peacefully?" But at this moment, Lin Yuanshan could no longer blame this junior for his questioning. His eyes were blank. "Han Hai, send me back quickly. This feud is irreconcilable." Yes, yes, yes. Let's go back and inform all the forces in the provincial government of everything that happened in Gongda City. Lin Hanhai hurriedly picked up Lin Yuanshan. At this time, he had come to his senses, with a gleam in his eyes and a complicated expression with unclear meanings. No, Lin Yuanshan also came to his senses at this moment. It will be useless. No one will sympathize with Qilin Mountain. It will only make us a laughingstock and increase the power of the Li family. Hanhai, you have to take me back. I know you are not favored in the clan. Send me back, and from now on I will be your backer. The Qilin Mountain tribe has more than 100,000 members in the garrison alone. Lin Yuanshan is afraid that his juniors may have ulterior motives. Lin Yuanshan continued, "The Li family really thought I couldn't do anything to them, but they didn't know they had made the worst choice. If I survive this disaster, they will have to pay the price." Lin Hanhai gritted his teeth and said, "Eighth Elder, the situation has already become like this, and you still want to provoke the Li family? We have been to Qingyan quite often in the past 2 years. Have you seen it? Qingyan County is located at the border between Chunbing Xingwu County and Qingyan County." Lin Yuanshan's face was gloomy. "They made very little noise, but I couldn't hide it. I'm afraid they are no longer content with defending the Qingyan border and want to help Prince Mi Junshi take back Xingwu County. It must be a surprise attack. Hanhai, take me back and let the head of the family inform the Wu clan in Xingwu County to set up an ambush. When Qingyan County is defeated, the Li family will be defeated. Wang Jinhu and Tao Shanshan will see no hope and will have to leave Qingyan. From then on, the Li family will no longer have a backer. Their top-grade magic weapons, the Heavenly Coffin, the Transfiguration Divine Tree, the methods of controlling souls and corpses, and even Li Yaoqing's body that survived the 99 heavenly tribulations are all ours. When you have made great contributions, I will allow you to take over Li Jiayaqing's body. You will have a bright future." Hearing this, Lin Hanhai was extremely happy, but he still stared at Lin Yuanshan. "Eighth Elder, I want you to swear a blood oath." "You." Lin Yuanshan saw the fierceness in Lin Hanhai's expression and said, "Okay." These clowns from the Lin family were driven out of Qingyun, and nothing happened to them anymore. Perhaps it was because the tragic plight of Lin Yuanshan from the Lin family spread to Qingyun, and no one in Changyang Prefecture dared to make trouble in Qingyun anymore. If we don't deal a tough hand to them, we can't scare these greedy guys. The Li family was waiting for the Lin family's revenge. Even Shanshan Taoist and Wang Jinhu had told this. The two gods had long been dissatisfied with the major forces in Changyang Prefecture who had taken advantage of their misfortunes. Naturally, they promised that if the gods came, they would personally drive them away. Wang Jinhu has already said that the Qilin Mountain Lin family only has one ancestor who was at the initial stage of the spirit transformation realm. If he didn't want to cause trouble, he would have taken his gilded hammer to teach the other party a lesson, just for the sake of having an unrestrained and carefree time. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Everything was still normal in Qingyan County. There were battles at the border every once in a while, and Li Xiang even gained a lot from it. Congratulations, your family, under the leadership of Li Yunbing and the killing of Li Tianyue, has killed more than 300,000 enemies from the Wu clan in 5 years. The original Lingyafang land of the Wu clan was occupied and assigned to Qingyan County. You have achieved many victories, and you have obtained a family will. 5. Now, adding the achievements of his descendants in the past 5 years and the consumption, Li Xiang's family will has reached 53 points. On that battlefield, Li Tianyue and Li Yunbing reaped great rewards. Your descendant, Li Tianyue, killed more than 10,000 enemies on the battlefield. He once tried to get along with the Wu people in a friendly way and coexist with them, but he was unable to change the Wu people's ideas. After Wu captives and Wu soldiers attacked Qingyan army at night, your descendant spent half a month to build a 1,000,000-man pit and gathered monks to kill them with heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Trait: Wu 2 has killed millions of Wu people, can break the 69th heavenly tribulation. On this day, Li Tianyue, wearing red armor, stood on the border city, holding 2 swords and looking at the vast and boundless forest with a calm expression. Under the city were the soldiers of the Qingyan army, which now had a size of 80,000. If it weren't for the heavy casualties in the battle, there would probably be 200,000 people. Each of them wore red armor. Aren't these armors no different from the black Iron Beast blood armor that Li Yaotai once made? This was exactly the blueprint that Li Yaotai gave to the weapon refiners in Xiang County, because his armor was the easiest to refine and was most suitable for quickly forging a batch of soldiers' armor on such a battlefield. These armors were all magical weapons, just like the ones Li Yaotai had forged before. After the materials were forged, they were soaked in the blood pool of the Wu people for 49 days. As for the effect, it's a random effect. Each piece of armor can connect the soldier's magic power and can also launch a large formation together. Li Tianyue looked at the army below and smiled slightly. Now half of the entire Qingyan army was under her command. There were more than 300,000 cultivators in the periphery. Every year, new children in Qingyan County would grow up, practice, and join the army. All of them were firmly controlled by the second uncle Li Yunbing. Tianyue, your thunder tribulation is coming. Li Yunbing instantly appeared beside Li Tianyue, sensing the thunder tribulation filled with blood and resentment above Li Tianyue. He smiled and said, "It's the 69 heavenly tribulation. Very good. Your second grandmother recently refined a batch of 7th grade spiritual medicines, and the Dam Pavilion at home also prepared more than a dozen pills for you to recover from your injuries. Your third grandfather also prepared a spiritual weapon for you. You should prepare for a breakthrough during this period of time. By the way, you have been on the battlefield for many years, and you have not visited your child Lu Wuhuan at the Lu family. He is now a very qualified head of the family, and your great-grandson has been born. You should also go back to the Lu family to visit him, so you don't have to tire yourself out." Li Yunbing has no children and has not married yet. Among the children of the Tianzi generation, he loves Li Tianyue the most. This niece is smart and decisive and has been deeply taught by her fourth aunt Li Yaowen. In recent years, with Li Tianyue leading the troops on the border, he, as an uncle, can save worry and energy and concentrate on trying to fight wits and courage with the apostles and elders in the Wu clan. Hearing this, Li Tianyue shook his head, still looking at the endless forest. "Thank you for your concern, uncle. I left the family in the first half of my life and came to the Lu family. I thought I was just going to make money for the family, but I never thought I would hesitate and have stupid ideas, and I wrongly trusted Lu Yifeng. Since then, I no longer want to be stupid. Helping Wuhuan become the head of the family and leaving the last bloodline for the Lu family will be my last wish. I have been through a lot over the years. Seeing that the family base was about to be destroyed and the clan members were almost forced to leave their homeland again, I was really scared. The world is filthy, and my Li family is not strong enough. I don't know how many children will have to experience the suffering, deception, and betrayal of this world like me. The Wu clan will not stop fighting, and the moon will never return." Seeing the determination in Li Tianyue's eyes, Li Yunbing was extremely pleased and handed the ring to Li Tianyue. But unexpectedly, Li Tianyue shook his head at his second uncle. "Second uncle, I have been guarding the border and have accumulated sins of killing. This is the rule I have understood. The heavier the sins of killing, the stronger the heavenly tribulation will be. As long as the heavenly tribulation is not broken, I will continue to kill." She looked calm, as if she was talking about something very normal. Li Yunbing stroked his beard appreciatively. "Good boy. I will go and prepare the elixir and weapon for you to break the 99 heavenly tribulations. Just focus on killing them, and leave the rest to me. Your descendant Li Tianyue vows to break through the 99 heavenly tribulations. Special Wu 2, advance to Wu Clan Death Star. Killing tens of millions of Wu people can break the 99 heaven tribulation. Current progress is 11%. The Wu people's fear of him has increased by 40%, and the damage to the Wu people has increased by 20%. Good kids. All of them are good kids." Li Xiang looked at Li Tianyue with satisfaction. This girl, like Li Yunlin, had great ambitions. They both wanted to break through the 99 heavenly tribulations. Li Xiang also hurriedly asked his family to prepare the things for the two children to break through the 99 heavenly tribulations. Then, he looked at the children of the Li family who went out. 5 years had passed, and their purpose of hiding their identities had been achieved. They were all calm and composed, and under the arrangement of Li Changsheng, they joined the many sects of Changyang Prefecture. Under Li Changsheng's arrangement, they were neither anxious nor impatient and truly integrated into the sect. This kid Li Changsheng is not a simple guy either. Your descendant Li Changsheng has been hiding in the Changyang Li family for many years, without making any progress, and has made friends with every member of the Changyang Li family. He pretends to be disabled, and with the help of his sister Li Changwei's talent, he gradually gains the attention of the Changyang Li family. Li Changsheng is a man of elegant conversation. Although he appears to be mediocre in appearance, he always wins the favor of the Changyang Li family. He begins to solve problems for every member of the Li family as a military advisor and is loved by the Changyang Li family. Acquired trait: poor person. Sitting in a wheelchair, Li Changsheng's chance of gaining sympathy from others increases by 30%. Learning of Li Changsheng's family being destroyed and his parents' death increases the chance of people feeling sympathy for him by 50%. Grandfather: Chang Wei has become a genius of the Changyang Li family. In another 10 years, Chang Wei will be valued by the family ancestors, and we will have a place in the Changyang Li family. By then, we can arrange some experts here and gradually replace all the Changyang Li family members with our people. Seeing Li Changsheng's report, Li Xiang blinked his eyes. To be honest, he had followed Li Changsheng for a year. At the beginning, he wanted to see if Li Changsheng, who was hiding his identity, would be like the protagonist of those cool novels he had read in his previous life, and make a good-for-nothing counterattack. After all, this kid was very strong. Li Changsheng was also very strong, and he had a family to back him up. Wouldn't he have to call all his subordinates over and shout, "Greetings, Dragon King"? As a result, many years have passed, and Li Changsheng has been smiling at everyone, not making enemies, and has survived step by step until now, secretly arranging for his clansmen to gain a foothold. Li Xiang even saw that there was really a fool in the Changyang Li family, who was also a waste. After getting some opportunities, he began to clamor, with a faint momentum of counterattack. And then, in just 1 month, he broke through from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the 7th level. One day, when the opponent raised his proud head towards Li Changsheng, his head rolled on the ground many times. According to Li Changsheng, those who are not strong enough and have no powerful support behind them are all treated as roadblocks. Another 2 years passed. The sky over Qingyun County was gloomy on this day. The clansmen of Gongda City came out from their retreat, and the major forces that had been reorganizing in various parts of Qingyun County began to take action. The war between the Wu tribes in Qingyun County and Xingwu County has begun. Li Xiang stood on the city wall, watching the people of Merit City fly out on their swords. Merit City has been developing for many years, and is no longer the Merit City it once was. After experiencing the invasion of the Wu clan, almost every household has people practicing. Every family with more than 2 children will send one to join the Qingyun army. The rest of the family will work hard to have children and practice hard. This is not only the case in Gongda City, but also the current situation in Qingyun County. The mortals also returned to their hometowns and continued to reproduce. Because their disciples had suffered heavy casualties in the years of fighting, the major forces would look for children with good cultivation aptitude in the mortal villages, and would explain to them that joining the sect would mean fighting against the witch clan and a dangerous future. But the people of Qingyun County had all experienced escape, and they would be pleased that the children could practice and fight for Qingyun County. The entire Qingyun County has truly become a place born for fighting. Even those monks who fled from all over the Qing dynasty, after being sent to guard the border, will slowly be influenced by the concepts and beliefs of the monks in Qingyun County, and will slowly become Qingyun people. Everyone, today, Qingyun border needs the help of fellow Taoists. We hope that people with lofty ideals can come and defend the city. On this day, in every small village, every town and city in Qingyun County, the voices of the strong were resounding, and bells were ringing everywhere. All the cultivators in Qingyun County looked up at the sky, their eyes shining with brilliance. Afterwards, from all over Qingyun County, cultivators gathered towards the Qingyun border from all directions. Maybe they need to march for a month, but if there is a war, they will go when called. I may die soon, but if I can win, I will die with no regrets. There is a cemetery on the border, which carries the will of the entire Qingyun County. Who among us cherishes our lives? The Li family once had a peculiarity called the Qingyun War Clan. And now in Qingyun County, everyone is a member of the Qingyun War Clan. Why are there so many people? In just 7 days on the border city of Qingyun, Li Yunbing was stunned when he saw the dark mass of Qingyun County cultivators, including some uncultivated men holding dung forks among them. On the border between Xingwu County and Qingyun County, the 6 major forces in Xingwu County, the assembled teams of cultivators, and the strong men from Prince Mi's mansion have been ready for battle. There was a roar from behind. They were stunned. Oh my goodness! That's the blood-robed god of war Li Tianyue and the Qingyun army. They are our own people coming to help. Why are your legs shaking? Aren't your legs shaking too? All the monks looked back and saw dust and smoke rolling. Even the many powerful men in Xingwu County looked at Li Tianyue and the monks of Qingyun army who were coming in horror. Mi Zhuanqi sighed. The Qingyan army has been fighting on the border for many years. This is considered to be the military spirit. Even Yi Xiao, who had always been very arrogant, agreed with him. No wonder they were able to beat the six-party wizard tribes so hard that they dared not fight back. Qingyan is invincible. Lao Mi, I was saying that it was not a loss for my Xingwu County to be incorporated into Qingyan. They both looked back. Above the rolling dust and smoke were spirit boats, and it seemed as if blood was raining from the sky. When the spirit boats were dozens of meters below the ground, the Qingyan army jumped off the spirit boats. As the Qingyan soldiers landed one by one, they stood firmly as if they were used to it, not caring about the dust in the sky at all, and they didn't even break up their formation. They were dressed in the neatest blood-red armor, and each of them carried 7 blood-red spears and a blood-red bow. On the right side of their waists were quivers, and on the left side were blood-red knives and swords. Under their belts were small bags filled with talismans, elixirs, and explosive magic balls. They were armed to the teeth and marched in the neatest formation. They had blank expressions on their faces, as if they would obey the general's orders and rush through whatever was in front of them. The feeling of oppression. The entire Xingwu County only felt a sense of oppression and boundless murderous aura from the Qingyan army. Even those in the Jindan stage did not dare to move forward when facing such an army, and everyone looked forward again. At the front of Qingyan County, there was a person who seemed so special. That was Li Tianyue, also known as the blood-clothed god of war. Her robe fluttered in the dust and smoke in the strong wind. She looked extremely charming, and everyone who saw her would have to stare at her for a moment. But at this moment, she frowned, which made people feel daunted. A strong wind came from the west, and her long hair covered her eyebrows and eyes, making her look unhappy. She continued to lead the Qingyan army forward. She stretched out her gloved hand, took out a red ribbon, and tied her black hair into a ponytail with the red ribbon in front of everyone. She took the helmet from the adjutant's hand and put it on. Then he waved his hand and shouted coldly, "Qingyan army, follow me into the star dance." As the Qingyan army and Li Tianyue moved forward, the cultivators of the entire Xingwu County were stunned and fascinated. The momentum of Qingyan County made them unable to recover for a long time. Li Tianyue's heroic figure and the strength of the Qingyan army were deeply reflected in the depths of their souls. Qingyan, invincible. On this day, many powerful men from Changyang Prefecture appeared on the border of Qingyan County and Changyang Prefecture. They did not show up for a long time and shielded their auras so as not to be noticed by the 2 great Jindan cultivators of Qingyan. The 3 major families in Changyang who came here are the Lin family of Qilin Mountain, the Nangong family of Baibei, and the Su family of Dahe County Prince's Mansion. Changyang Prefecture is rich in resources with numerous sects and many rising cultivation families. The most famous of them are the 8 great families, but later the Zhang family of Qi County was ceded to the Wu clan, and the people of Qi County had long since left the border town, leaving only the 7 great families in Changyang Prefecture. As the most powerful aristocratic forces in Changyang Prefecture, these 7 families all have gods in charge without exception. They also have their own ways to reproduce and thrive in this prosperous land, allowing their clans to stand firm. For example, the Lin family of Qilin Mountain, if they try hard to have children, they will always have some geniuses. The appearance of a genius will directly make the 3 generations of the family rich. The cultivators of their family are all over Changyang Prefecture, doing business that can earn some spiritual stones, similar to small profits but quick turnover. This also caused the people in the family to be cold and indifferent. Lin Hanhai and Lin Yuanshan are examples. These people, who were separated by countless generations, are still cunning in times of crisis. Everyone this time Lin Yuanshan, invited the Nangong family and the Su family to come. I must have confidence. At this time, Lin Yuanshan was sitting at the stone table, his face pale. Although his hands and feet were cut off 5 years ago, it was not difficult for him to regenerate the broken limbs with his nascent soul cultivation. It was just that his nascent soul was shattered, and his cultivation was less than 30%. Even so, he still looked at the 2 people opposite him chatting and laughing. You 2 should have sensed that there is unrest in Qingyan. I have received some intelligence that the 4 major witch departments in Xingwu County have been prepared. I am afraid that Qingyan County will suffer a great defeat. At that time, all you need to do is to help the Li family together with me. Lin Yuanshan emphasized the word help. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman from the Nangong family of Baibao, Shengkai, asked calmly, "Since you, Lin Yuanshan, are sure that Qingyan will lose, why do you have to look for my Nangong family and Su family?" The one who came here from the Nangong family is an old ancestor of the clan. Her name is Nangong Yaji. She was wearing a white dress and looked very untainted by the world. The Nangong family is said to have 100 treasures. Speaking of which, this family really has a way to make money. Their first-generation ancestor made his fortune by doing business. In the entire Changyang prefecture, the Nangong family has the largest business, including elixirs, natural treasures, magic tools, and talismans. Today, they have dabbled in anything that can make money, and they will support any force that has some prospects, and then write an IOU and double the money back. Hey, why else? Before Lin Yuanshan could reply, the young man who came from Prince Su's mansion grinned. Although he was speaking normally, a fierce look flashed across his face unconsciously. Of course, the Li family has developed to this point. They have too many secrets. I'm afraid the Lin family alone can't handle it. Let's eat together. I wonder who in Changyang Mansion dares to fart against us? This person, Su Dingsheng. As soon as he opened his mouth, both families frowned and looked fearful. Speaking of the Su Wang Mansion in Dahe County, it is extraordinary. It is the family with the fewest people in the entire Changyang prefecture and is also the most ruthless. Their ancestor was born a killer. Since they have been multiplying and prospering, their children are all ruthless. Many years ago, children born in the Su Wang Mansion would be trained for 10 years after they turn 18 and reproduce for the family for 10 years. Then, they would be thrown into a ravine to fight. Every 10 years, only 7 people from the Su family can survive. Every 100 years, a new county king will be appointed from the Su family. The people who survived before and those who survived in the past 100 years will start a new round of fighting for the position of county king. Every master of the Su family becomes stronger by stepping on the corpses of their clansmen. Who wouldn't be afraid? It seems that the 3 of us just need to sit back and reap the benefits. Nangong Yaji drank a sip of tea calmly and glanced at Su Dingsheng. It's good that the Li family is destroyed. I heard that the Li family is also a murderous family. It's better for Changyang Prefecture to have one less family like this. Nangong Yaji, why are you being so sarcastic? If you really don't agree, you can fight me. Su Dingsheng could hear the hidden meaning behind Nangong Yaji's words. He sneered. The Su family was the one that did not submit to anyone in Changyang Prefecture. However, Nangong Yaji remained silent despite Su Dingsheng's direct provocation. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Lin Yuanshan tried to mediate. Please don't get angry. We are here to work together. Please don't hurt the harmony. Seeing that the 2 of them were speechless, Lin Yuanshan then looked towards the direction of Qingyan County. 5 years have passed, and he still can't forget the humiliation he suffered in Qingyan that day. After 5 years of planning, he was determined to destroy the Qingyan Li family. He wanted everyone in the Li family to experience the humiliation he had experienced. Report to the 8th elder. A Jinan cultivator came over from a distance and bowed to Lin Yuanshan. The blood-robed god of war Li Tianyue has led the Qingyan army to Xingwu County. He only stayed for a short while before leading the Xingwu army directly into Xingwu County. Ha, brilliant! Lin Yuanshan was overjoyed and looked at the 2 who were also delighted. The witch tribe has set an ambush in Xingwu County. Once the Qingyan army is destroyed, the Prince Mi's mansion in Xingwu County and the 6 major forces under his command will have no way to retreat. By then, Qingyan County will have no defense, and the 6 major witch tribes that have been repelled at the border of Qingyan will go straight into Qingyan. We'll just sit back and reap the benefits, huh? The Qingyan army headed straight for Xingwu County. Within just 5 days, the news had spread throughout the Changyang prefecture. And at this time, what they feared the most was not the Wu clan of Xingwu County, but the old rival of Qingyan County, the 6 Wu clan factions. Originally, he seldom took action, at most during his free time. The apostle Lei Dong, who had been hiding his identity as a witch and was both an enemy and a friend and who drank tea with Li Dalong, was alarmed today. Right now, be on alert. All parties be on alert. Lei Dong was at the Beast tribe's base, and in his nascent soul out-of-body state, he called on the 6 witch tribes to be on guard. In recent years, the situation of the 6 tribes had not been good. Under the attacks of Li Tianyue and Li Yunbing, they were retreating every day. Gurgle. Above the Beast side, the high priest of the Beast side swallowed deeply. He saw it. That was Qingyan Border City. At this time, the border city was densely packed with cultivators from Qingyan County. Although they were a mob, there were more people from Qingyan. He had seen in the wars over the years that the people of Qingyan were the most terrifying human race they had ever seen. What was scary was not their strength, but the determination of each of them to perish together with the Wu clan. He even saw a Qingyun Foundation establishment stage person on the battlefield, rushing into the crowd alone, shouting that he would be remembered after his death, and the name of Qingyun martyr would be. For a moment, the chief priest of the Beast clan could not tell whether the people of Qingyun County were from the Wu clan or they were from the Wu clan. Over the years, he was really scared by Li Tianyue's Qingyun army. Li Tianyue was a complete lunatic, and no one survived under her hands. Over the years, he also released a phantom and talked to Li Yunbing, who was more talkative and vaguely mentioned the idea of a ceasefire. And then Li Yunbing said that if some of their elders were to speak out and cede the territories of the 12 tribes, Qingyun County and the Wu clan could have 10,000 years of peace. Seeing so many Qingyun people at this time, the Beast Party's high priest was already sweating profusely. The 6 Wu tribe warriors gradually received the news and fell into panic. It's bad. The number of monks gathering at the border of Qingyun is increasing every day. The desperate criminals gathered in Qingyun County have already entered the territory of Ling Yufeng and set up camp. They have not dared to mine on a large scale for so many years, but now they have begun to dig Ling Yufeng's mines. Didn't we agree that King Yunjin and Li Tianyue would not be here? How dare they come? Is this a trick? Master Apostle, didn't you say a few days ago that you were going to prepare for an attack? Why are you on guard now? Are you sure about this? Attack or defense? The sky. Lei Dong's face was gloomy. In fact, 5 years ago, he received intelligence from his fellow Wu people in Xingwu County. They said that one day, Qingyun County would inevitably make a big move. The Li family would lead Qingyun soldiers to attack Xingwu County, and the Qingyun army would be destroyed. He heard some time ago that the Qingyun army had left, and immediately began to gather Wu clan warriors together, preparing to recover the lost territory and continue the battle that had been going on many years ago. But now, although Qin Yunjun had indeed left, he still did not dare to attack. Lord Apostle, what should we do now? We have received the news that the Qingyun army has really entered Xingwu County. Do we really have to attack Qingyun as planned? The high priest of the beast side looked confused. Be on guard. Lei Dong shook his head. Many years ago, we rushed into Qingyun with full confidence. At that time, there were only the Li family, and no one thought they would win, but we lost. Our elders wanted to kill the Li family, but it was the moon goddess who fell in Qingyun. Although the people at the border of Qingyun are a motley crowd, Li Yunbing sent people to mine Ling Yifeng. I can see that it is a trick to confuse the enemy, but we still shouldn't move. But Master Apostle, the chief priest of the Beast Party gritted his teeth and said, Qingyun is getting stronger every day. If we don't fight harder, I'm afraid we will lose more and more land, and our resources will help Qingyun. Lei Dong knew what was said, but his eyes shone with coldness. Calm down. The human race has always been greedy and jealous of talented people. The Qingyun Li family will realize that their enemies are far more than just us. I heard that the Changyang mansion of the human race has been suppressing Qingyun County and the Li family. The information about Qingyun County's attack on Xingwu also came from the Changyang mansion. Oh, Lei Dong sneered. In fact, if we don't move, we will have already won a great victory. We can't defeat Qingyun, we can't defeat the Li family, but the ignorant people of Changyang mansion can't empathize with us. They have become our sharpest knives. The more he spoke, the brighter the eyes of the beast priest became. Even Lei Dong understood a little, passed the order down, saying that the Qingyun army set an ambush and we discovered it, and then retreat 100 miles. Yes, Master Apostle. The chief priest of the Beast Party hurried forward to deliver the message. At this time, in the border city of Qingyun, Li Dalong, carrying a coffin, was already standing on the wall, and behind him was Li Yunbing in armor. Behind them were countless Qingyun people. Together with the Qingyun people who were still on their way, this number would reach 20% of the population of Qingyun. Report! The Wu clan is not making any movement. They've even started to retreat. A Jindan scout returned with the report, causing Li Dalong and his grandson to frown. Backed off again? Li Dalong stretched his body after a long time. He was not happy because of the retreat of the Wu clan. Instead, he became more solemn, as expected of Lei Dong. Although Li Dalong has often been in the family in recent years and has no longer been in charge of the overall situation, he will send out Shadow to drink tea with Lei Dong when he has nothing to do. Shadow has even met 2 elders of the Wu clan, Han Ling Gong and Luo Xing. In fact, fighting is fighting, and it does not prevent people who cherish each other from communicating and quarreling. Most of the time, Lei Dong cursed Li Yunbing and Li Tianyue for their despicable and shameless behavior, and their cruelty in killing the Wu people. Occasionally, winning once or twice would make Lei Dong happy, as if he had ascended the throne. But Li Dalong did not underestimate his opponent at all. Lei Dong was much more stable than him and had a better overall view than him. Okay. Li Yunbing also breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa, I still need you to be on guard here. Otherwise, if Lei Dong uses any tricks, I really don't know how heavy the casualties in this battle will be. No, that bastard won't come. Li Dalong grinned. They just want to see my Li family being suppressed and wait for an internal fight between our Li family and Changyang Mansion. No matter which of us loses, it will be a big victory for their Wu clan. What a sinister and cunning person. Just wait and see if Lei Dong is anxious to take over another county. The grandfather and grandson both looked towards the direction of Xingwu County. Li Yunbing smiled and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa. Tian Yue can be of great use and will definitely bring back a great victory for our Li family." What? The Wu clan at the Qingyuan border has retreated? At the border, as Lei Dong led the 6 parties to retreat another 100 miles, Lin Yuanshan also received intelligence. His face changed drastically. The Qingyuan army is not here, and a large number of strong men from Qingyuan County have already supported Xingwu County. Why are they retreating? Lin Yuanshan grabbed the collar of the person who sent the message, his face full of anger. After he handed the information to the Wu clan vowed that once the most powerful Qingyuan army in Qingyuan County retreated, Lei Dong would lead the Wu clan soldiers to attack Qingyuan County immediately. Come to think of it, this should be the case. He had even imagined the scene of the border city being breached. In his plan at this time, the 3 families should break into Qingyuan County and go to the Li family to snatch the original blood tree, magic weapons, and other treasures. He should have been standing in front of the Li family as a winner. Wu clan wouldn't dare. The monk who sent the message said in horror. The border city is full of monks. At the command of the Li family, all the adult men in Qingyuan County are rushing to the border. They are not even monks. The cultivator's fear came not only from Lin Yuanshan's anger, but also from everything he saw in Qingyuan County. Regardless of their strength, the people of Qingyuan County dared to take up arms and go to the border. This was beyond his understanding. If it was Changyang Prefecture that mobilized troops, those mortals would have packed up and left long ago, and even the cultivators would have mostly found another way out. The people in this damn place are not afraid of death at all. Lin Yuanshan. Su Dingsheng, who was waiting quietly, had a gloomy face. He was the most impatient person. You promised that the Qingyuan border would be breached today, but I only saw 6 Fang tribes retreating. Do you want me to come here in vain? Su Dingsheng, never return empty-handed. Lin Yuanshan's face changed. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Please rest assured, senior. Behind Lin Yuanshan, Lin Hanhai, who had sent Lin Yuanshan back to Qilin Mountain, had already taken a step forward. 5 years had passed, and Lin Yuanshan had fulfilled his promise, which made Lin Hanhai's status in the Lin family higher and higher. This person bowed and said, "The 8th elder is farsighted. At this time, the Qingyuan army has entered Xingwu. I am afraid that they have already engaged in close combat with the Wu clan. As long as the masters of the Qingyuan army and Xingwu fall into the trap," he sneered, "by then, Qingyuan will suffer heavy losses. How can the Wu clan in the border city of Qingyuan County not move? It would be better." Hearing this, Su Dingsheng suppressed the idea of leaving and continued to sit down. Although the Su palace was full of killer embryos, they were all smart, otherwise they would not have survived. If it weren't for Lin Yuanshan's sure victory this time, they didn't even want to participate. Only those who have emerged from a sea of blood and corpses know how terrifying a family like the Li family is. Yes, you just need to wait. Everything is ours. Lin Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to Lin Hanhai gratefully. He was really panicked just now. If he couldn't stabilize Su Dingsheng, he would really have a grudge with Su Dingsheng. Maybe the scene of being robbed of everything in Merit City that day would reappear. These 3 people waited here with their family masters for another 5 days. Lin Yuanshan became increasingly anxious, his face pale as paper. No, so many days have passed. Qingyuan County should have launched a surprise attack. There shouldn't be any news of the Li family's defeat yet. He had just finished speaking. The expressions of all the strong men present changed, and looking towards the distance, they could see a dark shadow appearing in the eastern sky. The black shadow was like a ribbon, and no one knew how far it was from here, but there was undoubtedly a huge monster there, or a large number of monks and spirit boats gathering there. What is that? Lin Yuanshan looked confused and had a bad feeling in his heart. There are 3 border counties in Changyang Prefecture: Xingwu, Qingyuan, and Qi. Among the 3 counties, Qingyuan is sandwiched in the center. Qingyuan County borders Xingwu County, but is separated from Qi County by rivers and mountains. It is also a prosperous place. Once the Wu clan arrives, they will not be able to occupy Qi County and rob Qi County's resources for hundreds of years. The Li family has never been on guard against Qi County. In the sky above the border of Changyang Prefecture and Qi County, there are spirit boats and cultivators. The spirit boat in the front exudes the aura of a top-grade spiritual weapon. It is actually the spirit boat that the Li family got from Lin Yuanshan. Only 5 years have passed, and after some modifications, it is no longer flashy. At the front of the spirit boat, Li Kuangren was standing there. Many years have passed. Li Kuangren, the prince of Qingyun County who was hidden in the dark, is now dressed in a black robe, looking more sophisticated. His long hair is flying in the wind. Senior Xiang, welcome to Qingyun County. Next to Li Kuangren was a young man dressed in gorgeous clothes, but in fact he was more than 1,000 years old. This is none other than Qi County Prince Jiang Qinghuan. After hearing what Li Kuangren said, Jiang Qinghuan's expression was complicated. This dignified prince was once known as the Jiang family, among the 8 great immortal families in Changyang. The Jiang family is the boss of Qi County, and they have enormous power. But when Jiang Qinghuan heard Li Kuangren's words that he wanted to merge Qi County into Qingyun County like Xingwu, he actually responded without hesitation. Good. He took a deep breath and said, as long as we can regain our homeland, what's the harm in changing the name of Qi County? The words fell. His heaven and earth energy burst out, and he looked at the familiar land below the spirit boat, feeling the witch clan gathering and beginning to come to defend. His voice rang out. Today, the people of Qi County returned to Qi County. Back then, the people of Qingyun swore to defend Qingyun to the death. Today, we should follow suit. This battle, we will not stop until we win. The people of Qi County will no longer give up an inch of land. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into a raging wave. Behind him were spirit boats. One by one, the cultivators of Qi County flew out from the spirit boats on their swords and rushed towards their hometown. And today, there's white snow on the mountains that reach the sky. Li Xiang stood here and could almost overlook the entire Qi County. Half of Qi County had become a forest. Similarly, the ruins everywhere showed the prosperity of the county many years ago. On the translucent panel in front of you, your descendant, Li Kuangren, brought the monks from Qi County back when everyone's attention was focused on Xingwu County. Special event, support Qi County. After Li Changxing and his sister failed to seek help from Qijuan County Prince Jiang Qinghuan, some bastards spread rumors in Jiang Qinghuan's new territory, saying that the Jiang family was ambitious and attempted to annex many forces. As time went on, the situation of the Jiang family in the new territory became increasingly difficult. For many years, the Li family never gave up hope. Your clansmen, starting with Li Dalong and Li Yaozu, took turns persuading Jiang Qinghuan. The more they persuaded, the more Jiang Qinghuan felt something was wrong, and his situation became more difficult. More than a decade ago, Jiang Qinghuan finally agreed to the plan to return to Qi County with the Li family. Your family rejected Jiang Qinghuan, proposed to change Qi County's name to Qingyun, and asked Jiang Qinghuan to wait for the right opportunity. Ever since Li Changxing started asking for help, the Li family has never sat idly by. Today, it's the best time. My Li family has been planning for many years, and it's time to show some of our cards. The corners of Li Xiang's mouth rose slightly. Ever since he had been in the gaming world, he had gotten to know his family better and better, and he even participated in many plots. These plans include the Millennium Blood Transfusion Plan, the Qi County Support Plan, and even Li Dalong's original plan of suicide. The Li family never passively defends. Since many, many years ago, when the Li family was still a small village, they have been accustomed to taking the initiative to attack. At this time, behind him, the forces of Qingyun County had already gathered. They are the strong men from all major sects, including Taoist Tiangui of Xuanwu sect, Taoist Wushou of Wanshou Mountain, Patriarch Tianai of Tianyingumen, and half of the disciples of their sects. After years of fighting, the major sects in Qingyun County have also grown, and Xuanwu sect has gained a nascent soul expert. The ancestor Tianai is the most sinister, secretly using the method of refining human pills and using humans as furnaces to make Tianyingue men the strongest sect in the entire Qingyun County. The major forces in Qingyun County saw it, but said nothing, and even went to Tianyingue men to ask for human pills. The original blood tree, which had always been coveted by all forces in Changyang Prefecture, now turned into a human form and appeared on the mountain. Li family Su Zihua, Li Yaotai, Bai Ruru, Li Yaoqing, Crazy Blood Demon Lord, and Iron Gate 7 Sons, Li Tianshuang. They were not in Merit City, not in the border, and not in Xingwu County. Instead, when all eyes were on Xingwu County and the border, he quietly led his troops to the border of Qi County. Qi Yun. Li Yaotai carried a huge hammer, touched his big bald head, and turned around, causing everyone around him to lower their heads in fear to avoid being hit by his hammer. This rough man who had been forging iron for many years was laughing ecstatically. Who the hell wants that shabby place in Xingwu County? It's even poorer than our Qingyun. This time, our Li family is going to do a big thing. Yes, make a big one. They arrived at the border of Qi County quietly. At this time, everyone was looking at the border between Qi County and Changyang Prefecture. A dark shadow appears on the horizon. Su Zihua felt that the Wu clan in Qi County had begun to be alert and started to send troops to resist those dark shadows. Boom! As explosions sounded in the distance, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to become chaotic. The ancestral tablets floated up from the arms of all the members of the Li family, shining the brightest light above the snow-capped mountains, forming a huge Li character, which made their strength grow, their magic power more focused, and their control over the vitality of heaven and earth becoming more and more powerful. You use the family will. Use skills. Family glory. Attack. When they looked up, the words of their ancestors appeared, and all the members of the Li family fell to the ground, screaming as if they had gone crazy. On them, children, may our ancestors bless you. Take up your spirit tablets and charge. The six-tailed demon fox appeared in front of people, and Su Zihua stepped down from the air. Li Yaotai followed closely behind. The necklace of storage rings he wore around his neck was flashing, and the spirit puppets opened their bright eyes and floated down like arrows. The boy did the same, changing his body shape in midair. His silver limbs began to melt into silver liquid, gradually covering his body, growing larger and larger, reaching a height of 100 meters. Spirit Puppet Army charge. One by one, the spirit puppets transformed in midair, 10 meters, dozens of meters, 100 meters. They became high mountains in the sky and descended from the air. Oh my God, this reckless man's puppetry is getting more and more terrifying. When Tian Yi Laozu saw the spirit puppets falling like stars, he swallowed his saliva. Tian Yin Gue Min was a crooked and evil person, so he naturally knew puppetry. He had fought against the enemy together with Li Yaotai in the past, and these puppets could not fly in the air and could not control magic power. Now, this army of spirit puppets that can use magical powers will become everyone's nightmare. Then, it's by Ruru and Li Tianxuan. One of them inherited the will of the pig demon king, and the other was the queen who came out of the swamp jungle. The two stood on the shoulders of the mecha incarnation of Li Yaotai, and fell into the ground in the smoke and dust with the steel army. At their summons, spirit beasts appeared from the blueprints of the spirit beasts and moved around the huge steel puppet, increasing in number, immediately following. It's the primordial blood tree. Vines were spreading, the ground was cracking, and tree monsters and stone beasts appeared on the flat ground. They are an army. It's a pity that Li Dalong is not here. Otherwise, once the heavenly coffin is opened, there will be zombies and ghosts everywhere in the sky and on the ground. However, as the people from the Sky Eye Ghost Gate used their secret method, they once again opened their sect's secret technique underworld, and ghosts appeared one by one from the Dark Gate. In less than a cup of tea, the Qingyun County team became an unstoppable torrent. They traveled across the border between Qi County and the Endless Forest, with flames engulfing the Witch Clan's rear. The plan to attack Xingwu County was actually realized in Qi County. Reporting to the 8th Elder, the Qingyun army, led by Li Tianyue, broke into the Wu clan of Xingwu County, and then turned around and evacuated Qingyun County. It's bad, 8th Elder. Qi County's King Jiang Qingyuan has somehow managed to attack Qi County from Changyang Prefecture. In Qingyun County, their people suddenly appeared in Qi County and caught the Wu clan off guard. Lin Yuanshan's ears were filled with news, which made him blank-eyed. Impossible, impossible. Lin Yuanshan really couldn't understand why Changyang Prefecture had been on alert after the people from Xingwu County assisted Qingyun. He couldn't understand why people from Qi County came here. He didn't understand even more. Why did his plan always run into obstacles? The Li family had no intention of helping Xingwu County. Li Tianyue's Qingyun army seemed to be following his plan and paralyzing the vision of all the Wu people. He seemed to feel that an invisible black hand was controlling him in secret and treating him as a crucial chess piece. Lin Yuanshan, Lin Yuanshan. Su Dingxing looked grim at this moment. In front of everyone, he walked up to Lin Yuanshan and took away his storage ring. Then he stared at Lin Yuanshan viciously. I knew that your Qilin Mountain Lin family would never amount to anything. You were fooled. Did you know that? Impossible. Lin Yuanshan shook his head blankly. His expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look at Lin Hanhai. At this moment, Lin Hanhai was actually smiling playfully. His mind felt like it was about to explode. He didn't understand what was happening. Su Dingxing glanced meaningfully at Nangong Yaji, who was still sitting there, then shook his head and sighed, and floated away with his tribesmen. After all, they had robbed Lin Yuanshan's ring, so they didn't leave empty-handed. When they were far away, Su Dingxing stared at Qi County, which had already started a war, and narrowed his eyes. The Qinyanli family has something. It seems that we have to be on guard. I don't want such a family in Changyang Mansion. Wait until Su Dingxing leaves. Lin Yuanshan's whole body was filled with spiritual energy, and his already injured face looked even uglier. He stared at Lin Hanhai intently. It's you. You exposed all my plans to the Li family. But he had to face Lin Yuanshan's nascent soul power. Lin Hanhai was not afraid at all. He joked, "Old man, you are too slow to react. 5 years ago, you stopped that evil head of the Li family and almost killed me. Why do you think you are still alive?" You. Lin Yuanshan was struck by lightning. Lin Hanhai said, "Why do you think you can go to the Li family again and again? Why do you think you can detect the Li family's troops? It's just for you to see. The Li family has been tolerating you. So why would they give up halfway and humiliate you? They also want to provoke your anger. The blood-cloaked female goddess of war is worthy of being called the goddess of war. The Qinyan overlord on the border is also worthy of the title of overlord. What they said is really true. Anger is the easiest way for another person to lose his mind. An enemy can also become the most useful friend. The Li family has exposed flaws everywhere, just waiting for you to fall into their trap when you are angry. On the set, Lin Yuanshan understood that perhaps from the moment he stepped into Qinyan County, he had become a pawn of the Li family. I kill you. The vitality of heaven and earth went towards Lin Hanhai. He didn't know why Lin Hanhai did this, but now he just wanted to kill this traitor of the family. But Lin Hanhai was still smiling. The phantom of the Qilin rushed towards Lin Hanhai, but was stopped by a stream of energy from heaven and earth and turned into nothingness. The power of heaven and earth's vitality lifted Lin Hanhai's clothes, revealing a small weight. Lin Yuanshan looked at the person in disbelief. It was Namong Yezi. You are also a member of the Li family? Lin Yuanshan's face turned pale. He was really scared. The evil cultivator he met on the road was a member of the Li family, and the clansmen around him were also members of the Li family. Who else is not a member of the Li family? It seems that you, Lin Yuanshan, have indeed lost your righteousness today. How could I, Nangong Yaji, be used by the Li family? Nangong Yaji smiled faintly and said, however, Jiang Qinghuan of Qi County did give our Nangong family a good price, which made our Nangong family spend 5 years to help them return to Qi County quietly. You. Lin Yuanshan's eyes darkened and a mouthful of blood flowed out of his throat. You Nangong family, the Taoist friends in Changyang Mansion will give you retribution. You think too highly of your so-called fellow Taoist, who hasn't made a deal with my Nangong family. Show me the evidence, and that will be retribution. Nangong Yaji stood up and sighed. I thought your Qilin Mountain Lin family could do something, but I never thought that you couldn't even beat the Qinyan Li family. Instead, you became a pawn like a clown. I really thought you could overthrow the Li family, but I overestimated you. Lin Yuanshan wanted to say something, but Nangong Yaji did not give him the chance. As she clapped her hands calmly, 2 nascent souls appeared from the Nangong family and instantly rushed towards Lin Yuanshan. In just a moment, they had killed the seriously injured Lin Yuanshan. This person was arrogant and domineering in the Li family. He thought he had seen the weakness of the Li family and vowed to destroy the Li family. But in the end, he didn't even see the shadow of the Li family and died at the hands of his companion. Lin Hanhai sighed and looked at Nangong Yaji, who was going to take back the body. He bowed quickly and said, Senior, our deal includes killing the people in the Suwang Mansion. I wonder how I should explain it. Explanation? What explanation? Do you know who Su Dingxing of the Su family is? There is a list of divine infants in the Qing dynasty. Everyone on the list has the potential to become a god. Su Dingxing is ranked 23rd. If I can kill him, I will stand here and make a deal with you. Nangong Yaji sneered. And your master, if I really fight with Su Dingxing and get injured, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave here. The Li family is quite shady. Lin Hanhai was silent for a moment, but still glanced at the corpse that Nangong Yaji was dragging. "Senior, then I want to buy this corpse. Please give me another price." The two began to trade. In the distance, a group of monks dressed in white with weights tattooed on their chests were hiding their presence. "Master, do we want it?" One of the monks made a scratching neck motion. The leader's eyes flashed coldly when he heard this. Although he was far away, he could still stare at Nangong Yaji. He raised his hand slightly to stop his subordinates who were ready to move. The woman from the Nangong family is not simple. She must have seen something and let Su Dingxin go. If she didn't have a way to escape or a way to defeat us, she wouldn't be so calm. There's no need to do anything that you are not sure of. Immediately, the group stopped moving and headed back towards Xiang County. Until the border city, the leader took off his mask, put on armor, and had flowing white hair falling down his shoulders. He strode to a sturdy man in cloth carrying a coffin and looked at the endless forest in the distance with him. "Grandpa, Lin Yuanshan is dead. What about the other two families? I'm leaving. I didn't find a chance to catch them all. I'm sorry to disappoint you and your ancestors. It doesn't matter. The mountains are high and the waters are long. There is still a long way to go." A fierce battle is taking place on the battlefield in Qi County. In the sky, the 5 primordial spirits were fighting, causing ripples in the sky. Originally, Hunling Gong and Luoxing had also seen the danger in Qi County and were about to come, but who would have thought that they were stopped by Shanshan Taoist and Wang Jinhu again? And this time there was an old ancestor of the Jiang family. The Wu people obviously didn't expect that today, many years later, the Qi County troops would launch a counterattack, and they were suddenly panicked. The powerful men of the Li family hidden in the mountains caught the Wu clan off guard. "Your family has been planning for many years and once formed the Qinsi to recruit members in Changyang Prefecture. Lin Hanhai was not favored in Qilin Mountain, so he joined Qinsi. Later, Lin Hanhai joined the Tianji Pavilion jointly controlled by Li Yunbing and Li Tianyue. Under your family's operation, Lin Yuanshan became a pawn of the family and passed false information to the Wu clan, attracting the Wu clan's attention. As the news spread, many forces in Changyang Prefecture relaxed their vigilance. Your family, through the connection between the Jiang family and the Tianji Pavilion, reached a deal with the Nangong family of Changyang Prefecture's Baibao Shinkai, allowing the Jiang family to secretly approach Qi County and help your family kill Lin Yuanshan. Get Family Wolf 5. Your descendant Li Yunbing reported to you that he had disappointed you and was unable to capture all 3 groups of people. That's pretty good." Li Xiang looked at the battlefield on the ground. The children were charging forward, holding their ancestral tablets. After so many years, he was used to the children carrying the ancestral tablets as amulets when they had nothing to do, and using them as weapons when something happened. There was even more joy on his face, as the Li family had now grown to be very mature. The children from Xian village back then have now found their own place to shine. They are either overlords of a region, strategists in the dark, or the fiercest warriors on the battlefield. While thinking, Li Xiang saw that Su Cuihua was in danger at this time. So he didn't think any more and quickly used the ancestral tablet to fight with Su Cuihua. Consume 3 points of family will and use the skill Ancestors' Heavenly Punishment. What is that? Yuanying strongmen also fought in a place far from human habitation. Originally, a witch priest was a physical cultivator. His movements were like ghosts, and he had a totem to protect his mind, so his recovery ability was even stronger. He had already injured Su Cuihua, but the witch suddenly froze, and thunder flashed in the sky and fell into the spirit seat, making the spirit seat have the power of 2 thunders. There was only the sound of thunder crackling in the air. Seeing the ancestral tablet floating in front of her, Su Cuihua, who looked like a fox demon, rushed forward with her fangs bared. "The ancestors are with us, the descendants of the Li family. Kill." 1 month later. Special event. Support Qi County completed. Your family has been planning for many years and has used various methods to invite the Jiang family of Qi County back. The cultivators of Qi County have returned to their homeland and occupied half of the land of Qi County. Your family's special forces have cut off the retreat of the Wu clan, and a large number of Wu clan have become trapped beasts in Qi County. At this time in Qingyan County, in the outer city of Gongda City, in a courtyard, the strong men from the 3 large counties gathered. The Qi County masters have reoccupied their homeland, but Qi County is too big. If they really want to completely retake Qi County, even with the help of Qingyan County, it will take at least several decades to drive all the witches out of Qi County. Gongda City is located in the center, and it has become the gathering place for these masters, so they can provide support from all three sides at any time. Congratulations to the Xiang Palace for regaining their homeland. In the crowd, Prince Mi Xuanqi congratulated Jiang Qinghuan. There was no dissatisfaction on his face, but rather a bit of joy. When Li Tianyue led the Qingyun army to help the Mi family regain their homeland, Mi Xuanqi and the six forces were delighted, but soon the joy turned into false joy. Who knew that Li Tianyue turned around and led them to evacuate, saying that it was just a feint attack? At that time, all the cultivators in Xingwu County were stunned. Not to mention them, even the Wu clan, who had set up traps and were ready to capture the Qingyun people at any time, were confused. It was not until the war in Qi County began that they began to understand everything. Mi Xuanqi was angry at first, but it was different later. He understood that if the Li family couldn't even hide it from their own people, how could they hide it from the Wu clan and the wolves and tigers behind Changyang Mansion? Besides, everyone was on the same warship now, so they had to work together. Once this person chooses to give up early, he will leave all the work to others and just lie down. Suddenly, his mind becomes clear. Mi Xuanqi, the prince, is happy all the time. Ha ha ha, okay. Jiang Qinghuan laughed at Mi Xuanqi. This time my Jiang family came back and took back our homeland, thanks to your Mi family attracting the target. Once my Jiang family drives out the Wu clan, we will immediately clear out the Wu clan in your Xingwu County. Speaking of, the great victory of Qi County made the Prince Jiang Qinghuan feel very proud. He looked around at the people in the courtyard who were rejoicing over the victory, smiled slightly, and gestured to the clansmen around him. A map was spread out on the table, depicting the current battle situation. Jiang Qinghuan cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, this king and the Li family have been planning to come back for a battle many years ago. In the past 5 years, this king has been preparing for this battle all the time. Just wait and see." Jiang Qinghuan pointed at the map and used his magic power to draw the layout of the 3 counties in midair, and his explanation was very logical. He looked like he was in charge of the country, and from time to time he would glance at the Li family. However, he saw that Li Dalong, Li Yunbing, Li Tianyue, and Li Quangren, who came from the Li family, had no abnormality on their faces, and frowned slightly. Then he smiled at everyone and said, "By the way, I had an agreement with the Li family before. The Li family helped my Jiang family return to their homeland, and Qi County was renamed Qingyun. So I have an idea. From now on, the 3 counties will be collectively called Qingyun and divided into the east and west regions. How about Qingyun being the Central Plains?" After these words were spoken, the Li family remained calm and just nodded repeatedly. But all the major forces in Qingyun County frowned, including the 6 forces in Xingwu County and the county king Mi Xuanqi. In the past, after every war, it was the Li family who arranged the affairs. Now, it was obviously Qingyun County that helped the Jiang family win. Why did Jiang Qinghuan, regardless of his status as the host, stand up and make decisions? Especially Yi Xiu from Wanfamen. This guy has the most violent temper, not inferior to Li Yaodai. Seeing that no one in the Li family said anything, and seeing Jiang Qinghuan giving orders, he immediately glared. "Prince Jiang, what do you mean by this? I haven't even met you. Why are you standing here giving orders?" Jiang Qinghuan seemed to have expected this. He smiled and said, "You should be Yi Xiu from the Wanfa sect in the Western Territory, number 39 on the infant god list." "It's me." Yi Xiu glared at Jiang Qinghuan. It was their first meeting, but for some reason he just didn't like this guy. Unlike the Li family said whatever they thought. Although they sometimes didn't do anything, they were still open-hearted to their friends. Look at this Jiang Qinghuan. He declared his status openly and secretly as soon as he came. His smile was so fake. Jiang Qinghuan ignored Yi Xiu's rude words. "Fellow Taoist Yi Xiu, if you think I am in command, then I am just a little impatient. But I followed Grand Tutor Lin Jiu to the east, so I know a little about battlefield affairs. I am just giving some suggestions." He glanced at everyone, bowed, and said, "If there is anything I have done wrong, please forgive me." Hearing this, Li Dalong laughed loudly to ease the weird atmosphere. "What are you talking about, King Jiang? We are all friends in the same boat. No matter what King Jiang thinks, my Li family will support him." Yi Xiu glared and wanted to say something, but Li Quanghua kicked him, causing Yi Xiu to grit his teeth and say, "Disciple, what are you doing? Can't you see that Jiang Qinghuan is not a good person? I'm going to scold him to wake him up." Li Quanghua still shook her head. Her voice transmission probably couldn't be hidden from these big guys here. Snort! Yi Xiu could only snort coldly. This meeting lasted for 2 hours, with Zhang Qinghuan mostly making arrangements while the others were listening. The atmosphere was extremely weird. Wait until everyone leaves to do their work. Zhang Qinghuan frowned as he watched the crowd disperse. An elder of the Zhang family beside him said in a serious tone, "Qinghuan, it seems that the Li family has a deep foundation here." "Yes, great-grandfather." Zhang Qinghuan narrowed his eyes slightly, "but time will change everything. I have done what I promised the Li family, and they will also gain a lot of benefits from this trip. My Jiang family has a spirit, and the strength is far superior to Qingyan County. The foundation is also deeper. This is an opportunity for our Jiang family. I only hope that the Li family can recognize their own status and understand what it means to enjoy the shade under a big tree." As soon as he came out, everyone in the Li family had already returned to the base, and even Yi Xiao followed in. Under the red crown that had transformed back into its original blood tree, Yi Xiao looked at the Li family, who didn't care at all about what had just happened, and had already begun to order the maids and servants to prepare a banquet to celebrate the victory. Only now did he understand what it meant that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are. "What are you Li family members doing? Are you blind?" Yi Xiao's eyes widened with anger. He put one hand on his waist and pointed outside with the other. He was so handsome, but he looked like an old lady from the vegetable market. He cursed, "You just brought back a bunch of ungrateful people and helped them. Who does Zhang Qinghuan think he is? People who don't know would think he led us to defeat the witch tribe. He is such a piece of shit. I think he thinks he is the emperor." All right. Li Kuanghua jumped up with an irritated look on her face. Her twin ponytail swung straight up, and she put one arm around her master's neck. "Master, stop yelling. It's embarrassing. You are already old. If you have something to worry about, why don't you keep it to yourself? What's the point of yelling? When was she ever like this?" Later, with a master named Yi Xiao who was even more extreme, Li Kuanghua slowly became calm. She had to keep an eye on her master at all times to prevent the straightforward master from talking nonsense. Yi Xiao then shut up in dismay, but he was still a little annoyed as he looked outside. "Your descendant, Li Kuanghua, has been practicing with Yi Xiao for many years. Her master has become more and more reckless, so she has no choice but to take care of him like a child. She has acquired the trait, traitor. Respect for master -80%. Success rate of stopping master from losing temper and acting impulsively increased by 50%. Damage to master increased by 50%. Speed of practicing around master increased by 10%. Li Xiang only just realized this characteristic of Li Kuanghua and was speechless for a moment. He still remembered Li Kuanghua, who had followed the demon cultivators and was an absolute devil. Her temper was almost the same as Li Yaoye's. As expected, if you want to be less irritable, you must have someone more irritable than her. Yi Xiao was also interesting. He was fearless and dared to glare at the Li family and even the two spirit transformation realm masters, but he was afraid of his apprentice. However, Li Xiang and the others in the Li family also took Yi Xiao's words very seriously. If even Yi Xiao could see it, who else in the Li family could not see it, except Li Yaotai and the 7 sons of the Iron Gate? Li Xiang looked normal, but he was a little unhappy in his heart. When the family brought the Jiang family back, they never thought of this. On the contrary, a long time ago, when the Mi family was brought back to Qingyan County, the Li family began to be wary of many aspects. After all, human hearts are unpredictable. After all, the Mi family is also the master of a region. So how could they be willing to be inferior to others? Who knew that Mi Zhuanqi was so smart? It was also because the Mi family had been very obedient after returning that the tribesmen gradually relaxed their vigilance. "Hey, Brother Yi, the rumors are really not credible." Li Yunbing smiled bitterly and said, "Have you ever thought that the Jiang family would be like this?" "No, it is rumored that the Jiang family was once one of the 8 great families in Changyang, and they're the most peaceful family. I've been to the Jiang family before, and the Jiang family was very welcoming to me. They are very kind. I never thought that this time your Li family helped him. Zhang Qinghuan, that guy, actually wanted to take control of our 3 counties." Yi Xiao shook his head, his teeth itching. "We have always worked together and are used to listening to your Li family's orders. Now Zhang Qinghuan insists on doing this. Even a fool knows that there will be trouble later. That's why human nature is complicated." Li Dalong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up with a long sigh. "People can share hardships, but it is more precious to share happiness. But it's good that the Jiang family exposed their ambitions early, so that we could be prepared." Hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes lit up and he clenched his fists. "I understand. I'll go find Mi Zhuanqi right away." Let's surround old Zhang's family, so that he can see what propriety and rules mean. Master, you are here again. Li Kuanghua pouts, jumps up and pats the back of his master's head. Yi Xiu was caught off guard and held his head with a grin, complaining, "There are still elders from your Li family here. Kuanghua, are you the master or am I the master?" Seeing this strange master and apprentice, the elders of the Li family looked at each other in bewilderment. In the distance, Lao Jin, who was once rescued by Li Kuanghua and treated Li Kuanghua as his own child, was now in tears, murmuring, "I have grown up, I've grown up. Now that I have a master, it has been several years since you sat on my back and flew with me." "Thanks, Brother Yi." Li Yunbing stopped Yi Xiu and said with a smile, "At this time of war, the situation of the three counties has been determined, and it is not good to cause trouble. Now Jiang Qinghuan has also fulfilled his promise and changed the name of Qi County to Qingyun, and he has not broken his promise. This person is just ambitious. How many people in this world don't have ambitions? Just let him go." This, Yi Xiu wanted to say something, but when he saw Li Kuanghua still staring at him, he frowned. "Anyway, no one in my Wanfa sect will obey him. The Old Mi family will definitely not obey him either, and neither will your King Yanfeng family. How about this, Brother Yi, from now on, just agree to whatever Jiang Qinghuan says, and then you can come and ask me. The Jiang family has a god of transformation, so they must have ambitions. As long as they don't go too far, you don't need to pay attention to them." As Li Yunbing finished speaking, Yi Xiu gave up. Otherwise, this physical cultivator might really rush to the Jiang family to ask for clarification. After signaling Li Kuanghua to take Yi Xiu away, Li Dalong looked unhappy. It seems that Jiang Qinghuan and the Jiang family have great ambitions. I saw that the elders all had gloomy faces. Madman Li slapped himself angrily. "It's the fault of my son and Changsheng. We shouldn't have planned to let the Jiang family return to Qi County and let the wolf into the house. That doesn't have to be the case." Seeing that Li Kuangren was about to slap himself, Li Yunbing stopped him and said with a smile, "If the Jiang family really wants to rule the three counties and thinks that gaining the power of the three counties can help the Jiang family move closer to the top, then we should help them. This may not be a bad thing for our Li family." Li Yaotai glared at this. He had wanted to curse for a long time, but when he saw Yi Xiu was slapped by his apprentice, he shut up. After all, the only one who slapped Yi Xiu was Li Kuanghua. There were many people who could slap him here, but when he saw that Li Yunbing didn't care, he immediately said unhappily, "They came to our territory to claim to be the king. It's a bullshit good thing." "You are stupid." Li Yaoqing kicked him, and seeing the third brother squatting on the ground with his head in his hands, she snorted, "Let me tell you a truth. When I was raising spiritual herbs, the strongest ones were always the first to be cut down. Look at the old tree behind us. When it was the tallest, it was the first to suffer when it rained. You guys also like to poop and pee under it because it is the most conspicuous. The primordial blood tree." Strange memories flooded into his mind, and the joy he had just felt when he saw Li Yaotai being beaten was gone. "Right." Li Yunbing smiled. Second Aunt sees it clearly. The Jiang family only sees the achievements of our Li family, but they have no idea how difficult it has been for our Li family to rule a county over the years. Now all forces are eyeing our Qingyun County. Our Li family is surrounded by enemies, and it is time to keep a low profile. The Jiang family is here, and they want to control power, so let them control it. On the contrary, we should not confront him. Instead, we should encourage and support the Jiang family. Instead of standing in front and facing everything, it is better to push the Jiang family out and protect our Li family. Our Li family will also have some free time to do our own things." Speaking of, Li Yunbing's face was gloomy. The Jiang family had better do a good job, otherwise. Seeing Li Yunbing's expression, Li Xiang, who had been watching the family members' discussion, couldn't help but laugh. In Qingyun County, maybe they can't recognize the emperor's edict, but as long as the Li family gives an order, they will stand by the Li family without hesitation. This is the Li family's foundation, formed by their years of fighting together and their benefit from the Li family. No matter how ambitious the Jiang family and Jiang Qinghuan are, as long as they are on the land of Qingyun County, their ambition will only make them the strongest employees of the Li family in the end. After the great battle in Qi County, the battle was still going on in Qingyun County. The Qingyun army returned to the border of Qingyun and slowly incorporated Lingyafang into the territory of Qingyun County. Mi Zhuanqi was really lying flat on his back, and so were all the cultivators from Xingwu County. Their cultivators had even begun to join the Qingyun army, simply because they had seen the morale of the Qingyun army that day. They realized that not all cultivators were there just to practice. There would always be some who hoped to join the army. The Jiang family is still fighting against the Wu clan, and now that place has become the western border of Qingyun. On the high mountain where the Li family originally launched a surprise attack, The Xiang family also built a palace to command the troops from all sides. Although the Xiang family was ambitious, Jiang Qinghuan was actually capable and managed everything in an orderly manner, and even rarely lost battles. Jiang Qinghuan worked diligently, and after seeing the terrifying power of the Qingyun army, the old villain even sent people to learn from Li Tianyue and began to form a Jiang family army. Another 5 years passed, the Jiang family was in power, and Qingyun was thriving. This day, in the Jiang family hall, Jiang Qinghuan, who imitated Li Yunbing in wearing black armor and a cloak with a black python pattern on his back, sat on the throne of the 9-story jade steps. Looking at Li Yunbing below, he laughed. "Brother Yunbing, this time it is all thanks to you. It was only because of you leading 100,000 cultivators to help that the king was able to severely damage the 8 Li Fengwu tribe and force them to flee from my Qingyun West territory in a hurry." Li Yunbing smiled and said, "King Jiang is still a good leader. By the way, King Jiang, many people have come to Changyang Mansion in recent years. They saw that we obtained a large number of spiritual medicines and spiritual minerals from the Wu clan, and they wanted to buy them. They have contacted many forces in Qingyun, but they all use spiritual stones to buy them, but they don't trade with us for other resources. I don't know what to do." Hearing this, Jiang Qinghuan thought for a moment. At this moment, there were many forces in the hall. Which one had not been blackmailed by the major forces in Changyang Mansion? Everyone was angry when they heard about Changyang Mansion. Seeing this, Jiang Qinghuan snorted coldly. "Dream on." During the years of war, Changyang Mansion didn't help us at all and blocked Qingyun everywhere, preventing us from purchasing resources. Now, they want to benefit from Qingyun? Even if our things rot in the treasury, we won't give them a cent. Ha ha, okay. Everyone was very happy. After everyone left, Jiang Qinghuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. 5 years, who knows how he got through these 5 years? Ever since he took command of Qingyun, the Wu clan's offensive has become more and more fierce, but they dare not attack Qingyun's central plains. Instead, they specifically target his western border. Every day, he has to lead the Jiang family masters and many forces to guard against the Wu clan, and he doesn't have a single day of peace. After 5 years of communication and flattery, and spending a lot of resources, he finally got all the forces in Qingyun to recognize his identity as the ruler. As a result, Prince Mi Zhuanqi and Wanfeng Yi Xiao kept asking him to send people from the Jiang family to help them fight back the East Territory. Now the East Territory has made steady progress. There are also the people and soldiers of Qingyun County who need food. The city that was once in ruins due to war is in ruins and needs resources everywhere. The place that made him most distracted was the Changyang Mansion. Every pair of eyes were fixed on Qingyun. They were like the most greedy beasts, ready to devour Qingyun at any time. Fortunately, I am here. Otherwise, if the Li family were to take over this situation, Qingyun would become someone else's dowry within 100 years. The Li family is also very sensible, which makes me satisfied. Jiang Qinghuan let out a long breath, floating in the air, gazing at Changyang Mansion. This is an opportunity for my Jiang family. We own 3 counties and are full of talented people. When I take down the Wu clan, it will be the day that your Changyang Mansion will regret bullying my Qingyun for so many years. At this time, Li Xiang, who was already very free, opened his eyes at the place where Taoist Shanshan practiced. Under the leadership of Jiang Qinghuan, your family began to develop quietly and move to a higher level. Your descendant Li Dalong is in seclusion, preparing to break through the 5th level of the heavenly death coffin. Your descendant Li Yaotai obtained a large amount of 7th-grade mineral materials and a small amount of 6th-grade materials. He also broke off a section of 6th-grade wood from the primordial blood tree and is preparing to break through to become a 6th-grade weapon refiner. Your descendant, Li Yaoqing, has refined 2 portions of the resurrection and chi-stealing powder, 6th grade. Your descendants have already prepared the resources for Li Yunlin to break through the 99 heavenly tribulations. Li Xiang nodded slightly with satisfaction, stared at the hall where Jiang Qinghuan was on the top of the mountain with gratitude, and gave a thumbs up. Our Li family really didn't make a mistake in choosing someone. Fortunately, we have you. With Jiang Qinghuan here, the 3 realms of Qingyun are now prosperous. As the new Grand Festival was approaching, Li Xiang left the game world early. Returning to the real world, Li Xiangdao felt as if he was in another world. After coming to his senses, Li Xiang took out his cell phone. After spending many years in the gaming world and only a few days outside, my phone is flooded with messages. Great victory! Great victory! The invasion of the magic civilization was defeated in just 1 day. They are now evacuating to the vicinity of Mars. Rumor has it that an unknown strong man broke into the important place of magic civilization and killed everyone. Currently, many hermit monks have joined the national army and are heading to the magic civilization for revenge. Good news from the National Spiritual Examination Team. The ruins they excavated from the sea are likely to hide the truth of the lost eras of the Earth. Defeated so quickly. Seeing the latest war news, Xiang was stunned. Although he knew that the magic civilization was a clown and would flee in disgrace as soon as the monks outside the Earth came back, Xiang never expected that they would be defeated so quickly. He was worried that the magic civilization would sneak attack the villa area. But Xiang soon breathed a sigh of relief. It's better to run away. When I learn something in the game, I'm afraid of his magic civilization. Don't think about it anymore. Xiang walked out the door while looking at the news on his phone. Xian had been waiting outside the door for a long time. When she saw Xiang, she looked strange. Master, this is the first time you haven't been out for so long. I can't tell you, Xian, that I struggled in the gaming world and regained a home, right? Xiang casually responded by asking Xian to cook for him, and then he ate while browsing his phone. The 200-year grand ceremony will begin soon. I have no shortage of spiritual stones or spiritual medicines. The same goes for my family. 6th and 7th grade spiritual medicines are simply not available on Earth. Only ancient skills or powerful thermal weapons are of some use to them. Even after coming out, Xiang was still thinking about the family's affairs. Now the family is fighting with the Wu clan, and I don't know when this battle will end. Changyang Mansion is also a threat to the family. Last time, Lin Yuanshan was killed. Qilin Mountain has never said anything after that. But even a fool knows that it was our family who did it. The family has been developing for too short a time. It is impossible for a divine transformation cultivator to appear in such a short period of time. So the most important thing now is to find some trump cards that can resist the divine transformation. While I was thinking, Yuxian's meal was already cooked. Seeing Xiang's absent-minded look, Yuxian seemed to have gotten used to it. Soon, Xiang was searching through his phone. He had just finished talking to Xiao Qingling when the invasion of magic civilization happened. He was about to call back when he heard the message, powered off. That's right. Xiao Qingling has dug up a new site and is probably very busy right now. Xiang raised his eyebrows. I was thinking about whether there were any techniques or antique magic weapons that could be dug out, so that she could take them out secretly and give her a large amount of spirit stones. Having stayed in the gaming world for many years, Xiang didn't realize that he was now very similar to the Li family. He even casually mentioned things like being sentenced to eternity in prison. Immediately, Xiang called his teacher Xiao Qingluo, and the call was connected after a while. The teacher's irritable voice came from the other end of the line. Xiao Li, why can't I get through to you? And it's the same with your family. I thought you were captured by the magician and became his male lover. Xiang's face darkened. As a teacher, do you want to listen to what you were saying? I won't talk nonsense with you. When the magic civilization came, so many meteorites fell. Is there anything wrong with the teacher? That's bullshit. Before the meteorite fell, your teacher, gathered all the senior teachers in the teaching area. When the meteorite fell, I notified all the monks nearby. A total of 30,000 people. The voice on the other end of the phone seemed a little depressed. 30,000 troops listened to my command. Just wait for the magician to attack. My team will be able to snowball. Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers who are not of the same kind? Cough, cough, I've said too much. Teacher, I just had tinnitus and didn't hear anything. If he didn't have something to ask, Xiang wanted to hang up the phone. He cleared his throat and asked, Teacher, what about the alien species in the universe? You're lucky. Xiao Qingluo smiled and said, It's been a turbulent time recently. The magic civilization may make a comeback tomorrow. Schools are closed and everyone is taking shelter. It's normal to lose some things in the school. I'll have someone send the cosmic alien you want over now. You can just go to the door to pick it up. The security guard in your villa area is a piece of shit, so I won't go there in person. Thank you, teacher. Xiang was overjoyed. He held a bun in his mouth and carried the packed food as he walked to the gate of the villa area. When the magic civilization attacked that day, many bigwigs in the villa area flew out. Now the villa area is extremely deserted. If it weren't for the neighbors, Xiang would have wanted to pry open the houses of these old guys to see what secrets they were hiding. I guess the hidden strongmen who joined the army and broke into the magic civilization mentioned in the news are the big guys in the villa area. Xiang seemed to be thinking about something, but he didn't dare to think too much. The villa area was really a place for hermits. He lived here, but he didn't dare to delve into it. He knew a truth very well. If you don't have the ability to delve into something you can't understand, it's just asking for trouble. Uncle Chun, I haven't seen you for a few days. I brought you some souvenirs. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried pork, and mouth-watering chicken. They're all made by US Yen. Uncle Chun is not a simple person. Even when the magic civilization is about to invade, he remains calm and does what he has to do. Seeing Xiang coming, the sleepiness in Uncle Chin's eyes disappeared instantly. He hurriedly stood up and took the food with both hands. Young Master Li is the only one who remembers an old man like me. After chatting with Uncle Chun for a while, soon Xiang waited for the person sent by Teacher Xiao. As soon as he saw the young man coming with a small box, the corners of Xiang's mouth twitched. No one knew where Teacher Xiao had found this guy. As soon as they met, he marched in a straight line, handed the things to Xiang, saluted Xiang with his head held high, and said in a sonorous tone, "The Salvation Army, number 0325. The mission has been completed. Please accept it, Mr. Xiang." Looking at the young man's leaving back, Xiang was stunned for a long time. Finally, he decided that it would be better to not ask too much about social affairs and that the right thing to do was to focus on playing games. Xiang immediately returned home and called Boss Chi. Not long after, Boss Chi came. Boss Chi was even more respectful this time, with a big smile on his face. "Master Li, I spent a lot of effort to find you what you wanted last time. That antisocial organization almost skinned me." Xiang was overjoyed when he saw the things in the ring. He had just mentioned it casually before, but he didn't expect that Boss Chi could really get that thing. He suddenly became interested in the organization. "Boss Chi, excuse me, what is the name of the organization?" Boss Chi looked around like a thief. Then he covered his mouth and whispered, "The Salvation Army." "Master Li, what's wrong? You also know about this organization?" Seeing Xiang's dull eyes, Boss Chi couldn't help but be stunned. "Have no idea." Xiang shook his head with a normal expression. "Thank you, Boss Chi, for this trip. It's been a busy time recently, and everything in the company depends on you." After sending Boss Chi away, Xiang hurried back to the room. His face was dark, and he even wanted to block Teacher Xiao and have less contact with him in the future. Then he looked at the box and said, "Is it because of the aliens? Only criminals would want this kind of thing if it was left outside." In addition, Mr. Xiao did not hide his identity as the leader of the Salvation Army from me because of the attack on his students last time. Did he deliberately make it clear to me in order to recruit me into the group? Thinking about it carefully, Xiang rubbed his face quickly. "Teacher Xiao, you are a ruthless person. From now on, I will not go out and concentrate on playing games. Let's see how you can get me to join you." Looking at the computer screen, Xiang simply put everything behind him. At this moment in the game screen, outside the increasingly magnificent ancestral hall of the Li family, descendants of the Li family are coming back from all directions. Even though Li Dalong and Su Chui had been yuanying for many years, they were still wearing ordinary cloth clothes as usual. Su Tsuhua only reached the chest of Li Dalong, who was carrying the heavenly coffin of the dead, and the two of them snuggled into the ancestral hall filled with the aroma of incense. As the two of them entered, Li Yaozu, who was able to get out of bed a little, came with a sword case on his back, his black clothes fluttering, looking very handsome. Li Yaoqing followed closely behind, still wearing yellowed clothes, with messy hair and a small gourd hanging around his waist. Then came Li Yaotai. This kid's hands and feet were silver, his upper body was naked, with various array patterns carved on it, and a big bald head. This time, Li Yaowen also came back quietly. She was dressed in white and looked like an old woman. She seemed to be dying. She sat in a wheelchair and was pushed into the ancestral hall by Li Yaotai. After that, Li Yunlin, dressed in black clothes like the stars in the universe, came with a dustpan in his hand, looking very otherworldly. Li Yunbing, dressed in black armor, with extremely elegant white hair, was communicating with Li Yunlin. Behind them, it was the 7 disciples of the Iron Gate who had been playing all the way. Following them, Li Tianyi, Li Tianqi, Li Tianming, and others also returned. They looked at Li Tianyue, who was wearing red armor and looked heroic, with some surprise. It seemed as if they were saying, "We are all from the Tian family, and we all look so unreliable. So why are you doing serious things, little girl?" Then came the Kuang generation, Li Kuangren and Li Kuanghua. These two had practiced together in the Thunderfire Demon Cave, but now they looked completely different. As he held a high position, Li Kuangren looked more and more like a superior, wearing gorgeous clothes and looking calm. Li Kuanghua, on the other hand, pinched her waist and scolded the younger generation, saying that she was so short and looked like a lowly with twin ponytails, but she was very wild. On the contrary, Li Guangshi and Li Guangsai, the Buddhist brother and sister behind them, had their hands folded together all the way and were not concerned with worldly matters. Later, someone was pushing a wheelchair. Who else could it be but Li Changxing and Li Changjing? Li Changxing covered his ears in pain. The elders were scolding him. They must be urging him to get married again. Otherwise, why would Li Changjing keep laughing at his misfortune? A house full of descendants. A house full of descendants. Li Xiang was very pleased and smiled. Having so many filial children makes my life worthwhile. Follow the descendants to Cao. 200 years of the Li family. Your descendants will pay homage to you. The grand ceremony ended as usual, and Li Xiang obtained a large amount of natural treasures and elixirs to enhance his spiritual energy. At this time, the descendants of the Li family had finished their worship, and after a short gathering, most of them went back to do their own things. There was no major battle on the border. Li Dalong and his loving couple, who were over 200 years old, laid back in the coffin again. They also took the gift from Li Xiang this time and hid it in the Zizishan coffin. The Zizishan coffin contained almost all the most important treasures of the family. At this time, inside the fourth layer of the heavenly coffin of death, there were 3 cylindrical green objects. On the ground was a black, translucent cube as big as a human head, and inside it could be seen a strange gas flashing like a black electric ball. The 5th level of the death heaven coffin. Li Xiang followed Li Dalong and his wife into the cave. Unlike the boundless Dead Sea on the 4th floor, the 5th floor was filled with black light curtains. Death curtain. After walking through the 99 and 81 sky curtains, you can obtain the complete rules of death and refine the sky curtain into a domain. It's basically a rule of feeding it into your mouth. Master, these things bestowed by our ancestors are too terrible. In the 4th space, Su Tsuehua looked at the things Li Xiang sent to the game in amazement. She was familiar with the 3 cylinders. When the 3 Yuanyings were outside the Tianzong, the ancestors took out such terrible hidden weapons. What scared Su Tsuehua even more was the translucent black square. She touched it carefully and quickly retracted her finger. The ancestors said that this thing can kill a God-transforming cultivator and can blow up the small world opened up by the God-transforming cultivator, killing the God-transforming cultivator. This is what's really scary. Li Dalong was even more afraid of the other iron box. Through his nascent soul, he could see a piece of meat squirming in the box. Our ancestors said that this thing is a spiritual object. After using it, it will become the most terrifying demon and can produce unpredictable changes. I have a vague feeling that there will be terrible consequences after using this thing. How about letting Yundo and the other 7 try it? I thank you on behalf of all 7 of them. Hearing Li Dalong's words, Li Xiang quickly stopped his thoughts. After sending the cosmic alien in the school laboratory to the game world, Li Xiang was also able to see the information about this thing, and even a research report. Cosmic alien, an unknown alien from the depths of the universe, if integrated into the body, will produce unknown changes. If it cannot be integrated into the body, it will not fit with the body and will explode and die. If it fits with the body, huge changes will occur. This thing has been studied in the laboratory, but generation after generation has passed, and no one has been able to figure it out. However, Li Xiang saw in the report that when this kind of thing was found, many people had used it, and some even captured people specifically for experimentation. The data of the Secret Research Institute that was discovered recorded that thousands of people died because of the experiment. However, there were also successes. Some people used the cosmic alien species and directly became mutant heavenly spirit roots, and some people directly possessed the accompanying magic. There are also unlucky ones. In that Secret Research Institute, there are many petri dishes containing strange things like giant worms and stones. They are also the result of people fusing with alien species from the universe. Hearing the ancestors' explanation using the spirit tablet, Li Dalong broke out in a cold sweat. Thank you, old ancestor, for reminding me. If Yundo and the others used this and turned into worms, I would have made a big mistake. Seeing that the 7 sons of Iron Gate had escaped, Li Xiang walked out of the death coffin. At this moment, the 2nd generation of children are still in the ancestral hall. Li Yaowen is away on business and only comes back once every few years. Even Li Yaozu endured his injuries and spent more time with his 4th sister. Yaowen, I heard from our ancestors that you have been in the Wu clan for these years, seizing the Wu clan's luck. Li Yaozu frowned as he looked at Li Yaowen. It took a lot of effort to get back to your youthful appearance, and now you're messing around again. Nothing can escape the eyes of our ancestors. Li Yaowen smiled and shook his head. Brother, don't worry. It's not what you think. I have cultivated the world scripture to the level of infant god. I need to go from young to old, and then back to young again, and repeat this cycle over and over again. As for seizing luck, it will take years and months, so there is no rush. I see. Li Yaozu heard this and knew that he did not understand when Xiao, so he stopped talking about it and asked, "Don't run around when you come back this time. Qingyun is stable now. The Wu clan rarely attacks our Qingyun Middle-earth. You don't have to work so hard." "Okay, I'll stay longer this time." Seizing luck is not something that can be done in a day. Li Yaowen saw the worry in her brother's and sister's eyes. She felt relieved after not returning home for many years. "Brother, you were seriously injured. Go back and rest. Okay, remember to come visit me in the sick house in 3 days, and don't run around anymore." The force of rules in the wound began to hurt again, and Li Yaozu frowned and nodded. Watching Li Yaozu leave, Li Yaodai let out a worried sigh. "Fourth sister, Big Brother has been injured for more than 10 years. You have a lot of ideas. Do you have any way to make Big Brother recover from his injury?" Hearing what Li Yaodai said, Li Yaoqing and Li Yaowen looked at each other with strange expressions, as if they saw each other's eyes. They said in unison, "It can't be recovered." Li Xiang on the side silently glanced at the information on the panel. "Your descendant Li Yaozu has been seriously injured for many years and has been recovering beside the demon Lord Fong Linglong. For more than 10 years, he has been comprehending the sword in the sword box and obtained the trait, Sword Heart. With a sword in your heart, you can practice swordplay anywhere. Comprehension increased by 5%. Yu Fanglinglong has been a fellow patient for many years, and the two gradually developed strange feelings. Sharing the same bed for more than 10 years is not easy, not easy." Li Xiang looked at the two of them sleeping together again, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Brothers and sisters who have been reunited after a long time are communicating with each other here. Elsewhere, 3 old bachelors were looking at each other with tears in their eyes. "Tianming, I'll be waiting for you to come back." When Li Tianqi saw Li Tianming, he almost burst into tears. "It's been almost 20 years. My brother and I have been in Qingfeng sect for almost 20 years, and we haven't accomplished anything. Come with us to take down Qingfeng sect and avenge Grandpa Yaozu." Li Tianyi wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Tianming, please think of a solution quickly. I am so anxious." The old ghost from Qingfeng sect, his soul, is sensing everything. Your brother, have no chance to dig up their ancestral graves." Seeing the two men, Li Tianming scratched his head blankly. "Are you kidding me?" "I'm not kidding," Li Tianyi said solemnly. "That old guy is really cautious. He hasn't been out for almost 20 years. There's really no chance." "No." Li Tianming looked strange. "I mean, if you knew you had no chance, why didn't you choose another target?" "Huh?" Li Tianyi and Li Tianqi were both stunned. The two guys who had been squatting for almost 20 years stared at each other with wide eyes. Li Tianming's face was full of black lines. He understood that these two big brothers were stubborn. Afterwards, the three of them walked out of the family arm in arm again and headed towards Changyang Mansion. Seeing that the children all had their own things to do, Li Xiang simply went into seclusion in the heavenly coffin of death. This practice lasted for 60 years, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already years old. 205 years of the Li family. Special event. Tianqing Cave Mansion. The war between Qingyun County and the Wu clan continues. As Changyang Prefecture spying on Qingyun County becomes more and more intense, King Jiang Qinghuan becomes increasingly dissatisfied with Changyang Prefecture. His intelligence organization discovered in Changyang Prefecture that the inheritance of the powerful Tianqing Zun thousands of years ago was discovered. He plans to gather Qingyun monks to go to Changyang Prefecture to fight for Tianqing Zun's inheritance. Our Li family hasn't even started targeting Changyang Mansion yet, but you, old man, are preparing to compete with them for it. Li Xiang stretched his muscles and disappeared from the spot in a flash. At this time, Li Dalong was still cultivating in the coffin, Li Yaozu was still healing, not to mention Li Yaoqing and Li Yaotai. These two guys were either refining weapons or refining medicine, almost possessed. As for Li Yaowen, after she came back, she taught when Xiu in the city, leaving behind 2 inheritances, for Season Sutra and Mountain and River Sutra. At this moment, the monks who were heading to the Tianqing Cave Mansion were gathering in King Zhang's palace. It can be seen that there are 4 cultivators who secretly went to Tianqing Cave to compete in the hall. Yi Xiu of Wanfa sect, Tianai Patriarch of Tianyan Ghost sect, Feng Zhijing, Feng Family Patriarch, and Jiang Mingyu. All of them have reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, and Yi Xiu is 39th on the infant god list. They all have their own trump cards. However, Tianai Patriarch, who ate the human pill from the middle stage to the peak state, I don't know where he got the courage to participate in this competition. At this time, Jiang Qinhuan in the hall stared at the calm Li Yunbing with some dissatisfaction for the first time. "Brother Yunbing, is the Li family not interested in Tianqing Cave Mansion?" "Li Dalong of the Li family can fight Lei Dong. As long as he is willing, his name could be on the infant god list. Your second, Aunt Li Yaoqing, is in the realm of 99 heavenly tribulations. She has not shown herself to the public, so I am afraid she is not simple. There is also a demon in your family who can enter and leave the Wu clan as if he is in an empty place. Your Li Tianyi is blessed by the senior of Qingyun Pavilion. Any one of the four of them can add a bit of help to us. The Li family was good in every way. They had listened to his instructions over the years, helped him a lot, and really handed over the power to the Jiang family. Although the Li family was very powerful, in the end, both sides worked together and achieved mutual success. The only bad thing was that the Li family had always been secretive and not generous at all. King Jiang, you also know the situation of our Li family. Li Yunbing shook his head and smiled. My grandparents are being watched by the Wu clan's apostle Lei Dong all the time, so they can't go anywhere. My father is still seriously injured and can't even leave the sick house, and my second aunt doesn't dare to leave at all. Senior Quan Shue can't go either. The Wu clan has been on guard all these years because of his existence. As for my nephew, I really don't know where he is. How about this? I'll notify my eldest brother in Changyang Mansion. What do you think? Li Yunbing was not lying. None of these people could move. Otherwise, he was sure that as long as they stepped out of Qingyun, Lei Dong would lead the Wu clans from all sides to break into Qingyun County the next day. Only they knew that the Wu clan was not afraid of Jiang Qinghuan, but these people from the Li family. Jiang Qinghuan frowned. He probably understood the situation of the Li family. He waved his hand and said, if that's the case, then forget it. As for your eldest brother, what's his name? Yunlin. Li Yunbing was a little surprised. Yes, Li Yunlin of the Li family, the leader of the Li Tian sect. Jiang Qinghuan said, don't bother your elder brother. He has not yet emerged as an infant god at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Now he is leading the Li Tian sect in Changyang Prefecture, and it is difficult to move forward. Don't let him join in the fun. Li Yunbing simply kept silent. He had tried his best not to conflict with Jiang Qinghuan over the years, and he gradually got to know Jiang Qinghuan. This old man was indeed a qualified prince, with the qualities of a king and a virtuous heart. The only bad thing was that this old man was too kind. The Li family was so powerful and prestigious, but he didn't have any bad intentions and didn't do anything bad behind the scenes. According to him, being born as a king, it is his nature to control power, and the gentleman's sword in his hand is pointed at the enemy. Jiang Qinghuan looked at the four nascent soul masters present with a serious expression. Everyone, although this trip to Tianqing Cave is a great opportunity, it is still full of dangers. I hope you can take care of each other and face the outside world in unison. The four men nodded slightly and headed out of the hall. When Li Yunbing walked out of the hall, Li Tianyue, who was wearing armor, had been waiting for a long time. Li Yunbing nodded slightly to Li Tianyue and handed a storage ring to Li Tianyue. Go, let Tianquan take care of the Qingyun army for the time being. You can just take Yundo and the others with you. Yes, second uncle. Li Tianyue bowed slightly and stroked the ring. In the storage ring that could only hold dead objects, 5 men and 2 women, who were the size of bears, wearing blood-red armor, and had magic patterns on their faces, were cursing. Where can you put a person in a ring? Tianyue, let us out. The devil is also qualified to meet people openly. Who is afraid of him, a righteous man? Stop yelling, hurry up, go to Tianqing Cave. Damn Jiang Qinghuan, you still say that my eldest brother is no good. Who is you looking down on? I'm going to rob Tianqing Cave. At this time, Changyang Prefecture is close to Tianzhou. This place is barren, in a mountain forest, and sparsely populated. When Li Yunlin brought 5,000 disciples from the Li Tian sect, they were suppressed everywhere by the major sects and family forces in Changyang Prefecture. Not to mention recruiting disciples, it was already good enough that the elders and disciples of the Li Tian sect did not run away. Even resources had to be sent by the Li family to barely maintain the operation of the sect, and they had to be on guard against the covetousness of other forces at all times. Now, Li Yunlin stood on the sect gate, holding a dustpan and the rotating Tianli Palace. The ancestor's spirit tablet floated and flickered beside him. He looked into the distance. Tianqing Cave Mansion. Anyone below the level of God transformation can compete for it. It's the place where geniuses from Changyang Mansion gather. May the ancestor bless me. I want to see who will be the master of the Changyang Mansion below the level of God transformation. Inside an old mountain, Li Tianyi, Li Tianming, and Li Tianqi were rushing out, and the ancestral tablets beside them were glowing. Ancestor. Li Tianyi knelt down quickly and soon saw the ancestral tablet in front of him moving. He also got the news immediately, which made him raise his eyebrows. Tianqing Cave Mansion? The heroes of Changyang gathered here. Did my uncle go there too? Brother, it must be dangerous there. Let's go too. Li Tianqi's eyes sparkled. I've long wanted to meet the masters of Changyang Mansion. I haven't experienced anything exciting in so many years that I'm stuck at the peak of the Golden Core stage without making any progress. Go, big job. Li Tianming licked his lips. Li family of Changyang Prefecture. In the Changwei elder's house, under a big tree, Li Changxing was playing chess alone, and Li Changwei was lying on the tree trunk enjoying the cool breeze. The two of them were having a very leisurely time. The spirit tablet beside him rose up, and Li Changjing jumped down from the tree. Li Changsheng also stopped playing chess. Have all the elders set out yet? Li Changsheng bowed to the ancestral tablet and said, Please rest assured, ancestor. I have long known about the situation in Tianxing Cave Mansion. Isn't it for these opportunities that our Li family has come to Changyang over the years? Tianxing Cave Mansion is a small world in itself. It has been developed for thousands of years and is divided into inside and outside. I am afraid that the inside can only rely on the efforts of the elders. As for the central and peripheral areas, Li Changxing smiled at Li Changhuai and said, I and Changhuai will go there. I hope the young generation of Changyang Mansion can have a good time with me. Tianxing Cave. Thousands of years ago, the place where the peak-level cultivator Tian Xingzun passed away sat in meditation. Its rules are self-contained, and there are spiritual medicines, spiritual beasts, and spiritual objects. Many cultivators in the Changyang Prefecture are spying on it, so in order to avoid cause and effect, they order the younger generation to go and fight for it. At this time, on a hill called Hengxiu in Changyang Prefecture, cultivators from all sides were coming here on swords or riding magic tools and spiritual weapons. This was originally a barren land, but with the appearance of the Tianxing Cave, Hengxiu suddenly became lively. There were many small villages around it, and the people looked up at the gathering of immortal masters in the sky, and they were all envious. Especially, there are several magic arrays in the sky of Hengxiu. Every time a cultivator approaches Hengxiu, ripples will be created as if he were entering water. There is a cave inside Hengxiu, and a magic circle like a whirlpool is standing upright. Once a cultivator comes, he will walk into the whirlpool and disappear without a trace. In the area several dozen miles away from the cave, every cultivator passing by would stop for a moment and look at the strange scene below. Everyone who saw it had an amused look on their face. In the sky, more than 100 talismans exuding a terrifying aura were flashing with golden inscriptions, slowly swirling. Within these talismans, there were a total of 4 people, all of whom were at the peak of the nascent soul stage, like a prison in a painted field. Aren't these the 4 nascent soul masters sent by King Xiang Jiangqingyuan? Who else are they? When these 4 people came, they didn't even see the entrance to Tianxing Cave, a sect called Xingxin Sect in Changyang Prefecture, whose internal incarnation of the Supreme Elder had already used his great magic power to trap them without saying a word. It was unknown what kind of magic the ancestor of the Xingxin Sect practiced. Yi Xiu, a strong man who had no rivals in the whole county, couldn't blast open these thin talismans. The master of King Zhang's mansion frowned and bowed to the sky. Senior, the opportunity of Tianxing Cave Mansion is available to everyone. Why do you treat us juniors like this? This is too much. But the ancestor of the Sacred Heart sect didn't say a word, and it was obvious that he was bullying them, which made the 4 of them look unhappy. What's the point of telling him? Yi Xiu was still bombarding the magic circle. He cursed, It's obvious that they are afraid that we in Qingyan County have really got some kind of opportunity. They are afraid that one of us will break through to the God transformation realm. I'm afraid that we've been targeted by them since we came out of Qingyun. Why? Patriarch Tianai and Patriarch Mi could only sigh. They had long known that Changyang Prefecture was suppressing the growth of Qingyan County, but they had never expected that the suppression of them would reach such a level. The divine transformation cultivator didn't even dare to let them go, fearing that they would cause trouble out of anger after they left. But he didn't dare to really kill them either. Now Qingyun was still fighting against the Wu clan, and Qingyun was not without divine transformation cultivators. At this time, Li Xiang was following Li Changxing and Li Changwei, who were entering the cave with a temporary team of cultivators, led by a Jindan master from the Changyang Li family. At this moment, Li Xiang also saw the 4 people trapped in Qingyun in the sky. You said you were here to grab resources, but now you're trapped in the sky as a mascot? Fortunately, we have the Li family. Otherwise, Qingyun would have to return empty-handed this time. Li Xiang was not necessarily very happy. After all, everyone was in the same boat. In fact, although the family members were acting in secret this time, they also hoped that the strong men sent by Qingyan County could gain something, which would also provide some help to Qingyun. The Jindan cultivator from Changyang Mansion is simply shameless. This is not only bullying Yi Xiu and his group, but also bullying the entire Qingyan County. Is this the divine transformation cultivator from Changyang Prefecture? What a Sacred Heart sect. The name of the sect is just like their people. They talk about morality and justice, but they don't act like human beings. Li Changxing looked grim when he saw the scene in the sky. My Qingyan County has been fighting against the Wu clan for many years. Each of the 4 seniors fought against the Wu clan on the battlefield. Now they have come to Changyang Mansion to fight for the opportunity. But the Sacred Heart sect has used such dirty means. Li Chongwei carried a huge longbow on his back, frowning, since they are so insidious. Then we don't have to be polite to them. Li Chongxing didn't say much and let Li Chongwei push him into the cave. This Tianxing cave is worthy of being the place where one can achieve enlightenment after attaining the peak of spiritual transformation, and the small world becomes a place of its own. As soon as Li Xiang followed the crowd into the place, he could feel the rich spiritual energy and the vast, lush greenery. There were big rivers and mountains everywhere. There were clouds in the sky, but no sun, moon, or stars. It seemed that it was always daytime. No one has been here for thousands of years, so this place is filled with natural treasures. As soon as they arrived, they saw a crowd gathering in the distance. What caught my eye was a group of monks surrounding a spiritual herb on the ground. The herb exuded a rich spiritual energy. Rare and precious vitality grass. Level, 7th grade. Originally an 8th grade spiritual medicine, it has grown for more than 2,000 years and has become a 7th grade spiritual herb. Eating it raw can increase the mana in the body and can also recover from severe injuries caused by the golden elixir. It is an excellent spiritual herb for refining healing pills. How rich is this? Li Xiang felt like he had seen a huge gold mine. He had just entered and this was still the outskirts. God knew how many good things were hidden here. At this time, these cultivators surrounded the spiritual herb, but no one dared to be the first to take action, and they all salivated over it. However, the first person to gain something was not Li Chongsheng. All I saw was the light blue screen in front of me. A line of eye-catching words appeared. In an instant, Li Xiang found Li Tianyi and others from the member list. This is also the edge of Tianxing Cave Mansion. According to what Li Chongxing said, the people of Changyang Mansion care most about face. As soon as Tianxing Cave Mansion was opened, the Shenhua cultivators of Changyang Mansion had already arranged Tianxing Cave Mansion into 3 levels, corresponding to the places that can be fought over by foundation building, golden elixir, and Yuanian cultivators. I saw that this place should be the place with the most spiritual energy in the entire marginal area. A pool of spiritual spring is sparkling with light like stars, which shows that it is not simple. Marrow Washing Fantasy Spring. Level, 6th grade. The place where the soul of the transformed monk was broken was formed. The soul fell into the spring and gradually changed over thousands of years. The monk practiced in this magical spring for 9,981 days, which can cleanse the tendons and marrow and change the body's qualifications. Even the Yuanian monk can use this spiritual spring to cleanse the marrow and obtain higher quality spiritual roots, which can be used by 3 people. Just looking at this thing made Li Xiang's eyes sparkle. There is a chance to change one's fate in the foundation building period, but the later one goes, the more difficult it becomes to change one's own qualifications. Countless cultivators have no hope of reaching the nascent soul stage in their lives because their qualifications cannot reach above a single spiritual root, their tendons and veins cannot become more solid, and their infant spirit cannot break through the dantian. Even in the nascent soul stage, as long as the aptitude changes again, the spiritual roots become stronger, the body meridians become wider, and the sense of the vitality of heaven and earth becomes deeper. The combat power can even double or triple. How outrageous is this thing? Not only that, next to this spiritual spring, there is a stone suppressing the spring mouth, and 2 flame-like flowers standing on the left and right. Flying Phoenix Stone. Level, 6th grade. The spirit beast that accompanied the venerable Tianxing fell with him, and its blood fell on the boulder. It has undergone changes over thousands of years and has become somewhat intelligent. In front of this flying phoenix stone, one can feel the power of the flying phoenix, and the speed of cultivation will double. The comprehension of fire attribute skills will be improved, and the fire spirit root may be slightly improved. It is an excellent item for refining tools. Phoenix Feathered Double Spirit Grass. Level, 6th grade. It is a spiritual herb made from phoenix blood, and it has some intelligence. If you take it, you will have a certain chance to inherit the blood of the flying phoenix, cleanse your tendons and marrow, and obtain the single fire spiritual root. If you take it alone, it has excellent effects. If Li Yaoqing and Li Yaotai saw these things, I'm afraid these 2 guys would wake up laughing in their dreams. However, Li Qianni and others had no intention of taking these things away. In the darkness, these three guys are hiding. Your descendants Li Qianni, Li Tianming, and Li Tianqi broke into Tianqing Cave Mansion, but did not take action immediately. Looking at the prosperous scene of Tianqing Cave Mansion, Li Tianming's clever mind came into play. He was sure that the steady people in Changyang Mansion would definitely leave Tianqing Cave Mansion within 3 days after getting the treasure, and these people would definitely be alone. Therefore, he waited at the exit of the cave mansion for 3 days, and Li Tianni killed 2 nascent soul cultivators. Obtain the spoils: 1 corpse of a nascent soul cultivator and 18 fragments of nascent soul cultivators. 6th grade cleansing spiritual spring, 6th grade flying phoenix stone, 6th grade phoenix feathered double spiritual grass. 7th grade and 8th grade spiritual wealth vary. 2 shares of the property of the nascent soul cultivator. As expected of you. Looking at the 3 people who started squatting again, Li Xiang wiped the cold sweat from his head, especially Li Tianming, the leftmost of the 3. Well, the 18 pieces of debris came from him. It was such a waste. This guy's IQ was not lower than Li Yunbing and Li Changsheng, but it was a pity that he never used his brain in the right way. Especially after following Li Yaowen for decades, his IQ kept improving, and he had no overall view. But if it came to cleverness, I'm afraid even Li Yaowen couldn't compare to him. At this moment, Li Tianqi began to scratch his head. Teaming, why do we have to guard here? This is the outer periphery, full of small rubbish. Let's go inside. There are nascent soul cultivators there. Only from them can I find excitement. You don't understand this, do you? Li Tianming licked his lips. How can fighting be as fun as killing chickens? Look, no one in Changyang Mansion left within 7 days. They must be greedy. They will never leave in a short time. Only they have the most resources. Don't think that there is no benefit in the edge. I saw a lot of good materials of the 7th and 8th grades along the way. Once these 3 things are released, those greedy people will definitely come. As long as we stay put, we can get at least half of the resources outside Tianqing Cave Mansion. Hearing this, Li Xiang shuddered and thought to himself that it was a good thing that he was the ancestor of the Li family. If he had accidentally traveled to this world and happened to seize an opportunity in the Tianqing Cave, then no matter whether he was a cautious or radical cultivator, he would most likely die at the hands of Li Tianming. Yes, there is no rush to go inside. Li Tianni was already extremely excited. He rubbed his hands vigorously and stopped Li Tianqi, who wanted to take risks. Tianqi, we only need to stay here for a month, and it will probably be over. We can go to the central part. 20 years, King Feimin stayed here for 20 years and got nothing. Isn't it faster for us to go there than to King Feimin? We will be rich soon. Then we will see who dares to say that I am useless at tomb robbing. Li Tianqi gave up. Although he liked the feeling of being on the verge of death the most, he was afraid that he would not be able to seek death for a long time, but it would be fine if he could get rich. Not long. The 3 of them suddenly perked up and saw a group of people coming. Li Tianni's expression changed. I saw that among the people walking, there was a young man in front, who was only 50 years old, but had already reached the realm of false elixir, comparable to him at the beginning. Especially the old man next to this person, who had reached the peak of golden elixir. These people were staring at the 3 rare treasures in front of them with surprise and joy, and they exclaimed that they were blessed by God. Li Tianni stared at the old man with gnashing teeth. How shameless. A great Jinan master didn't go to the central area, but came to the periphery instead. Li Tianqi snorted coldly. This old guy makes me feel sick. He must be killed. I hate this kind of sinister villain the most in my life. In an instant, more than 20 old grandfathers possessed Li Tianni, and his cultivation reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Li Tianming and Li Tianqi, who were pregnant with a divine baby, appeared. Your descendants Li Tianni, Li Tianqi, and Li Tianming used treasures to lure monks to come and rob, and then kill the greedy monks and obtain the trait, Genius Trap. Call out! In the air, arrows were like streams of light, shot out at speeds invisible to the naked eye. Only pink arcs and hard rocks remained in the air. The powerful magic power caused the surrounding space to vibrate. Due to the stream of light formed by the pink arrow, there was a pink formation in the air. In the formation, a pink star was above a lotus that emitted colorful colors but appeared a little dark. It was so dazzling that it seemed to be able to suppress everything, making the monks in front of the arrow light unable to move. Puff! With just a slight sound, the monk's eyes widened in confusion, blood splattered, and the arrow had pierced his throat. The instigator of this terrifying attack put away the pink longbow in dissatisfaction and complained to the young man sitting in a wheelchair. "Brother, is this the most powerful genius in Changyang Prefecture in the past 100 years that Tianli Hall has found? A 120-year-old middle-stage Jindan with a Tiandan in his body, but he is just like this. A disciple of the Shinto sect. That sect is good at refining pills and making medicines. Their sect's martial arts are mediocre, but they like to show off in front of others. As expected, the more this person lacks something, the more he likes to do it. This Shinto sect's reputation as a rare genius in 1,000 years seems to have been built up by pills. He has not yet mastered a ground-level magic that he did not know where to get from, and his foundation is not stable." The young man in the wheelchair reached out his hand, and the ring on the genius's hand fell into his hand. He smiled faintly and said, "Chang Wei, although you have defeated him, you must not be arrogant. You were born with heavenly and earth spiritual roots. After building the foundation, you will reach a higher level, and your spiritual roots will become pure land. You have also practiced blue clouds never fall since you were a child. You are protected by the 7-colored nether lotus and a corner of the star of grandfather Yunlin. Although you have just entered the Jindan stage, you are also a Tiandan. It took so much effort to kill such a waste with an unstable foundation. You need to practice more. Aren't these Li Changxing and Li Changwei? Your descendants Li Changxing and Li Changwei have been following the team for half a month, and it is difficult to see any talent on the periphery." After hearing that there was a place outside with 3 6th-grade treasures, the two hurried forward. They didn't get the treasures, but met Li Tianyi and his 2 companions. For a moment, the 5 of them stared at each other, almost falling into the trap of their grandfathers. "I had no choice but to come to the middle of Tianxing Cave Mansion. Your descendant Li Changxing was frightened by the 3 grandfathers and broke into a cold sweat. He secretly thought that he had underestimated the heroes of the world. Fortunately, the ambush was by his elders. Otherwise, he would have died there. He learned from this. Acquired trait, cautious. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. In the future, you will think twice before you act when you see a great benefit. Be 100% cautious." Seeing this trait, Li Xiang was speechless for a moment. He still remembered the scene at that time. Li Changxing and Li Changwei were happy and thought they were going to get the treasure, but Li Tianyi and others jumped out. My goodness, Li Tianyi obviously has the strength of the peak of the nascent soul. But when these 3 rushed out, Li Tianming released hundreds of magic weapons ready to self-destruct at any time. Li Tianqi released more than a dozen spiritual weapons to trap the surroundings tightly, and Li Tianyi was about to release a big move. Li Xiang was very familiar with Li Changxing. This guy was quite old and had never been indifferent to anything he faced. But this time, Li Changxing was almost scared to death. Li Shangshui. Li Tianyi's pressure was too strong, and he simply fainted Li Changhui. At this moment, Li Changxing and Li Changyao kept silent about the embarrassing things they encountered in the periphery, and had already entered the central part, taking Li Changyao to hunt down the genius of Changyang Prefecture. The elders are still the best. Li Changyao put the longbow back on her back. Although she had killed the genius of the Shinto sect, Li Changyao did not feel so relaxed. She had used half of her trump cards in this battle. Her hair was already messed up, and she was currently tidying it up. "Brother, don't worry. If I were facing an elder, I would not take it lightly." Probably she was thinking about what happened a few days ago. As she spoke, she glanced at the bodies on the ground and said, "As for them, I really don't take them seriously. Your descendant Li Changwei, after failing to find a strong man under 100 years old, came to the central region and spent many days hunting down geniuses from Changyang Mansion who came to Tianxing Cave Mansion to look for opportunities. There were a total of 10 of them. Acquired trait. Changyang is invincible at 100 years old. It is difficult to find an opponent in Changyang Prefecture within 100 years old. Only by facing older monks can her fighting spirit be stimulated. Against older monks, her combat power increases by 10%. Let's go, Changwei." Li Changxing smiled and said, "Changyang Mansion has been bullying our Qingyun cultivators, but they didn't expect that our Li family has quietly entered this place. This time, Tianxing Cave Mansion should have gathered 10% to 20% of the geniuses. Back then, the elders killed the younger generation of Qingyun, and now we will kill the geniuses of Changyang Mansion as well." "Good," Li Shengying responded. She was fearless around her brother. The communication stone brought more information about Tian Latang, and another genius appeared. She pushed Li Changxing towards their destination. Seeing Li Changjing and Li Changxing skillfully collecting corpses and cleaning the battlefield, Li Xiang felt somewhat relieved that this old skill had been passed down after all. Are you going to kill off the genius of Changyang Prefecture? This is your goal. Li Xiang raised his eyebrows slightly. These geniuses are so difficult. Looking at the panel again, this matter was already started many years ago. Your descendant Li Changxing knows that Changyang Mansion has been oppressing the family for many years. In the family's Millennium Plan, family members will come to Changyang Mansion every year to become important figures in major sections. For this reason, he began to secretly order Tianli Hall to collect all intelligence. All geniuses who may be enemies of the Li family and cannot be used by the family in the future will become targets of Tianli Hall. Obtain trait, Genius Cleaning Master. Any emerging genius will catch Li Changxing's eye and become his target, and he will see into his heart. Every time a genius is killed, the family's luck will be slightly improved, and the understanding will be slightly improved by the clear thoughts. Looking at these words, Li Xiang felt that if he and Li Changxing were in the same era and in different camps, he would probably not survive for a year. However, while Li Tianyi, Li Changxing, and others were enjoying themselves in the periphery, Li Yunlin in the depths of Tianqing Cave was having an extremely difficult time. This is on the lake. You can see a black cube floating there that is as big as a house, but has missing edges and corners, and is as deep as a star. 3 nascent soul cultivators gathered around, and were sitting cross-legged in 3 directions, using the yuan qi of heaven and earth to cast spells around them, probably in an effort to break open this cube. Isn't this Li Yunlin's Tianli Palace? And among these 3 nascent soul cultivators, one of them was actually the woman from the Nangong family who was bribed by the Li family and King Jiang that day, Nangong Yaji. Li Yunlin of the Li family, the leader of the Li Tian sect, has come to Changyang with 5,000 Li Tian disciples. Nangong Yaji said calmly, "If you had stayed in the sect, it would have been fine. We would not have wanted to take your life. It's a pity that you don't know how to stay in your place and insist on coming to Tianqing Cave to seize the opportunity." Inside the Li Tian Palace, listening to the noise outside, Li Yunlin sat cross-legged, saying nothing but frowning. In his palm, there was a pool of clear water, but strangely it did not fall to the ground but floated towards the sky. Li Yunlin circulated the energy of heaven and earth, refining the clear water while protecting himself with the Tianli Palace. Li Xiang had already sensed the danger that Li Yunlin was in, and instantly stepped beside Li Yunlin to protect him. Your descendant Li Yunlin has come to Tianqing Cave, hiding himself and not moving, to seek the spiritual objects of Changyang Mansion. Because he has not yet broken through to the nascent soul stage, Li Yunlin keeps a low profile and searches for the spiritual objects in the Tianqing Cave Mansion, and never competes with others. Obtain the spiritual objects of heaven and earth, 7th grade Qinglan branch and 6th grade Tianqing tears. At this time, the Tianli Palace already possessed several rare objects. His 9 spirit fires formed 9 suns in the sky of the Tianli Palace. A green branch floated in the sky, full of vitality, and fell on the ground of Li Tian Palace, actually forming a tree. Strange item, Qinglan branch. Level, 7th grade. Thousands of years ago, Venerable Tianqing received this gift from a friend on Qinglan Mountain. The most precious branch of the Qinglan tree, which was formed by the long-term cultivation of the cultivators in the Lianshu realm on Qinglan Mountain and the influence of the power of the laws of heaven and earth for thousands of years, is the essence of this branch. It then left the Qinglan tree and became a rare item. It can restore vitality and store magic power. And the other spiritual object is even more extraordinary. Tears of Heaven. Level, 6th grade. Tianqing Zun reached the peak of the spiritualization and tried to explore the realm of refining void, but he was unable to reach the realm of void and integrate his spirit into the world. His lifespan has come to an end. Looking back at the past, he is no longer a human being. This is the last tear left in his life. The laws of his body have dissipated, and this tear gathers the energy of heaven and earth into a sea. It can be integrated into the body to become a strong shield to protect the mind. It contains the past of Tianqing Zun's previous life of 2,000 years. If you understand it, you can get the inheritance of Tianqing Zun 2,000 years ago. At this moment, Li Yunlin was obviously comprehending the laws of the tears of heaven. It just so happened that at this time, the 3 nascent souls gathered together. Li Xiang frowned slightly. Refining rare objects takes years and months, and now Li Yunlin is obviously staying outside the Tianli Palace. However, the Tianli Palace is obviously of a high level, and the 3 Yuanians are trying to find ways to stop Li Yunlin. Li Yunlin was extremely unlucky. When he was young, he went to Li Tian's sect and finally became a disciple of the elders. But his master died after a while. He finally became a disciple of Li Tian's sect again. But he was locked up. The Li family fought a great war. Later, he became the leader of the sect. This was even worse. The whereabouts of Jiao Taoist is still unknown. Now, Li Yunlin finally found another opportunity, but it was blocked again. This kid's good luck seems to be accompanied by disasters at all times. Just see, Nangong Yaji outside said again. Li Yunlin, I know you are refining the strange object, but do you really think you will be safe if you hide in this strange object? Think about it carefully. If I call the masters in Tianqing Cave Mansion, I can break your strange space in a few days. Come out, Li Yunlin. I won't kill you. I just want to use you to make another deal with your Li family. Hearing this, Li Yunlin finally made a move. He opened his thin lips slightly, and his voice came out from outside the Li Tian palace. Go away, or you can call someone over and try. He looked calm. After practicing to this level, he was no longer afraid of anything. He could roughly guess the content of Nangong Yaji's deal, which was nothing more than gaining benefits from his family. He knew about the Nangong family, and this family would do anything for benefits. I have brought enough trouble to the family in my life. If there is really no escape, then this will be one last fight. Li Yunlin slowly opened his eyes. The Tianqing tears were still floating in front of him, and there was a shadow of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth in his palms. He still has one last trump card. If the Tianli Palace dissipates and enters the body, then the body can be unable to support the power of the Tianli Palace, and the 99 heavenly tribulations can be summoned at the cost of death. If it is true, as Nangong Yaji said, that all the Yuanian cultivators gather, or even the Shunhua comes, then it's probably worth it. Li Yunlin smilat. And outside the Tianli Palace. You. Hearing Li Yunlin's answer without hesitation, Nangong Yaji frowned, and finally took a long breath, patiently said, I will give you time, Li Yunlin. You are still young, you have a good aptitude, and you have the ability to break through the transformation of the spirit. It is a pity for a genius like you to die in Tianqing Cave Mansion. I heard that your elders value you very much. Why are you so persistent? Surrender now. I promise that my demands will not be excessive. I will also treat you well in my hands. The Tianli Palace was shaking. The magic power within is tremendous, and the deep and rich sound rises. No way. You don't know what's good for you. I'll give you some time, and you'll figure it out. Nangong Yaji snorted coldly. She didn't expect to meet Li Yunlin on this trip. There were many powerful people in Tianqing Cave seeking opportunities. They had long looked down on ordinary things. And the most important one of the relics left by Venerable Tianqing was the Tears of Tianqing found by Li Yunlin. Why did Li Jia Yunlin find the things? An elder from the Nangong family grumbled. This made Nangong Yaji feel irritated. If they were to compete with the major forces in Changyang Prefecture for the Tears of Heaven, then they would just take it. But the Qingyun Li family was different. Although many forces had been trying to suppress the Li family in recent years, few dared to provoke the Li family openly, especially to kill the Li family. That would be no different from being crazy. Over the years, the more these powerful forces have understood the Li family through various aspects, the more they are wary of the Li family. When all the members of the Li family are not really crazy, they can consider the overall situation and fight against the Wu clan in Qingyun. But when they are really crazy, I am afraid that they will lead the entire Qingyun county to rush into Changyang Prefecture, and then the world will be in chaos. When Li Yaozu was severely injured, it was also the most tense time for the entire Changyang Prefecture. All the major forces were always ready to guard against the cultivators from Qingyun County rushing into Changyang Prefecture. The gods of the major forces were always ready to capture the gods of Qingfeng's sect and give an explanation to the Li family. And now, Nangong Yazi's situation was rather awkward. The Tianqing tears in Li Yunlin's hand and the Tianli Palace that Li Yunlin had released were of great interest to her Nangong family. She had originally wanted to scare Li Yunlin and make him hand over the things, and by the way, cooperate with the Li family again to ease the relationship between the two sides. Unexpectedly, Li Yunlin would rather die than admit defeat. Two elders, trap him and don't let the news spread. Our bottom line is to seriously injure him at most. Nangong Yaji said in a low voice. If he doesn't come out within a month, we can't open his Tianli Palace, so we will call other Taoist friends. If I can't be seriously injured. As soon as she finished speaking, the other two elders looked gloomy. Then kill him and don't let the news spread outside Changyang Mansion. As long as they don't know that it was our Nangong family who did it, then all the forces in Changyang Prefecture will shoulder the wrath of the Li family together. What is there to be afraid of? So insidious. Li Xiang was floating in the air next to Tianli Palace, but unfortunately the people of Nangong family could not see him. When he heard the conversation between the people of Nangong family, his face was as gloomy as water. After all, he is from the Nangong family of Baibao Shunkai, unlike Lin Yuanshan from Qilin Mountain, who is a good-for-nothing. Li Xiang probably also saw through Nangong Yaji's thoughts and felt a little scared inside. I'm afraid Nangong Yaji wants to trap Yinlin. It's not just a simple plan to steal the treasure. She even really wants to trick Yinlin out. Once Yinlin dies, maybe it won't matter to the others, but the Yaozu lineage will really go crazy. Yunbing will probably lead the Qingyun troops to rush into Changyang Mansion. A single move affects the entire body. Between words, Li Xiang also glanced at Nangong Yaji, the woman. Her face was still calm, but it was rare to see such a cruel temper. Immediately, the spirit tablet floated into the air, and the news that Yunlin was trapped was conveyed to the children in Tianxin Cave. At this time, they were deep in the Tianxin Cave. Li Tianyue, who is no longer on the battlefield, is still wearing a red armor. This armor was also made by her grandfather Li Yaotai. The armor is made with the blood of the moon god, the former elder of the Beast Party. These materials are refined after melting the totem of the Beast Party. It took a full 8 years to make it into a mid-grade spiritual weapon. There are also 2 swords in the ring, which also use the moon wheel that accompanies the moon goddess, as well as a large amount of high-grade mineral materials obtained from the Beast Party. This is also how Li Yaotai, a mere 7th-grade weapon refiner, created a top-grade spiritual weapon. Blood Moon Spirit Armor, Blood Moon Twin Swords. It was made from the blood essence, moon wheel, totem, and even the moon god witchbone of the Beast Elder. Because Li Yaoye's refining skills were not up to standard, this rare material has never been refined into a magic weapon. It can be used to transform into the moon god moon wheel. Use the golden elixir body to summon some of the heaven and earth's vitality to add to the body, refine the natal spiritual weapon, and obtain the ice spiritual root. It is also this set of spiritual weapons that allows Li Tianyue to always be on the front line, leading the Qingyun army to kill enemies everywhere while ensuring his own safety. And now, the spirit tablet beside Li Tianyue floated in the air. Li Tianyue, the blood-stained female war god on the battlefield, had heard the news from her ancestor about her uncle, and her expression changed slightly. Ancestor, Nangong Yaji of the Nangong family, is very scheming. There are only 2 people in the Nangong family, the holy wealth of Baibao. One is the current head of the family, Nangong Jingyun, whose strength is unfathomable. The other one is Nangong Yaji. She is only 600 years old. Compared to her young age and having reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, what is more terrifying is her ability to plan and strategize. She has been managing the family for the patriarch for many years. There were 2 nascent soul families in Changyang Prefecture who were enemies of the Nangong family. They were all wiped out silently, and the reasons for the destruction had nothing to do with the Nangong family. This time Nangong Yaji has a very vicious plan. If it weren't for the old ancestor's insight, I'm afraid I would have fallen into her scheme. Li Xiang stood aside, with his hands on his hips and his head raised to the sky. Look, we didn't even put out our tablets to fight, but we've accomplished something great. The old ancestor's pride only lasted for a moment. He and Li Tianyue also pondered for a long time. None of the strong men who had truly reached the nascent soul stage came to the family on this trip. Moreover, even if they came, they would probably be locked up like the 4 unlucky guys outside the Tianxin Cave Mansion. Moreover, if they really did take action, it would also go against the original intention of the family to come to Tianxin Cave Mansion, this time to make a fortune in silence. Whether it was Li Tianyue, Li Changsheng, or Li Tianyi and others, they were all acting in secret, and all outsiders who had seen them had died. The 7 Iron Gate disciples in Li Tianyue's ring were already furious. What a Nangong Yaji, trying to play tricks on our Li family. Old ancestor, let the kid out and turn the world upside down. On the one hand, Li Yundo was very bored of being locked in the storage ring. If the storage ring was not very expensive, he would have broken the ring and got out long ago. Second, Li Yunlin has always been in Li Tianzong. Every time they were bullied, the elders at home would definitely scold them first, but it would always be Li Yunlin who would help them get back on their feet. Although nothing has been accomplished for the family over the years, Li Yundo knows that his elder brother went to Li Tianzong to bring back the secret book of Li Tianzong for the family. Later, he stayed in Li Tianzong to give the family more support. Now, for the development of the family, Li Yunlin even came to Changyang Mansion. If it wasn't for the family's 1,000-year plan, who would be willing to come to this damn place and be bullied by those damn people in Changyang Mansion? Several others also started shouting. Li Tianyue listened to the urging of her elders and also saw that they were unwilling to be lonely. No wonder her second uncle said when they came out that seizing opportunities on this trip was not the most difficult thing at all, and stabilizing her 7 fathers was the top priority. My dear elders, please be patient. Yue has a plan. The 7 Tai men finally calmed down after listening to Li Tianyue's words. They knew clearly that in terms of brains, only the 7 of them and their second brother could compare with Li Tianyue. Li Tianyi and others also arrived in the central part. The original plan was to wait for a month outside the Tianxing Cave Mansion, but now there are fewer and fewer geniuses attracted by their 3 treasures. They had no choice but to come to the central part and try their old trick again. But who would have thought that the geniuses in the central region had basically been slaughtered, and even many internal masters had come to the central region? It was heard that their geniuses were all killed in the central part of Tianxing Cave Mansion, and now they were looking for the murderer. Unfortunately, the 2 murderers were extremely terrifying. They always found the geniuses when they were alone, and then disappeared without a trace. There was not even a corpse left on the spot. The Yuanning cultivators could only use their great magic power to deduce everything around them, and finally they could only get information. There were 2 murderers in total. One used a bow, and the other, they only attacked once. The one using the bow was defeated and almost killed. That man attacked and killed the mutated rain-type, single spiritual root genius in Changyang Mansion who was known to be invincible among the Jindan. It was a huge battle. It was also because of this that nascent soul cultivators from all sides rushed here, leaving them no time to clean up the battlefield. So they were able to deduce something. 2 little bastards, they made such a big noise, I'm afraid they have a lot of treasures on them. Li Tianyi had just arrived when he learned the news from a captured genius. He glared at Li Tianming with gritted teeth. It's bad now. I'm afraid we won't get the treasures in the central area. The most we can get outside are treasures below the 7th level. There are only 2 6th level items. Stop swearing, stop swearing. Li Tianming covered his ears. For some reason, the dagger in his arms moved. He stared at the veins on his brother's neck again. Is there a problem with my plan? No problem. Brother, you should ask Changxing about this. If he didn't fight with the genius, we would definitely make a lot of money. Hey, stop arguing. I found immortality. While the 2 were arguing, Li Tianxi had arrived quietly and landed between them. Soon the 3 of them looked at each other and disappeared on the spot. When they reappeared, they had surrounded Li Changxing and Li Changyao. 3 grandpas, what are you doing? Seeing these 3 people, the horrifying memory of being almost killed by them a while ago came to his mind. He had just killed that Jindan genius a few days ago, but his 3 grandfathers were obviously still in the Jindan stage, and their aptitude was even inferior to that of the other party. However, Li Changxing could clearly feel the power of these 3 grandfathers. Especially at home, the rumors about these 3 elders are not good. Grandpa Yindo said that they are crazy. Grandpa Tianyi is sick and likes to sleep in a coffin. Even the grave of the ancestor was dug out by Grandpa Tianyi. Grandpa Tianchi is seriously ill and was beaten by his family when he was a child. The more he was beaten, the more excited he was. Grandpa Tianming is even more perverted and likes to kill people for no reason. Changxing, I have something to ask of you. Li Tianyi wiped his nose and cried. I have been working hard outside these years, but your Grandpa Tianyi is old and has accomplished nothing. I didn't get any benefit at all. Now, when I left, I told my family that I would not return home until I break through the nascent soul, but I lack resources. And your Grandpa Tianming and Grandpa Tianqi, poor. I understand everything. Li Changxing sighed and recalled the past. When he was still a child in Fengwang Mansion, all the gifts he received during the festivals were cheated away by his parents. When he grew up, he stayed at home to avoid Feng Qingyang's possession, and his resources were cheated away by his father again. Although he is now the head of the Umbu of Tenletang, he still has to send resources to his elders every year. And then there are these 3 grandfathers. How can this be considered begging him? He looked helplessly at the 3 grandfathers lying on the ground and pointed at his captured foot. I understand, but can you put me down first? You are a lot older, generation after generation. And what else can you do except bully us poor younger generations? You are so shameless. The 3 men put Li Changxing down in disappointment. After a friendly exchange, they took the storage ring from Li Changxing's hand and divided the loot. 3 grandfathers, I can see that it's time for you to break through. Li Changxing glared at the shameless grandfathers, but I've made an appointment. These resources were all obtained by Chang Wei with great effort. You can only take what you need for your own breakthrough. Otherwise, I will complain to my ancestors and great-grandfathers. Li Changyao, on the other hand, looked indifferent. She had known that the elders in her family were poor. Look at the three grandfathers. They looked like they were starving. I know. Li Tianming waved his hand nonchalantly. Wait until I break through the 69th heaven tribulation, and there will be benefits for you. As expected of Tianming, I am in my 59th heavenly tribulation. Li Tian, who was standing by, didn't even think twice and casually stuffed a 6th-grade elixir into his storage ring. I really envy you guys. I'm in the 39th heaven tribulation. After hearing these words, the two brothers frowned and stared at Li Tianyi. Brother, that's too much. Li Chongqing didn't believe these words at all. He rolled his eyes in disdain. No wonder Grandpa Yundo said that these three grandfathers were the most despicable elders in the family. If their heavenly tribulations were so weak, no one would believe it. Grandpa Tianyi inherited all the predecessors of Qingyun, and he was protected by the destiny of heaven and earth. Grandpa Tianqi has survived more near-death experiences over the past hundreds of years than all the people in the Li family combined. I heard that he pushes his limits every time. Grandpa Tianming, his strength is unknown, but I heard that Grandpa Tianming had committed too many sins of killing. That's why great-grandfather Yao took Grandpa Tianming away over the years, because after practicing the way of fate, he realized that Grandpa Tianming was born a bad seed, and such people often do not live to be 100 years old. He suspected that these three grandfathers were the most terrifying geniuses in the family. Just when they were happily dividing the spoils, the five people stood there in a daze, only to see the ancestral tablets beside them floating up. When they heard the news from their ancestors, their faces became gloomy. Grandpa Yunlin was trapped by Nangong Yaji. Li Chongqing frowned. I'm afraid Nangong Yaji has big plans, but since the old ancestor is so clear-sighted, it won't be difficult to rescue great-grandpa. He bowed towards Li Xiang's spirit tablet. Ancestor, there is a plan for longevity. Li Xiang looked up at the bright sky above Tianxing Cave. Well, there's another plan. Li Tianyue's plan still had the style of a great general. He simply spread the news that Li Yunlin was surrounded. If the Tianxing tears were gone, then they were gone. These Yuanings would not dare to kill Li Yunlin. The appearance of Tianxing tears might trigger a war. They can take advantage of the chaos to kill the younger generations of various forces from the outside, and then wait for opportunities in secret to seek greater benefits. As for Li Tianyu's plan, this guy wanted to arrest all the younger generations and ask the Nangong family to send Li Yunlin away safely in front of all the forces. After sending him away, he would make a lot of money and break his promise to kill all the younger generations. Anyway, according to them, even if they can't beat these nascent souls, it's impossible that they can't even beat their younger generations, right? However, plans cannot keep up with changes. The Li family has already started looking for talents. Li Xiang returned to Tianli Palace. He had a rough plan, but he couldn't wake Li Yunlin up. I saw that the tears of heaven were slowly being refined beside this guy. Your descendant Li Yunlin is acquiring the inheritance of Venerable Tianxing and understanding the first half of Venerable Tianxing's life. He could feel that after this, perhaps the 99 heavenly tribulations would befall him. Would you like to spend 1 point of family to investigate the previous life of Venerable Tianxing 2,000 years ago with my descendant Li Yunlin? Is this really going to break the 99 heavenly tribulations? Li Xiang's face lit up with joy. If Li Yunlin could really break through the 99 heavenly tribulations in a short period of time and successfully survive the 99 heavenly tribulations, then perhaps there would be a turning point in this matter. The heavenly tears had merged into his body, and everyone had seen it. How could Nangong Yaji attack Li Yunlin? Immediately, Li Xiang clicked on it, and the life of Master Tianxing passed by before his eyes like a slideshow. This person was born in a small village, with both parents and a warm family. Because of his 3 spiritual roots, Venerable Tianxing became the second cultivator in the village and later joined the sect. Unfortunately, he had been pursuing the Tao all his life. He practiced the yellow-level Kung Fu in the first sect, and by chance, he obtained the Golden Elixir Relics formation. Because of his fast practice speed, he broke through the foundation establishment stage at the age of 50 and joined the second sect. After 100 years, due to his hard work and cultivation and his determination to pursue the Tao, he renounced the worldly world, just as Li Yunlin was taught by Taoist Xiang. He was valued by the Jinan sect and was able to enter the sect's secret place and obtain the sect's ancient heritage. This year he also made a big mistake. He used the ancient method to use the lives of the people as a furnace, and spent decades to refine human lives in this formation, so that he could break the golden elixir and obtain the heavenly elixir. 300 years later, This man was called Tian Xingdao Run and joined the third sect and became the sect's elder. You experience the life of the venerable Tianxing and obtain the ancient inherited evil formation, life and death sacrifice formation. Obtain the yellow level technique, the mysterious level technique, righteous heavenly escape technique. Later, he became the strongest elder of the third sect, but another sect invited him to join, promising to help him break through the nascent soul stage. This sect turned out to be one of the most powerful holy places in Changyang Prefecture, and it was also the location of the spiritual object 7th-ranked Qinglan branch, obtained by Li Yunlin, Qinglan Mountain, which is now also known as the Qinglan Holy Mountain. It is rumored that there are unparalleled strong people in it. In the life of Tianxing Zun, Li Xiang also learned that Qinglan Mountain was indeed worthy of the name of a holy place. There were probably less than 100 inner disciples, all of whom were in seclusion and did not care about worldly affairs. However, the words of Qinglan Mountain could even affect the dynasty. Tianxing Zun's master was also an elder of the sect, but he was in the legendary realm of refining emptiness. Sure enough, when he was more than 400 years old, Venerable Tianxing won the favor of his master, Venerable Baimei, and was able to break the golden elixir and transform into a nascent soul. From then on, Venerable Tianxing also began to practice in seclusion in Qinglan Mountain. You have experienced the life of the Venerable Tianxing and obtained the Qinglan Mountain Earth-level technique, the pilgrimage to transform the dust Qinglan Ju. Obtained Earth-level magic, the 100 prosperous heavenly Luo technique, Xian-level skills. Until he was 1,500 years old, Venerable Tianxing had already been in the nascent soul stage for many years and was on the verge of becoming a spiritual transformation. Seeing that his lifespan would be almost over in another 500 years, Venerable Baimei was certain that Venerable Tianxing had committed a serious crime in his youth and slaughtered millions of people in a county. He was afraid that he could not overcome the hurdle of his inner demons and would never be able to break through to the spiritual transformation stage in his lifetime. Elder Baimei asked Venerable Tianxing to cultivate his character, saying that this person must believe in fate. But Venerable Tianxing refused to believe it. A cultivator fights with people and with the heavens. My name is Tianxing, which means I can walk in the sky. Why should I be afraid of going against heaven? Li Xiang saw that Venerable Tianxing only looked back at the Qinglan Holy Mountain behind him and then left the mountain. No more. In a trance, Li Xiang in the Li Tian Palace suddenly opened his eyes. He watched the life of Venerable Tianxing, and he also knew the ending of Venerable Tianxing. This person should break the infant god and leave the body to become a transformed god in the future. The last memory of the 1,800 years in Tianxing tears was hidden. But it's good, I got a lot of benefits. Li Xiang's face lit up with joy. At this time, Li Yunlin had also recovered from the Tianxing tears and was digesting what he had gained from the Tianxing tears. It had only been half a month since he realized all this. Li Xiang looked at what he had gained from Tianxing tears and thought to himself that it was worth spending 1 point of family will. Life and death sacrifice formation, 7th level. Living beings have a lifespan, and their bodies have spirits. In this living being formation, if you kill living beings, you will gain their body spirit. The remaining lifespan and spirit of the living beings will be reduced. Using this formation as a method, you can break through the realm. However, if the sins of killing are too heavy, it will be difficult to break through the realm in the future, and it will also bring about a killing disaster. Pilgrimage to the Azure Mist, Earth-level technique. Practicing this method, you can cultivate your body and mind, become extraordinary and detached, and stabilize your true energy. With this secret, you can enter the human world and turn into dust, which can avoid the disaster of the Yuanying, and you can also comprehend the rules of heaven and earth with your mortal body. If you can comprehend one rule successfully, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth can be condensed by 30%, and if you can comprehend 9 rules, you will become a dust. The Yuan Qi of heaven and earth will come out of the 9 orifices, reaching the extreme of the Yuanying realm, and your opponent will be rare. Transform the infant into a god. The Qinglan law turns 9 times, and a small world can be created. God becomes nothingness. God merges into heaven and earth, dominates the world. Baxon prospérité tient lieu technique. This technique is an illusion. It locks a place with magic, and uses this magic power to enter the body, seizing the luck of heaven and earth. The more prosperous the locked place is, the stronger the power is. Only when the magic locks the place can this technique be used at full strength. And when leaving 30% of the power will be left in the body. The Jindan stage can conquer a town. The Yuanying stage can conquer a county. The Huashan stage can conquer a prefecture. And the Lianshu stage can conquer a state. Fuck, let's make a fortune. This is the real inheritance left by the venerable Tianxing. Li Xiang was overjoyed. Over the years, the Li family only had one copy of Qingyun Boudoir, except for Li Yaoqing and Li Yaowen spells and techniques, which could only be used by themselves. But after obtaining the inheritance in Qinglan Mountain, Li Xiang realized how powerful Qingyun Boudoir was. Cough cough, please don't blame Senior Qingyun. This is probably the difference between ordinary and legendary Earth-level techniques. As for magic, the Li family only has Xian-level magic. The magic formula of Qinglan Holy Mountain, the prosperous Tianluo technique, is a magic of creation. If you practice it to the highest level and use the power of one side for your own benefit, you will basically be invincible in the same realm, and even fight across levels. If the family uses this method to seize the Merit City, I wonder if they can fight against the god of transformation? Li Xiang smilat foolishly. With just these two things, the family has now completely advanced to the level of city dwellers. As for the life and death sacrifice formation, Li Xiang really didn't dare to let the clan members use it. After all, the restrictions were too great, and it seemed to bring disaster. Yunlin had acquired a lot of magic and martial arts from Li Tianzong, which helped the family advance to a higher level. Now, although this kid was a little unlucky, he still came in handy. I was secretly happy. Li Yunlin had already taken out the spirit tablet and knelt down towards Li Xiang with great joy. Grandfather, I have hope now. The solution to this impasse is indeed in Tianxing's tears. After nearly 2,000 years of comprehending the past life of Venerable Tianxing, my understanding of the rules of the avenue has been completed bit by bit. The 99 heavenly tribulations can come. Good. Li Xiang was overjoyed. Not only did his family make a fortune this time, but the family also gained another genius who would be able to achieve heavenly tribulation. Seeing that Li Yunlin was preparing to break through, he quickly disappeared from the spot. I hope those guys don't kill all the younger generations from the big sects. Ahem, it's actually nothing. Li Xiang followed Li Yunlin to comprehend the memories of Venerable Tianxing and gain something from it. Congratulations, you have understood some of the water rules, thunder rules, and wind rules. As for the rules of metal, wood, fire, and earth, Li Xiang had also comprehended them over the years. Li Yaotai worked as a blacksmith all day long, and he couldn't do without metal and fire, but he had only comprehended a little and still needed to deduce it slowly. As for the rules of earth and wood, there was the primordial blood tree, which was also being deduced. The memory of Reverend Tianxing made up for many deficiencies. When the rules allow the nascent soul to leave the body, it can build its own world, also commonly known as a small world, which is its own domain. While thinking, Li Xiang has already arrived at the side of the Li family's descendants. However, their plan did not go as planned. The descendants of Li family in Tianxing Cave gathered together and hid. Each of them had a worried look on their faces. Even the usually steady Li Changxing and Li Tianyue. Special event, closed Tianxing Cave. In the Tianxing Cave, the place where the venerable Tianxing passed away was found. In order to seize the opportunity of the Tianxing Cave, Su Dingsheng of the Su Wangfu in Dao County fought 7 Yuanyings alone, one of whom was ranked 33rd on the infant god list. Su Dingsheng killed 2 of them and won a great victory, but the battle between the 8 people triggered the Tianxing Cave formation, which closed the cave door and hid it in the space. What's going on? Li Xiang's face changed. No wonder the children of the Li family were so absent-minded. The formation had been closed. How could they catch a bird? For a moment, Li Xiang looked at the sky above the Tianxing Cave and couldn't help but think about it in horror. Hidden in the space, that is to say, the Tianxing Cave has escaped from its original Hengxiu, and no one knows where it is now. The gate to the cave. This space is as big as a large county town, with so many monks. God knows what will happen? At this time, among the Li family, Li Changwei's face turned pale. It's over, it's over. My life is over. I haven't defeated all the masters in Changyang Prefecture, nor have I made my family rich. I'm afraid I will end up in this shabby place for the rest of my life. Li Changxing also stared speechlessly at the 3 grandfathers who were still squatting together in a triangle, taking turns to play Go in all seriousness. And the great-grandfather and great-grandmother who were yelling in the ring. His scalp tingled when he thought about having to hang out with these old, frivolous people for the rest of his life. But despite his annoyance, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, The arrangements for Changyang Mansion have been made, and the family can continue according to my plan. Li Tianyue was left with only worries in his heart. Wu clan, if I'm not here, I don't know if Tianchuan can lead the Qingyan army to kill all the Wu clan members for me. Such a shocking change caught everyone off guard. At this time, Li Xiang appeared beside Li Yunlin again and informed him of the news. The Tianqing cave is closed? Is this related to the child refining the Tianqing tears? Please forgive me, ancestor. Upon hearing the news, Li Yunlin knelt down and begged for forgiveness with a look of pain on his face, which made Li Xiang's eyes soften. Although the boy's inner demons had been eliminated because of the Tianli Palace, now that he was in trouble, he instantly thought it was his fault. None of your business. As Li Xiang informed Li Yunlin with the ancestral tablet, Li Yunlin felt relieved. He bowed towards the tablet and asked, Grandfather, now that the Tianqing cave mansion has been closed, what should I do? Seeing Li Yunlin like this, Li Xiang frowned slightly. In fact, Li Yunlin had a good talent, and this kid had a good character when he entered the Li Tian sect. But as the years passed, even now, this kid became more and more cautious, and was even gradually surpassed by the younger generation. In recent years, he always obeyed the orders of his clan members and became less and less independent. Back then, this kid was a ruthless character who dared to kill the enemy in front of the entire sect in Li Tian sect. After thinking for a moment, Li Xiang did not make any arrangements for Li Yunlin this time, but silently used the ancestral tablet. Yunlin, you are now the oldest member of the Tianqing cave mansion, and all the members of the tribe rely on you. Seeing the words ancestor in the air, Li Yunlin was stunned for a long time. I am the elder, the last support for the children in Tianqing cave, the support. While he was thinking, Nangong Yaji's voice came from outside Tianli Palace. This time, Nangong Yaji was more aggressive. Li Yunlin, there are many choices in life, but sometimes one wrong step can lead to eternal damnation. Hearing this, Li Xiang frowned. He had been digesting the Tianqing tears for the past half-month. He and Li Yunlin had just learned about the big events outside. As for the news that Su Dingsheng had fought with the 7 Yuanyings and caused the Tianqing cave mansion to be closed, Nangong Yaji must have known it a long time ago. Just now he was still thinking, what would be the consequences of the Tianqing cave mansion being closed and so many cultivators being locked up in the Tianqing cave mansion and unable to go out? Isolated from the world, they won't have any scruples. They will do whatever you want. Li Xiang and Li Xiang in Tianli Palace both looked up suddenly, their eyes flashing with cold light. I only heard Nangong Yaji outside getting even more annoyed. 2 elders. This kid is stubborn and refuses to change then. But this time, Nangong Yaji's voice stopped abruptly. Because Tianli Palace slowly opens. Li Yunlin, dressed in white, floated in the air with his whisk in his arms. The Tianli Palace shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and fell into the palm of Li Yunlin's left hand, spinning. He calmly gazed at Nangong Yaji, who was sitting cross-legged about 10 meters away from him. Behind him were 2 nascent soul elders of the Nangong family. Nangong Yaji seemed to be stunned for a moment because Li Yunlin had taken the initiative to show up. There is a large formation in the sky created by 3 Yuanying in recent days, most of which are used to trap Li Yunlin. They are obviously afraid that after Li Yunlin's Tianli Palace is broken, he will find a way to escape. You have trapped me for many days, Nangong Yaji. Do you really think that I am a member of the Li family and can be bullied? Li Yunlin's voice was flat, and his eyes, as sharp as Li Yaozu's, seemed to be filled with arrogance and disdain at all times. How dare you come out? If the Tianli Palace was breached, Nangong Yaji would definitely kill Li Yunlin immediately. But now Li Yunlin took the initiative to come out, and his calm appearance made Nangong Yaji's pretty face flash with a hint of panic. An elder of the Nangong family laughed loudly. Ha ha! How dare you come out? Fine, fine, no one will bully you as a member of the Li family. But do you know that the situation is different now? No one will know if I kill you in Tianli Palace. Now, hand over the heavenly tears and your strange, spiritual object to this elder, and I will spare your life. After these words were spoken, Li Yunlin raised his eyebrows slightly, and he said nothing. Unexpectedly, it was Nangong Yaji who looked unhappy. She stared at the Nangong family elder and asked, What do you mean? What's the meaning? The elder sneered. Nangong Yaji, outside the Tianqing cave, I listened to your orders for the sake of the patriarch. Now that the Tianqing cave is closed, no one knows when they can get out. Do you think you can still give orders here? Do you want to take all the treasures on Li Yunlin's body? Another elder of the Nangong family also snorted coldly. The head of the family dotes on you. The treasures obtained in Tianxing Cave Mansion are all in your storage ring. Hand over the things. We will share what we got from Li Yunlin. We are still members of the clan. You. Nangong Yaji's face flushed. She didn't expect that when Li Yunlin came out, Li Yunlin hadn't been caught yet. But the two elders of the family had to fight with her for it first. For hundreds of years in Changyang Prefecture, she has been the pride of the Nangong family. She has become accustomed to these clansmen unconditionally obeying her orders. She has never imagined a scene in which the family elders would rebel. That being said, Nangong Winya, hand over the ring. For a moment, the three Yuanying of the Nangong family began to become hostile. This situation was so unexpected that neither Li Xiang nor Li Yunlin had expected it. Li Xiang was ready to move the ancestral tablet, and the ancestor made a brilliant appearance. Who knew that the Nangong family would become arrogant in their own nest? I saw that the vital energy of heaven and earth in these three people was fighting with each other, and they might start fighting at any time. Li Yunlin was still floating there calmly. Originally, the Nangong family wanted to kill him, but now he became an outsider watching a great show. The Nangong family, the most out-and-out businessmen in the entire Changyang Prefecture, is greedy in their blood. Once there is no external control, these businessmen can really do anything. Li Xiang Siga. However, he was also a little dignified in his heart. The three members of the Nangong family were from the same clan and were so crazy. He was afraid that the closure of Changyang Cave would make Changyang Cave the most chaotic place. There are tens of thousands of cultivators here, ranging from chi refining to nascent soul. In fact, who among these monks has not taken a life in their hands? Who is a good person? Imagine putting a group of criminals in a small town without any external supervision. How chaotic would it be? While thinking, Nangong Yaji had actually started a battle with the two elders of the family. After all, they were from the Nangong family, and the magic of these three people was extraordinary. Especially Nangong Yaji. Her name was elegant, but the life spirit weapon she could use was very tacky, a huge gold coin. The most extraordinary thing was that when Nangong Yaji took action, she took out two more of the top-grade spiritual weapons that were treasured by all the major forces in Qingyang County. One of them was a golden jade dress, which she put on instantly, making her shine with golden light. Under the vitality of heaven and earth, the whole sky began to rain gold to defend her from the enemy. The other item was a treasure bowl, which should be similar to the drunkard's, and the top-grade spiritual tools used were all matched. The golden rain from the sky fell on the bowl, causing Nangong Yaji's aura to continue to rise, and the vitality of heaven and earth gathered together. Her Dharma body actually formed a huge millstone. As the gold in the treasure bowl increased, phantoms appeared and pushed the Dharma body millstone, which actually suppressed the two Nangong Yaji elders and made it difficult for them to mobilize the vitality of heaven and earth. This little girl is one of those people who likes to hide her abilities. Her fighting ability is almost the same as Lei Dong's. Li Xiang murmured. Lei Dong and Yi Xiu had fought many times, but to no avail. This was already a level of strength that was good enough to be on the infant god list. Seeing the fight between Nangong Yaji and the two Nangong family elders, Li Yunlin also frowned. He came here to see who would be the winner among the heroes of Changyang Prefecture. Now that he saw Nangong Yaji's strength, he was also extremely shocked. He couldn't help but whispered, "I wonder how much I can fight after I integrate into the heavenly tiers?" Unfortunately, this Tianxing Cave is a world of its own, and I can't feel my thunder tribulation, but, as he spoke, Li Yunlin looked down at his Tianli palace, remembered what his ancestor had said to him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "That's enough. This time, I will stand in front of my people." 2 cups of tea. The golden rain that was all over the sky when Nangong Yaji was fighting had disappeared. She was wearing a golden dress, with a Dharma body grinding wheel behind her. She held a shrunken treasure bowl in her left hand, and gold coins were spinning in her right hand. The 2 elders of the Nangong family were already one dead and one injured. The surviving elder of the Nangong family looked up at Nangong Yaji, who was looking down at him like a god, and said in horror, 100 years ago, you were only in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. In recent years, you have been in the middle stage when fighting with others. How could you?" Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he was left with only 1,000,000 points of fear. Year after year passed, and the strength displayed by Nangong Yaji was not even 1/10 of what it is now. Snort. Nangong Yaji ignored the other party. If she didn't really need help, she would have killed the elder long ago. Then she turned around and looked at Li Yunlin, but saw that Li Yunlin was still calm. She became even more alert than before. You're not running away? If I run away, won't I miss this big show? Li Yunlin looked sarcastic, and then in these few words, holding the Tianli Palace, he suddenly rushed towards Nangong Yaji. This was just a slight movement of the magic power in his body, but it made Nangong Yaji's face change. You have already achieved a breakthrough? I saw that Li Yunlin was already able to use the vitality of heaven and earth. If it weren't for this natural cave that shielded the secrets of heaven, I'm afraid Li Yunlin's thunder tribulation would have already come. Li Yunlin's ethereal body was surrounded by 9 fire lotuses, making him look like a fire god. The Tianli Palace behind him turned out to be his Dharma image, like a scroll containing the stars of the universe. The Qinglan branches he had brought into the Tianli Palace turned into vines that came out of the Tianli Palace, and the Tianqing tears formed a lake hundreds of feet long. The Shura flew out of the Tianli Palace, roaring at Nangong Yaji with a ferocious face. Even the whisk on Li Yunlin's body was an extraordinary object. The hair on the whisk was burned away by the flames around his body, and the handle kept getting longer and turned into a flaming spear. What kind of extraordinary Taoist priest is this? It's all disguise. Li Yunlin inherited Li Yaozu's temperament after all. Now he has the ability to transform into a flame god and take the enemy's head in front of tens of thousands of people in the Li Tian sect with a spear in hand. And now he is even more powerful. You have been giving me choices all the time, saying that life is a matter of choice. And if I make a mistake, I will be doomed. Li Yunlin thrust his spear straight ahead. The fireworks made the sky ablaze. His eyes were as hot as the fireworks around him. Then I will give you a choice now. Surrender to my Li family. Otherwise, I will make you fall into eternal damnation. As soon as these words were spoken, the flames between heaven and earth became even more intense. The sky-walking tears transformed into a giant Shura and roared towards them. Vines rushed out from around Li Yunlin and moved forward, covered in flames. See the scene. Nangong Yaji was also shocked by Li Yunlin's strength when he first entered the nascent soul stage. She could see it. If it weren't for this Tianqing cave, Li Yunlin would have been unable to break through the 99 heavenly tribulations. Congratulations. Your descendant Li Yunlin has integrated the 7th-rank Qinglan branch and the 6th-rank Tianqing tears into the Tianli Palace. The Tianli Palace has gradually been completed, and has also inherited the legacy of the Venerable Tianqing. He has obtained several rules from the memory of the Venerable Tianqing, which has greatly increased its strength. The 7-9 Heavenly Tribulation has successfully transformed into the 9-9 Heavenly Tribulation and is breaking through the nascent soul stage. In Tianqing Cave, your descendant Li Yunlin cannot feel the Heavenly Tribulation and has broken through the nascent soul stage fake, and the infant God has been conceived. He can use the vitality of heaven and earth to break through the 9-9 Heavenly Tribulations and reach 10% of his strength. Oh! In the sky, money rain reappears. Seeing that Li Yunlin dared to take the initiative to attack, Nangong Wenya had recovered from the initial shock. She even breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Li Yunlin, who was like a god of fire, her expression gradually became playful. She used gold coins to block directly, and with one blow, she blocked Tian Xinglei's Shura giant fist, the sky full of cremation vines, and Li Yunlin's spear. Interesting. Are all members of the Li family so arrogant? Nangong Yaji once again showed an elegant posture and opened her red lips slightly. 9-9 Heavenly Tribulations, so what? Even if you have gone through the 9-9 Heavenly Tribulations completely, you are still not my opponent. Besides, you have never been baptized by the Heavenly Tribulations. How dare you fight me? How can a frog in a well know how big the world is? Now I admire your courage, but it's a pity. Courage alone is far from enough. You are no different from those 2 losers in my Nangong family. The millstone, money, and cornucopia reappear. Nangong Yaji was wearing a golden brocade dress. Li Yunlin's fireworks at most ruffled her black hair from afar, making her look more like a celestial being. Looking at Li Yunlin, who turned into fire, she was like looking at an ant and did not move at all. Nangong Yaji was even a little excited. She had been hiding for many years, and no one knew about it. Now that she finally had the chance to take action, She could use some of her strength to make an ant like Li Yunlin struggle under her powerful strength, as if he had seen a god. How could this not be a wonderful thing? After taking away all of Li Yunlin's opportunities, she will have no problem competing with Su Dingxing in the Tianqing cave. However, facing Li Yunlin, who seemed to be separated from him by a chasm, he did not retreat at all, and he continued to rush forward madly. Tianxing Lei's Shura Dharma body had been shattered by the golden rain, and his flames could not even melt Nangong Yaji's gold coins. The vines of the Qinglan branches were like ashes and had no effect at all, but he was still fearless. No words needed. Over the years, he hadn't felt so refreshed like today. He had always been very cowardly since he was a child. His mother Chu Xiaoxiao stole the treasures from the family, which made him feel inferior. Back then, he had a dispute with Elder Qiu Yi of the Li Tian sect, and fell into the conspiracy of Taoist Xiang, causing the Pig Demon King to almost die. This made him dare not make enemies with others for hundreds of years. Later, he was cautious when facing the major forces in Qingyun. He was still cautious when facing the Wind Palace, and he did not dare to act rashly when the Wu clan arrived. Now, he looked at the fireworks on his body that had dimmed due to multiple impacts, and once again remembered the words of his ancestors. In the Tianqing cave, he is the oldest elder of the Li family. He has no reason to look forward or backward. All the clan members are relying on him, so he has to stand up. Tianli Palace, help me kill the enemy. At this time, on a sacred mountain filled with fairy spirit, the cranes flew by. Perhaps it was time to discuss the Tao again. Boom! The sound of bells seemed to be eternal. Deep in the sacred mountain, a boy sat on a lotus platform, chanting scriptures for a long time. In front of him, there were disciples wearing Taoist robes, sitting cross-legged in meditation and understanding the boy's teachings. As the bell rang, the boy opened his eyes and stopped chanting. The disciples who heard the truth all stood up and saluted, and left 1,000 meters away, flying on their swords. Among these disciples, there was an old man with white hair and a youthful face in the front, and he indeed asked the boy to stay. "Grandmaster, I wonder why you asked me to stay here?" The man on the lotus pedestal was clearly a boy, but his voice was deeper than that of an adult. He asked, 130,000 years ago, I left Qingyun and left behind the precious Tianli Palace, which gave rise to the Litian sect. You have good aptitude, are devoted to the Tao, and have the secret treasure Tianli Palace. You are now over 1,400 years old, so you shouldn't have just reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. You should have long ago reached the stage of the nascent soul stage, and then the stage of the out-of-body stage, breaking through to the stage of the spiritual stage. Isn't this the Taoist Juyo, who went to the imperial capital that year, but was severely injured and has been hard to find until now? Li Yunlin has always been worried about the disappearance of his master, but he never thought that Taoist Juyo would come to such a place to practice. Hearing the boy's words, Taoist Juyo laughed bitterly. Grandmaster, the Tianli Palace you left behind is really weird. The Tianli Palace has been managed by the Li Tian sect's sect master for generations. We have followed the instructions and cut off our worldly ties and washed away our secular world. But the Tianli Palace has looked down on us. I have been in charge of the Tianli Palace for many years. Apart from practicing in it and using it to defend against enemies, it is difficult to find other ways to use the Tianli Palace. Asshole! These words made the boy snort softly, causing Taoist Juyo to kneel on the ground. The boy sighed again and waved his hands. Who was the idiot who told you that the way to cultivate is to cut off worldly ties? 130,000 years ago, when Qingyun was in danger, we Qingyun monks united as one and really wanted to cut off worldly ties. If no one cared about Qingyun, how could we have the Qingyun county we have today? It's not your fault. You don't know what happened back then, so you don't know the nature of Tianli Palace. As he spoke, the boy seemed to have remembered something, and his expression was full of nostalgia. Back then, Qingyun was on the verge of defeat. The Wu clan had a treasure, so we Qingyun people had to avoid it everywhere. We had no choice but to fight and retreat. We gathered the power of the entire county, all the spiritual objects and hard work of everyone. And it took 300 years to make the Tianli Palace appear in the world. Hearing this, Taoist Juyo's face changed. It was hard to imagine how critical the situation in Qingyun County was back then, and how those cultivators were willing to contribute all of their magic weapons and spiritual tools. The boy continued. Even though only the frame of the Tianli Palace remains, it is still a rare spiritual object. He gradually gained wisdom, but he still remembered what happened in the past. Oh, Cut off the worldly ties? If you don't have the intention to shoulder all responsibilities and the heart to move forward, I'm afraid that Tianli Palace won't even look at you. Following the boy's explanation, Taoist Gio finally understood. No wonder. No wonder. We have been on the wrong path for generations. No wonder Tianli Palace has always looked down on us. The boy also sighed and asked, "Where is he now after leaving the temple that day?" "My disciple took it away." Taoist Juyo, who was originally annoyed, suddenly laughed. "Now my disciple's family is fighting for Qingyun. Maybe if Litian Palace falls into his hands, he can really figure out the real use." "Oh," the boy laughed and said, "Are you so sure about your disciple?" "Yes, master." Taoist Juyo recalled Li Yunlin's past and couldn't help but laugh. "My disciple has been plagued by disasters and misfortunes since he was young. Among the people of the Li family, he can only be regarded as an ordinary person. Over the years, my disciple has been depressed because of many things. But I know that Yunlin has the blood of the Li family, and he is also a person who values feelings the most. One day, he will step out from the shadows and become my proudest disciple. That will be the day he emerges as a butterfly." Seeing the determination in Taoist Juyo's expression, the boy nodded slightly. "In that case, I really hope to meet your disciple one day." "That day will come." Taoist Juyo smiled. He was stunned for a moment and asked, "By the way, master, what was the purpose of leaving the palace that day?" "That's a weapon." "In the Tianxin cave," Li Yunlin shouted, "Tianli Palace, help me," and there was a sound of grinding metal. Behind Li Yunlin, the black sky formed by the Tianli Palace was flickering. There were no more water shuras and fireworks in it, only endless depth. For a moment, Nangong Yaji, who was shining with golden light due to the vitality of heaven and earth, had changed his expression. The Li Palace fell silent that day, and the flames on Li Yunlin's body had begun to die out. It was obvious that he had been drained of all his magical powers by her. Even his magical companion, the nine-spirit fire, was almost dissipated. But the soft moan in Tianli Palace still made Nangong Yaji feel a little sense of crisis, so she did not dare to attack Li Yunlin easily. She felt very terrified. However, her ability to sense it did not mean that the only surviving elder of the Nangong family had sensed it. This man was injured by Nangong Yaji, and now he is even more afraid that Nangong Yaji will take his life, so he is waiting to show his loyalty in order to save his life. Although he was also surprised by Li Yunlin's strength before, it was obvious that Li Yunlin was now at the end of his strength. He endured the injury and floated into the air again, blocking in front of Nangong Yaji, staring at Li Yunlin with a grim smile. "Yaji, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? The Li family kid dared to offend the proud daughter of my Nangong family. I will take his dog life now." Nangong Yaji frowned. How could she not see what the elder was thinking? She just smiled slightly as a sign of tacit agreement, took a step back, slowly retracted the magic weapon, and watched the elder move forward. Li Yunlin was still hunched in the air, like a wounded lone wolf. Then she saw the most unforgettable scene in her life. The family elder used the energy of heaven and earth to summon his own spiritual weapon, the golden spear, and charged towards Li Yunlin to kill him. Click, click, click. The sound of breaking was heard. Behind Li Yunlin, the Tianli Palace was shattered into pieces. The wounded lone wolf raised his proud head. Seeing Li Yunlin's star-like eyes, Nangong Yaji couldn't help but tremble all over. Shattering. Everything is shattering. The Nangong family elder's spear was only a few inches close to Li Yunlin, but it seemed as if it was frozen in time and could not move an inch. The Tianli Palace behind him, which was as dark as the night with a sky full of stars, turned into pieces of debris and slowly floated to Li Yunlin's side. It was the pressure from the Tianli Palace that made this elder at the peak of the nascent soul stage unable to move. At this moment, heaven and earth lost their color, as if everything had stopped, and the terrifying weapon of Tianli Palace was born. The Lydian fragment seemed extremely arrogant these days. It slowly floated to Li Yunlin's side and turned into a Fong Tian Hua Ji. "What is this? What is this?" The pupils of the Nangong family elder kept dilating. No one could feel the horror of the Fong Tian Hua Ji more directly than him. This weapon was as deep as the starry sky, and seemed to be able to accommodate everything. Starlight flickered on the halberd, and the pressure from it made him unable to move at all, as if he was suppressed by Nangong Yaji's millstone. "No, it's scarier than that." Li Yunlin's voice sounded without any emotion. But he was not looking at him, but staring at Nangong Yaji, who was preparing to evacuate. Now, who is the frog in the well? Who is the waste? Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking and reassembling was still ringing. As Li Yunlin held the halberd that was transformed from the Li Tian palace in his hand, the color of the starry sky actually spread from the Li Tian halberd toward Li Yunlin's body little by little, until his whole body was the same color as the Li Tian halberd. His originally injured body recovered instantly, and his aura was constantly increasing. It was the power of the nine-spirit fire, green mist branch and tears of the sky in the Li Tian palace that was entering his body. Not only that, the originally solid shell of the Li Tian palace seemed to have merged into his whole body, making his whole body as hard as the Li Tian palace. Powerful, more powerful than he had ever imagined. Just by clenching his fist, he could feel as if he was in control of everything. And the area within 100 meters is all suppressed by the Tianli Palace. Unless the opponent is strong enough to break the pressure of the three spiritual objects, people within this range will not be able to move. Yaji, Yaji, save me! The terrified shout disturbed Li Yunlin's thoughts. He glanced at the Nangong family elder, who was rushing towards him without knowing whether to live or die, and was controlled 80 meters away. How could this man still be as rampant as before? Now there was only a hideous face due to struggle and eyes full of fear. Li Yunlin could even see bloodshot in his eyes. Let her save you? Look where she is. Li Yunlin raised his left hand slightly, and the Nangong elder finally felt his neck loosen, causing him to turn his head stiffly, only to see. Bitch! He roared with his eyes wide open, and only a streak of light remained in front of his eyes. Nangong Yaji had no idea what secret technique he had used to escape from the scene. Let me go, sir. Let me go. You saw that Nangong Yaji and I fought, and now she has abandoned me. No matter what, Nangong Yaji and I will fight to the death. Besides, I am still useful. The fear of death can always arouse people's desire to survive. At this moment, how could the elder of the Nangong family still be as reckless as before? His mind was racing now, but he slowly and calmly stared at Li Yunlin, whose skin was as white as stars, and said in a deep voice, I also know that you can't catch up with Nangong Yaji. She used the blood secret method of our Nangong family, the sacred gold sky escape technique. After escaping, she can even turn into gold and silver and bury it anywhere, like a dead object. She can even sleep for 1,000 or even 10,000 years, and her lifespan consumption will be delayed 100 times. Li Yunlin didn't say anything, but he saw that Nangong Yaji's escape technique was really amazing. Although his strength became considerable after the Tianli Palace entered his body, he might not be able to catch up with Nangong Yaji. The elder of the Nangong family saw Li Yunlin thinking, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. My lord, I can find her. She is related to me by blood. As long as she can survive, you can ask me to do anything. Otherwise, Nangong Yaji is insidious and cunning. You don't want to be schemed by such a person day and night, right? Even if you want to kill me, I want Nangong Yaji to die before me. But as soon as he finished speaking, his face turned pale. Li Yunlin looked strange. You don't think Nangong Yaji can really escape? What? Escape? Nangong Yaji looked unhappy. She had never thought that Li Yunlin had so many trump cards. Breaking through the 99 heavenly tribulations was fine. Even if he had really experienced the baptism of thunder tribulation, it was nothing to her. But when she came out of Tianli Temple, she didn't want to tangle with Li Yunlin anymore. Even if she played all her trump cards, she was no match for Li Yunlin. Only Su Dingsheng from the Su family in Dog County, Bai Heng who ranks 8th on the infant god list in Chixing Fort, Wuan Scholar who ranks 10th in Jingyang Study, or Monk Meng who ranks 19th in Daming Wang Temple, have the possibility to fight with Li Yunlin. I just heard that Su Dingsheng is in Tianxing Cave Mansion. I hope the remaining 3 in Chanyang Mansion are also there. Nangong Yaji let out a long breath. Otherwise, I would have wasted my secret technique that I can only use once every 100 years, and 2 Yuaniings of my Nangong family would have died. I would never be able to let go of this great hatred. But as soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed drastically. At this time, she used the secret technique of Holy Gold Sky Shield, and had already gone hundreds of miles away, escaping from the search range of Li Yunlin's nascent soul. But when she was about to hide underground for 3 or 2 months to plan her future plans, she stopped in midair. She saw strange spirit tablets rising from all directions, 13 in total, surrounding her tightly. She recognized that according to rumors outside, only when members of the Li family appeared would they fight with their spirit tablets. This was information known to everyone. Many people in Changyang Prefecture were laughing at this matter. But everyone knew that when the Li family's spirit tablet appeared, that was the time for the Li family to fight to the death. At the same time, there were spiritual weapons floating in the air, and even totems that only the witch clan used. Magical arrays appeared one after another, and it was obvious that the other party was well prepared. She has nowhere to escape. Li family. Nangong Yaji only felt that the wind in the Tianxin cave was very cold, making her feel cold from the soles of her feet to her head, and her whole body was numb. Why are there still members of the Li family? Isn't it that only Li Yunlin came to the Li family here? Aren't the masters from Qingyun County trapped outside Hingqiu? Her thoughts were a tangled mess. In just a snap of fingers, a teasing voice rang out from the ground. Nangong Yaji, this Tianxin cave is only this big. I wonder where you can escape to. Surrender now. I promise to treat you well. You have to think carefully. There are many choices in life, but sometimes one wrong step can lead to eternal damnation. The person who spoke was an extremely handsome young man, sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by a woman who was not very notable except for carrying a large pink bow. One of them was only a chi refining body, and the other had just entered the golden core stage, but they dared to look directly at her, a yuanying. Especially the calm and composed words of the young man, which made Nangong Yaji look particularly ugly. Isn't this exactly what she had said to Li Yunlin in the past half-month? Now these words were returned to her one by one. No! In addition to anger, what frightened her even more was that from the man's words, it seemed that everything she had done in the past half-month was being monitored. As expected, I saw a beautiful woman wearing blood-red armor and holding two swords. The blood-colored moon behind her froze the surrounding space, which was particularly eye-catching. One has to say that the Li family is very bold. This girl is at the peak of the golden core stage, just when she is about to form a baby, yet she dares to be less than a kilometer away from Nangong Yaji. Her crescent-shaped eyes are staring coldly at Nangong Yaji, as if she were looking at a dead body. Nangong Yaji, my Li family once cooperated with you, and we know that your Nangong family is a family of merchants. Why do you insist on going down a dead end? The blood-cloaked general, Li Tianyue. Even though Li Tianyue was only a golden elixir, Nangong Yaji did not dare to slack off when she saw Li Tianyue. She became more and more vigilant. In recent years, the witch tribe invaded Qingyun, and Li Tianyue was the most famous one in the world. Her reputation as the blood-robed god of war not only shocked the Wu clan outside Qingyun, but even people in the imperial capital had heard of it. The ever-victorious General Wang Jin, who wrote back to the imperial capital, and the Grand Master Lin Jiu, who was far away in the northern expedition, heard of Li Tianyue's name from nowhere and praised her highly. There were even rumors that as long as Li Tianyue entered the capital, the Grand Master's faction would vigorously train Li Tianyue. She didn't believe that Li Tianyue would be so foolish as to use his golden elixir body and bring two ants to block her way. Moreover, there are 10 spirit tablets, representing 10 members of the Li family. Li Dalong, Shukuiwa, Li Yaozhu, Li Youqing. All of these Li family members are nascent souls. They may even have terrible cards like Li Yunlin. She looked around, looking for a chance to escape, not daring to move. A Li Yunlin will arrive soon, and those Li family members who didn't show up must be very scary. But while I was thinking, Nangong Yaji was stunned. She saw a flash of blood on Li Tianyue's ring, and 7 figures emerged from the ring. These 7 people looked extremely strange. They were all wearing heavy armor, which made their bodies, which were already as strong as wild bears, even larger. There were magic patterns engraved on their exposed skin and even on their cheeks. In particular, there was something strange about their bodies. If the intelligence is correct, a pair of broad blood-red wings appeared behind Li Jiayun. A vertical eye appeared on Li Jiayun's forehead. Li Jiayun had 6 arms holding 6 weapons, and there were slender tentacles swaying on the back of Li Jiayun. Li Jiayun had double horns on his head and a long tail. Li Jiayun was covered with black scales, and in front of the cloud was a giant body of 5 meters tall. They look like demons but have no demonic aura. They are filled with devilish and witchy energy. The totems used by the witch tribe for sacrifices actually glowed beside them, and the magic weapons around them also emitted auras. How come the Li family has these monsters? Even though Nangong Yaji is well informed, he was still shocked by the 7 iron gates. That's all. Without exception, they're all at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and there is still a long way to go before they reach the nascent soul stage. Although it is rumored that they are immortal, there is nothing to worry about. Nangong Yaji didn't have time to take care of these 7 things, and she didn't let her guard down. There are still 3 more. Soon the remaining 3 people came into view. 3. You are the ones coming from the Li family this time? Looking at the 3 guys standing on Li Yun's shoulders, Nangong Yaji was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed out of anger. How ridiculous! How ridiculous! You dare to stop me? The suppressed aura that she had been resigned to in order to find another way to survive suddenly exploded. You're looking for death. She thought that the last 3 people would be powerful nascent souls like Li Daolong, but she never expected that they were people of the same generation as Li Tianyue. They are also the 3 most shameful people in the Li family in the rumors of Qingyan County. They only know how to cheat and deceive, and have never been upright. Even the most outstanding Li Tianyi, who is said to have received the true teachings of Qingyun Pavilion, has never been ambitious, and only knows how to dig up people's ancestral graves, and does not even care about such a large sect. Li Tianqi is even more ridiculous. He behaves like a clown in front of powerful people, and is often taught a lesson. If it weren't for the support of the Li family behind him, he would have died long ago. And there is Li Tianming, who only knows how to bully the weak all his life. Ha, just you guys? Just you guys? Nangong Yaji didn't know whether she felt like she had survived a disaster or just thought these clowns were ridiculous. She pointed at Li Tianyue in front of her and laughed. The 13 people of the Li family turned out to be people like you? You are simply, you're bullying me too much. Nangong Yaji's smile disappeared, replaced by her endless anger. The nascent soul and even the out-of-body state have already erupted with a terrifying aura comparable to that on the divine infant list. She can feel that Li Yunlin in the distance is getting closer and closer. But it's enough. Nangong Yaji stared fiercely at Li Tianyue, who was frowning in front of him. It seems that you really regard me as an ordinary nascent soul peak, and I don't know what the real nascent soul out-of-body state is. Unless all of you are like Li Yunlin, you can frequently use your trump cards otherwise. By this time next year, the Li family will really have 13 spirit tablets. Ha ha! Nangong Yaji was laughing wildly in the sky. If she had not just been chased around by Li Yunlin like a dog, she would have really looked like a winner who was sure of victory. However, everyone in the Li family looked at Nangong Yaji expressionlessly. They were so calm that it made Nangong Yaji panic. Why aren't you afraid? With all of you, unless each of you has a trump card like Li Yunlin. A strong wind blew, and Nangong's elegant golden dress shone. The millstone appeared behind her again. Top-grade spiritual weapons, gold coins, and a treasure bowl appeared in her hands. This time, the aura she exuded was even stronger than when she faced Li Yunlin. Facing her roar, Li Tianyue said calmly, Nangong Yaji, you are actually very scared, right? As soon as these words came out, Nangong Yaji's eyes flashed with panic for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and said, just you guys? You shouldn't be so out of control unless you've lost your mind in extreme fear. But Li Tianyue's words only made Nangong Yaji's expression more ferocious and seemed to make Nangong Yaji's heart more determined. Nangong Yaji, who was extremely calm in the Baibao Shinkai family and ran away when she saw Li Yunlin, was now extremely arrogant. The last trace of panic in her eyes completely disappeared. Ha ha ha. I'm scared. Just because of you, ants? What do I have to be afraid of? Well, then we'll let you know what you're afraid of. Li Tianyue said no more as she finished her words. She had already nodded to her tribesmen. In an instant, the totems behind the 7 sons of Iron Gate floated into the air. Li Tianyi communicated with the residual souls of his predecessors in the Soul Sea for a while, and most of the predecessors poured into Li Tianyi's body. His strength was rising wildly. Only 3 people were still sitting cross-legged in the Soul Sea. He did not participate in the battle, but took out the guzheng where he hid the grave-digging tools. The sound of the guzheng rang out, and the magic power belonging to the guzheng player turned into long threads, connecting to the bodies of his tribesmen. The strength of the Li family members is actually improving with the assistance of Li Tianyi. The spirit tablet is glowing. And at this time, Li Xiang was also here. He looked at the seemingly arrogant Nangong Yaji in the sky, with a blank expression on his face like everyone in the Li family. In fact, the Li family had fought with many people over the years, but in fact, it was really the same as Li's. The more afraid they were, the more ferocious and disdainful they behaved. True disdain should be light and calm. Your descendant Li Tianyue has fought for many years and faced powerful enemies. He is able to see through his opponent's true thoughts and obtains the trait, Battlefield Psychology Master. Insight into people's hearts and influence their hearts. Increase psychological damage to the enemy by 20%, affecting the enemy's combat effectiveness. Kill. The war begins instantly. The 7 Iron Gate men, whose figures had become extremely strange, had already rushed out. Use a magic circle. Ali, be careful. Your witchcraft is the best. Use witchcraft and illusions. Don't die too easily. This woman's magic is really weird, but it also has a flaw. Her millstone needs to be replenished with the energy of heaven and earth, and it is replenished once with a snap of a finger. You guys hold back her spiritual weapon, and I will consume her energy of heaven and earth. Yes, big brother. In the sky, the 7 immortal Iron Gate men are rushing forward madly. At this time, everyone in the Li family was trapped in Nangong Yaji's formation. After Li Tian repeatedly gathered the magic power of his predecessors, he used the musician's method to form a wall inside. Your descendant Li Tianyi is currently borrowing the body of a predecessor from Qingyan Pavilion, Heavenly Music Saint Qianzi, who died 30,000 years ago. I don't know who this Qianzi is, but his music skills are really extraordinary. After borrowing Li Tianyi's body, he used the Long Dao song, which made the strength of the 7 Iron Gates infinitely close to the nascent soul stage. The strength of everyone in the Li family has increased dramatically. Is this our elder? On the ground, Li Changsheng and Li Changwei, who could only watch from outside the formation, swallowed hard. Although blocking Nangong Yaji's route and hastily planning a countermeasure were all planned by Li Changsheng, it did not hinder his shock at this moment. Over the years, he always hid away when something happened, and even when the witch tribe invaded, he stayed behind the scenes probably because he was mediocre and couldn't help. In addition, the family also needed someone to prepare all the logistics during the war and prevent the family from rebelling. This time, it was the first time that he saw the strength of his elders, apart from hearsay. Is this really a human? Li Changwei was also stunned. She was also in the Jindan stage. She had always believed that she was in the Jindan realm, and few people could match her talent. The elder brother was probably capable. She had only seen the elder brother take action once, and it seemed that he had summoned the blood of the emperor. Before he could completely refine the spell, he needed to cultivate for more than 10 years before he could take action again. Otherwise, the time required would be doubled. These days, she thought her brother was the most talented person in the Jindan realm. But now, look, the 7 great-grandfathers in front were not afraid of death at all. They were covered with magic patterns, witchcraft they learned from nowhere, the magic energy of the magic cultivators, and the abnormality of their bodies at this time made them stronger than any physical cultivator Li Changwei had ever seen. Even Aunt Kuanghua was weaker than the 7 great-grandfathers. They were currently in the barrier, rushing to their deaths one after another, and their deaths were surprisingly tactical, clearly the result of many battles. The 3 grandfathers are not simple either. The appearance of the old seniors in Grandpa Tiany's body made her suddenly understand why there were 4 old ladies in her soul sea since she was born, guiding her practice since she was young and helping her out of danger when she encountered trouble. After she became a golden elixir, the old ladies left, saying that their old friends had found an interesting business and they were also interested. Everyone says that Grandpa Tianchi is courting death, but that's not true. Look at the enchantment on all sides. You can even faintly detect the scales on it. The pattern is exactly the same as the tortoiseshell pattern on Grandpa Tianchi's back. The 30 or so arrays in the sky are obviously Grandpa Tianchi's arrays. He is a senior array master, and he specializes in defense. Maybe that's why he dared to die. The last one is Grandpa Tianming. Huh? Nangong Yaji, look who these are? Do they look familiar? If I didn't catch the wrong person, he should be the most outstanding member of your clan. He will be able to inherit your legacy and even surpass you in the future. TSK. It took me a lot of trouble to catch him. He's a very smart kid, not much less than you. Don't stare at me. I know you want to kill me now, but it's a pity that you can't save yourself. Guess why he couldn't beg for mercy? Oh, I dug out his golden elixir. Now that the golden elixir is gone, his tongue is useless. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Have you ever eaten live meat? It's meat cut from a living person. The meat will still move when you cut it. If you put it in your mouth, the meat will seem to run out. Let me show you how. Every shout was murderous and heartbreaking. making Nangong Yaji lose his composure. Li Changyao dry heaved for a while, but she still noticed that after her eldest brother came, she didn't dare to make any plans against this genius of the Nangong family. It was rumored that he had a trump card in the nascent soul stage, but Li Changyao remembered that Grandpa Tianming disappeared for an hour yesterday. He must have gone to catch someone, and he was not injured at all when he came back. At the peak of the Golden Core stage, Li Changwei couldn't imagine how Grandpa Tianming did it to capture a cultivator who had the nascent soul trump card. And there was Grandma Tianyue. The blood-colored moon behind her had become a domain. This moon exuded endless murderous intent. I really didn't know how many people Grandma Tianyue had killed. This murderous aura became a substance. Every time Nangong Yaji wanted to escape, Grandma Tianyue's moon wheel would block her, and Nangong Yaji would retreat as if she had seen a ghost. It seemed like he was shouting something like, "How come you have the aura of a god? Are they still human?" Li Changwei murmured again, then touched the pink bow behind him. "I really don't know when I can be as strong as them." They were not the only ones who were shocked at this moment. Even Li Xiang is like this. Many years have passed, and apart from Li Tianyue, he has rarely seen these guys take action. The Iron Gate 7 are not open to the public, and Li Tianyi and others are really used to wildness. The three of them can't rest unless they do something exciting outside, especially the 7 Iron Gates. This time, they are really serious. These 7 guys were only serious when they were possessed by demons. They haven't fought seriously in all these years since they became immortal. Now, with the combined efforts of 7 people, they can actually stop Nangong Yaji by dying continuously. But this is also thanks to their integration into the Witch Bones. Your descendants, the 7 sons of the Iron Gate, merged into the Wu Bones, and they acquired part of the Wu clan's bloodline. The fusion of the human race, the demon race, and the Wu clan caused them to undergo extraordinary changes, and they acquired the trait, mutation. Because they possess the characteristics of the Mad Blood Demon Lord, their bodies recover faster after being destroyed. Their bodies, which had remained unchanged after being transformed into demons, begin to improve after fusing with the Witch Bones, depending on the strength of the Witch Bones they fuse with. They can practice witchcraft and magic cultivation techniques. Your descendant Li Yundo has obtained the dragon wings and has the ability to teleport within a range of 100 meters. Li Yun has obtained the Sky Eye, which allows him to find the opponent's weaknesses and predict the opponent's next attack. Li Yunjie obtained 6 arms, lost mana, strength, defense, and speed doubled. Li Yunjin obtained Wild Dance, tentacles comparable to low-grade spiritual weapons. Li Yunlai obtained Death, a cultivator within the peak of the Golden Core. Opponents touched by the double horns will die within 7 days. Li Yunzai obtained Reverse Scale, scales are hit, damage rebounded. Li Yunxian obtained Giant, becomes bigger. It can be said that they have acquired innate abilities, and such abilities will be further improved over time. The only pity is that their cultivation speed will be slower. The lifespan of the Wu people is 10 times that of humans, so their cultivation is much slower than that of humans, and the cultivation of the 7 Iron Gate sons will be more difficult. God is a thing that will occasionally be fair. He gave them a toilet but took away the toilet paper. Get out of here! Get out of here! In the trap, Nangong Yazi's wealth and magic were overwhelming. She was powerful but still very angry. Although this trap was strong, more than 30 arrays might be a bit difficult for an ordinary nascent soul to break, but as long as she could calm her mind, she could break it in a moment. Any of the 7 Iron Gate disciples were infinitely close to the nascent soul, but none of them could even get close to her. She could kill them instantly with just a slight move. The murderous aura of the blood-clothed General Li Tianyue has taken shape and can also form a somewhat spiritual realm. But at most the murderous aura can only slightly affect Nangong Yaji. As long as Nangong Yaji can relax a little, he can be killed. Can't. It was precisely these guys that made Nangong Yaji so helpless that she wanted to sit and die on the spot. These Li family members, the 7 Iron Gate sons, are like maggots on the heel, and the rest of the Li family members are all like flies. If she was a physical cultivator, everything would be easy. She just had to rush out and kill those flies. Unfortunately, she was cultivating the financial method. If the protective golden light was broken and she was killed by these Jindan stage guys, she would be infamous for thousands of years. Fortunately, crack, 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 the sound of metal breaking rang out, and she suddenly looked into the distance, only to see a black light in the sky in the distance. Li Yunlin. When she was being hunted by Li Yunlin before, Nangong Yaji was extremely terrified, but now, For some reason, she always felt relieved. If she really continued to fight with these endless Jindan stage cultivators, she would only die in humiliation within half a year. It would be better for her to die at the hands of Li Yunlin, an infant stage cultivator who had experienced nine heavenly tribulations. After a moment, all the Li family members in the Tianqing cave mansion gathered together. The 7 sons of the Iron Gate, the Tian generation and the Xiang generation, all looked at Li Yunlin with admiration as he had recovered to his original appearance, holding the whisk again and leaving the hall with his hands raised to the sky. He now looked like a detached Taoist priest. They saw it. When Li Yunlin arrived just now, he was extremely violent. His whole body was as black as the night sky. With one halberd, he could split Nangong Yaji's almost indestructible millstone. Li Yunlin was also looking at the 7 Iron Gate masters and the younger generations with admiration. Although the ancestors had long said that Nangong Yaji could not escape, Li Yunlin did not expect that it was these guys who stopped Nangong Yaji. He still could not forget the scene he saw when he rushed over. Nangong Yaji was trapped in a very solid magic circle. His 7 brothers and sisters all looked like monsters, and the 4 younger generations of the Tianzi generation all had their own methods. Each of them was much stronger than he was when he was in the Jinan stage. If it was said that the Jinan stage could trap the Yuanying, no one would dare to believe it even if those Jindans went back out. Not to mention that the one trapped was Nangong Yaji. But it really happened in Tianqing Cave. For a moment, all the Li family members looked at each other, as if saying, "Great, you have kept such a great skill hidden from me for so many years." Only Li Changsheng and Li Changwei stood aside silently, looking up at these magical elders. They finally understood why the family's ability had suppressed the entire Qingyun for many years, and even the arrival of the Jiang family could not shake the family's position in the slightest. As for Nangong Yaji, congratulations. Your descendants worked together to capture Nangong Yaji and obtain a large amount of spoils. The ultimate spiritual weapon, raining gold coins, can turn into rain all over the sky, gradually breaking all laws. The gold coins gather together to form a strong shield, resisting all laws. The top-grade spiritual tool Treasure Bowl can be used as a magic circle to trap enemies, can hold living things, can warm up magic tools and spiritual tools, and increase the spiritual energy of treasures. When both are released together, they can transform into a protective field, making them invulnerable to all attacks. When the rain of gold coins falls into the treasure bowl, your strength will increase. The ultimate spiritual weapon, golden threaded robe of wealth and magic, protects the body with wealth and magic, and enhances the vitality of heaven and earth. Obtain the spiritual object, 7th grade gold ingot. Obtain a Nangong Yaji ring, which contains Nangong Yaji's life savings. Hiss! Li Xiang squatted beside Nangong Yaji and looked at what he had gained this time. The Li family had fought in battles all their lives, killing all kinds of enemies. Even the incarnation Li Xiang had killed one himself, but this was the first time he had seen such a wealthy enemy. As for the 2 elders of the Nangong family, they were a little poor. At this moment, the big boss of the Nangong family was controlled by the seniors on Li Tianyi's body, Li Tianming and Li Tianqi. Not only was the nascent soul in her soul sea suppressed, but more than 300 magic arrays were also placed on her body. There were also about 50 magic and spiritual weapons on her body, suppressing her power, almost crushing her to death, and only allowing her to show her head. After all, Nangong Yaji is an important figure in the Nangong family. A living Nangong Yaji is more valuable. At least she knows many of the Nangong family's secret techniques and is well aware of all kinds of information about the Nangong family. Ahem. Li Yunlin and the tribesmen stared at each other for a long time. Then he coughed lightly and looked at Nangong Yaji, whose eyes were lifeless on the ground, breaking the awkward situation that shocked everyone. It's a good thing we have you guys this time. Otherwise, Nangong Yaji would have really escaped. Hearing this, everyone looked at the person next to Li Yunlin. They had received news from their ancestors when Li Yunlin was trapped and had started monitoring that place early on. They naturally knew that this was the elder of the Nangong family, but they didn't know how. This elder of the Nangong family had mixed up with Li Yunlin and had even participated in the battle to besiege Nangong Yaji. He was the most brutal fighter. Brother, please stop saying these polite words. If Tianyue and Changxing hadn't stopped me, I would have gone out and killed that bastard a long time ago. Li Yundo kicked Nangong Yaji, and the pair of wings behind him moved. Then he looked at the elder of the Nangong family. What's going on with this bastard? This Nangong family elder looked like a young man. When he saw the fierce looks of the Li family, his eyes wandered, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. One of my own. Li Yunlin took out a token and said with a smile, "There is an internal strife in the Nangong family. This person is called Nangong Qingshan. Nangong is elegant and unyielding. Brother Qingshan is a wonderful person. To reassure me, he lent me a spiritual tool, the soul token, which is also connected to his infant spirit. We will be friends from now on." These words sounded nice and gave Nangong Qingshan some face. He quickly bowed to everyone, his face full of flattery, like a Nangong family businessman. "I see." Everyone in the Li family nodded slightly, with some joy on their faces. A living nascent soul that can serve the Li family is much more valuable than a dead one. Moreover, if he can leave the Tianqing cave, Nangong Qingshan can even become a spy for the Nangong family, which is wonderful. Nangong Qingshan, Nangong Yaji, who was originally desperate, now struggled angrily and roared at the servile Nangong Qingshan. "You thief! I spared your life, but you insulted my Nangong family and kidnapped me together with the enemy. You will not die well. Ha ha! How ridiculous! I'm going to die a miserable death? If you hadn't insisted on arresting Li Yunlin and harming the Li family, how could you have ended up in this situation?" Nangong Qingshan shouted angrily. "I will hand over the infant god because of you, a bastard. You!" Seeing the two people from the Nangong family arguing, the people from the Li family did not intervene. When they got together, they began to divide the spoils. "Brother, the 7 of us are tough and sturdy, so we don't need these things. Look at this 7th-grade gold ingot. It is exactly the spiritual object your Tianli Palace needs. After refining it, your strength will definitely increase a bit. This gold coin and the treasure bowl are a pair of top-grade spiritual tools that can be used for both attack and defense. Nangong Yazi's strength on the infant god list is due to them. Who wants them? They are too tacky and too eye-catching. No one wants them? In this case, Changwei, you use them first. Changsheng, take this golden robe. You don't have anything good to carry with you. The Tianqing cave is too dangerous." Li Changwei and Li Changsheng stared at the spiritual weapons on their bodies, feeling mixed emotions for a moment. These elders really did not keep any of these good things, and most of them were left to them. After sharing what he got from Nangong Yaji, the Li family members also began to divide the spoils of this trip. They killed many geniuses in Tianqing Cave and obtained many treasures. Now they couldn't get out and couldn't bring them back to their clansmen, so they might as well use them on the spot to increase everyone's strength. A group of people hid aside, and when the things in the rings were taken out, everyone's eyes lit up, especially Li Yunxian, with his 5-meter-tall body, squatting in front like a small hill, blocking the figures of their group, especially the rings of Li Tianyi, Li Tianming, and Li Tianqi. 6th grade? 6th grade spiritual medicine, mineral materials, hundreds of them? What on earth did you 3 bastards do? Li Yundo picked up Li Tianyi with his eyes wide open. Li Tianyi smiled bitterly. "There are so many people here, Dad. Why are you so flustered?" "Oh, yes. Li Yundo quickly put Li Tianyi down, grinning. "As expected of my son, you are really good at snatching things." The 7 sons of Iron Gate watched with satisfaction as the 3 thieves of Tianji divided up the things. However, Li Tianyue had been leading them the whole time, so it was difficult for them to make any moves, and they got very little. Li Yunlin was overjoyed at this point. For spiritual objects in total? Haha, great. As long as Uncle refines these 4 spiritual objects, Tianli Palace will become more powerful. In this Tianqing cave, we will be able to run rampant. Li Tianming Loga. But before he could finish his words, he was picked up just like he was in the ancestral temple. Li Tianming looked aggrieved. "What are you doing?" No one said much. They just grabbed his legs and shook them. And sure enough, 2 storage rings came out. It turns out that this kid is the best at keeping things to himself. Seeing the way everyone was glaring at him, Li Tianming got angry. "Why are you glaring at me? I've worked so hard to kill people all my life. Can't I leave something for myself? Besides, the things in here are useless to you. Look, there's nothing in that ring except a human head. And that ring has a few good spiritual tools in it, but they're all used to monitor the enemy." Seeing this, Li Tianyi also smiled awkwardly, took the ring back, and returned it to Li Tianming. "Yes, this time we were able to monitor the place where Uncle was trapped, thanks to Tianming's treasure, especially the mirror inside. What's it called? Tianyuan mirror." Seeing that his elder brother was speaking for him, Li Tianming finally looked much better. Let me tell you, my ring is full of precious treasures that I use to kill people and rob people. Even if I give them to you, you won't be able to use them. So what is this? Li Tianming had just finished speaking when Li Tianyi, who had just spoken for him, took out another storage ring from Li Tianming's hair with a dark face. This, hee. After a moment, Li Tianming was shrouded in darkness and screamed. After beating Li Tianming, everyone gathered together and began to plot. Li Tianyi said to everyone in a serious tone, "The Tianxing cave is closed this time, and I don't know how to leave. I'm afraid that Tianxing is in chaos now, and no one will be restrained anymore. Moreover, I'm afraid that our battle this time has been known by other Yuanying masters." Hearing this, everyone's faces were solemn. When they were fighting with Nangong Yaji, they had already noticed that there were nascent souls coming out of their bodies to investigate the situation here. The Li family was also on guard. They even felt that there were nascent souls who were planning to reap the benefits. Fortunately, Li Yunlin came, and those nascent souls with ulterior motives did not dare to act recklessly. Li Changxing took a deep breath and said, "My elders, this place is no longer safe. We'd better leave early to avoid the strong men from various forces." But Li Changxing hadn't finished his words. Everyone's expression changed, and they felt a nascent soul energy appearing around them. Not good. Li Yunlin's expression changed drastically, and the Tianli Palace in his hand suddenly appeared. Everyone turned their heads around and saw that Nangong Qingshan had actually used the vitality of heaven and earth and his great magic power to blast open all the restraints that bound Nangong Yaji. He then grabbed one of Nangong Yaji's legs and suddenly threw Nangong Yaji out. In just a blink of an eye, Nangong Yaji had disappeared. Nangong Qingshan. Above the sky, Nangong Yaji was running away frantically. She didn't dare to turn her head, but her eyes were red. Everything that happened that day was beyond her expectations. She didn't expect Li Yunlin to be so strong. She didn't expect the two elders of her family to suddenly revolt and want to share her resources, and she didn't expect so many people from the Li family to appear in Tianxing Cave Mansion. But what she didn't expect the most was Nangong Qingshan, while helping the Li family to capture her, actually endured humiliation and waited for the opportunity to rescue her. Nangong Yaji still remembers the scene in her mind. Nangong Qingshan squatted in front of her, smiling and asking her to live. She had never seen such a dazzling smile in her life. Nangong Yaji grew up in a merchant family, and she pursued profit all her life. But for the first time, she realized that the Nangong family was not only about profit. The head of the family always told her that the tears of merchants were fake. But for the first time, there are twinkling stars in the sky, crystal clear. Nangong Qingshan, Nangong Qingshan. Nangong Yaji roared, and she fled madly. "I want to live. I want to sacrifice the lives of the Li family to you." Boom! Nangong Qingshan saved Nangong Yaji, and the Li family had already reacted. But Nangong Qingshan, who had just flattered, did not hesitate at all. His actions were smooth and flowing, and he was already burning his soul, and he hit Li Changxing with a palm. How terrifying is this desperate palm strike from a nascent soul cultivator? Li Changxing's face changed drastically. This sudden situation caused his blood to ignite. That was the blood of the human emperor. He moved at this moment, but Li Changwei was faster than him and stood in front of him. "I'll fuck your mother." The elders of the Li family were faster than Li Changxing. The 7 sons of the Iron Gate stood in front of Li Changxing like a human wall. Li Yundo's dragon wings used the power of teleportation and died in an instant, resisting Nangong Qingshan's magic power. Li Yunlin had already released the Tianli Palace, and the spiritual weapons of all the Li family members were blocking in front of him. All the predecessors on Li Tianyi's body were even integrated into Li Tianyi's body, making his strength continue to grow. Boom! This desperate attack by the nascent soul stage ended with a loud bang. Li Changxing looked like he had survived a calamity, with cold sweat pouring down his face. "Brother, are you okay?" Seeing that Li Changxing was trembling all over, Li Changjing looked at his brother worriedly. "No, it's okay." Li Changxing reacted, looking at the wall of people in front of him and the ancestral tablets floating beside him. He finally came to his senses. Now, all the people of the Li family surrounded Nangong Qingshan. Nangong Qingshan missed the attack and fell to his knees. He must have been burning too much, and he was spitting blood. He also knew that Li Yunlin had his fate, so he simply didn't run away. It was obvious that he had already decided to die. Looking at this person, everyone in the Li family had complicated expressions. Look ahead again. Where is the elegant aura of Nangong? Seeing the gloomy faces of the Li family, Nangong Qingshan acted like a madman. You Li family, do you really think that my Nangong family are all cowards and wastes? Yaji escaped. This time she really escaped. The Li family was silent. They stared at Nangong Qingshan for a long time. This man was in a very bad state. He laughed wildly and spit out blood. After using the heaven and earth energy, a strong wind blew and blew up his long hair. For a moment, everyone in the Li family actually admired Nangong Qingshan. Are you really not afraid of death? Li Yunlin let out a long breath. Not long ago, Nangong Yaji used you to test my strength and abandoned you. How ridiculous. Nangong Qingshan was still laughing. The internal strife of our Nangong family is our Nangong family's business. From the very beginning, you Li Yunlin, you were deceived by me. Looks like a winner. I was unable to move in Tianli Palace, and I knew I had no chance of survival. But you don't know that although we in the Nangong family pursue profit, we also have a bottom line that cannot be touched. We will never betray our clansmen. This is our bottom line. I'm not sure if Yaji can escape, but I'm willing to give my soul to you. I want to stay by your side. With your life card in your hands, it's no different from me to be dead. I'm willing to use my life to give my people a chance to survive. What a pity. He stared at Li Chongqing with a ferocious smile. It's a great pity that I couldn't kill the cripple of your Li family. Ha! Seeing the Li family members fall silent again, Nangong Qingshan was even more delighted. Come, kill me. Yaji will avenge me, and you all have to die, ha! But Nangong Qingshan's laughter stopped abruptly, and his expression gradually froze. Everyone in the Li family sighed. Li Chongqing had recovered from his initial shock. Li Tianming, who was standing aside, took out a bronze mirror with a strange look on his face. As the mirror's surface flickered, a picture appeared on it. It was a scene from the first-person perspective. Isn't this the Tianyuan mirror, used for surveillance that was found in the storage ring when Li Tianming was hiding it? The picture showed that it was above the clouds in the sky. Looking down at the ground, one could see a tattered long skirt and a pair of shoes worn by a woman. There was even a voice from a woman that was almost squeezed out from between her teeth. Nangong Qingshan, I will go back. I want the Li family to pay with their lives. Nangong Qingshan's eyes were dull. How is it possible? How is it possible? And at this time, Li Chongqing had been pushed forward by Li Changjing. Facing the guy who had almost killed him just now, Li Chongqing looked respectful and said, From the beginning, we didn't intend to kill Nangong Yaji. We in the Li family have a saying that if someone is not as strong as us, letting him live may bring us greater benefits. Hearing this, everyone in the Li family laughed. Impossible? Impossible. Nangong Qingshan was hunched over, and he clenched his fists. Li Chongqing ignored his condition and continued. Now that Tianqing Cave is closed, we, the Li family, will not be able to hide the truth from the masters in Tianqing Cave even if we fight here. We need a pair of eyes. So, Nangong Yaji is the best pair of eyes, especially Nangong Yaji, who needs revenge. I heard that she is very familiar with the cultivators in the entire Changyang mansion. She is no match for our Li family, but she will definitely find a stronger master to deal with our Li family. She is also a calculating businessman, and it is very likely that she is the one who came up with the plan. If you anticipate the enemy's moves, you are not far from victory. We just didn't expect. Li Chongqing wiped the cold sweat from his head. Nangong Qingshan's palm was more terrifying than the time when he was frightened by the three seniors. He almost died again today. Nangong Qingshan was completely desperate when he saw Nangong Yaji in the picture was really going to seek help. All his sacrifices seemed so ridiculous. Li Tianming slowly put away the bronze mirror. He shrugged and said, So how can we monitor your Nangong family all the time? It's because of this Tianyuan mirror. As long as we take a little blood from our heart, we can detect everything that even a bird sees, and the other party can't find out at all. Think about it. Why would Nangong Yaji be suppressed by so many magic weapons and spiritual weapons? And her eyes are always dull? Do you really think we are so stupid to suppress Nangong Yaji with those things? After all, she is a master who is qualified to enter the infant god list. Under normal circumstances, we will not spare such a powerful person's life to avoid any changes. Unless she shows us her value. Because we want to take her precious blood without anyone noticing. And at the same time, we want to leave her a chance to survive and let her try to escape. See Li Tianming's smile. Nangong Qingshan felt like he had seen an evil ghost. He went crazy and rushed towards Li Tianming, but was suppressed by the magic power of Tianli Temple. He was still struggling. You are not a human. You are a beast, a beast. He understood. From the beginning, everything was planned by the Li family. Even if he didn't have to fight to the death, they would deliberately give Nangong Yaji a chance to survive, so that Nangong Yaji would find ways to take revenge and become the eyes of the Li family. Everything he did and his sacrifice not only failed to work, but instead accidentally helped the Li family a lot. From now on, Nangong Yaji will not have any doubts about her escape, and all her future efforts will become the Li family's dowry. So, choose how you die. Li Yunlin closed his eyes. Everything was part of the clan's plan. He just didn't expect Nangong Qingshan to be so crazy. It was beyond their expectations that Changsheng almost died at the hands of Nangong Qingshan. But after hearing Li Yunlin's words, Nangong Qingshan did not respond at all. He just continued to struggle to rush towards Li Tianming, cursing and vowing to take the Tianyuan mirror from Li Tianming's hand. Li Tianming rolled his eyes. Uncle, how else can you let him die? Changsheng almost died at his hands. How about this? Hand him over to me. I will stab him to death with a knife. Let him die cleanly and neatly. Seeing Grandpa Tianming's look, Li Changsheng rolled his eyes. He knew without thinking that Grandpa Tianming was like finding a toy. If he really fell into Grandpa Tianming's hands, Lingqi would probably be the easiest way to die. He glanced at Nangong Qingshan. Although he almost died at the hands of the other party, Li Changsheng still admired such people. He sighed and said, "It's a pity that you didn't really join our Li family. If we met a man like you outside Tianxing Cave, we in the Li family would become good friends with you." After these words were spoken, everyone in the Li family fell silent again. Li Xiang, who was watching quietly, was also like this. This time, everyone in the Li family was really panicked. They had been hunting eagles all day and were actually pecked in the eye by an eagle. At the beginning, everyone in the Li family really wanted to save Nangong Qingshan's life. After all, a living Yuanying stage who could serve the family was better than a top-grade spiritual weapon. But Nangong Qingshan was not surprised, but frightened. Fortunately, the tribesmen had a plan early on, and Li Changsheng was rescued. The only downside is, Li Changsheng's hands are shaking like Parkinson's. Your descendant has been through many traps and nearly died at the hands of Nangong Qingshan. His trait of cautious has been upgraded to ultimate caution. After so many shocks, he will not miss any details and will never leave himself any conceivable dangers. Everyone in the Li family fell silent. Li Changsheng continued to sigh and said, "Grandfather, Nangong Qingshan is indeed a man worthy of admiration. Why don't you give him a quick and clean one yourself? Tianxing Cave is quite large. Burn his spirit and give his body to me. I will find him a quiet place where no one will disturb his body." "That's fine." Li Yunlin looked at Li Changsheng's sincere eyes and nodded slightly. This kind of man deserves a good death. Immediately, Li Yunlin killed Nangong Qingshan with a dagger, burned his soul, and gave the body to Li Changsheng. Seeing Nangong Qingshan's body, Li Changsheng was shocked. "Changwei, hurry up. Take me away from 1,000 meters away." Li Tianyi, Li Tianming, and Li Tianqi looked at Li Changsheng in surprise, like a frightened bird. For some reason, this kid was so timid. No one paid much attention to Li Changsheng. They began to hide and continued to monitor Nangong Yaji. As expected, 7 days later, Nangong Yaji had already found many monks and started plotting. Outside the hiding place, Li Changsheng had indeed arranged a tomb for Nangong Qingshan, and outside the tomb were various magic arrays. After waiting for 7 days, Li Changsheng and Li Changwei dug up Nangong Qingshan's tomb. Li Changjing looked at his brother, who was sitting 200 meters away speechlessly. "Brother, are you crazy? They said that the person was dead, and his Yuanying was burned. Why did you come to see him? I doubt he's dead yet." Li Changsheng looked solemn. "I seal his body with a spiritual tool and send it back to Grandpa for refining. Oh, by the way, burn the surrounding area with a big fire after digging it out. Forget it. Just use your magic power to sweep the surrounding area. I'm afraid that his remaining soul may possess the bodies of passing animals." Li Shengyi. After releasing Nangong Yaji, the Li family members were not in a hurry to act. They would change locations every 2 or 3 days and conceal their bodies with magic arrays, array plates, talismans, and spiritual tools, so as to avoid encountering any masters that they could not deal with. They also did not intend to participate in the fighting in the already chaotic Tianqing Cave without any preparation. Even if they encountered some cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage trying to seize the secret treasure, Li Changsheng would stop the elders from fighting for it to avoid falling into any trap. Now the Li family is creating a hiding place 300 meters underground. Only the bronze mirror in front of them provides a ray of light. The bronze mirror contains all the angles that Nangong Yaji can see. The Tianqing Cave is as big as 4 or 5 county towns. The previous battle has already attracted the investigation of cultivators from all sides. Some of our strength has been exposed. I am afraid that we have already attracted attention. Li Changxing said in a serious tone. Why don't we hide for a while? Nangong Yaji must be crazy and want to kill us. Her actions are our chance. Everyone nodded in agreement. After waiting for several days, he also spied on Nangong Yaji. After she escaped, she was very rational. After all, she had been in a high position for many years. She had gathered many weak cultivators by relying on the status of the Nangong family, which was rich in treasures. She had the power of numbers and therefore attracted a Yuanying peak from a large sect to keep warm together. Even some of the double cultivation affairs that you shouldn't see. Xuelang, let's not talk about whether I was scared by the Qingyunli family. In this Tianqing cave, many masters are fighting for resources. In the future, these resources will become less and less, and we will inevitably fight for them. We should have been prepared long ago. There was a large bed in the cave. Nangong Yaji was leaning on the chest of a handsome man, her slender hands drawing circles on his chest. The Li family was intrigued by this exciting scene, but it was nothing after all. Love between men and women was a compulsory course for the family, to avoid doing anything stupid. The man who shared the bed with Nangong Yaji was not tempted by her beauty. He slowly put on his clothes and said while thinking, that day, when your Nangong of Baibao Shunkai fought with the Qingyunli family, not only me, but also many Yuanyings were investigating. Yaji, if you want to cooperate, that's fine. It's just a means of survival. But you remember, I will not fight the Li family to the death. Nangong Yaji's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, but she was charming, and she entangled the monk named Xue like a snake. In Xuelang's eyes, am I this kind of person? Now I just want to live safely. You'd better. Looking at Xue Huairan's figure walking out, Nangong Yaji was left with only a cold look. She turned sideways, pulled the quilt over, tears streaming down her cheeks, but her voice was still cold. How could I, Nangong Yaji, fall to this point? These scenes were seen by everyone in the Li family and Li Xiang, making the place where they were very depressing. Li Xiang could probably tell the mood of the Li family. Li Tianyue had also experienced such love affairs and used her beauty as a weapon, so she naturally lowered her eyebrows. Li Changhuai was a virgin, but she could feel some of Nangong Yaji's bitterness. The two girls among the 7 iron gates couldn't understand why women would use such means instead of relying on their own strength to fight. As for the men of the Li family, even though there are many bachelors among them, no one knows whether they have visited brothels in recent years. Li Xiang even heard that in the largest brothel in Qingyun County, a group of single monks standing at the top of Qingyun could often be seen staring at each other in different private rooms. Oh, damn it! A man should never bully the old and weak or force good girls into prostitution. Li Yundo rubbed his messy hair and said, I should have killed her earlier and not let her use such means to become our enemy. Li Tianyue frowned, but sometimes I have to admit that this is also the best weapon. She has no spiritual weapons and has long lost the strength to be on the infant god list. This is also the best method she can use. Otherwise, she can't deal with our Li family. This statement made everyone sigh for a moment. Li Yunlin turned to Li Changxing and asked, Grandson, is this Xue from the Xue family? Xue family's great master. This Xue family is a Yuanying family. I heard that Xue Huairan is also the ancestor of the Xue family, and he has practiced for only 1,000 years. Li Changxing said in a serious tone, this person is not outstanding either, but in my opinion, Xue Huairan really doesn't want to fight with my Li family for Nangong Yaji. But to him, Nangong Yaji was once a high and mighty person, and things that were once unattainable can always make people miss them. If Nangong Yaji really wants to use Xue Huairan, she has many ways to do it. It seems that there will be more people like this. In the following days, through Nangong Yaji, the Li family members were able to obtain a lot of information without leaving their homes. Multiple forces have formed in the Tianqing Cave within a very short period of time. The main reason for this is that even powerful people like Su Dingsheng, who is ranked 23rd on the infant god list by Hung of Chixing Fort, who is ranked 8th, and Mr. Wu, one of Xingyang's study, who is ranked 10th, are all frantically plundering resources. Most of these forces are weaker, nascent soul cultivators who recognize each other and cooperate with each other to form forces in order to avoid being bullied by these truly powerful masters. On the contrary, the monk Meng from the Daming Wang Temple, who ranked 19th, worked very hard to run around in the Tianqing Cave, looking like he was saving people from suffering and stopping the killing everywhere. If he encountered the two warring parties, he would knock them down first, but would not kill them, often leaving the two warring parties helpless. There was chaos inside the Tianqing Cave, while everyone outside was anxious as they could not find the location of the Tianqing Cave. Yi Xiao and the others who were originally locked up outside the Tianqing Cave mansion were also grateful for this. After expressing their gratitude to the Jindan cultivator who trapped them in the Changyang mansion, they hurried back to Qingyun. Brother Dalong, don't worry. Regarding Li Jia Yunlin's entry into Tianqing Cave mansion, we will just wait and see what happens in Changyang mansion. King Jiang Qingwan hurried to the Li family and comforted Li Dalong. These days, I have used some of my connections to ask some big forces to see how to solve it. I just hope that your grandson can return safely from Tianqing Cave mansion. Thank you, Prince Jiang. Li Dalong hurriedly expressed his gratitude. In that case, I will go back first. When he left, Prince Jiang also sighed, feeling somewhat relieved and somewhat worried. Having been in a high position for so many years, how could he not know how powerful the Li family was? It was so deeply rooted that it was frightening. He was even more scared now because after hearing the news that Li Yunlin was trapped, he actually felt a bit of gloating. It should be noted that for those in high positions, such petty thoughts are taboos. As for worry, when he came to the Li family this time, he saw that Li Dalong was in low spirits, and he was also afraid that Li Yunlin was trapped in Tianqing Cave Mansion, which really affected the Qingyan War. I only hope that the Tianqing Cave Mansion can really be opened. Li Yunlin can break through and return. My Qingyan will gain another powerful nascent soul, and the cultivators of Changyang Mansion will be annihilated. This is the right way. As Prince Jiang left, in the Li family's hall, Li Dalong's eyes were filled with worry. There was more than just Li Yunlin imprisoned in the Tianqing Cave. Seeing his father's frown, Li Yaowen smiled and said, "Dad, don't worry too much. The 7 children from the 3rd family are in the Tianqing Cave Mansion. Besides, there are Tianyue, Tianming, and Changxing. Dad should know what they do, so there won't be any big problems. Besides, our ancestors said that they act steadily and the Nangong family is played around by them." "Why?" Li Dalong sighed. "All the good children in my family are in Tianqing Cave. How can I not worry? If you say that the Tianqing Cave is closed in a very strange way, you practice destiny but didn't notice anything unusual, and the old tree also used a lot of energy and blood but couldn't find out any secrets. I don't know why, but I always feel a little uneasy in my heart." Although the ancestor obtained many incredibly powerful secret techniques during this trip and gave them to the family, he was not happy at all. "Dad, you think too much." Li Yaowen smiled gently, but in fact, although she had improved her destiny to some extent, she still felt a little uneasy. She believed in her intuition, and seeing her father was like this, she believed it even more. Moreover, the entrapment of Tianyue and Changxing has a great impact on the Li family. Now the 1,000-year plan of Qingyan Army and Changyang Mansion requires Li Yaowen's intervention. The 7 sons of Iron Gate and the 3 thieves of Tianji were trapped, which also weakened the family's power and left everything to be determined. At this moment, Li Yaoqing ran in from outside the door. "Dad, 4 sister. Have you seen Ruru? I was looking for her to get the beast blood." Qinglan Mountain, what a fairy mountain. The spiritual energy above the mountain gate is thick and solid, but it is also very quiet. Occasionally, you can even see powerful monsters flying. There are many cultivators waiting at the foot of the mountain. This is the so-called pilgrimage. After all, there are cultivators in the realm of refining emptiness on Qinglan Mountain. There are less than 100 people inside the mountain gate, and all of them have reached the nascent soul stage. If you can gain the favor of Qinglan Mountain, that will be the time when you can soar to the sky. But today a strong woman in armor came here. If she didn't have the armor, I'm afraid this woman's figure would be like a Black Panther. She is really a rare and extraordinary woman in the world. When this woman came, she walked in front of the mountain gate. As tough as her appearance, she shouted as soon as she opened her mouth. "By Ruru, the daughter-in-law of the Yao generation of the Li family in Qingyun, request to see Venerable Baimei and asks Venerable Baimei to find the Tianqing Cave Mansion. Such noise startled all the birds on Qinglan Mountain and made the pilgrims at the foot of the mountain frown. What kind of holy place is Qinglan Mountain? It was the first time they saw someone dare to be so presumptuous here and really treat the wife of a mountain barbarian. Bai Ruru shouted, but there was no response for a long time, so she continued to shout. Her 7 lovely children were all trapped in the Tianqing cave, so why would she care about the Holy Land? At this time, inside Qinglan Mountain, there is a small courtyard that is no different from that of an ordinary person's home. The green smoke is curling in the air, probably from cooking. An old man in farmer's clothes must have heard a call from the foot of the mountain. He suddenly opened the door, walked to the front, and calculated with his fingers. He must have figured out something and let out a long sigh. Ah, Tianqing, oh Tianqing, it's really a sin. Then, he continued his day as if he hadn't heard the noise outside. What? Ruru went to ask for help from Qinglan Mountain? Mr. Blacksmith in Merit City, Li Yaotai, was still forging iron. If fourth sister hadn't told him about this, he would have had no idea that his wife was missing. Now he stopped forging iron, without even wiping the sweat off his face. With his upper body bare and wearing a pair of large shorts, he thought for a moment, threw the storage ring in his hand to fourth sister, and flew towards Qinglan Mountain. Third brother, why are you in such a hurry? But when Li Yaotai was halfway through his flight, Li Yaowen had already waved his hand. Although there was clearly nothing in front of him, Li Yaotai still crashed into something. If Li Yaowen had not used his magic power to catch Li Yaotai, this steel man, who was heavier than a house, would have smashed a big hole in Gonda City. Li Yaowen looked like an old woman, with even more wrinkles on her face. Third brother, why did you give me this ring? Sister Ruru went to Qinglan Mountain, so maybe there won't be any trouble. When you gave me this ring, I could even guess that you would go to Qinglan Mountain. You are over 200 years old. Why are you still so impatient and confused? How can I not be anxious? Li Yaotai hit his head hard. I swore in front of Old Pig's grave that I would protect Ruru and the children. His grandmother's Tianqing cave has locked up all my children. Old tree, and you can't figure out the Tianqing cave. How can it be easy? And Ruru, she's a weak woman. What should she do if she is bullied in Qinglan Mountain? No matter if he is in the God transformation or the void refining stage, Master Bai Mei is Master Tianqing's master. I will go and get him out. You bastard. A roar came, and Li Yaotai trembled all over. Looking into the distance, wasn't that Su Tsuehua? Su Tsuehua had always been very gentle, and this roar completely frightened Li Yaotai, who even knelt on the ground and shouted, Mom. As soon as Su Tsuehua arrived, she slapped Li Yaotai on the head with a gloomy face. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? My daughter-in-law has been kneeling in Qinglan Mountain for half a month, and nothing happened. This means that the incident was not a big deal. Qinglan Mountain is also a generous place. Do you have to join in the fun and cause some trouble? This? Li Yaotai thought about it, and it seemed to be true. His eyes lit up, and he said, That makes sense, Mom. Glancing at Li Yaotai unhappily, Su Tsuehua looked at Li Yaowen. Warner, let Tianlatang spread the news about Tianqing Cave Mansion and tell the people of Changyang Mansion that Venerable Tianqing is the disciple of Venerable Bai Mei. Especially let those scholars in Xinjiang Academy who are full of knowledge know about it. It has been many years since Xinjiang Academy produced a scholar named Wuwen. Let them deal with Qinglan Mountain. Yes, Mother. Li Yaowen nodded slightly. She had already had this idea. And Yuetai. Tianchuang is alone in the Qingyun army now, and Yunbing is now focusing on the war in the 3 regions of Qingyun, especially in the eastern region. The Wu clan hasn't seen Tianyue for many days, and they're getting more and more rampant. Atai, take Sanqing Jiaolong and Lao Zhen with you. There's something important to do, and you won't think about causing trouble in Qinglan Mountain all day long. He wanted to refute, but when he saw my mother raising her hand, Li Yaotai quickly responded, sent the child away. Su Tsuehua walked back into the house. Her husband was waiting inside. When he saw her, his face was filled with worry and sadness. Tsuehua, are you really going to the north? At this time, Xiang had also returned to the family residence, and the reason for his return was also because of a special event. Special event. Invitation from the Northern Fox tribe. There are many demon tribes in the world. In the northern part of the Endless Forest, there is a large tribe of fox demons. The demon saint of the fox tribe occupies a place of his own. At that time, the demon saint's great calamity was approaching. He calculated that he would die with no chance of survival. There was no one with outstanding talent in the fox tribe. Hearing that Su Tsuehua of Qingyun was half-demon, he cultivated into a 6-tailed half-demon in 200 years, so he invited her to return to the Fox tribe to recognize her ancestors and teach her the true way of demons. In fact, this was not the first time that the Fox clan had invited her. After Su Tsuehua revealed her true identity in the battle at the Qingyan border and her true strength was known to all parties, the Fox clan had sent a letter within a few months. The Fox Saint probably didn't have many more years to live. The letter that came in, which seemed to be a great benefit for Su Tsuehua at the beginning, became a bit of a plea in the end. Maybe in a few years he will secretly come to the Leaf family and steal people. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Tsuehua smiled and said, things at home are so chaotic. There's the Wu clan outside, and the Changyang mansion is coveting me. Now the children are trapped in the Tianxing cave mansion. I don't know what the situation is in the Tianxing cave mansion. Why should I go to the Fox clan? That's good. That's good. Li Daolong also smiled, but he still saw some hesitation in Su Tsuehua's eyes. He knew that his wife respected women at home and men outside, but today she seemed abnormal. Otherwise, she would not participate in family affairs and arrange things for the children. I'm afraid she was really tempted and lost her composure. Until nightfall. After the couple had a loving moment in the coffin, Li Daolong hugged Su Tsuehua in his arms and could no longer hold back and asked, So, we've been married for 200 years. You really can't hide it from me. You still have to go to the Fox tribe. Su Tsuehua hesitated for a long time, then looked at Li Daolong with a smile. Boss, I still can't hide it from you. Alas! Li Daolong sighed. It takes 100 years to be able to cross the river together. 200 years have passed. How come I don't know what you think? Su Tsuehua did not hide it. She said what was in her mind. Master, our family has finally come to this day. We have many children and grandchildren. Back then, I thought that as long as we occupied and conquered Thailand town, we would be able to live a peaceful life. But I thought the world was too simple, and I had no choice once I entered the immortal path. We defeated Thailand, but we couldn't defeat the world. The mortal body is too weak. If we defeated Thailand, Litian and Xuanwu would fight each other, and there would be a 100-year drought. If we defeated Taiching, Taoist Xiang would not let us go, and even Qingyun and the Wu clan. Now that the children have grown up, they want to fight. They're different from us. You and I were born in the mountains, and we can be content with being ordinary, but they were born into a great immortal family. The children of the eldest generation have been called Li's Qilin children since they were young. They are ambitious and will not be content with being ordinary. They want to fight with the world. You and I can't escape. The children are relying on us. Since the Wu clan is unwilling to let us go, and there are wolves and tigers behind us in Changyang Mansion, the children will be in trouble even if they arrive at Tianxing Cave Mansion. We still need to ask for help from Qinglan Mountain, a useless place that we have never heard of. When people have concerns, they have no choice but to follow the crowd. As the head of the family, I have also understood life. Since I can't escape this world, I will either advance or retreat. I will go to the demon clan. At least I will get the inheritance of the demon saint. I will see, no matter how ambitious my children are, who dares to touch my children. These words made Li Daolong silent, and the same went for Li Xiang. Neither he nor Li Daolong saw it as clearly as Su Tsuehua. The path of spiritual practice is not one of either progress or regression, but there are too many people and things that make people worry. Su Tsuehua is a very peaceful person. Over the years, she still keeps the habit of going to the Silver Iron Forest to raise spiritual beasts when she has nothing to do. She didn't care much about so many things happening at home, but perhaps her heart is not as peaceful as she seems on the surface. Li Daolong thought for a long time, and suddenly smiled at Su Tsuehua. Wife, don't feel any burden. I'm at home, and you can go to the northern border. If there is any danger, I will bring the children to kill them. Seeing her husband's vicious look, Su Tsuehua was amused by the bandit's appearance and said, Look at what you can do. Seeing how loving the couple was, Li Xiang quickly escaped from the heavenly death coffin. He knew without a doubt what kind of terrible fight would take place before the couple parted. 7 days passed. The Li family's letter was headed for the Fox clan's stronghold. After all, the journey was long, and they needed the support of the Fox clan. I'm afraid the Fox clan was more concerned about Su Tsuehua's safety than the Li family. At this time, the war in Qingyan County was still going on as usual, and the Li family members in Tianxing Cave were as calm as ever. Li Xiang was waiting at the foot of Qinglan Mountain, and Bai Ruru was also kneeling at the foot of Qinglan Mountain, asking the Taoist Bai Mei on Qinglan Mountain to come out of the mountain. After all, he was the master of Venerable Tianxing. Bai Ruru guessed that the Taoist Bai Mei should know some secrets of Tianxing Cave, and might even be able to open the Tianqing cave and let her children out. As the Li family spread the news everywhere, more and more cultivators rushed to Qinglan Mountain. They first glanced at Bai Ruru, and then followed Bai Ruru to kneel at the foot of Qinglan Mountain, asking Taoist Bai Mei to come out of the mountain. Although they were not on good terms, they had their most powerful disciples and clansmen in Tianqing Cave, which did not prevent them from standing on the same front. As expected by Su Cuihua and Li Yaowen, the worst commotion occurred in Xingyang's study, where people were swearing outside Qinglan Mountain. Although the words were not rude, they sounded very dirty. Li Xiang broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. If such a commotion happened outside the Li family's house, these guys would be beheaded in the next second. Master, in an ordinary cave on Qinglan Mountain, a disciple arrived in an instant, frowned and looked at the white-browed elder, who was still in his normal mortal state, and said in a deep voice, "As you expected, Li Bai Ruru has managed to find all the major forces, and I don't know how she knew that Tianqing was once a disciple of our master." Between words, the man frowned even deeper. "Master, I want to know why Tianqing Cave was closed. Didn't Tianqing live for thousands of years? Why did his place of meditation close on its own? It's so unreasonable that it has led to the current situation. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." The white-browed elder sighed and waved his hand slightly. His next words really made the disciple's face change. What a ridiculous group of people. They are greedy and entered the Tianqing Cave. It has nothing to do with my Qinglan Mountain. But they came to my Qinglan Mountain to make trouble. They are courting death. Go ahead, Xiao. It's just a warning to them. It will let them know that they are not worthy of causing trouble in Qinglan Mountain. Xiao looked unhappy. He has practiced in Qinglan Mountain for hundreds of years and has never killed innocent people. In this holy land, he has always been seeking truth without caring about worldly affairs. His master has always taught him this way. Now he wants him to kill those poor people at the foot of the mountain who are just seeking a reason? Obviously, Master only needed to explain the relationship, but Master chose to conceal it. "Master, I'll let you go." Elder Bai Mei snorted coldly. "Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. I didn't ask you to kill them all. The incident was caused by the Li family. So, just kill Bai Ruru. Why don't you go now?" Xiao didn't move for a long time, and the white-browed master shouted coldly. This low roar made Xiao confused. He looked at his master's fluttering white eyebrows. He had been practicing with his master for hundreds of years. His master was the most calm person he had ever seen in his life. This time he was so angry that Xiao didn't even recognize him. He even felt that his master seemed to be afraid. "Yes, master." Xiao didn't dare to say much and nodded slightly. Only Elder Bai Mei looked up to the sky and sighed. "I hope this is not a test from Tianqing, but I also hope it is really a test from Tianqing." But after a moment, Elder Bai Mei's face changed drastically. He saw that his disciple Xiao had come back and did not kill Bai Ruru, but actually brought Bai Ruru to the mountain. This made Elder Bai Mei unable to suppress his anger anymore. He suddenly appeared beside Xiao, scaring Xiao so much that he was covered in cold sweats. Elder Bai Mei saw Bai Ruru's frowning and questioning look and grabbed Xiao's collar with anger. "What did you do? Bastard, who told you to bring someone in? I told you to kill her, traitor. Don't you understand what I mean? You're going to kill me?" Bai Ruru just frowned when she heard this. When she came to Qinglan Mountain to ask to see Bai Mei, she was already prepared to be killed. But Bai Mei and Xiao had no intention of paying attention to Bai Ruru. Xiao was trembling with fear. He had never seen his master so angry before. He was panicking. "Master, I don't want to kill innocent people. If you want to kill, do it yourself. You." His eyebrows and hair were all white, and his face was youthful. Now his slightly round face was flushed, and he was obviously very angry, but he stopped and took a long breath. Well, you are too kind, but you don't understand the truth that killing one person can save thousands of people." "What do you mean, senior?" Bai Ruru was completely puzzled, and even Li Xiang beside her was the same. When he heard that Bai Mei wanted to kill someone, he had already concentrated and was ready to save Bai Ruru at all costs. But now, Bai Mei had no intention of killing at all, and instead looked dejected. But at the same time, Li Xiang was also a little uneasy. He always felt that this time when his family went to Tianqing Cave, they seemed to have touched some taboo. Otherwise, this white eyebrow would not have acted so strangely. While he was thinking, Bai Mei had already controlled Bai Ruru and placed his hand on Bai Ruru's head. In an instant, Bai Ruru's eyes turned white. A force of heaven and earth burst out from Bai Mei, as if exploring something on Bai Ruru. This action was so fast that Li Xiang had no time to react, but he was also relieved. How powerful was the power of Lianxiu? He couldn't stop it, but now it seemed that Bai Ruru was not in danger of death. After a moment, Bai Mei's hand loosened from Bai Ruru's head, allowing Bai Ruru to return to normal as if nothing had happened. Seeing his disciple frowning and looking at him with suspicion, Bai Mei made a gesture of invitation to Bai Ru. "Girl, don't you want to know about Tianqing Cave Mansion, Tianqing's affairs, and why I want to kill you?" Bai Ruru was not afraid and went towards Bai Mei's thatched cottage. Burning incense, boiling water, and brewing tea, Bai Mei didn't look like the legendary cultivator in the realm of refining emptiness at all. Instead, he looked like an ordinary old man. "I don't know how you knew that Tianqing and I are master and disciple, but you have made a big mistake without realizing it." "Big mistake?" Bai Ruru's expression froze. Bai Mei said expressionlessly, "In fact, what you did was very smart. You know that Tianqing and I are a master and disciple. I can open Tianqing's cave. If you come to ask me for help, it will surely be successful. If I can open Tianqing's cave, it will also be a great merit. This is a good thing for both you and me. Even your Li family can be connected with me because of this." Hearing this, Bai Ruru frowned again, exactly as she said. Seeing that I was unwilling to come out, your Li family called on various forces to put pressure on me and spread rumors. I can't blame anyone for this. In the end, due to the pressure, I had to open the Tianqing Cave Mansion for you. You are not even afraid of me. I have heard rumors that even the Wu clan's sacred bird totem does not dare to send experts to the Li family. You are not afraid of me, so you are sure that I dare not kill the Li family." Bai Ruru's brows relaxed. It wasn't her doing. She didn't think too much about it. She just wanted to rescue her children. But she never thought that everything seemed to be too different from what she thought. "But you were wrong." Bai Mei laughed bitterly. "My disciple should really kill you. Once you die, there won't be so many people involved. My disciple is suspicious by nature." Xiao, who was pouring tea, was stunned for a moment. As if seeing Xiao's actions, Bai Mei snorted coldly. "I'm not talking about you." Seeing that the master had returned to his usual self, Xiao asked in doubt, "Master, besides me, do you have any other disciples?" "Have." Bai Mei's face was solemn. "In my life, I have accepted Tianqing, the disciple with the worst qualifications but the most extraordinary. And now, you are brought to see me by Xiao. With a suspicious nature, you are in big trouble now, or rather, since I accepted Tianqing as my disciple, this trouble has been big." "What? Lord Tianqing is still alive?" Bai Ruru and Li Xiang's faces changed drastically. Although they could not understand Bai Mei's implied meaning, they could clearly understand some information. The kind-hearted Xiao's hands trembled so much that she almost spilled the tea in her hands. They believed that the venerable Tianqing, who had already passed away, was still alive. And for some unknown reason, even this old man who stood at the top of Changyang Mansion and even had the power to call the wind and rain in the entire Qing dynasty was very afraid of his dead disciple, venerable Tianqing. Bai Mei sighed. "Yes, he is still alive. If he were dead, that would be fine. I just don't want to bother with the past. Tianqing is suspicious by nature. If you come in, 10,000 years ago, Qinglan Mountain was not so deserted. I like to recruit disciples, and I had more than 100 disciples." Bai Mei sighed, imagining how lively the Qinglan Mountain was back then. Now, he only had Xiao as his disciple. Hearing what his master said, Xiao scratched his head. The elders in Qinglan Mountain said that it was rare in the world, but he knelt in front of his master for 30 years before he was recognized by his master. "Among my disciples, there is Tianqing. I heard that he devoted himself to the Tao, but used the life and death sacrifice formation to commit evil. I should have killed him to eliminate harm from the world, but persuading evil to do good is also a great merit for me. Among my disciples, there is Tianqing. Thousands of years have passed, and I have discovered that Tianqing is a man of rare character. He has ordinary talents, but he dares to fight against the heavens. Can you imagine? A person with 5 spiritual roots, who has no good treasures in his life to change his aptitude, and even after building a foundation to change his fate, he still has 4 spiritual roots. He actually cultivated to the point of breaking the elixir and crossing the infant." A trace of shock flashed in Bai Mei's eyes. 39 infant tribulations. This may not be surprising to those of you with extraordinary talents, but his talent is indeed as difficult as ascending to heaven. At that time, I told him that it would be difficult for him to break through the spirit transformation in his lifetime, but he is so extraordinary that he deserves praise from the world. Hearing this, The expressions of everyone present changed slightly. For spiritual roots, to be able to break through the nascent soul stage with such aptitude was truly incredible. I only heard Bai Mei continue. Later he told me that he had fulfilled the destiny and remained silent for 1,000 years, but I underestimated him. People in the world would admit defeat, but he would not. I also didn't expect that he was so cruel. Seeing the grief and anger in Bai Mei's eyes, Ashio's expression changed slightly. Cruel? Master, you never told me about the deaths of my fellow disciples. It was unknown how many years this old man had lived, but he finally looked old, with helpless anger hidden between his brows. The nascent soul has lived for 2,000 years, but Xiang has never given up. His talent is average, but his comprehension is always top-notch. He destroyed the life and death sacrifice formation. But over the past 1,000 years, he has used this formation and my Qinglan Mountain's 100 Prosperity and Prosperity Heavenly Luo technique to form another formation. The 100 Prosperous Heavenly Luo technique borrows strength from people in a town, a county, or a prefecture, but he is different. He borrows the lives of the disciples of Qinglan Mountain to seize the secrets of heaven. For more than 1,000 years, he has been collecting the blood of his disciples everywhere to form a cause and effect. At that time, Tianqing was in the middle stage of the nascent soul, with only a few decades left to live, and his thunder tribulation had also arrived. A trace of fear flashed in Bai Mei's eyes. No, that was the calamity of my Qinglan Mountain. There are thousands of disciples in the sect, and he borrowed the lives of the disciples to help him overcome the great calamity of his soul. Ashio and Bai Ruru's eyes were already dull. They could even imagine how desperate Bai Mei and the masters of Qinglan Mountain were that day. Thousands of people were going through the tribulation, and the thunder tribulation was superimposed on thousands of layers, which had already surpassed any visible heavenly tribulation in the world. How could any of the disciples of Qinglan Mountain still be alive? Even these extraordinary masters could only watch their disciples die. Thinking of the scene back then, Ashio still had a look of fear on his face. He finally understood why his master no longer accepted disciples. He also knew that Qinglan Mountain was so powerful, but there were only a few disciples. But he was still puzzled and asked, Master, thousands of people are going through the tribulation, but Tianqing. That day, all of these old guys in Qinglan Mountain wanted to kill him. Bai Mei shook his head, but there was only fear in his eyes. We watched our disciples suffer a calamity with our own eyes. No one could survive such a thunder calamity. Tianqing was also wiped out in that thunder calamity. But I don't believe it. I saw it. I saw him smiling at me while being baptized by the thunder tribulation. I remember his smile. When I thought he couldn't break through to the nascent soul stage, and he really attracted the 39 heavenly tribulation, his smile was like that. I have never seen a smile that frightened me so much. Bai Mei let out a long breath. I believe he is still alive. I have been investigating for 10,000 years. Finally, I found out, but the truth scares me even more. Still alive? Ashio's eyes widened. He clenched his fists. He was horrified by the past. How could such a cruel and ruthless person live until now? He narrowed his eyes. Master, is he hiding in Tianqing Cave? Let's find Tianqing Cave, open the cave, and make him perish completely. But Bai Mei's next words made Ashio and Bai Ruru feel cold hands and feet and numbing scalps. All I saw was white eyebrows and lifeless eyes. No, Tianqing Cave is only a part of him. For tens of thousands of years, his goal is to cross the void. And now, anyone in the entire Changyang Prefecture could be him. There are many of them. As his voice fell, in Changyang Prefecture, people from powerful forces such as Xingyang Study, Qilin Mountain Lin family, Baibao Shinkai Nangong family, all walked out of their homes, stood in open areas, slightly raised their heads, and looked in the direction of Qinglan Mountain. A strange smile appeared on their faces. Master, did you really welcome the Leaf family into Qinglan Mountain? It seems that you have really been investigating my identity for tens of thousands of years. And the Qingyunli clan. What a great Qingyunli clan. My reincarnated body, Feng Qingyang, died in your hands, ruining my great plan. The rapid development of the Leaf family in recent years is probably extraordinary. Now my beloved master, and I have traced it back to me. 13 young people from the Leaf family are behaving recklessly in my divine transformation cave mansion. Even I can't find out what's so strange or interesting about the Leaf family. All of these strange figures had cold eyes. In this case, I, Changyang Mansion, must not allow the Qingyunli family to stay. One after another, figures rushed from Changyang Prefecture to the Li family in Xiang County. At this time, inside the Li family, Li Yaowen, who was resting with his eyes closed under the original blood tree, suddenly opened his eyes, and the original blood tree did the same. The man and the tree looked at each other with fear in their eyes. They all looked outside the Merit City and saw shadows flying towards them. Run! 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 For the first time in his life, Li Yaowen let out such a loud cry that was full of despair and fear. On this day, the situation in Xiang County was the same as usual. Mortals from all over the Qing dynasty came to Qingyun to seek refuge. The three realms of Qingyun are still fighting against the Wu clan, and they encounter harassment from the Wu clan every now and then. However, the war is becoming increasingly favorable to Xiang County, and the original land of Qi County has fallen back into the hands of the Jiang family little by little. The King Jiang's palace was a high platform. Li Yunbing stood beside King Jiang. Jiang Qinghuan pointed to the former Qi County, now the western border of Qingyun, which was in ruins and needed to be rebuilt. He smiled and said, "Brother Yunbing, I had a dream recently. I dreamed that the land of Qingyun that suffered in the war would revive, and Changyang Prefecture in our rear would fall into our hands. From now on, the entire Qingyun will become increasingly prosperous, surpassing Changyang Prefecture and even the imperial capital. We will all become local emperors. When more gods or even refining voids appear in our Qingyun, even that damn human emperor will not dare to underestimate us." Li Yunbing shrugged. "Brother Qinghuan really has a long-term vision, but I am different." "Oh." Jiang Qinghuan was a little surprised. In his impression, Li Yunbing was more ambitious than him. "Do you still want to sit on the throne of the emperor?" In fact, they have been together for more than 10 years, from the fear and suspicion in the past to knowing each other. Although they want to use Jiang Qinghuan all the time, it does not prevent them from becoming friends who can talk about anything. He smiled and said, "You talk too far ahead. I want to get rid of all my enemies now." "Not like that." Jiang Qinghuan laughed teasingly. "Brother Yunbing has all my 3 realms of soldiers firmly in his hands. Millions of people obey his orders. The old ancestor of my family told me to be careful with you. But I know that the world is so big. Your Li family will definitely leave a place for me, at least a place in public." King Jiang really thinks too much. Li Yunbing smiled bitterly and said, "You and I grew up in different places. You grew up in the palace, so you naturally care about the world. I grew up in the countryside, and the village looked up to my Li family. I was just a child at that time, and my 4th aunt called me over. I didn't say a word, and my 4th aunt asked my brother to take me away. I didn't understand. My family was fine. Why did I follow my brother to escape? Later I found out that my family wanted to keep the last bloodline." King Jiang frowned. "Everyone says that the Li family is as powerful as dragons and that they have great power. But from just one word, King Jiang could imagine how difficult it has been for the Li family to get to where they are today." Li Yunbing continued, "King Jiang won't believe me if I tell you this. When I was a kid, I was often cheated by people in the village. Everyone in my family thought I was a fool, but they didn't know that I didn't want to bother with those trivial matters. I just wanted to practice martial arts. I didn't want to run away anymore. I wanted to be independent. Later, I fought for the position of head of the family, and I experienced the most painful period of my life." "Call." Lieutenant Li Yun exhaled, his eyes wandering. "I have been surrounded by good people since I was a child. They are really good and stand in the sun. But I know clearly that if I want them to stand in the sun forever, someone needs to do some dirty things. In fact, to become a family head, you have to be a dirty person. I started killing people for the first time, executing people for the first time, and taking action against disobedient people in the village for the first time. Only in this way can our family always face the light." He smiled at Jiang Qinghuan. "King Jiang, there are times when people like you and me are kind, but the responsibility in our hearts will push us to the dark side. In fact, I don't care what ambitions your Jiang Palace has, but please remember that my biggest ambition is to keep my Li family safe forever. Don't touch my bottom line, and I am willing to keep my kindness." This, King Jiang was stunned. Everyone in Qingyun was afraid of Li Yunbing. But even Jiang Qinghuan didn't expect that Li Yunlin's wish was so simple. He always thought that Li Yunbing would be crazier than him, but it turned out not to be the case. After being stunned for a long time, Jiang Qinghuan smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Yunbing, shaking his arm like a man of the world. "Then I am serious, Brother Yunbing. we hope there will be no conflict. I have already seen the prosperous scene of Qingyun in the future. Before Jiang Chenhuan finished speaking, Li Yunbing also stretched out his hand. On the high platform, the long hair of the two most powerful men in Qingyun flew up. But suddenly, both of them lost color on their faces and looked back in horror. I saw a man floating in the air silently, wearing an iron mask and full of murderous intent. I don't know how long he has been here, he said in a playful tone. Peace forever. What a great peace forever. It's time to wake up from the dream. God transformation? King Jiang was terrified. He and Li Yunbing both unleashed their nascent soul powers. They didn't care about anything else and just shouted, Brother Yunbing, run! Ancestor, help me! Qingyun border. Wang Jinhu and Taoist Shanshan both had gloomy expressions. In front of them were two iron-faced men, both of whom had reached the state of spiritual transformation. They were undoubtedly here to stop them. Behind them is Li Tianxuang from the Li family. They even sensed that many experts had already rushed to Merit City. They couldn't imagine what kind of force could send out so many experts in one day. What kind of existence did the Li family provoke? Even Wang Jinhu, who had seen a lot of the world, was frightened by such a force. Our only target this time is the Qingyun Li clan. Hand over Li Tianxuang. Otherwise, you. Wang Jinhu and Shanshan Taoist faces turned black. Wang Jinhu was about to say something, but Li Tianxuang shook his head at them and slowly walked forward. Now Li Tianxuang temporarily took over the Qingyun army for Li Tianyue. She had experienced a lot of hardships when she commanded all the beasts in the swamp jungle. She looked even more heroic in her military armor. She handed the ring in her hand to Taoist Shanshan. When he took the ring, Taoist Shanshan's face changed drastically. He saw the look in Li Tianxuang's eyes, the look of someone ready to die, but this woman was fearless and only felt a little relieved and at peace. Li Tianxuang smiled. Senior Shanshan, General Wang Jinhu, I didn't expect that I would have to say goodbye to you after spending only such a short time with you too. Thank you for your guidance and help to my family these days. This ring contains the spirit beast I have cultivated for many years. If you meet my family again in the future, please give my savings to my people. You. Taoist Shanshan's eyes were red. Li Tianxuang just smiled at him faintly, then walked forward and faced the iron-faced man. She didn't know who her family had offended, and she didn't know where these two bastards came from. But since the family members hadn't arrived yet, she could probably guess a thing or two. Don't worry, little kid. No one in the Li family can survive. When an iron-faced man saw Li Tianxuang coming, he just sneered, as if he was looking at an ant. The next moment, Wang Jinhu and Shanshan Taoist closed their eyes reluctantly. They saw it. Li Tianxuang burned his soul and rushed towards the two gods like a madman. At the last moment, she triggered a heavenly tribulation. It was a 9-9 heavenly tribulation, a 9-9 heavenly tribulation that she paid for with her life. From beginning to end, Li Tianxuang never begged for mercy, nor did she wait for death. She chose to fight the most frantically, even if it had no effect at all. The calamity dissipated. Taoist Shanshan looked at the two departing figures, picked up the robbery ashes with a gloomy face, clenched the ring tightly, threw the ring to Wang Jinhu, gritted his teeth and said, Dao Yu, if you don't go to Merit City, these people don't know where they came from. You should find a safe place. As for me, I will stay in Qingyun and save as many people as I can. I will meet up with you in a few days. Good. Wang Jinhu was silent for a long time. He and Taoist Shanshan looked in the direction of Gongda City, where there were dark clouds. Boom! With a loud bang, a mushroom cloud rose from the sky. Wang Jinhu turned his head away reluctantly. I'll go to the Imperial City. They won't dare to act rashly in my Tianguang cave. What happened to Qingyun? In the endless forest, from the Wu tribe that had been fighting with Qingyun for years, figures appeared in the air. They stared with frowns in the direction of Qingyun, where a mushroom cloud rose. Then, boom, boom, two more, until, call. There seemed to be a translucent box floating in the sky, causing ripples on the clouds and sweeping away the clouds. It was unknown what kind of violent explosion it was that caused the sky and the earth to change color and shine brightly. But all the masters of the Wu clan knew that an extremely brutal battle must have broken out there. That's Qingyun Merit City. That's the Li family. A high priest of the Wu clan flew to Lei Dong's side, his face full of surprise. Master Apostle, the Li family killed so many of our companions. They are finally punished by God. Now is the opportunity. Qingyun will definitely be in chaos. Master Apostle, give the order charge. Bah! But before the high priest finished speaking, his smile froze, and he was slapped to the ground by Lei Dong. He took a deep breath, and his voice echoed throughout the Wu clan. Pass the order down, and attack the 3 realms of Qingyun with all your strength. Yes! As the Wu clan army marched forward, Lei Dong's face was filled with pain. What on earth did the Li family provoke that shouldn't be provoked? Immediately, Lei Dong found 2 elders of the Wu clan, Luo Xing and Han Linggong. The 2 were also staring at the explosion that Qingyun had just experienced. They were both shocked by the power of the explosion. 2 elders. Lei Dong bowed respectfully. I asked the 2 elders to go with me to the Qingyun Li clan. Reason. Luo Xing's voice was cold. Lei Dong let out a long breath, with some power of law in his hand. 2 elders. Is this enough? Within 100 years, Lei Dong will surely break through the realm of transformation. Luo Xing and Han Linggong nodded slightly when they saw this. If that's the case, let's go and see what happened to the Li family. After a moment, Lei Dong gritted his teeth and followed the 2 elders back home. This land that he had not dared to set foot on for many years did not make him happy at all. He was only worried. Brother Dalong, you have to stay alive. The sky is filled with dust and fog, and murderous intent is everywhere. That was outside the Merit City. Xiang was holding the Tianshu Jinling spear in his hand. He had been prepared. When the clones of Venerable Tianqing came from Changyang Mansion, the 3 nuclear bombs and the antimatter bomb he left for Li Dalong had already taken effect. But Xiang suddenly raised his head and rushed forward. In the dust and fog, one figure after another appeared. They were all the reincarnations of Master Tianqing. His eyes were filled with anger and despair. Even though he had tried his best to stop them, the reincarnations of the Tianqing masters still broke away from him and rushed towards the Merit City. In the 200 years of the Li family's existence, he and his clansmen had faced all kinds of terrible enemies. This was the first time that Venerable Tianqing felt so powerless and desperate. Your descendant, Li Tianshuang, was killed in battle. Your descendant, Li Changjing, was killed in battle. Your descendants. One by one, our descendants died in battle. Reverend Tianqing did not give the Li family any chance. He attacked the Li family without any reservation. Even those members of the Li family who were part of the Millennium Blood Transfusion Plan did not escape his massacre. It seems that nothing in Changyang Mansion escapes the eyes of Venerable Tianqing. All the Li family's plans and visions over the past 200 years seemed so ridiculous in front of Lord Tianqing. In this place where the energy was raging, Xiang was rushing forward madly. He wanted to do everything he could to stop the reincarnations of these Venerable Tianqing. If he could stop one more, then the chances of his people escaping would be greater. Puff! The Tianshu Jinling spear pierced through the golden elixir body of a Tianqing venerable, but Xiang did not feel the slightest joy. In front of him, there were thousands of Tianqing venerables. The weakest of them has reached the peak of foundation building. Xiang could feel that the 2 gods that the family relied on, and even the ancestor of the Zhang family, were entangled. Interesting. The pierced Jindan body did not feel any pain. Looking at Xiang, who was covered in black mist, his face was full of joy. Master told me many years ago that there are many powerful people in the world. I noticed your Li family as early as when you killed Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang? Xiang was stunned for a moment. Feng Qingyang is also your reincarnation? Hearing the disbelief in Xiang's voice, the clone of the Venerable Tianqing was even more delighted. Not only Feng Qingyang. Among the people you know, the former leader of the Litian sect, Taoist Xinyang, the former Qingyun genius Yin Xiao, the genius of the Long family. They are all my clones. This man looked like a madman, and his smile was ferocious. Master said that my aptitude was average, and it was a great fortune that I was able to break through to the nascent soul stage. But now, I want to let him know how ridiculous his words are. For 10,000 years, I have been reincarnated continuously, taking the reincarnated bodies as clones. Each of my bodies is a genius, spread throughout the Changyang Mansion, and learning the magic of thousands of families. I even have 6 extremely talented clones who have cultivated to the level of incarnation. In the future, there will be more incarnations, and the energy of heaven and earth in Changyang Mansion will flow into my body. This Jindan-level Tianqing Venerable's clone actually grasped the Tianshu Jinling spear and stabbed it into his own soul. Then, the power of this clone, like flowing light, rushed into the bodies of the many clones that were slowly walking in front, and the power of each of them was growing. They strolled towards Xiang. Their voices are faint, like the sounds of hell. I don't like it. 10,000 years. I spent 10,000 years cultivating many genius clones. In this barbaric and uncivilized place called Xiang County, a Leaf family emerged. You really frightened me. In just 200 years, Yuanying has appeared frequently, and 99 heavenly tribulations have appeared frequently. You are so bold and presumptuous that one by one the Leaf family has stepped into my territory and attempted to occupy my Changyang mansion. What a pity! You don't know that there are always people better than you. And it is the real heaven of Changyang Prefecture, a heaven that even Qinglan Mountain cannot touch. It's over. The era of your Leaf family is over. One clone after another rushed towards Xiang. This moment, Li thought it through. It had nothing to do with the Tianqing Cave or Qinglan Mountain. Perhaps many years ago, the Tianqing Master had been watching the Leaf family silently. No matter how the family developed, the Tianqing Master just watched quietly. But now, the Tianqing Master had to eradicate the Leaf family. In a flash, Xiang suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with cold light, causing all of the clones of Master Tianqing to pause. The desperation in his eyes faded, and his voice became indifferent. Tianqing, you told me it's over? What? A nascent soul body was instantly pierced by Xiang's Tianshu Jinling spear. The clone stared at Xiang in a daze, but saw the murderous eyes of the black mist body. The body slowly dissipated, and Xiang's voice went straight into the soul. Everything has just begun. It is far from over. Your descendant Li Yaozu, seeing his family being invaded, dragged his seriously injured body and wanted to fight the enemy, but was rescued by the awakened Fong Linglong. He was filled with reluctance. Obtained trait, Reluctant Avenger. Your descendant Li Yaotai awakens from the ring that Li Tianchuang asked Wang Jinhu to take away. He finds that when Venerable Tianqing arrived, he was already knocked unconscious by Li Tianchuang's magic and hid in the ring to escape. He is filled with anger towards Venerable Tianqing. Acquired trait, Angry Avenger. Your descendants descend into the game world and you spend 3 points of family will again and descend again. Li Xiang's body slowly disappeared and reappeared in front of these clones of Venerable Tianqing. Venerable Tianqing was obviously frightened by Li Xiang's method of disappearing and reappearing. Li Xiang was floating in the air. He stared at these clones intently and held the Tianshu Jinling spear tightly. Right. As an ancestor, he should not despair. It's not over yet. His children are running away. The Venerable Tianqing is terrible. He is a guy who is so terrible that he defies the heavens. He has destroyed all the aspirations of the family. Children are dying. However, the family has not perished yet. Hope lasts forever. Kill. Li Xiang rushed towards the clones of Lord Tianqing frantically. If he stopped one of them, the children would have a better chance of survival. He believed that this was far from the end of his family. The Li family started from a small mountain village and had only Li Dalong as its founder, and has grown step by step to where it is today. His children never give up. The dust has not yet settled, but he believes that he and every surviving member of the tribe are fighting hard. Half a day later, in the city of Merit, a group of scarred, iron-faced men stood in the clouds of Qingyun County. They took off their masks. If there were experienced cultivators from Changyang Prefecture here, they would definitely be horrified. These people who came to exterminate the Li family were all big figures from the major families and sects in Changyang Prefecture. At this moment, all these big shots were frowning and looking down at the Li family residence, which had become a ruin. They could sense that around the ruins, monks gathered from all directions, searching for the Li family in the ruins. The Qingyun army at the Qingyun border, as well as monks from various forces, had already left the border. They came to guard the border, and all of them were ready to die. These lowly ants roared to the sky, clamoring for revenge, and so on. How ridiculous! On the day I break through the void, no one in Changyang Prefecture will survive. One of the iron-masked men walked forward. Although he sneered, there was still a seriousness in his eyes. He had put in all his effort this time, but he didn't expect that the Li family actually had so many cards up their sleeves. The 4 hidden weapons and the resistance of the Li clan members, as well as the Black Fog Man who had been killed several times but reappeared, caused the loss of half of his clones, and even a person in the state of transformation of the spirit was not spared. His clones came from all directions, but still allowed many people from the Li family to escape. He also didn't expect that the Wu clan actually sent out 2 elders to hinder his plan to exterminate the clan. It would have been better if we had acted earlier, or when Feng Qingyang's body was killed. The strongest clone murmured in annoyance. Whatever, I can escape. It is said that the Li clan will not give up on anyone. I will see if they will come to rescue you. In my cave, the 13 people of the Li family inside. They are all my playthings. As they were talking, many clones returned to Changyang Mansion. A scarred figure was being carried by a man by his hair, swaying like a dead leaf. He was unconscious, but still mumbling in his sleep. Run, run. Bayhalen Fishing Village. On the sea near the village, a small boat was floating, and the fishermen on it were shouting happily. Everyone was delighted. The boat was full of catches. 2 handsome young men were flying on swords only half a meter above the sea surface, breaking through the waves and dragging a big fish, causing the waves to surge. All the fishermen on the boat were envious. Look at this father and son. They're the rarest monks in this area. With them around, fishing is much easier for us. If you ask me, they shouldn't be in our line of work. Wouldn't it be better if they could just rule the country? Hey, everyone has their own aspirations. What's the matter? The sea is so big. Are you afraid that they will catch all your fish? As the fishermen talked, the father and son had already got on the boat. Weren't they Li Chang'an and Li Xingchen, the father and son who stayed in the small fishing village? As the years passed, Li Chang'an became more and more handsome, and standing together with the grown-up Li Xingchen, they looked like a pair of real brothers. Li Xingchen also practiced martial arts and magic, and just as Li Chang'an said, he became the best fisherman in the area. Today is another bumper harvest. This one is a sea monster. The villagers will live longer if they eat it. Li Chang'an handed the half-dead fish behind him to the villagers, and stood on the side of the boat with Li Xingchen, who was half a head shorter than him. The two were originally happy, but for some reason, their faces were filled with worry and anxiety. Li Xingchen looked bitter as he looked at the waves on the sea. The sea breeze blew his long hair. Dad, I don't know why, but I feel uneasy today. Li Chang'an took a deep breath and calculated for a moment, but he could not figure out anything about this half-baked fate. He let out a long breath. Something must have happened. We cultivators would not be uneasy for no reason. Maybe a catastrophe is coming or a blood relative is in trouble. Impossible, impossible, I don't believe it. In the restaurant, Qingyu, who looked the same as she did back then, was holding a letter in her hand. Her face turned pale instantly, and the words on the letter instantly caught her eyes. The Li family was exterminated. Qingyu looked at the information in her hand with uncertainty. She read it again and again. Her body seemed to lose all strength at once. She felt dizzy and kept repeating, impossible. My Li family has always been cautious and has many hidden cards. How could we suffer such a disaster? Although she was away from home, she would pay attention to the information at home every once in a while. Over the years, the family continued to fight as usual, and she knew that the family was constantly developing and had even become famous throughout the Qing dynasty. She was happy about the development of the family. Although there were hardships over the years, most of them were passed safely. She thought the family had gained something today, but she never expected it to be such bad news. The letter didn't even specify what had happened to the family this time. It only said that some unknown people had rushed into the Qinyan Li family. In less than an hour, by the time everyone rushed to the Li family to rescue, only ruins were left. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, Qingyu roared. She didn't even know who the family's enemy was. Mom, I'm back. Li Chang'an's voice came from outside the house. She walked to the window with a pale face and looked at her son and grandson, who came back with a basket of fish and meat. She had a complicated expression. She didn't even know whether she should tell the news to her son and grandson, who didn't know her own life experience. In the past, when her son and grandson came back, she would always go to greet them. But this time she anxiously walked into the ancestral hall and knelt down in front of the ancestor's tablet. Grandfather, please tell me everyone in my family is fine, right? Ancestor, this time, our family will be able to find a ray of hope in the midst of danger and turn defeat into victory, just like before, right? Please tell me this is just another family strategy, and the members of the family are faking their own deaths, right? Downstairs on the street, the drunkard's eyes were dazed, and he also held a letter in his hand. It was a letter handed to him by his former life and death friend in the Thunderfire Demon Cave. Looking at the message in the letter, the drunkard was in a daze for a long time. Why did this happen? Why did this happen? With a long sigh, this time, the Leaf family really provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. As he spoke, the drunkard looked reluctant. But isn't that how things work in the world? You finish your song, and I come on stage. He once followed the Leaf family to fight. He fought against Qingyun Pavilion, Qiu Yi, Xiao Huanger, the major sects of Qingyun, and the Wu clan. Time and time again, the Leaf family seemed to be dancing on the edge of the underworld. But is there a dancer in the world who never makes mistakes? After all, the bloodline is left behind. The drunkard looked at Li Xingqian, who was walking out of the restaurant, as if he was going to the martial arts hall to teach the children of the small fishing village martial arts. His expression was complicated. The Leaf family has been destroyed, and I'm also a free man, but the world is so big. Where should I go? As he spoke, he stood up, looked into the distance, but finally sat down again. He sighed, "Forget it. What's the harm in protecting them for the rest of my life? Besides, I really don't believe that all the Leaf family members are really dead. Those guys are lucky." Whispering, the handsome Li Xingqian came over, looking around furtively. Seeing that there was no one around, he squatted in front of the drunkard and said in a serious tone, "Old senior, I've already mastered the magic you taught me last time. Do you have any more powerful magic?" Half a month passed. Outside Gongda City, good friends of the Leaf family came one by one, and their faces were all gloomy. Even Mr. Chen Qingtian, who belonged to the Tianji Pavilion and lived far away in the Imperial City, rushed over overnight. Just far away from Merit City, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was still raging in the vast area. There was no living thing within 1,000 miles, only flat land, which showed how tragic the battle was at that time. It's just strange that the Merit City at this time is not much different from usual. It can be seen that the people of Merit City and the subordinates of the Leaf family who have returned from various places are all restoring Merit City to its original state. Chen Qingtian believed that his intelligence would not be wrong. This was the first time he hoped that something went wrong with Tianji Pavilion. He stopped a passing citizen from Merit City and said, "Friend, is everything all right here?" The commoner stared at him with red eyes, making Chen Qingtian's hands and feet cold, and then went straight towards him. Then he laughed heartily with the people passing by, as if nothing had happened. The entire Merit City is as usual, but Chen Qingtian felt that such a bustling atmosphere was terribly quiet, and everything here seemed to be an illusion. The noise in Merit City was still there, as if nothing had happened half a month ago. No, these people are still alive, but they're already the living dead. Chen Qingtian was practicing the magic of the Tianji Pavilion. He stared at the ground in horror, his eyes emitting golden light. Suddenly, he saw the magic circle circulating. The entire Merit City was shrouded in a powerful magic circle, which made Chen Qingtian exclaim in disbelief, "Death's circle." Immediately, he grabbed another person and touched the other's arm. In an instant, Chen Qingtian's face turned pale. A voice sounded from behind him, "Don't disturb them." Chen Qingtian turned around and saw a group of people approaching. They were the Prince Feng Chunlin of Qingyun County, Mi Junqi of Mi Palace, Jiang Qinghuan, the Prince of Jiang, and Yi Xiao of Wanfamen. These old friends of the Leaf family all came in plain clothes. They walked in the downtown area, which was out of place with the bustling Gongda City. But even though they were dressed like that, the people of the entire Merit City seemed not to notice anything and continued to live their daily lives. Everyone looked at the bustling scene in Gongda City with an expression of pity. Chen Qing said nothing, but everyone just shook their heads at him and made a gesture to keep quiet, as if they were afraid that a little noise would disturb the bustling scene in the whole Merit City. He had no choice but to follow the crowd with a gloomy face and headed towards the Leaf family's residence in Merit City. They moved forward step by step. Everything in the Leaf family's residence was the same as before. Everything after the battle had been repaired by the people of Merit City. It was very lively outside, but there was no sign of the Leaf family in the residence. It could be seen that the servants of the Leaf family were cleaning the residence to ensure that there was not a speck of dust in the family residence. Where the Leaf family sacred tree was, there was also a 100-meter-tall tree with a red crown. As the cool autumn breeze blew, the red leaves fell. But the Leaf family sacred tree had no life at all. Everyone reached out and took a red leaf. Seeing the red leaves, they had complicated expressions on their faces, and then they all bowed towards the sacred tree. A red light from above the sacred tree fell into everyone's body, as if they had received the approval of Merit City, and only then did they dare to go towards the silver iron forest in Merit City. The silver iron forest was filled with smoke and the smell of incense. The sound of the piano rang out, and everyone looked at the scene inside in shock. there were statues standing there. They recognized these statues. They were lifelike, as if they were people they had known before. That was Li Daolong carrying a coffin, Li Yaozu carrying a sword box, Li Yaoqing with a medicine gourd hanging on his waist, Li Yaotai with his half-naked body showing his strong muscles, and Li Yaowen sitting in a wheelchair and giving orders. It seems that all the members of the Li family are still there. They are still as majestic as before, guarding this Merit City and Qingyun County. The autumn wind blows, and the sounds of zither and harp can be heard. Everyone followed the gentle sound of the zither, feeling so sad. Soon, they saw an old man playing the zither. He glanced at the people in front of him, and then said to them while playing the zither, "You all came to the Li family in this critical moment wearing plain clothes. You must be friends of the Li family, but it is not necessary. If you have any questions, please ask them." Mr. Huang. Feng Chunlin's eyes were red, and he bowed to Huang Xiujin. After that day, we investigated in many ways, but we didn't know who the enemies of the Li family were. We only knew that they came from Changyang Mansion, and my brother-in-law, my sister returned home that day and never said a word again. Is my brother-in-law, Li Kuangren, dead or alive? You ask too many questions. Even the entire Li family is no match for us. Knowing too much will only lead to your own death. Huang Xiujin's voice was faint. Feng Chunlin wanted to scold angrily, but when he saw the statues around him, he took a deep breath and said no more. His words had already asked what everyone wanted to ask. They wanted to know what had happened to the Li family. Where did those enemies come from? What kind of opponents had the Li family provoked? However, Huang Xiujin's words only left them powerless. If these are all you want to ask, then please leave. As for burning incense, that is not necessary. Huang Xiujin played the zither calmly. Shinshu, please leave. As Huang Xiujin finished speaking, the crown of the original blood tree in Merit City swayed, and in an instant, these friends of the Li family disappeared from the spot. The piano music stopped. Huang Xiujin stared at the statues in the silver iron forest in a daze. I have always wanted to know the questions they asked, but where are you? Are you still alive? But I believe that you will come back. Before that, I will defend the city of Merit. Outside the city of Merit, many of Li's friends who had just entered the city all frowned. They looked at the place where they suddenly appeared, and then looked at Merit City, which was already filled with smoke and red leaves. Chen Qingtian, who had just rushed over from the capital, was stunned. As if he had seen through his doubts, Jiang Qingwan's eyes moistened as he said in a low voice, "We have been here since that day." Those assassins who suddenly appeared did not kill the people who resisted in Merit City. It was not until those iron-faced men left that the people of Merit City invited us out. Unfortunately, the sacred tree never saw any member of the Li family again. All the people in Merit City, led by Huang Xiujin, found the sacred tree. They and the sacred tree used a large formation to keep everything in Merit City the same as before the incident. They don't believe what happened. They want to maintain this illusion and wait for the return of the Li family. Hearing this, Chen Qingtian looked at the Merit City, shrouded by the formation, in disbelief. The sun was setting in the west, but in the afterglow, a big Li character still appeared in the sky above Gonda's city. The people inside were laughing and maintaining everything as it was before the incident, and they would maintain that day after day in the days to come. They foolishly believed that one day the Li family would return to Merit City, even if that day there is no end in sight.